sending data.
KC manages to get that win on Icebox, bringing us to a 1-1. But hey, they get the first map win of the day, enjoying some healthy snacks. It's a very nice day in Berlin. Nats is
live.
enjoying some healthy snacks.
Holy, whoever in chat said to remove it from the thingy, you owned it, man. Thank you so much.
We had so many questions coming into today with the massive break that there was in the middle. Tom, what did you make of their performance here?
I was really impressed. I think they stuck to what they know. They had faith in their own composition, but even I think had some decent
Schnops, bro. Thank you for doing that, dude.
Pause, got slightly more aggressive, and yeah, I think all in all, just playing to their own strengths and didn't really worry too much about what Liquid were going to be doing.
Yeah, taking a lot. We see also the first engagements, 8, but they won obviously 13 rounds because they got the map win. There was a lot of situations, at least as where Team Liquid was not able to close those advantages.
Yeah, most of the situation that they have an advantage they threw with, and also when they were on the defense side, it surprised me the most. They weren't able to make any single retake, only the bonus. Most of the rounds they were struggling to deal with every single ability that was.
Keep the VOD channel live, sure. Keep it live for today.
Normally just get used to it and try to evolve in the game. This time, KARMINE could just destroy them.
Do you think it has to do with the composition?
Schnops, you did great, man. Thank you for doing that. DJ Pysels, thank you for gifting him as well.
They decided they wanted to
very
this Omen.
Appreciative of that one, mate. Thank you for doing that.
They were feeling with some issues to try to adapt.
Okay, chat. Let me.
I think
let me see what's happening outside,
some
man.
of these more aggressive rounds that were being attempted by the defense, basically just going for what was a lot of individual fights, and you can just watch the way that KC are playing. They're super patient, super passive in a lot of these spots, just waiting for players to get into these positions and very quick on their trades. And I think that's just having the faith in the amount of utility they have, like the composition, adding in that Omen allows them to sort of section off extra space, even take ground with the shadow steps as well. I think that they played their own composition very well, and they forced Liquid into a way of, okay, we have those double flashes, we have to try and get aggressive, we have to try and make plays, and then they just went, okay, we know what they're doing, we're going to be very sort of competent in punishing those plays. And I think that was what was impressive to me, is they came up against a comp that I feel like was meant to beat those smokes, was meant to get aggressive and in their face, and they dealt with it very easily on the attack.
Yeah, it started off very promising, but you were mentioning and speaking about the composition, we need to speak about the Omen, right? Martin has been so successful playing so many duelists, but Ulises, today here on Icebox, he was unleashed on Omen.
Yeah, it's funny fact that he started slowly at the first. After timeout, he started to play much more aggressive. Tom was calling out, and at that moment, he was shining. Every single play was made for him. And also, it's funny that probably Team Liquid wanted to counter with Keio, having Gecko, a lot of flashes, trying to deal with him. But when Martin released, when he's playing aggressive, there is nothing that you can do to stop him.
I do wonder if that was what the initial pause was, because you have on the defense a lot of delay with those smokes. The paranoia can also slow teams down, and he was playing like elevated positions with all of those teleports. And I think after that point where they lost a few rounds, they just kind of went, no, they're playing to counter you, just get aggro, get in their face, you're better than them. And from that point onwards, Martin, 311 ACS, had an incredible performance individually. And when you're a duelist that swaps to an Omen, I agree with sort of what Mike says, it's like, it depends who it is. Like, certain players will thrive, certain players will look like absolute trash if you try and put them onto a controller. He looked fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree, yeah. And then when we speak about this aggression that we're seeing from Team Liquid that was present throughout the entirety of the map, and also the read that KC was able to get onto them, maybe people would have thought that getting into today with Team Liquid being one map away of closing it, they will have all that momentum, but KC created it. They go at both of the pistols, and especially on that second half, they were unstoppable. And speaking of that aggression, I was saying, what are our expectations for Lotus? We barely touched on it, but it is going to be our next destination. And if both of the teams are going to be keeping their compositions, Tom, is there any of them that concern you?
I always get a little bit nervous when I see a Harbor, just because but it's only because it's Sadak. I think he can get away with it. I think that's absolutely fine. I do worry a little bit running Deadlock for Serial, just because you are going up against, in my opinion, the guy who almost brought Deadlock to the forefront. I think Sadak was fantastic, especially on this map on Lotus. He started a lot of the setups. He created a lot of the ideas. So if anybody was going to be able to pick that apart, and I feel like at times when Serial is targeted, he has a rough day. Like, I think he's not quite there in terms of adapting at a tier 1 level yet. So I'm definitely intrigued to see how that will work out for them. But both teams have sort of like consistently tried to adapt their comps. I think the Waylay looked very, very good when we saw it on Camo on this map. I think he can definitely have that individual ability. I think the space you can take on attack specifically is fantastic. And their aggressive deadlock stuff, which they use versus Foot, was some of the coolest stuff I think I've seen all season. It's just now teams know you're doing it. It's not quite as easy to do.
So what would you say is like the main focus? We were speaking about the coach and staff at the side of Team Liquid. What do you think is the #1 thing that they need to counter? Is it more on the Waylay? Is it more on the spotting serial? What would you say they could find that weakness?
So if it was a point to pick, I'd say Elite. Like, I think Elite at times on Vice has struggled. I think if you were going to pressure someone, I think you put pressure on him. The thing you need to worry about, Martin, like you put that guy on Yoru, and you can have whatever setup you like. He can go straight through it, come behind you, and rip you apart. And I think they did a lot of B executes where he would come from the back line. Everybody else was coming from the same position, and Martin is just somewhere else on the map. And also, he earns his dimensional drift so quickly because of how many kills he's getting, that if he has that every 4 rounds, you have to adapt so fast to what he's doing.
To cycle with him on your team.
Exactly, and that ultimate on this map where you've got 3 sides, you've got so much space, it's so difficult to play against. So Martin's what they need to counter, whether they can.
Chat, someone show me the Mike's tweet. We can look at other stuff now.
It's hard to deal with Martin, and they know that this is a strong point for them. The only thing that worries me the most is that you're going into Lotus.
YouTube chat
and Lotus is a map where also for Team Liquid there will be Nats, there will be Lurking. And I was talking on the before the matches, that probably not having a strong lurker could be something to deal with on Lotus. And I'm
in the stream on the VOD channel,
because they have to trade zones.
We link the VOD channel, the main stream then.
Maybe that Pice is going to be playing with the team, but he's not going to be lurking.
Yeah, one of the things I also really
I got like
about
50 tabs open. What am I doing?
Lucan,
thank you so much for the tier 1, bro. Thank you for that. Thank you.
But it's mostly especially when they're on the defense, they have so many micro stuff, so much micro, that he can just stay in the back and just play around it and just send everybody else to do something else.
Yeah.
Still with the Harbor, still got the Vice stuff going on.
I don't mind this. I think obviously there was the loss to Foot for the side of KC, but realistically I think they just chop that down to sometimes when you play Foot you can have a bit of a rough day.
Any quick predictions, Ulises?
It's hard to make a prediction, but I'm really surprised that Abed is moving into Faith.
I think it was
I think that's an error. I think he was already playing the Faith before.
I remember him to play Faith already. I don't know if he was playing it already on Lotus.
Yeah.
But it surprised me the most that, I mean, they're keeping both competitions. And if I have to take
YouTube
a
VOD chat.
I just want to see what's going on. It's Camo with a
YouTube VOD chat. I think. Go here. I'm about to close the stream.
Of KC. I love also that we mentioned Abyss because I think that he's going to play a very big part in spotting the enemies and kind of keeping that proactivity going on from the defense. What are your thoughts on that, Tom?
I think
Elisa, thank you so much as well. Oh, sorry, Elias. Elias Lay. Elias Lou? Elias Lay. 10. Thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate that. Thank you.
A lot of the chokes, like using that high tide, like basically creating that little bit of delay. And I think that that's the one interesting thing about Harbor is that the only time you're going to play it is against this squad. So say, for example, Cam are looking to take space. Say, for example, Paditek is constantly going to be putting those salvos to get them into deep positions. He can create lines of sight that teams won't be used to playing against. So I think that always when you come up with this squad, you're going to be looking at Sadak and what he's going to be doing and sort of creating that little bit of chaos for Martin to capitalize on. That can be enough to win them the map. Those two are going to be integral.
I agree completely that this chaos could be one of the reasons that maybe KARMINE Corp could be getting the win. For me, the biggest issue they're going to be dealing is this double sentinel in front of them. He's going to be buying a lot of time, denying a lot of these micros that they want to play, and probably giving the space
today will no longer be a part of the NRG roster.
To counter what KARMINE Corp is normally playstyle. So will be they able to bring that chaos
it's a long
when
one.
You have a double sentinel in front of you? That's my question.
I think my argument would be that if, like, when Foot came up against this comp the first time for Liquid, I definitely saw that, like, teams struggled against it because it was a one-off. Like, it was something.
Wait, so who are they getting as coach then?
It was a comp that was built to stop their sort of like jet dashing, like base level stuff that kind of just wrecks people. I think when you've now seen it twice, I think Koi actually did a pretty decent job of like coming up against it, especially on the defense side. So I think that going into this, with the stellar attack they had versus
Wait, where's
Koi,
Mini?
there's
Mini's been
definite
awfully quiet.
opportunities for KC to show what they've
Mini?
got. Also, they start on defense, where I think that
Builder by Workshop, thanks so much for the tier 1, bro. Thank you for doing that, mate. I appreciate that. We've got DJ Treyo as well with the 12 months. Thank you so much for the whole year, mate. Appreciate that.
Yeah, but could you not make the same argument as in,
And
for
Owen
example, like
VLR,
you
thank you
mentioned
so
the
much
Koi
for the
versus
Prime. Appreciate the 2 months.
Souls, right? We're going from a 13-1 versus Foot.
Thank you so much as well, dude.
13-9 against Koi. But Koi, with Lotus, was one of their best maps. Yes, they didn't get a lot of wins.
Who do you
because it
want
just
to win?
wasn't a good split.
I don't
They
really
always
mind, to
made
be
it
honest,
look
either.
very, very close.
Heretics
Can we
and
say the
FNATIC, I
same
don't mind at all.
for the side of KC? Do they have what it takes? Because they kind of both knew, even with this extra week, that things were most likely.
Hey,
were
chat,
gonna
all
end
I'm
up
saying
with
is,
No, I think
this
for them,
this has been
more
going on
about
for
that
a
sort
long
of
time.
chaos element and playing with rotations, which
They just didn't
can
want to
be
put the tech
difficult with
pause
the double
sign up.
Sentinel. But my point is, I think if anybody's going to be able, especially put the pressure on
Vent with the
Syria,
Prime,
I think
thank you so much,
completely
man.
taking
Appreciate the
Nats out of the
2
game is never
months.
gonna
Thank you,
happen.
thank you.
But I think if anybody's going to be able to
Let
disrupt
Ardis
Serial
coach.
and his setup,
I mean, the vibes would be
it
good
is
with
Martin
Ardis.
and Sadak. Like I think that harbor
If they
just
need a
creates
vibes
an
guy,
element that teams are going to
I'm not
really
saying it's
struggle
crazy
to play
cool,
against.
because I think he would
And
make
I think
it
that
fun.
if you can put Martin into positions where someone's not comfortable, he's going to wreck you 99 times out of 100.
I want to give some quick updates as we throw the vote
Here we
in
go.
the chat. Please let us know your prediction.
Uh-oh.
Who do you think is
Dude,
going
no
to
one wants to
end
say
up
it's a tech
taking
pause.
DW? Remember, if Team Liquid is to win, they will get first seed. And if KC is to win, well, they will at least be safe from that 4th seed, and they will be the 3rd one. And BBL will be seed 1.
Yeah.
So we definitely know who they're supporting. As I was saying, I wanted to give you some quick updates. Do not worry, it's still the background is still not red. We're just making sure that everything in game is working. So we're just giving the players the opportunity to play around. And
Don't worry, it doesn't
remake
count as
the
a tech
lobby,
pause,
so we do not
but
have
it's
to,
kind of a tech
deal with
pause.
certain issues. So please bear with us. It will take like 2-3 minutes. Do not worry, because we want the game to start as much as you do. And do not forget, you know, after this one, we have another very, very interesting best of 3, FNATIC versus HERETICS. So we will promise you that today we're going to be nice. We're going to try, and we're going to give you absolute bangers. Going on the mental side, right now, thinking about how Team Liquid was throwing a lot of those advantages, maybe getting too aggressive or not being able to capitalize on them. You know, like you throw Nats in, he gets a pick, but then Serial picks onto mid, trying to make more of that. What is the? We know that Nats has been very good at giving this pep talks. Ulises, which one would you give to them right now? What piece of advice would you give to Team Liquid to cool down in those situations?
I mean, looking at Nats, I cannot say anything. I would like to bring something extra, but Nats has been great. Every single time he's speaking to the team, he has the proper words, and also the most important thing is that he knows every single one of his players and how to talk with them.
He ran the
Sometimes
shot
you can just have the same
to
rate of everyone,
stress test the
but if you
BCs, it's
check
crazy.
Nats talking to Kiko, if you check Nats talking to Patitek, it's a different person talking to every single one of them because he knows what to say. And right now, chill down, bro. We already did it. It's not the first time we're facing a 3rd map, and we're going to Lotus that we have been prepared for the last week. I mean, they had a week to prepare only to win 1 map.
Reach,
The Icebox.
be like.
I think
Reach,
as
be
well,
like. Tier 1, thank you so much for the 2 months, mate. Thank you for that.
Quite heavily around, okay, we're having these flash setups that get us early openers. When that was failing, it seemed like the composition didn't allow for a mass amount of a backup plan. I think the amount of utility that they have coming in here, I think Camo back on Duelist on the Waylay, I think he's been impressive on that agent. I think that Paddy being able to take map control on the Teo and then having this double sentinel
100 men versus 1 gorilla, no weapons, all naked, no way out, the survivor wins.
So
Who have I got and
don't
why?
think if things go wrong in the
But who are the
rounds,
men?
they'll
Are they
struggle
like,
as much to adapt as they
dude,
do
are
on
they
the
like,
defensive side of
because
things.
if it's like the, who's the guy from Game of Thrones? If it's like 100 of him, then probably him. If I'm getting like 100 minis, then I would need 10 times that.
Remember, if you want to get your tickets, we still have some available, so go online. Scan the QR code in the process.
If Liquid win, they actually don't start because they start a little bit later.
Exactly. Yeah, so you get an
Average
extra day
man,
of break.
as in
We
worldwide
absolutely
average
love
man,
that. And
I'd
speaking
probably
of,
say the gorilla
the
wins.
stakes and the precedents that we have seen in the past, throughout this entire stage, every single time that KC has gone to a 3rd map, they've lost.
Okay. But they would also get a longer break because they go straight into the elimination match.
Mini. That's a crazy statement from Mini.
It's brutal as well because going into that lower bracket means
Mini,
that,
you trying to say
say,
100
for
you
example,
could take on a
Vitality
gorilla?
find their form. you will
I
have
feel
to
like
beat
what
them
I'm
to
saying
qualify.
isn't
you can't
isn't
avoid
invalid.
that because 2 teams will go through from the upper bracket and 1 will go from the lower. So the fact that Vitality's already down
And
there,
how ready are the 100s to give up their
I don't want
lives?
to be down there yet. At
Like, are
least,
the
but
100s
also,
ready
even
or are
winning,
the 100
they'll
not?
go as the 3rd
Like,
seed,
are they
so
scared?
then they'll face the loser
If they're
of the
average,
game
they're gonna
later
be scared.
today.
They're locked in.
Or Heretics. It's not great. It's not great either way. It's not great.
At least
It's a
half
tough
of them are
bracket
locked
to
in.
come
What
out
does
of,
that
let's put
mean?
it that way. Yeah.
Even winning or losing is tough.
Well, then you go
anyway.
into the losers, and then you'd have to face Vitality anyway. So it's
Yeah, Jesus. Jesus, it's not getting, it doesn't get great. Yes, you get to dodge them in your group, but of course, when it comes to playoffs, I mean, the
It's
good
average,
thing,
man. It's just 100 of the
probably
average people in
teams
the
that are not
wilds
in
do
your
the
group
gorilla would
are the ones that
wreck
you're gonna
them.
crack the
Everyone would be
most
so
during
scared.
The regular season, but now when it
No one
reaches
won't be
this
no one won't be
point,
willing to
you're
die.
partnered
50% of the
with
people
tier
are
two,
out
and that's
anyway.
it, or eliminated teams if they're still playing by that point. But of course, as I'm saying, it's going to be a very tense and intense week. We also have some teams that have qualified. Did you know EDG didn't make it?
I did, because you said it very loudly when they didn't make it.
Yes, because it's crazy, isn't it? Like I was checking and I was like, of course we still have not started.
100 is a
playoffs.
lot of people, sure, but you're thinking ideal world, man, where people are willing to go in. Who's the first person running at him?
Champs actually 2022 when they started attending the international events, and even when we had lock-in, sorry for the derailing completely of the conversation. When we started and had lock-in,
Yeah, the
which we only had a couple of Chinese teams, if I'm not mistaken. You know,
Who's
things were
typed the
still cooking
duelist?
up in the-
Dude, no one's the
in the region. We
duelist,
went to
man. In
every
real life, there is
single
no
one of the
duelist.
international
There's no
events, and
respawns,
this
man.
is
No
going
one's
to be
going in
the
fast.
first month that they do not go. So maybe, Tommy, you're right, and the curse does exist.
I'm
Also,
sending in
why is he
Wingman
making it back? I think,
to
America's
send in
teams
Mini
everywhere are
Gourmet.
trembling.
You take the first hit.
That guy was mean to them the last few times that we've
I'm telling you, as soon as that thing starts, you send in Mini. Mini goes flying. 99% of average humans are looking at that and going, not a chance am I getting involved here.
Okay, Thomas.
I think it's very close because I really like all of the G2 players and coaching staff, but I love Potter.
Yes.
So I am going to just edge it to G2.
That's
Just
funny.
think about it. Just think about it.
Pansy would disagree with me anyway,
I'm
so
cheating
it's
to
fine.
EG for Potter because
Okay.
I like Potter.
Yes.
Instead of cheating for Shaq, that is Spanish assistant coach on G2. And you're saying to me that you're going on G2?
Their team's just too good. It's so enjoyable
they're
to
too
see
good,
them
they're
at
true.
international events, and no offense to the EG guys, I don't think they'll do a mass amount of damage, whereas I think G2 could win the whole of Toronto.
But they
And
have to
also-
make a step up.
Sure, but
Because
they
Wait,
had
Lexi,
their
what are you
defeat.
watching?
They've had their defeat. Now they go and rise
Is
back.
this
Like,
attack balls?
they're
Dude,
a
this
squad
for
that I
sure
see
counts
them
as
every
attack
single time
balls.
they lose, they'll come back
Secret
from it.
attack ball. It's
Well,
a
we'll see
secret
who's
attack
gonna
balls,
do
yeah.
that in
But
this
the
next
secret
one.
is that
Yeah,
everyone
exactly.
knows
I'm
it's attack
supporting
balls.
EG. The storyline of Potter and Ye
I
coming
think
back
Potter
to
loves
okay,
G2 more.
You know what? Let's focus, because of course Lotus is coming out. So please take it away, Lauren and Mike.
Okay.
Don't
Did
worry,
that-
guys. Don't worry, everyone.
EG. Sorry.
EG.
Sorry,
Oh,
sorry.
No, you got me. You got
Sorry.
me pumped up. too.
KC,
No.
TL.
Yeah,
right.
yeah, that's what
EMEA.
we're here in EMEA. We love it. Can't get enough of it. We're going to be casting 2 games of it, Michael. We're going to the 3rd map.
Here we
You
are.
excited?
Here we are. The
Well
inevitable. The
Alice.
inevitable. It seems we both have Lotus.
God's sake. Cake up on
Right.
defense.
TL
Liquid
the
on attack.
KC
Kafito,
on
thank
the
you so much for the
defense.
tier
Big
1.
proactive start from KC over towards C, and well, we can already see where Liquid are going.
Yeah, actually, 2 members of KC tucked in. May you be going to dig their heels in? Paranoia sent through, doesn't catch anything on the front lines at least, but Martin going to be in a position to backstab
Dude, they got
this.
everyone here.
Yeah, look at Camo here. How much value? He's still standing.
Yeah.
This is kind
He's
of
the
nice
only
from
one
Cake Up.
standing.
Again, I don't like the
1v3.
harbor, but I do like the harbor stuff they do, if that makes sense.
Kick off the pistol. I mean, he's got the 1v2 here, and they're lined up, but Martin's the one to find the third. To kick things off here on Lotus. In KC, I've timed this perfectly, right? I think maybe there's a feeling that Liquid are ahead of the rotation. There's not going to be somebody peeking through onto the
Every
backside
single
of the
one.
smoke.
Yeah.
Everything's
But,
actually
I
working
mean,
out.
Nats comes through. You can see he's got to check basically both directions immediately.
Yeah. Brutal.
You and me. You and
Oh.
me.
don't know that one.
Yeah, what song is that?
I don't know that one.
Ask
I
us
don't know
in
it.
chat. Tweet us. Let us know.
Yeah, let us know, man. We got to find out.
3-0 on the
Baffled.
pistols.
Liquid gonna
Camo
be
gets the sheriff, that's
the
it.
sheriff on Camo. Beyond that, it is classic. So farming time at the zoo.
At the
That was a
zoo?
bold approach. I'm
The
gonna be
zoo?
honest. I was
Doug,
gonna say zoo because everyone's
the
doing
gun.
100 men against a gorilla. You know what I mean?
Sugetsu doesn't back away from
Wait, she's in chat, right?
engagements, man.
Doesn't just randomly done that.
It's hardwired into him.
I'm a shoulder it. I'm a hold this.
I'm a shoulder in it. I'm full body swinging. I'm crouched on top of the box, man.
I got him. A little bit worrying because Kiko's now got himself a guardian, and they've probably got a plant on B here. Oh, do you go together? 3, 2, 1 it.
Planted.
Ah, dude, this is a...
Feel
Feel good?
nice.
No,
Yeah, this
Don't
is...
feel good. Okay.
I do like this, though. I felt like they had to reinforce this over towards here at the moment.
Okay,
There's too
got a
many
bit of a
people
reveal
there
on the
now.
right. Camo's got Martine. Hold on, this is all going upside down. Oh dear, it's two left. Sadak and Elite. Where are the positions on these two?
Dude, the wall gives them so
Sat
much
up
space.
towards
That's
heaven.
nice, no?
Playing on the back
If anything, the
of wall,
harbor will
kind
help
of
you.
dice this up.
Yeah, no, that's not the
dear,
harbor
we've
wall.
had a nightmare.
That is not
Hey,
the
save
harbor
card
wall.
drifting
That's
all
for
the
sure.
wrong ways.
We have the isolated gun. They
Again,
pick up the
I mean, this isn't even
isolated
right
gun.
once
That's a
again. Yes,
really
he gives
rough
away
one. They
the
lose to a
upgrade, but
sheriff.
Again, just
And
to
that's
combat
it.
that, it's a guardian.
Mortism,
It's a
hello, mate.
very
How you doing,
busy,
mate,
bro.
bro? Thanks so much
Yeah,
for the prime.
very
Appreciate the
committed
14 months.
position.
Good to see you, mate. Thank you for that.
And the problem being is where the second layer of that setup is outside A. If you can't retrieve that guardian or at least stop Liquid from advancing any further, that's when it becomes awkward. I'm fine with the opening
The harbour,
engagement.
it's my fault
Sure,
for
you
saying I
lost
like
it,
the stuff that
shrug
they
it
do
off,
with the
but
harbour, even though I
to
don't
give
like the
rifle
harbour.
away
Because
completely,
they end up just giving them a
that's the issue.
pathway to make sure you can properly trade your teammate that's over towards here.
It's not. Well, I guess
Force
it
them
was
down
the
to an
start they
eco,
really
got
ruined the
triple
phrase,
sheriff,
didn't they?
that's
It is the
it.
start
But
they
we got
wanted,
Outlaw
not
that can one-shot
the
everyone.
second start they wanted. Feel like Mitch
the start they
trying to make a
needed.
sentence. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Oh, we've got a bit of a stack here.
Here, that's
it's
info though. Spotted 2
quite a
more.
few players over there. Like
Wait, now
that.
they get their own
I
gun.
remember we used to do it in the game that shall not be named, Counter-Strike, obviously. There was like, I don't remember who it was.
What's the point in saying it
was
shan't be named?
FNATIC at one point, old FNATIC. Just literally, or maybe it was Virtus Pro? Don't know. I'm yapping because this round shouldn't go anywhere, but seeing the last one, who knows? Camo's already got ult ready, taking a lot of space towards A, and if they'd seen how many were stacked there, I don't think they got the full picture.
Aston,
but
thank you so much.
they've noted some
Appreciate
part
the
of it.
21
They'll know
months.
they've got a
Thank you
pretty
for that.
safe plant. Post
Watching
plant
America's
util
also for sure.
is sorted.
We want to look for a couple of these kills potentially. And Camo's already got his ultimate.
Who is
maybe
worse than
looking towards
anti-ecos?
Pacific as well.
K-Corp or
He's made decent
EDG?
progress
EDG, take that easy.
in the first 2 rounds. KC slowed down on their approach. I don't really think they have anything to really propel forward off here, even with the weapon upgrade for Sadak.
PaperX? PaperX are probably a solid third.
They're probably conscious
Maybe
they don't
second.
want to
Depends,
give
I'll
away
put
any more
PaperX
progress.
above K-Corp on
Give
that.
this one up to the spike.
Yeah.
And after round 2 being flipped, you don't really want to give any further advantages.
No. There we go. So. opting
Alexander,
for the
hello mate. How
easier
we
way
doing?
out, I
Thanks
guess,
so much
in
for the
that
prime as
regard,
well.
and as you
Appreciate
said,
the
just trying to
21 months.
min-max
Thank you for that.
the advantage that Liquid would get away with, and at this point, their money's going to start to swell. You know,
Was
for Liquid, they've
EDG
got to be
bad
happy
today?
about how this is looking.
It is
KC,
a solid mix of, to
That
be honest,
second round might haunt them.
This is
I'm
a little bit
worried.
toxic, but
Now,
honestly, I
they've
thought
got a
both
bye
teams
here,
were pretty
right?
bad
so
today.
This should be where
but
everything's
someone's got to
fine.
win.
We're not going to have Sugetsu just
Return
on
to
a box.
normalcy. Yeah?
A bold statement, isn't it?
Okay.
We're good at all.
Is it?
What?
It shouldn't be.
Don't make
It shouldn't be.
See, I don't mind Martine here. This is fine. He has a little TP. Off he pops. No problems. Sadak forced away with the paranoia. Going to make himself a little cubby to play from, and the ult's going to come in. Camo unleashes, going to dive on in, have a look, finds nothing, and then spotted. Spots out Sadak. Very well done here. Controlling
What
the
the
space
hell?
beautifully until Martine makes a... I mean, it was a hero play, but it would been nice if someone else had
Dude,
tried to swim with
the
him at
I
the same
love the
time, but it
deadlock,
felt
man.
a little bit disjointed.
I think Deadlock's crazy strong right now.
Final response, but it's Kiko now to put Sugetsu
So
up against
annoying
the
to play
ropes.
against.
A 1v3, yes, 2 members
Fez
tagged
FPS,
up, you
thank
can
you so
already
much for the
see.
prime. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
Happy to try and hold on to the rifle here. Liquid will find their third. Again, a situation
Did I
where...
comment on Mike's HD being removed?
Yes, there's a
Not
window
really.
opportunity, like you
I said
for
it was
somebody
short,
else to
and I
swing
don't know who they
alongside
pick up.
Martine on the flash, but there's a lot of pressure coming towards backside. So you got to credit Liquid in that regard.
Yeah.
Again, Serial's, but this is, sorry, not Serial, Camo's able to get so deep in towards site that I think there's maybe a couple of question marks.
So you're saying I should play Deadlock in ranked? I mean, Deadlock should be good in ranked,
about how
but
to approach. Maybe in the chaos.
maybe play it a bit like you would a Sage, I guess. I'm trying to think of how the best to play it in ranked
round
is.
as well, with the ultimate being invested.
Just don't play it like a natural Sentinel, I guess.
These Sadax are probably
Play it more
desperate
like
to
a
get out here,
Sage,
but
like
he
block off an
actually ends up
area once
positioning
they take
himself in
somewhere and then
between those two
rotate.
smokes, so
Yeah.
without
same
really
thing
any
for the whole game,
assistance in
Cameron,
that
okay?
regard.
You're doing very good.
I guess that's the game plan. Do the same thing for the rest of the game. You're doing really good.
So just
No
queue with a
changes.
Smurf shot.
That's it.
Do that.
The only
Like
change
Icebox.
here, a booker.
One can get one
Aye.
shot again.
I ate shotguns. I ate Odins.
They've got guns.
I ate it all. No, I don't stop. Oh, it's rewarded.
Why can't that be one of the situations where the observers are somewhere else altogether?
Wait,
Because ours are
what
too
the hell?
talented.
Dude, that's so unlucky for Elite. I mean, I guess he's running into the angle,
Well,
but...
okay, Martin's blind, so they are going to be able to
No,
get. Oh my god!
thank you. Thank you for
Dude,
trading that.
if he had another Bucky here, this would have been
That's
an
too
easy
easy.
round.
Yeah, still got the rifle as well. Kiko eager to try and respond, but at least settle for the plant here.
Too. Okay. This is very doable. You've got Haunt, Prowler. Smokes
Abbas
you
can get towards
to.
the rifle as well, yeah, because
Yeah.
they have to retreat towards tree.
Daskin, stop baiting me.
Ah, but Kiko's reposition is filth. I love it.
Don't make
It
me
may
address
not
that.
work out, but I actually like the idea of it. But now it's on Nats in a 1v2. Committed on the angle.
Ooh,
I thought there was a
okay.
second. I
Well,
thought
I'm
there
the
was a
Bucky.
little bit of a spray transfer chance, not to be diffused
Bucky
there. Beautifully done by Casey
actually
coming
wins
back
the
in.
round.
Again, I guess it looks different if they're rewarded on that reposition, but I don't mind it. Make a go of it, but especially after the Prowler cleared. But again, well, Bucky's are back in, I guess, Mike.
Oh,
So
last 2 bullets.
Yeah, well, you can see there the... Actually, yeah, was that Nats finding that one through the door? Onto Elite, yeah. Beautiful response found, but Bucky noted, then rewarded with a second, which feels
I mean, it was a
pretty
good walk for him to
uncomfortable. Again,
get
Liquid probably gonna
close
wanna
distance.
Charge towards site and
1,
isolate
2,
Sanak, but
okay. 3.
It's not pretty work.
It's a
Gets the
big
job
round.
done
3
regardless.
people can't buy for K-Corp, 1 can't buy next for Liquid, so important round. You can definitely see these ults for K-Corp on
Liquid
this.
spread a little thinner this time around. No real, I mean, other than to get a bit of, there hasn't been much focus put towards controlling Rubble on the side of KC. They're happy to hold a little deeper. It's whether or not Liquid going to identify that and want to kind of play with that a little bit. So maybe
what's
look.
going on towards... Well,
Well.
Camo caught Elite. Probably, it feels like somewhat unawares, maybe an
I think
isolated
it's just a
approach, yes,
straight up
from
drill.
Camo, but still caught him over towards that mini. And now the reclaim.
that was nice.
Drop off. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
that's literally 3 people that
I
they
like the
see.
intention as well from Casey,
So then
just
they
clearing that
wait, they
space,
take
trying to at least
map
trade
control.
back
This
in,
is
right?
nice.
Keep
They
it
got
as
very,
4v4.
very good timing
Great
on
awareness,
this
actually, though,
replay.
'cause look what the
Especially with the
response is from
pressure over
Liquid.
towards there.
Now obviously going to be sniffed out by Martin and the ult, but straight away coming across here, Neural Theft's invested will give
Dude, Sagetsu's
Liquid
gonna get
all of the
wrecked now.
information they need.
Yeah, Nat's
And the
back
kills
on
they
Phantom.
need.
Yeah, he hits those. Don't worry about it. Nah, Sadak's not going to find the
Dude,
shot.
they won 2 straight up
the red carpet
Angels.
rolled out.
Well, honestly,
Even
I feel like
Martin,
K-Corp maybe had the
ult
advantage
didn't
as well.
make it far enough, really. So he's got very few options. It's time to keep that rifle.
Detail enough? Too much? Just right? Oh no, they did way too much, bro. They killed
Going
it.
to fancy his chances here in the 1v4.
But it's okay. It was getting a little bit boring
Yeah,
anyway.
actually credit on both sides. The timing from Martin to invest the ultimate, to check outside C, maybe come... I didn't actually see where it ended up fizzling out, but maybe a soft check towards B as well. But as soon as the Neural Theft comes through, like I said on the other side, Liquid make the absolute right decision in re-clearing that space outside Rubble. Because immediately, what the Elite and Arvez straight back inside B. There's a Prowler invested outside B main.
Yeah.
Almost anticipating Liquid pivot to be in that direction. 4-2 now. Wouldn't really say on either side there's
Oh, I mean, that's a fast turn.
yeah, I was just checking. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Again, with an extra body towards 3 there, if you're going to...
10 said it was a spot on NAF. Do you think it should have? Do you think he should have a voice for balance changes? Personally, no. Again, he would just make Duelist incredible.
Yeah, and it's strange enough that it feels that
It's
KC
definitely an
have gone for
over
early
NAF. I think anyone who says it's an over
Coming in at round
NAF
7
is...
Money's in a bit of a shaky spot too. You've got some players sitting down on like
shouldn't be trusted, man.
Purchase 2.3,
Basically.
3.1 for StatAC, and obviously the 2 rifles that were remaining. But well, sorry, I think it was the 1 rifle on Martin remaining. But again, you're looking at the kind of filtering of how this has gone. There was the first round that obviously went to
this was rough for them. 3 people that have to eco after losing it.
Overall, Liquid is starting to look quite solid here. It's still competitive though, right, Mike? It's still a back and forth series, but it's certainly starting to pivot in Liquid's favor.
Yeah, whether or not
the missiles are crazy cheap though, mate. You have 2 missiles.
Fantastic, right?
Like, what am I meant to do? Why am I playing an agent that has 2 missiles? What am I doing?
Liquid and I guess how to address that on
I
the
got
side
nothing
of KC.
else.
It's not as clear cut as Icebox was, and whether actually Liquid are going to continue to benefit in terms of intention, I guess. There's no real set pieces coming out.
Like, if you think the Sky NAF was bad, right? We went from like 4 flashes down to 2. We went from 6 salvos down to 2. Like, it's worse than the Sky NAF.
So opportunities the next few rounds at least.
Okay, so
I have a third of what I was doing.
Rifle still on Martin. Fast pressure towards StatAC, who's being, I don't want to say bullied here, but Camo's been kind of keeping him in check. Now this is where it gets tricky.
Oh my god. I mean, no matter what, that's getting traded out, I guess.
I don't know if that was the optimal way to do it, but it's got them the site. You got the post plant now with the deadlock, utility facilitating the safety of it all. And Martin has to be the big kind of man to lead the way back in. And look how close they're playing ult.
Dude, every ult.
No way. Turning up the pacing again. The second it gets a bit closer, they all fight together. Liquid on the same page, it looks like. Leaving to get to an elite. Try and locate these remaining players. Yes, they've got a good shout towards the 2 of them, probably up towards that heaven side. Stunning from Elite, but again, numbers now just
low. I feel like the eco wasn't too bad. Okay, let's see what K-Corp want to do on this one, because they're losing quite a few rounds.
Comfortable the word as well in terms of the purchase now. Liquid have a massive buffer. About the ultimates coming online. Kiko obviously got his now. The other side of things, KC. Yes, no, I'm not sure. I'm seeing the same sort of approach here as we saw on Icebox. It's
so outrageous, man.
Disjointed earlier on with
so outrageous
towards B. That's certainly how it feels. Even
can Liquid get #1 seed if they win this, yeah.
A kind of lazy clearance from Elite and Aves outside rubble previously. Early TP though, committed from Kiko.
Oh yeah, into the big buy round. I like this though. Drags everyone away, means that you have easier sites to hit over towards.
For a second or 2, hasn't it? Elite very aware of someone could be behind them. Wall now triggered. But luckily, you got the waylay there who can just get over the top. Beautiful shot from
nice
Camo.
trade.
Great follow-up from Serial. They have the bodies, they have the spacing, they
nice
have
one
the
from
sight.
Liquid.
And let alone the TP taken earlier by Kiko. And now it all lines up.
It looks so hard for looks so hard for K-Corp.
Martin.
This was a nice round though from Liquid, to be fair.
Find an exit or 2. Nats is already repositioning himself outside.
B spam's been a lot of B, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Aves and Martin are going to move from these positions, to be honest with you. And what
the checkmate of a round.
Yeah, what the response coming out of the timeout ultimately is, because we talked about how beneficial it was for them on Icebox. I'm about to say Split there. Split was a week ago.
Quite some time ago.
Yeah. Having said that, well, they're going to be dug out of these positions now. Yeah, Liquid have got the money. They can throw a few bodies at this.
Actually, yeah. Absolutely should do.
Yeah,
dude, you're only saving this.
For his life. Nice little sidestep. I can't live
Lovely
forever though, but you're looking at the
well.
cash, as said, for TL. They got bank for days. They're happy with this. But I've got to say, that B hit was beautifully choreographed. Very impressive. Just super clean on the way in.
Another situation where Camo is able to, again, extend a little bit than where you would see traditionally with a jet dash. And I can't even say that.
I think it's better to keep the Teo missiles rechargeable. I don't. The thing is now they've gone a weird route, so like once they've done something, they normally don't go back. So I think to like buff it, they're gonna have to do some other weird route because
polishing their B retake in general.
They've already done it where you've like separated them, so you can have 2 in the after plant, and then if you add another 3 in the after plant, that's too much. So now it's like some weird area that they're in.
As it stands, the attention's turned towards the C site now. So
yeah, I don't really know what they're gonna do.
And the only one really drawing blood is SADC. We haven't seen anyone else find that big impact. Oh, that felt like they could have lined up there. They didn't in the end. Elite only going to get Palitek down, but bring it to a 1v3.
Elite going to be tested here. His position revealed. The audio cue at least, but 3 members of Liquid to try and dig out an awkward plant, so they almost have to stay committed to some degree. There's a little bit more utility for Elite to try and navigate through.
Here has ult again, yeah.
Oh,
every buy round at the moment, KCORP have got to come up against some kind of ult.
Yeah, really is. Wow.
Endless amounts of util to put on there. And credit to where it's due. Liquid looking very solid here. I can't fault it. There's nothing that I could particularly fault about how they're approaching this. Ult back in for Camo. Serial's got his.
Yo, oh yeah, we should have got Fio on. Dude, everything was just going wrong with the stream that I didn't even think about it.
This has to be pretty much all the marbles for them, at least on this half.
He's on he's in another country at the moment though, right?
Let's see whether I heard the little cue there for the replay, but
yeah,
I thought maybe we were going to get a little snippet, but it was just heavy breathing. Heavy breathing intensifies.
Okay, yes, another big buy round for KCORP, and
Pacey. Oh, and Nats got SADC down as well.
Nats gets the op out. Dude, he's been doing this a little bit. Getting the op out.
Players, Mike, they look ready to go, and they've just been dismantled.
And a wide swing from Nats with the operator as well. Liquid continuing as they have done. Cut sound now.
I just feel like KCORP were a little... I mean, they got caught off by the Omen ult. No one was like in a position. Even though Liquid historically have fought pretty good into these areas.
Maybe the green light, but anticipating a rotation on the back of dealing with camera. We can see on the minimap though that's not the case, Thorin.
Oh, this is nice. The fake on the other side, but they're not falling for it just yet. They needed more to sell them, and they're just posting smokes down there for nobody to receive. I mean,
yeah, this is gonna be interesting. We definitely got to see how much space Palitek takes here, because he could definitely call them back. They still have enough time here. Triggers the wall, but they invest. Problem is they fake the wall here, but they also put the smoke in here at the same time. So the 3 it's gonna hit the smoke and feel like they have a good chance.
The ult gets unleashed, but Sugetsu still survives. His teammate, though,
yeah, he's gonna bait him.
The best away is trying to secure him and save him, but the shorty's on the line.
You can't do that.
You
could have just bait him.
This is brutal to witness. Liquid looking a step above.
This is the thing as well. I don't feel like people have enough experience against the deadlock.
From the funds, but certainly going to be some gaps in terms of the inventory coming in for KC. And yeah, just.
Oh, dude, he whiffed a lot, man.
Swings to open the round. Rewarded for it.
Dude whiffed like the last 10 bullets. It's crazy.
I mean, they guessed right. They have a gamble. The smoke invested towards C to maybe create a little misdirection, but KC stick to their guns.
He was like panicking already in his head, thinking, I need to move over towards the targets, but then it just didn't break.
In terms of proactivity from KC on the defensive side, but certainly hasn't felt comfortable with a few early round losses that ultimately rely on an opening engagement from Sugetsu, potentially others, and Elite. You see they're happy to just sit back. And there hasn't really been, well, I'll say it again, much to address Liquid's early rounds. Again, Camo looking to get aggressive onto B though with the ultimate.
SADC, you're in trouble, mate.
Yeah, spots out one, but it's obvious to take away
the rest of his team's here to save him, though.
In on this. So KC finally getting a couple players advantage until now. Liquid's back line, picking up the pace. Kiko with a triple in the end. Sitting on 3, and we need Sugetsu to be on it now. He's had some hot and cold moments throughout this series. Icebox, brutal to witness here. Couple of off moments for him. Now he's got to navigate his way past 2. Nats to the right, Kiko to the left, 3, 2, 1,
Lovely little double
swing
swing on
going out
this.
of their hands. Liquid so locked
Dude,
in
there's
here.
so much
Gotta
B
say,
spam at
KC
the moment.
looked
They're
like
getting
they were ready
wrecked
for
on
map
B.
2, but
At
getting
least
to map
KCOP
3,
tried something a little bit
it's
different
just
here
not
with everyone to try fast flood, but
No, like I said, we haven't seen that same sort of step change. Oh, actually, Liquid even being knocked off their momentum. Has felt as if they've had a lot of freedom to set up how they want to in these rounds. Whether or not KC have. I mean, I don't know.
how can they not retake B? Are they using their Omen flash early or something?
Discussion at all. It's KC
Let's look at the
lost out
Omen
some of these
flash.
early rounds, as I said, and after that, I've just been happy to kind of sit back and react to what Liquid are doing.
I like this change up from Kiko. He ults next to himself as well because last round he had so much impact that they're now searching for him.
And now with the
And they take the free space with it.
They
got way too many rounds of double Sentinel.
punish this. Martin rewarded this time around.
Lovely little 1-2 between them. Attention drawn away. Arvez desperate to hold on.
Shots though, man.
Huge
The
impact
Guardian's
this
so
round.
satisfying to watch.
Leaving Kiko in the 1v.
Oh no!
Bye-bye.
Still though, 9 with double
every day of the
Sentinel
week,
on
but hey,
attack is crazy.
It's a
That's a
silver
lot.
lining, Mike, and it ain't much.
No, it really isn't. 3 rounds.
Sadak,
Carmine
why is he
Court
constantly
gotta come out
playing
the second
Harbour?
half,
KCOP
swinging,
just
but
believe in
we'll
it.
have to
They just
hold
believe.
on to that thought and maybe see if
They've just been saying in chat how he thinks it's good. Sadak's like the biggest Harbour believer. Eng's a giant Harbour believer. They just believe. So. Getting over towards site with a deadlock, yeah, but that's why the double sentinels are kind of nice on this map. Like even before all of the buffs, double sentinel looked alright, where teams were just using the deadlock. I wonder if Liquid last time they played this comp they did a lot of C hits, man. I didn't even see the C site. That sport of you mate, that's way too long, bro. No one's reading that. You guys still talking about the gorilla? Dude. Chat, that was 40 minutes ago or something. You can't be seriously breaking down if a gorilla can take 100 people, man. Just pick one and accept it, dude.
Well, it's 9-3. And as much as I wanted this to be competitive, Mike, I think we have to call it what it
Konyeli
is. Map
Mbappe,
2
thank you so much
in
with the
this
prime,
series
bro.
that is a
Thank
bit
you for that,
differently
dude.
laid out.
Nurok as well, thank you
Was
so much with the
exciting.
8
Bit back
months.
and forth, little
Reese
bit
is
this,
a
little bit
noob.
that.
Honestly, that's probably the
Here,
best one so far. Thank you for the prime.
Team Liquid looks so
Hard to argue
much
against that one as well.
stronger. They've got the approach down they want. And now they get to go into the defending half with 2 Sentinels. They get like how much more do they need here, Mike? I'm a bit worried for KC now.
Yeah, that's
100 artists versus 1 gorilla. Dude, it'd be whoever gets gassed out fast, man. I saw artists trying to run that marathon.
So what they've demonstrated, obviously previously.
Chat, we can't let him forget that, by the way. He said he's going to try run the marathon when it's better weather. Like, surely it's better weather right now. Are we running the marathon or what?
They were positioning, maybe posturing forwards there, but Martin caught completely off guard.
And I love the way he can kind of play in front of the util from deadlock and then get back behind it. So there's no chance really of trying to springboard or even a pick from that if it goes the other way around. Oh man, this is thought out. Now, Camo, new position, spots them out, needs someone else to take the attention here. They're already crossing. Careful backside, they're on the way. Kiko, he's going to be able to.
Dude, how are KCOP actually going to come out on top against that crossfire? 3-way crossfire, they managed to get out on top. That's nuts.
There's still a fight in this.
You could tell it was a little bit not together from Liquid. EU Will, thank you so much with the prime. Thank you with the 19 months. Says Reese is a big noob, honestly.
Now the Prowler has to deal with it.
Dude, Reese is really good.
In a position to take 2 individual fights here. Ava's able to slip away though.
Oh my.
Oh boy. Well, that's.
Well, actually,
Is that not it?
to make it so they
Did
can
they?
double
They're
swing onto
force
it,
buying
but
this,
both
surely.
Yeah.
picked apart
Win that
here.
fight.
Yeah. Nats and Serial get the 10th round on the board for Liquid.
I don't know what you meant to say about that one. It's like they were kind of.
Did he
doing
run and
everything
gun? Is that what
right.
he's
It was
saying at the end
flipping
there?
its way around a little bit, and Nats and Serial win both their fights. But this was nice at the start. I like that beginning, but still, yeah. What more are you meant to do?
Yeah, because there's a moment here where almost one player passes
Ooh,
onto a
that's a
side, and
headshot?
then the paranoia
That's
a
why
little
he's
later,
talking
and
about it.
It feels like KC are actually able to get into backside, find the success they need.
I mean, he got.
was like 2 seconds delayed, I swear.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the reaction was 2 seconds delayed there. I guess the crunch that comes through
Oh,
that
they got a pistol.
Liquid is set up for, but regardless, it's Nats and Serial to seal the deal.
Yeah, here comes the force buy. Dude, that's a lot of damage already done.
Maybe looking towards changing the
Oh,
pace
boy.
slightly, but
What?
into the blender it feels like.
Yeah, head first towards Camo and Kiko. Lethal in combination and confidence sky high. Sugetsu does find Camo, but it's not without the cavalry now being rotated round towards the C site. The spike being picked back up gives them a window of chance here, and Sugetsu desperately needs to make something of this. 3 players to find though, Mike. It is extraordinarily hard.
And obviously, tagged up, does have the regen, but a stinger in hand, and Nat's already on the prowl. Yeah, he's going to probably win out this one in terms of range.
Very nice.
Headshot will land, and that's 11 for Liquid.
11, and they got
Understand
a.
why the
I
investment
mean, you
comes
doubled
through,
down. I
but,
guess you're force buying again.
with a Guardian
If
on
the
the
C
other
didn't
side,
work, you're probably
it
going B.
doesn't feel comfortable to kind of run it down towards C with stingers. I don't even mean run it down to be like derogatory, but they're looking to find an opening engagement. Even versus pistols there, you're never going to expect Liquid to be playing,
Were they eco?
you know, jump peeking that edge or contesting towards mound.
I've just fallen on the sword here, it feels like. This round you're going to have to suffer through, and even then you're looking at the purchases. Oh, financially, this is the hard part. They've got to just get through this. But look at that util.
How's the fire enemy? I think they sorted it out.
Yeah.
There was still Dude, I don't know how many fire trucks they got in Iceland, but I feel like all of the fire trucks were there.
Massive cam up top.
There was only 2
these
fire
traps
trucks
are
when I
just
looked earlier.
Brutal from this composition from Liquid.
Here we go, now's the test of it, funneling them further forward. It plays in Kiko if they do try and cross through, but the clone going to take most of the attention here. I saw C's towards backside, but good luck, observers. Let's see if we get a kill. Not yet.
Ooh.
KC have started to fire up. They've divided the site into manageable pieces and maybe made something out of this. A 2v2 though, Kiko key in this. Still good HP and still a top fragger, but Sadak answering back.
Look at the
Kiko in
HPs.
1v2. Look at the HP though, Mike.
Oh, nice shot from Sugetsu
They
though.
needed a savior round from him. And he got it that
Oh,
time.
dude, this one, this one's getting so
47
close.
HP between the two
I wonder
of
if
them.
K-Corp need to. I mean, they're gonna
Unfortunately, I think
full it.
Camo takes a ton of
They're
damage
gonna full it.
in that engagement. See, actually, what we caught on the replay, what was the initial point here? Again, Patstech finds 2 here, and it feels.
I mean, at least they both swung
behind
together, I
that,
guess.
but-
But
Oh yeah, those are the 2 that kind of
Fair enough.
sealed Liquid's fate. And Sugetsu was the one to throw a Guardian in the mix here, so.
Yep.
okay, we got
doesn't
5
get
and
much
4
better
come by
than that for
next.
Hero Rifle.
Let's see how
Dude,
Serial
that's
survives,
so
if he
fast.
survives, 'cause you could see
It's a
the
lot of
pressure
damage
coming
done
through
already.
there.
That would have
Could
been
be a little bit
smokes
of
done.
util. Sugetsu cops a lot of damage though.
KC immediately retreat. Other side
Oh,
though,
God.
Liquid might be here to catch the rotation. Jumping, so at least a headshot in the mix. No trade
gets
comes
out.
through, yeah.
Gets out.
How is it like? I was
Dude,
gonna say, how
one
is it like?
bullet.
He's still 87 HP.
I don't understand how that just happened. I really don't. And now they can't really react to it because look at this like impromptu
Yeah,
stall coming out again.
you
the
can't be
deadlock
getting
there.
away with
You're
that.
gonna have the util from Cypher split across B as well. Your really only option is that A site.
I'll find you.
And that's going to be relaying this information at least, but probably just tucked in the spy camp. Confirmation comes from Kiko, but how much
Okay,
of
the
that
one
is
pass
kind
on
of
fake, but
tangible
the
information?
camera's just gonna
This
go
is,
well.
though, now going to be able to
And the
identify
camera
is
can
a
hear him
fake.
running away. So the camera heard the 1 pass and opened the door.
Really looking towards Camo to mitigate as much.
Dude, if he gets a kill, he gets ult.
Stall comes in, sees towards the back of the site, and Camo is going to be noted on the Prowler, so his job is done. He's removed from this.
Dude, they got Omen flashed as well.
And controls the corner. A tap on the spike and it's an isolated fight. This is a problem. Elite can only get one. He's overwhelmed, and Martin was noted earlier.
Dude, this is just a
diff
diff on the map, man.
The time, it is gone.
Liquid are just way better on this map.
Watch that 12 get on the board. Nice consolation for Martin, but it's 12 nonetheless. KC
Match point.
gonna have to suffer now, held on this 4 rounds that they've only been able to collect.
Yeah, in case he had plenty of time to formulate a plan around what I mean, the intentions there with the fake. I'm not sure which point the penny drops for them. Very strange. I mean, it's a benefit being that Nats is still in a position, like I said, to confirm the backside of that fake. So there were a few question marks.
8 chances.
Last purchase, well, assumed.
8 chances, lovely ults.
Not writing them off just yet.
Yeah, they're so prepped for this though. They're so prepped for this though. And Liquid looking to try and end with a flourish, but it's not going to happen. Martin and Sugetsu win the fight out by Mound, and they try and progress forward. Leave the spike to be picked up by the others and trail that in. Let's get some space here. Let's get some security. But look at the ults as well. Paditech's got his. Camo's got his. The Camo's not playing passive in this.
Oh my goodness.
Drive-by by Martin. And oh my god, Paditech, easy. This feels a bit individual. I kind of want them to tighten up some of those points there.
I think we've had a few instances of that, but
quite a lot, to be honest.
See if Serial can get something going here. A Bulldog, so probably gonna, well, I was gonna say looking towards one of those rifles in CT, but
no escape.
Oh, that's gonna
try and get a
wait, what?
on the spike as early as possible. Flash comes
I thought it was meant to go around the.
Yeah,
it was way too shallow.
For him. Elite actually finds the
Dude, I thought they would have hit too.
KC clinging to life. Must have heard me. It's not their last purchase. That'll be a big boom to the economy now. Probably get rifles across the board on the back of that. And plenty of
There's a great
ultimates.
flash.
2 away for Arvez, and that'll be the full house.
And to be fair, if you know, we've been kind of, I don't want to say critiquing KC, there wasn't much to say, it's more complimentary to Team Liquid, but something about Team Liquid as well is we want to see them tighten up a lot of the screws here as well. If we're looking at them as one of the playoffs teams or potentially an international team under a closer light, we need to see them not make like small mistakes. You know what I mean? Small mistakes. But now it's fine, they're at 12-5. I'm not going to hound them about it, but
oh,
see what
spot
Martin
3.
can get out of this. Looks to try and facilitate this C take here. So Serial, a big test on his plate, trying to bound back here, and he does get away with his life.
Look towards Patatech, the one to potentially deal some
The
damage.
RRQ, yeah, pretty much similar.
Actually, yeah, a ton of Serial actually finds one. Martin will follow up though, 2 of his own.
Tell you what though, 2 ults. I'm not too sure about the
Got a couple sharers, bits and bobs.
I'm not too sure about the Vice ult. I don't know what the comms were like in terms of the guns that they saw from the Aura ult. I guess there was one. The one or was there 2?
Now being worked back in on that Guardian, rattling off a couple of shots while Camo, he's on for it. Oh, he enamored by what he saw, a pixel out of place, but KC in control here. Better. Mike, couple of key steps now.
It's a lot of
Long way
ults
to go,
though.
but certainly a positive start here.
FNATIC Heretics, yeah, should be
In terms
next.
of clawing their way back into this 3rd map. Come out. I was gonna say, yeah, coming out of that. What? It's 3 ultimates burned up. Sugetsu's the only one left, and Aves 1 away. I believe that was the case at least before. Martin already, I mean, halfway back to his ultimate, so with a 4K,
I'd love to see
obviously.
just like a little checkmate here from Liquid.
A little
Obviously, it looks like
AD
they've
fault
got
to
3 of
pick
their
up
own
this,
ults, right? Like, show me a little something.
Maybe feeling a little awkward after some of these losses. Again, switching up the investment, some of this utility between Nats
Dude,
and
every
Serial
time
as
it feels
well.
like this cam gets them so much value. They're like trying to create
Aves
pressure like
finds
they
that
could
missing
have
piece of the
walked
puzzle.
out, making sure there's no trip here, and every single time he's got a
Potential to
camera that just spots the info.
Clear
It's
out
pretty nice.
a large area
It's been
here on
happening
back
all
of
the
that
time as well.
KC.
C default into A, they're gonna
15s
go
is just a very
break this wall or at least way out the
site
wall.
here, in terms of bodies at least.
These are just this camera in general is like a
Sugetsu positioning himself
something
in
that
lurk, does have
the
TP,
Liquid
so
coaching stuff are
can
very
rejoin
good
his
at.
team.
They probably
Drop
know
of
they
the
like
hat.
to create pressure over towards here, so they just put the camera primarily C.
But you almost want Sugetsu to show towards C here, because with the camera, unless anything drifts into C, I mean, it's actually a surprise to see Kiko over there.
Huh?
Spike down A.
Yeah.
Oh, it was just, I didn't know where that happened then. I was looking for it on the map, but... Okay, so man up already and Sadak gone?
It's ambitious. Oh, but we had people close enough to hear that it wasn't actually...
Camo
nearly ran inside that smoke there after being revealed.
Damn, there's an incredible tail. And now what, they're forced into camo, or do they take the space after?
Everything into this, it looks like.
Dude, 15 seconds.
And they have been rewarded. Liquid just putting the pressure.
Dude, they had some
nice
ults on this one. Hey, Lotus better on this map.
But a 13-6. Liquid looked in
Cool little plays with the camera as well to spot all the C fakes.
We didn't see the same sort of adjustment, but like I said, it wasn't as black and white for KC to really address some of the problems.
Okay, so Liquid make
Icebox,
top seed, first seed.
I mean, just to
They're
note as
one
Kiko
game away from
once again having stand-up
Masters.
performances, Lauren.
What does that mean?
Yeah, they certainly
K-Corp.
For me,
Let's have a
those
look at the
two
group.
absolute highlights. So I have to look forward to see what they bring going forward. Again, glad we finally got the game out of the way, Mike.
Yeah, it feels good to put that one to bed finally.
K-Corp 4th, BBL 2nd, and FUT 3rd.
The
Yeah.
title for longest series, because this stretched a week, Lauren.
Yeah.
The K-Corp in
Again,
lower
we do have
bracket.
to remind ourselves, obviously, FNATIC against HERETICS is still on the horizon here today, but looking at our screens now, Liquid should be happy with this one. A tough predicament to be in by all accounts. Obviously, no one happy with what happened there, but coming back in, looking solid. They get to walk away, heads held high here. A solid performance
they look nice though
overall.
still.
But we'll be back in a little while with the second series, which will be FNATIC up against HERETICS.
A big win. Big win. That's the first seed of this group, and then we get to see the first seed of next group. Whoever wins out of HERETICS and FNATIC take that one. No interview. They'll probably do someone on the sofa after here. Watching SEN against MIBR for sure. Five minutes on this one, okay. Dude, they're this one's gonna be interesting because they both like and they both dislike the same maps. These two.
Get on your feet and move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah, chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah, my life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams.
HERETICS like Icebox, yeah, they'll probably pick that unless FNATIC like wanna float their whole ban. Mute, it's fine, dudes. Our YouTube channel survived today. Well, thanks to copyrights. What else are we gonna complain about in the future, boys? Oh, the camera you should use on ranked. I mean, sometimes if you're playing over towards C, it's wrong. Yeah. I think sometimes the aggro camera in ranked is probably super strong as well. Teams don't default well. Hello, Pansy. Hello. Okay, be right back, chat. Be right back.
Our life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah. Rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah. Love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on yachts playing violence. Yeah. The flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me. Live your life to you, D-I-E. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up.
say, first of all, the main issue from the last map, and what I want us to do this map. Previous game we were playing full question mark game. This game I want us to start removing that question marks from our head. Example from the last round. We have so many ideas. Patrick, you can say, come in, let's walk B, Geo, be careful A. We're not even helping each other as a team. We're just staying and we just full silence, boys. We're not literally how we were playing the game. Question mark B, question mark mid, question mark A. No one take responsibility. We're gonna re-clear mid, careful A. We're gonna re-clear B, careful A. We're not saying that things, boys. That's our fundamental protocols. Don't be surprised why we're playing bad. That's literally the way why we are the best. That's why we are here and 3-1. That's why we went to Bangkok, boys, before. That's how we were always having good communication.
And that is exactly how they managed to win that third and last map of the series. Especially with those kind of speeches, you definitely have to lock in. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Kakuka, your host. Ulises and Tom joining me here, as you can see, and I just said, Team Liquid manages to close the series and also secure that first spot. Well, not that first spot, that first seed for going into playoffs. A lot of question marks then for what's going to happen in some of the matches, but we do know that BBL will be playing Navi. That's going to be one of the first matches, you know?
Yeah.
That's something to be excited about, but definitely the second match of today will give us more information. Before we jump into talking a little bit more about this match that we just witnessed, you see that there is a timer for 36 minutes. Nothing broke, but we are giving the players from both FNATIC and Team HERETICS a little bit more time to get adjusted to the stage and making sure that the pieces are working and everything, so we don't have more issues moving forward. Now, going back onto what we were saying, what a light that we've just seen from Team Liquid. Tom, do you think it has to do with that speech that we just saw, or it goes much deeper?
I think just like going back to sort of talking about Nats when he first became a leader, I think no one ever questioned him individually, but there are a lot of question marks being like, okay, is it going to affect him taking over that leadership role? Moments like that kind of make me realize that maybe he's actually built for this sort of role, because that was basically just, it was a way to be critical to your team while also getting them ready for the next map, like talking about like, we normally do this. The reason we're losing is not because they're better than us. It's not because they're doing this, and this. It's because we're not doing our own thing. And I think sometimes that's far more important than anything you can pick to like pick your opponent apart. It's just, okay, we're not coming properly. We need to fix that. And they did.
They did it. And for me, the most important thing is the way he thinks and the way he's
35.
saying the things to his teammates. He's not trying to make someone responsible for an error or anything that is happening. It's like, we are all in the same boat. We have to work together. Can I have a NAT-IGL in my life?
No.
That's a long time, dude. They got to fill for 35 minutes. Dude, we nap.
I really need.
We could nap.
Wait, so you play with Mitch though? Surely Mitch is like a Nats IGL.
Yeah, Tom, please.
Half an hour nap? Dude, that's not too bad.
I think we've all been there.
It could actually be a solid idea.
Sometimes plays Viper, like
you don't know what to play with him. He's gonna be staying watching me on Icebox with an Allo.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go see what food I have. You see what food I have? I also might lay down and see if I nap. Because honestly, that sounds tempting, dude. 30 minutes.
Well, now they're speaking about Icebox. Let's actually talk about Lotus and some of the things that we
saw
there.
Give me a little bit.
Because,
I might be back in a bit. I might be a bit longer.
From now back onto that duelist, Tom, you wanted to see the Waylay, and it definitely delivered.
I just enjoy watching him play this agent. I think like the additional boost you get with the dash, the fact that he's taken in so much extra little piece of information, I'm just really impressed with how he's able to play individually to get them into positions. And then earlier we were speaking all the time about their sort of ratty little post plants.
It's really hard to play with and deal with it because you have to stop Camo. If you let Camo bring the space, and it's so hard when we see the play we see right now, it's hard to deal because then after you have the post plan. And if we want to do the post plan, we have to check every single where that is placing Nats. He has one on the back that is going to be an extra one on the side, and also every single stun coming from Tejo, also the missiles coming from Tejo, and the most important thing, deadlock. There is a wall stopping you from pushing from outside. Even Waterfall if you're playing on B, even Waterfall if you're playing on C, or if you're playing on 8, he's denying the stairs. And every single time you have to deal with all the utility. Meanwhile, you have to try to get into the spike and defuse it and kill every single one. If they get the space, there is no chance that you can try to make a retake. At least with this compo that they're playing. But how do you stop them?
The thing that's impressive to me is what the deadlock ultimately does with the wall is, you know, the sort of initial part of a round, like where like Nats on defense will like go and set up all his little trips, and he's like, oh, I'm gonna maybe hit, I could take one back, or I'll put one hit, and my cam's gonna go up here, and you go, well, on attack, he's not gonna have time to do that. He does have time to do it because there's a deadlock wall, there's sensors, there's so many other pieces, there's the Teo salvos keeping them out of spots that then Nats can go, right, got my little time to put my setup in, and you see the amount of, not even just like, okay, you're going to walk into a trip or anything like that, it's the info that he gets off it. So it's like, okay, they're going to have to break that trip. Now I'm ready to swing off that contact. You're ready to take this thing, and you get that extra little bit of synergy off their own post plants. And that's before you even get any of the ults, which can pull a player out on their own, or just do, it's just a really nice comp once you get there. And all of that was set up by just Camo just diving in and getting an entry almost for free, it seemed.
It's completely true. And also they use the salvos on the entry. So they have the second salvos for the post play.
Yeah.
And so they're making a lot of time with the war, with the wall, with the stun, with the everything. It's so hard to deal with it. And if you have also the salvos for the post play, what can you do?
Well, you can wait until patch 1009 apparently, and we will not be seeing that much longer. But another thing that also surprised us on the side of Team Liquid, yes, there is a lot of utility coming left, right, and center that can be extremely versatile. It's probably one of the reasons why we still have not seen the full depth of this composition. But, you know, we were very excited to see Kiko on the duelist, but Tom, I think he might just fully commit to the smoke sound.
He's a controller, man. We've actually had someone go back the other direction, where it's just like, somehow he's gone from being the star to taking a backseat and still being the star. It doesn't seem to make a lot of sense, but yeah, Icebox was normally the map where he dominated on the duelist in the past. It doesn't seem like it's really necessary anymore. I think Camo does well to take that space, and then you leave him as like either a lurk or an extra piece of that puzzle, and he will find you value every single round.
Another maybe changing the composition, looking for Icebox is honestly play with no duelist. I think that there is a lot of teams probably coming into today. They didn't want to make a lot of changes because maybe it's not the moment.
I'd like him as a Viper. Put him as your
Nats.
Yeah,
Nats is on your team. Shut up.
But you can then add
to get rid of
Nats. You can add Cypher
I will
in.
agree with many things.
You can
I will
add
not
a
agree with this
Cypher.
one.
Hold on. I can agree on it. If we get him to play with the Viper, then Nats is free, and I can have him to be on my rankeds.
No. No,
it's a great plan.
So he plays the Viper,
and then you have the Cypher. Who's the one man who can make Cypher work on Icebox? If you're going to tell me... Who's the one man who can actually make the Cypher work on Icebox? I think Nats could do it.
Yeah, but his Viper is so good. Didn't he finish that Icebox with like 200 ADR even though they lost?
Sure. But they lost.
But hold on.
Okay, Thomas.
So now you make a
yeah,
change.
so the solution
Trust me,
the solution
it will
is
work.
okay.
And he's still going to get 200 ADR on
but
getting
the timings of his walls and everything is just so good.
So well, you don't think Hiko could do that?
No, honestly. I think that he's brilliant and many other things. He surprised me a lot when he was on the Brimstone and whatnot, but I do not expect a player just for being good to step into Nat's shoes.
I think you would have said the same thing when he switched to Omen.
Dad, Mommy, just
I think you would have said the same thing when he switched to Omen.
We can have him play on Omen. It's okay. He can play Omen.
Best Omen in the league? Question mark.
What else is it? I mean, we have some contenders, but definitely the best reroll or one of the best rerolls that we've had.
I think he can do it. Maybe I'm just more of a Kiko believer than you are. That's okay.
I think that we're on the Cats train, but I'm more on the Nats and you're more on the Kiko. And
I just believe that Nats can do it on Cypher as well. You're just a Kiko hater. It's okay. We can move on.
Okay. Honestly, let's move on. Let's take a look at the standings and see how this last match, well, penultimate match, it has shapen up things. As I was saying, this on the right side, Group Omega, everything is locked. Team Liquid, the first one, the first seed, BBL second, Foot, and KC. And as I said, that means that BBL will be playing against Navi because it's C2 versus C3 on the first day, which means that for our next match, the loser will play up against Foot.
Wow.
Interesting, isn't it?
Oh, it could be a chance for FNATIC to maybe get a little bit of revenge. They would, of course, have to lose to do that, so I don't know if they want that revenge just yet. Probably would rather have the freer way to get through into the bracket, but I think the bigger thing for Foot is that they've managed to basically get that seed. By KC losing, they don't go into that single elimination, and that's the terrifying prospect, because now you look at KC and go, okay, either someone else will have to beat Vitality, or maybe they will. And then you're going to have teams dropping down into that lower bracket as well. It's going to be a tough road for them, and I think they've got a lot of work to do to get to a point where they could qualify.
Actually, KARMINE CORP is playing against FNATIC. No, against the loser of the winner.
He's trying to do it live on air.
It's against the loser.
I'm
we'll
already
keep you
lost.
updated on
Too
that
many
one.
info.
Do not worry, because by the end of
Give me
today,
the
we
bracket.
will have a bracket, so we will show you like who's playing against who, and all the information that we can give you. We will have that ready. But guys, let's take a short break, because after this, we'll have HERETICS going up against FNATIC.
Stay in your lane, wait, this ain't a game. Been through the flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change, still been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them on the law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to moves right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tune. I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All the boys when they talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All the boys when they talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Bad with a vengeance, killing the odds and leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G Lee, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm washed up, then TT.
Hello everybody and welcome to Spray It, Don't Say It, a new segment where we're going to put players head to head to see who's got those drawing skills down. The way this is going to work, gentlemen, is I'm going to give you a card. On the card is a prompt. Don't say the prompt out loud. Don't write down any words that could give the prompt away. I'm going to start with yourself. Your prompt is given over here, Crash. 20 seconds on the clock. I'm counting in my head, so this is going to be more like 40.
I can't do that one.
Yes, the countdown. Yeah, we're going to get DMCA'd for that, so that's getting cut and posed.
I can make a song up.
Oh yeah? Give us it.
Yo, so good, I'm gonna draw. Yo, what's going on? His name is Crashies. He's drawing on a piece of whiteboard, looking so fly.
Oh, this is so hard. I lost
American
for sure.
guy.
I don't even know
what he's gonna draw. I might die. Hope I don't though, cause I played real good. Now I'm
It's so bad. It's so bad.
From the hood. He from
It's so bad.
Give me a 5-second count.
You better
4,
watch out, cause I'm
3,
gonna phone ya.
2, 1. Show us what you've drawn, Crashies.
Oh God! Oh God! It's
Oh
one of the
my
best.
goodness, that's
Can you guess? Can you guess what this is?
What is Crashies drawing here?
Is that Valorant related?
It is Valorant. They're all Valorant related. Crashies had to draw an ability.
Clothes thing.
That's a good guess.
Good guess, but
not
it is
quite.
not.
Not quite.
And what's going on with their face?
They're
Sky
blinded.
Flash. That's a Sky Flash!
I told you, bro.
Where's the
It's terrible.
ponytail?
It's terrible.
Boaster.
Yes, mate.
Your
I'm ready.
challenge is to draw this.
Okay.
Okay. Your time starts now. Crashies, I don't know if you want to make up a song on the spot to sing for Boaster.
I got none.
No, nothing's coming to mind?
Jake Howlett. He's from London. That's my boy.
Oh.
That's my dog.
Oh.
I also call him my frog.
Oh.
There we go.
All right, pens down. What has Boaster drawn?
Is it an ability?
No, it's an area on a map.
Yes, it is an area on the map.
It's,
That's your
okay.
clue.
I know what this is. Okay, it's on a scent, and it's bench. We call it bench, but it's like close right mid.
Yeah.
That's what the
That's good
frog
enough.
on the
I think we
bench.
give him the points.
There we go.
Yeah.
That is Mishman.
That is me. Now, this is something that I think you'll be quite familiar with.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Can you visualize it?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, all right, this is good. The prompt is given. Your time starts now.
Yo, listen, I don't know if you've been listening. He's got this drawing and it's glistening. His hair's so fine, he went to the barber all the time. His name is Austin Roberts, and he's clutching so fine. There we go.
That was wonderful. Thank you very much for that, Boaster. I think we could do a whole segment with just you improvising songs.
I could do that.
3, 2, 1. Pens down.
Looks like he's drawing clouds there.
Let's see what he's gone for.
It's so bad.
Wait, it took you that long to draw that?
That's
after a long game, mate.
2025.
That's something.
It's the EMEA trophy.
I mean, I feel like you almost get half points because you said it.
Let's give him halvesies at least.
It was the Champs Trophy.
When?
2025.
That's not.
Honestly, yours was cooking though. It looked like a giant orb of like future success.
Aura.
It could be. If anything, I think that should be the inspiration for a revitalized Champs Trophy. We have to change it now. With these ideas, they're too good to leave behind.
I know. Thank you.
Oh.
Okay, 20 seconds on the clock. It's a little bit of a tougher one.
Okay.
I'll see if you need another hint, but I'm pretty sure Boaster's drawing is gonna show you everything you need to see.
Equip in-game.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. You got to be running out of time here. Okay.
Oh, that is just not.
Did that help?
Smite?
Yes!
Really?
The Smite Outlaw. That was the prompt. Good guess. Good draw. I have an extra one.
Two each.
2 each.
I think we got one more, right?
We've got one more each.
One more each. I'm going to the beach. I don't even know what I'm gonna say in my speech.
Oh!
Ousting, drawing, and snoring, cause I can't sleep because I'm goal scoring.
Oh.
No, I don't know.
Yeah.
Kill
Do you
scoring?
often snore when you don't sleep?
Oh, that's.
I think maybe.
He's done it there. It's video evidence.
Yeah. To be fair, I was sleep talking last night.
Yeah?
Yeah. Sue sent me some audios of me sleep talking.
Do you rant about Valorant in your sleep, or is it just incoherent rambling?
Depends. One time it was like, I'm sorry, I lost the clutch. Goodness.
I've got it.
That's it. I'm rubbing.
All right, the 5 count's coming in. 5.
I'm ready.
Oh, you're ready already?
I'm ready.
We're skipping the 5 count. That was a little over 20 seconds, but don't worry about it.
Ready.
Yeah, I'm ready for you, baby.
What are you seeing?
Boombot.
Let's go.
Immediately.
We're synergized now. We're synergized.
You killed it there, Crashies. We were warming up for a while there, but we've hit it out the park.
It's like a Haven 2v3.
Yes, sir.
Exactly. And now your final prompt. I'm curious to see where you go with this one.
Oh.
So, I mean, so far we've learned I'm artistically challenged.
We could say that.
Artistically.
We could say that. It's been up and down, but I think, you know, you really, you hammered it home in the end, and that's a strong finish is all you can ask for,
Actually,
really.
yeah, I agree. It's not how you start, it's how you finish.
Exactly. I'm going to go for the 5 count. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Show us what you've got.
All right, it's the teddy bear, Tacti-Bear.
The Tacti-Bear, exactly. Nailed it. I mean, a wonderful performance, and I got to be honest, I don't think there was a winner today. I think we're all winners here today.
Yes,
Wouldn't you
like
agree? Thank you very much for joining us for Spray It, Don't Say It. After today, I'm not sure who's going to be able to follow up on these artistic works of wonder, but it's been a pleasure having you with us today. Thank you very much, Boaster and Crashies. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and best of luck in your future matches.
Thank you.
Love that from you. What an outro.
Welcome back, everybody. Guys, how are we feeling? If you were to do that challenge, how many points do you think you get out of 10? 0?
Well, no, if he's drawing all of them, because I'm
guessing.
sure I can just look at this man and know he's brilliant. If I'm the one drawing, 0.
No, but I'm good at guessing.
There is a reason that I'm married to someone who can draw. And it's because I cannot.
She's your better half.
Definitely. Not even within question. But I cannot draw.
I trust that we can get at least 5 out of 6.
If you're drawing 6 out of 6.
I have a solution for this. I have a solution. Ulises, I'm going to write something here so I can also show it to the camera. And I'm going to make you draw it. So, Tom, look away.
Holy.
Let me write it
Do you really
first.
trust me?
I have to cover my eyes because there's a camera showing you over there.
Do you trust me? Tom,
Okay.
do you trust me?
Who's saying that?
Can I get a single on this? 1 second. Let me put some more light in here.
I like how I have our producer just saying, don't look again and again and again.
Draw it.
Okay, how much time do I have?
I'm going to give you 1 entire minute, and Alberto's going to be counting on that. It's okay. Open. Tom, you can open your eyes. We have an amazing match ahead of us, and of course, you're going to have to do some introductions before Ulises finishes. So, on today's matchup, and based on the performances that we've seen this stage so far, who do you favor?
You're asking me if I favor FNATIC or my family?
Yes.
Obviously,
Some people, you'd be surprised with what some people might say.
No, I'll always back the Boos. Always. Also, I say MIBR is in probably the best form maybe we've ever seen him in. Obviously, the Champs run, he was also very impressive, but I think like he has been lights out the last few weeks. Kayak seems to think he can match it. I'm definitely excited to watch that, but no, I think just off form alone, I'd go HERETICS, but both teams have been very, very good.
You got it? Okay, can I see it before? Yes, it's perfect. Show it to the camera first. Can we get a single on that one? Okay, Tom, what do you think that is?
Is that by any chance? Well, I'm guessing the person on the right that's not got the arrows is me, and then the other person is Mitchman.
What do you mean? It's Sideshow.
Is it? Oh, okay.
It's an egg!
Either that or that's Weird Al Yankovic.
No, he gets it.
Yeah.
He was Mage.
Oh, so it's not Weird Al.
It's Mage and and song with him.
But you made an amazing drawing. Like, of course,
it's a decent one. It's a decent one.
It's good. It's good. I like it.
You can recognize properly.
I got it immediately. So
I mean, I was thinking on painting and all the.
It
was perfect.
The only thing you could have added is if it had a tiny body and tiny legs.
I was thinking on
In fact, I think you can still do it. We're going to give you the time to do it. It is lovely when the vibes are vibing.
Completely realistic size.
As I was saying, it is lovely when the vibes are vibing. We love having a good laugh and a good time here. You know who also enjoys doing that? Apparently, it's Team Heretics and FNATIC, so take a look at this.
Knock knock.
Who is there?
Hawaii.
Hawaii who?
I'm good, how are you?
Anas. Knock knock.
Who's there?
Who?
Who?
You're now.
Okay, Weber. Knock knock.
Who's there?
Ronaldo.
Ronaldo who? Ah, well done.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
I think they will fake a lot with the drone. Smash me, smash my hand, bros. One more. Oh, give me the smash also. Ah, shit, what is happening?
Absolutely lovely to see that is the level that we get on in the stage most of the days. But today, the stakes are a bit different. We know that getting that first seed is an immense advantage because it's going to be one of the teams one match away from securing that ticket to Toronto. But when we look at the historical head-to-head between these two teams, Ulises, there is one team that is pretty much favored and is actually the only one with a positive record against FNATIC in VCT EMEA.
I mean, it's true that the first match was won by FNATIC, but at that time, HERETICS wasn't that good. I'm sorry, Padre. I know that I'm talking about your HERETICS, but at that time, it wasn't that good. But with this team, they never lost a single BO3. They only lost in a final. It was a BO5, but on BO3.
But it's HERETICS
they never win finals, so that was a given.
Yeah, even.
So thinking of today and how this can be different, Tom, you already told me that you see that HERETICS is in very good shape. What do you think are the hurdles that FNATIC have to overcome to be victorious and change the narrative a little bit?
I think, firstly, like seeing Woot in more comfortable positions has definitely worked out wonderfully, but he still has a few roles here and there that maybe the KO didn't look as good, so maybe there's a few maps that you could take them to, but also I think when we do eventually get ourselves towards the Veto, the thing that's actually really solid for FNATIC is a lot of the maps that want to be played by their opponents are maps that they really enjoy. So it's not like they're going to be forced into any discomfort throughout this series. So I don't actually think it's like a margin of what do they need to counter, what do they need to do. It's just like, I think both these teams are in great form. I think on the day either of them can win. I'm just very slightly going the way of HERETICS because of what we've seen just the last couple of weeks where FNATIC have had like the Vitality game where they definitely could have lost if it wasn't for a huge clutch from Bosa which turned them around, or even having that very close game versus Apex where they almost lost, I think it was split in like crazy OT. It's like they've had moments throughout the season where I'm like, oh, that looks a little bit shaky, and I think HERETICS might be the team to punish them on that.
Yeah, but when we think about FNATIC also, when we think about historically and the results that they've had in the stage group, this is a team that gains a lot of momentum, and when they start, they cannot stop, Ulises.
It's hard to stop them. I mean, if we remember every single group stage they had, they won every single one of them. There is only one time they didn't do it. It was on stage 1. It was the worst moment from FNATIC, and they lost 3 matches. One of them was against HERETICS. But if we take a look on it, it's hard to think that they're losing in group stage. Maybe in playoff, but on group stage, it's FNATIC.
Well, you say that. The last two, excluding the kickoff tournaments, they were the champion of EMEA both times. So even if on an international stage things have been a little bit more rough for them, they have still been the kings of EMEA when it came to last year, even though it wasn't as good as the year before. And coming in here, okay, sure, they lost the kickoff again, but always a tougher format, and that's where they're working things out. They've swapped coaching staff, and it's looked a lot better. And if we come to the end of the next few weeks and they're the champion again, I don't think there'll be many people at this this point they'll be surprised.
Yeah, and probably one of the reasons that we're seeing FNATIC in such good form, we're seeing them getting too many wins together. Of course, one of these two teams is going to end up with one loss. Is this man behind me? You saw him drawing a couple of minutes ago, but actually throughout this entire stage, he's been having amazing performances. Right now, he's first in clutch percentage, something that we've seen in the past, but it's so good to see that this is the kind of boaster that can take FNATIC to those global events and to have deeper runs and be top of EMEA resist.
And also the clutch minister is back. You were saying that we are used to it. It's true. Right now he's having a 57%. It's amazing. But we can remember that he also used to have a really good one in 2023, around 45% when he was playing on that time. And yeah, for sure, I think it's one of his best prime forms. I mean, it's not only that he's killing, his decision making is being the same one, and also he's killing. He seems to be having much more aim than maybe 2024 and even 2023. All the stats are with him.
I'll say as well, especially when you look at maps like Haven and Lotus, his calling has been almost impeccable. Like, I think you go back to that attack side calling on Haven versus Vitality, and it's some of the best calling I think we've ever seen. Like, he was playing like double fakes, like finding ridiculous amount of space, and just being able to pull the team through. But I also think that comes down to what we were talking about earlier, like having those positive vibes, having people like Crashies who constantly like bringing up the squad. Your job as an IGL becomes a lot easier when you're not having to micromanage an individual, and you can just focus on, okay, we need to win these rounds. Because I think that's what half of the job is when you are that IGL, is like we saw earlier from Nats, it was getting the individuals back in check. Well, for FNATIC, he hasn't needed to do that, so he can just focus on calling.
I want to hear Boaster's speech. You know, like I want to see what he would say in that kind of situation. I
think
agree
we
with
have
you.
seen it. It's mostly memes.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like I want to see a more serious one. I think that to me also something that is very important about Boaster in particular is that we have seen people succeed in the past, and many people have created names for themselves. But keeping this kind of performance for such a long time in a region that is very competitive, and also doing it from a standpoint of being a very happy person, but if you're a very happy person, you're most likely an emotional person, so it goes both ways. Like the highs are going to be high and the lows are going to be lows. But Ulises, you were saying that this is probably one of his best performances, one of his primes. Do you think this is the primest prime that we've seen from him? Or is this the one that can bring them back, you know, to being ahead of the curve and being top of the world?
It's hard to decide, because if we think that it's the best one right now, if we check the stats, maybe 2023 was a bit better. But it's not true, because on 2023, they won 9 out of matches, every single one of them. I mean, if you're never losing, probably it's easier that you are having better statistics. Yeah. But if we check the decision-making that he's doing right now, every single call that he's making, Tom already pinpointed. And it's not only the call-out, it's also that he is brilliant individually right now. And he's clutching again, not like 2024 that maybe he was dipping apart. Right now, I think it's his prime. I think it's his best form.
I think also, when you look back to 2023, his individual level wasn't as important. Like, you had arguably 4 of the best players in the world at the time. I think we've seen, like, Alfie has been very good. I don't think he's, like, near where he was in 2023. I think that guy was maybe even the best player in the world at the time. And so I think that, and obviously Durka leaving, even though Kayak's been fantastic, that Durka level is maybe unmatched in EMEA when you go back even to last year. So I think him having good individual performances has been important, but he has, and that's been the main thing. Is like, I think his impact right now may be more, but obviously until you get to international events, we don't care.
Exactly, we do not care. Someone that definitely cares what form Boaster is going to be on, and someone that you have already mentioned, is Woods and Miniboo. I think that before we see this head-to-head and just focusing more on the side of Heretics, you're speaking about a Wood that is comfortable, and you know, we could say the same for Miniboo. And after their win versus Vitality last week, Wood and Benji had some spicy words about FNATIC's Haven. Take a look at this.
Because our double duelists are better.
Your double duelist is better?
Yeah.
Is your ISO better than Alfea's?
Yeah.
All right, Benji.
I think in the past, for example, if we take it all the way back to Shanghai, we stole 100 Thieves' bind comp, and we made it better than them.
And we won against them.
And we won against them. If I'm not wrong, FNATIC made or at least made the comp popular, so we've stolen it and we've made it better. So
of the fact that Bench is a bit cautious, being like, well, they made it popular, because I don't know if they were like actually the first one to run it. But to be honest with that, we were kind of going with that same storyline. Oh, they're going up against Vitality, who was also running the same composition, and then they changed it on the day. Maybe even Vitality was convinced that Team Heretics was going to do it better. And on the other side, we see Kayak going up against this potential 2 duelist, saying that he's better than MIBR for sure. He will show him in 1 week. Obviously, this was last week. Do you think he's going to have enough, Tom, for Woods and MIBR?
It's going to be difficult. The thing is, I love this sort of stuff. Like, you need to be cocky if you're going to be a duelist player. If you're like a super passive, chill kind of guy, maybe pick a different role, because you need to be aggro.
Sentinel.
You need to be in your face. Yeah, exactly. Or maybe coach. But like, I think these sort of players, you're going to go in thinking you're the best in the world. And you know what? Kayak has already had the doubt of, oh, you have to replace Dirk. You're never going to be as good. Oh, we didn't make kickoff, blah, blah, blah. And then over the last few weeks, he has been filling that role. He's had those standout performances. He's been individually fantastic. So if anybody's going to go toe-to-toe with MIBR, it is this guy. And we know that sometimes MIBR does have quieter performances. He does get shut down. And when you're up against a FNATIC where everybody, even Boaster, is doing well individually, it might be a tougher time. And that might leave more openers for someone like Kayak.
Let's see, it still MIBR. I mean, I talk about MIBR on week 4, and I can repeat the same message. He's winning to every single one. He's making a difference against every single one but 3 players right now. It was Molsey, the second one it was Cloud, and the third one that come into the list, I don't remember who was the third one, but anyways, only 3 players got to deep him. So you're talking about one of the most different duelists right now, and probably the best statistics around the world on the duelist role on VCTs.
Yeah.
And
it's hard to deal against it.
Yeah, and I think we also need to put into perspective, Tom, you were mentioning the difference between the Kayak and the kickoff and how he's evolving to now. We can say the same about MIBR. He did not have a good start of the year, and then when they went back into thinking about the Neon and implementing her in their compositions, we saw the kind of heretics that is way scarier. We were speaking about Boaster. Do we think that Boo is also on his prime releases? Because, you know, he's going to have to step up today.
It's true that he has to step up, and I'm thinking if he's on his prime, and I think so. I mean, he's doing... we've seen that last year, if we talk about HERETICS, they were gifted, they were playing around individual skills, and also bringing some micro-macro into it. But this year, they improve a lot. They're playing much more like a team. And that makes sense that Boo is also one
we
of
lay down for a little bit.
Behind
Couldn't really sleep, but it was sunny outside.
To me,
so
I think when
stood outside for a bit on the balcony.
not in the map pool, I don't know
Plumber, thanks so much for the Prime as well. Thank you for the 25 months.
Just like sitting there like
Watergate as well. Watergate with the 2 months. Thank you for that.
Can't defuse the spike. That for me is prime Boo, but I think that that's the fun thing about this series. I think we have 2 very
gonna keep subbing even though we don't get back, man. It's crazy.
And that could be the
man, I can't keep up, man.
Like,
these other streams are getting too big.
Superstars, but at the end of the day, we talk about
we gotta
what
be
the
realistic
best
out here.
was so far this season. It was the calling.
Well, it is time, right? It is the final fight for Seed 1 in Group Alpha. FNATIC and HERETICS might bring the good vibes, the meme, and the laughter, but when it comes to the server,
the Veto
both of
here.
these teams know exactly
So if I'm these teams,
let's send it down to the stage.
I probably would have been practicing Paul a little bit, that you don't have to ban it here. We'll see. Janine Sarah, thank you so much for the tier 1. Appreciate the 27 months. Thank you for that. Naltungus as well with the Prime also. Thank you for the 11 months, mate. HERETICS, I mean, HERETICS will probably try pick Icebox if it's open. And Nozinho's back to walking. Look at him go.
one of these two teams will close out the day 1 win away from securing
Benestone with the
Masters
Prime as well.
Toronto.
Thank you for the
will
5
it be
months,
Los
mate.
Niños going back to that 2024 form that we saw, or will it be FNATIC revitalized and actually going back to 2023?
Here we go. What do we got?
Matt, Veto is up. Tom, please walk me through this.
Okay, sure.
Well, I think immediately just seeing
Whoa,
that Pearl out,
to get rid
not
of
really
Icebox?
too much of a
Wait,
surprise.
they wanna
But
play
the main
Icebox?
surprise for me is that Haven pick. It's
Okay.
something that Heretics are obviously very confident on, but I always thought that was a shoo-in for the third map, especially with
Interesting.
Icebox being
Yeah,
something we
I mean,
haven't seen
honestly, I
much
thought
from
this
Fnatic.
was probably the
I
opposite
would've
way
flipped
around.
those
To be
two.
fair,
That's where I expected the Veto to go. Instead, you could argue Fnatic come in with
Maybe.
their 2 best maps in the pool right now to kick off the series, so it just shows how confident Heretics are that they can beat
yeah, I mean, they
them
like the same maps.
potentially
We
with
said
the
at the beginning.
exact same
Icebox is
composition.
interesting for third.
Yeah, exactly. One of the things that is not mentioned in this graphic is that Team Heretics was the one who won the coin toss.
The winner
so they
gets
decided
top
to be
seed,
Team
so they'll
B,
be
putting Fnatic in the
one
predicament
game
that they
away
have to be the ones
from
banning Pearl, because Team Heretics has also banned it in the past. If it's not the Pearl, it's the Fracture. So it's a good advantage for them. And they decide to go for the ban of Split, which every
Brand
single
risk, you're not wrong,
time
Yampi, you're
that
not
Split
wrong.
has been open, Ulises Fnatic has decided to pick it.
Yeah, obviously they went into a map that they feel comfortable. And for me, seeing the Veto right now, I think we can have even one of the biggest toms or one of the biggest matches. Because we are going to have Lotus, Heaven, and Icebox, 3 maps to fight over with 2 teams that are probably the best ones from EMEA right now. Or they prove to be among the best.
Yeah, I think for
Stream
like going into
mini?
that first
I mean, you
map,
can,
especially like talking about
You
Lotus.
gotta stream, you can do it.
Like, you know that
DJ Plonker with the Prime, thank you for the 6 months,
I
mate.
think they are the best team probably ever when you look at the history of this map at playing with those rotations, constantly switching back and forth on the attack side, finding
read
gaps in
YouTube
your
chat,
defense. And then the opposing side have been running that sort of Neon Teo. Neo, there you go.
Neo.
Accidentally combined it. Mitch has done that before. And it allows for such levels of aggression that potentially you could see that taken away. I also want to point on Riens as well. If he's going to be playing that Breach, I think he's someone that somehow is still underrated, an insane individual skill player, but on this map in particular, how he's going to be able to set up those aggressive plays is going to be
the
integral.
old classic
Fnatic are very
against
happy to sit back
a
and
Neon
wait. They will, however, be
Breach
starting on
Teo.
that attack side, and that means that we're going to see that
You can
pacey
kinda secure
diving into
A
sites and
control.
putting pressure on the likes of Althea, who's going to look to lock down
Especially
C.
with the
And I would
stun.
like to know if Fnatic is going to be able to be
And surely
fighting
they
for
start getting an
Bubble.
Odin out here.
They normally like to do it, but you have
Give me that
Neon
Odin
plus
on
Breach
defense.
stuns, and also the utility from Tejo. It's hard to deal with Heretics compo, and they will have strong time to figure out where they're attacking when they cannot have control of any of the pre-sides.
Yeah, and thinking about the reps, right? Fnatic, they're
You answer the YouTube
experts
chat
in this
question every
competition.
time,
They've
yeah.
run it a lot of
Because they don't
times.
ask anything
and
else.
this year, they're completely undefeated on the side of Team Heretics. I would concern that they only have that 1 rep against Giant X with this composition. Or maybe do you think, Tom, that it gives them an edge because they haven't shown everything that they possibly have?
I don't think that Fnatic are going to be like blown away with the surprise of this composition, but I do think that especially the Killjoy can be a little bit more difficult to run when you have a tail on the other side. Like, your delay and your setup can be obliterated if those salvos are put into good positions.
Okay, guys, let's wait no longer. I don't know about you, but besides a feeling 22, I missed Pampok, so I'm just going to toss it over to them again to see if maybe they want to cast this match again.
Down the back.
As well, sorry.
Nah, don't worry, Bayo. We are genuinely very on for this one. We are very excited for this. Fnatic up against Heretics. It is the best of the best, right?
NRG needs a coach.
The best of EMEA
They
through what, 2023 up against now the
they're either
2024
talking to
team
Mini
that
right
kind of
now,
took the crown from
or
them.
like
They've got
MC
the
maybe. MC tweeted the other day that he was
undefeated
searching, right?
Both
MC's
vying for that one
good
game
pickup.
away from getting into Toronto. That's what it is. There's so much on the line between these two, both in great form currently. After what was really a bit of an underwhelming start to the year, both have recovered.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and I wouldn't even
Okay,
say this is
Fnatic
almost
on
redemption,
defense.
but this is kind of
Heretics
return to
on
expectations.
attack.
When you look at both
Double
of these rosters
Sheriff,
coming
the
in,
Gen
I mean,
G.
early on, there were questions around crashes and whether or not he'd be able to find his
Damn,
footing.
Yampy, you
I
got
think that question's
71%
been answered
pistol win
massively
rate.
on the side of Fnatic, and
Crazy.
even you think back to what Alfio was saying in one of the interviews. I'm seeing.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, not like this.
Some question marks on the player count, so I'll keep talking for the time being. Alfie, you're talking about everybody being, you know, they're having fun, they're feeling confident, and I think that's a byproduct of why we see it.
You got to get the red light out. I know you don't want to, but you got to get that red light going.
It's been marvelous seeing them put all the pieces together for the FNATIC side, and of course for Heretics as well.
Yeah, they don't want to press the button.
Things, watching them bounce back, it's hard to be a deep run team these days. It feels like. I mean, you only have to look as far to EDG, for example. Very hard at times to maintain consistency. It is.
They're still in denial. Yeah, they won't.
True,
they won't
right? It is
put
very hard to
the
maintain
tech balls
that level
lights
of
on.
dominance. I think a lot of teams have suffered that. You know, the
Oh boy,
Champions
there it
curse,
is.
for example,
Finally.
being out there.
Dude, even Benji was waiting for it.
We're gonna have a little bit of a remake here. We do have a monitor issue, I believe. So we will get that restarted for you guys. Hopefully, it won't take too long. Again, apologies for this. We're just gonna get everything right here.
Well, with new equipment in.
Oh, that's funny.
Yes.
I guess it's better to happen now, the start of the series, before getting a map underway. But
the hate watchers are eating so good right now.
Oh yeah, they were waiting for this.
There's Reddit threads
I don't even want to refresh the VLR tab right now.
No. They're eating today. But as I said, let's get it all started now. Again, a lot of the kind of additional time we've been taking to getting into these games, in between the games and what have you, it has been to get the players comfortable with the new setup, get everything right. We are trying everything we can to ensure this goes smoothly. We don't want those stop and starts. So sadly, yes, it has happened at the beginning here, but fortunately, this should be a quick fix, I want to say, just because it is a monitor issue. I do hope, at worst, it'll be a change out, but that's not been said yet. So fingers crossed we get back in nice and quickly. We have had an update just now. We've got about 3 minutes, hopefully. If all goes to plan, we're about 3 minutes away from jumping back in. So again, thank you. Thank you for bearing with us.
That's a tiny tech pause.
Yeah, in comparison, I guess.
So far.
But I do want to come back as well to the composition discussion, because I think Tom's kind of hitting on some key points here in terms of the comparison. Alfia's role is kind of difficult, and it's not even to say that.
Tiny? I mean, in China, this is a big tech pause, but in EMEA, this is a tiny one if it's 3 minutes.
Becomes very vulnerable.
It's like when you go to America and someone's like, oh, it's just a short drive, and it's actually like 4 hours away, and you're like, mate, how is that a short drive?
They get bogged down in choke points. They have so much utility to clear space for him.
Guns, JQs, thanks for the prime. Appreciate the 11 months. Thank you for that.
Bang on. Again, you could look through all of this, right? You've got the Boo against Boaster, Mini Boo against Kayak. There's so many comparisons.
4 hours is a short drive, mate. That's me driving to the bottom of England to the top of England.
Being the kind of paragons of EMEA's
it's not, man. It's not. It's a long drive.
It's quite nice to actually see them finally go head to head.
4 hours away is 5 countries in Europe. Yeah, exactly that.
Finding their footing throughout this. And if I'm not mistaken, again, keep in mind, I don't have my normal notepads. They're still in Berlin somewhere. But I'm pretty sure both of them only ever lost on Split and Ascent, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So wildly similar.
That's like a 6-hour drive. Oh, you haven't seen me drive though, Blob.
Similar. It looks like the issue has been resolved. We're
nice
just
and speedy.
The lobby, just to keep guys up to
Haze,
speed.
thanks so much for the prime. Appreciate the 4 months. Thank you for that. And Barvik as well with the 3 months. Thank you so much as well. Do appreciate the tier 1.
Outlier, I guess, from this year would be the loss versus Liquid for Heretics on Lotus. Sorry, obviously back in the lower finals, but. Again, same composition. You could call that a kind of a blip in the radar, but that was with the previous composition from Heretics, which was the Astra and the Fade, I believe.
Brother, my mind doesn't go that far back these days. It's
somebody
somewhere. Someone somewhere.
Yeah, somebody will be correcting that if it's incorrect. But obviously, another.
Apparently, I'm going to coach Ardis's Premier team, mate. Coach. Coach's Premier team. Come on, man.
Not having as much freedom, and it certainly wasn't reflected.
Who's in this Premier team?
You know, by the numbers.
Fonty, thanks so much for the tier 1. Appreciate the 26 months.
Yeah,
which is weird to say that it was Giant X on the other side of that equation.
Isn't it? It certainly does make you put a little question mark by it.
Leo, Sayonara, Ardis. Mate, surely they're not losing anything. Don't need a coach. The only people they'd lose to is cheaters and
it's not what
Premier,
we were after,
probably.
but I do see players starting to sit up, so things should be looking good. We've got players coming back into the lobby, so it should start nice and quickly again. Obviously, not how I wanted this one to begin, but you know, feels like it almost had to have one. Get it out of the way, and then we'll be underway. But how are we feeling about the Veto though, Mike? Anything standing out to you here? Are you happy enough seeing it go down this way?
Yeah, I don't think any surprises. Like I said, other than the loss to Liquid, both teams very well versed on Lotus, especially with obviously Heretics finding their groove across the map pool with the neon kind of showing here and there. I think this is probably the best showing we've seen from Heretics, certainly adopting this. Again, the breach Teo, it's not traditional, but it's to reinforce that front line. It's to put MIBR into positions quickly, particularly on the attacking side, obviously, to get ahead of util, get into the back lines and completely open up.
Dinos are blue. Thanks so much for the primate as well. Thank you for the 6 months.
We're just going through the ready checks
thank
now,
you for
so
that.
should only take a moment, and
surely
then
we're
we'll
back.
be resuming shortly. So once again, thank you for your patience, and hopefully everything from this point onwards will be running smoothly. So I'm with you on all of the points, though, Michael. I can't say I disagree at all.
Even to come back to that, I just looked at
Team Killer as well. Thank you so much, bro.
And
Team Killer in the YouTube chat. Thank you so much for the 11 months, mate.
Opening duels, it was 6
over or under 3 tech pauses for this.
Even if he's going to get into that position, and you still,
I want to say it's under.
He's done his job.
3.
It's not as if I'm talking about the other match where
reckon
MIBR's
2 more?
gone, kind
I
of
reckon we only get 1
positive
more.
and absolutely farmed the enemy team.
Absolutely.
Even if the plan B,
we just had a whole 2 mapper with nothing.
and then
Surely we're
fall.
fine.
I mean, the second layers being Rians and Wu, they have looked fantastic this stage.
But we had 2 already.
They certainly have, and something else
It
that
depends though.
looks fantastic
What
is getting back into
counts
game.
as
So thank you
a
for
tech
bearing with
pause?
us. We are
Because
ready
if they don't have the
to
lights, I don't know if we're
go.
counting
So
it.
jumping in, if you are just joining us, Heretics will be on the attacking side here, and FNATIC on the defense. Again, the
Thank you
parallels
for that,
between
Pansy.
these two
Heretics on attack.
feels like you can go
And
on for
dude,
hours. But we have to see the proof in
double
the pudding once we are in
double
on the
sheriff.
server. Looking at
The
this, do see
Genji.
the sheriff out for Alpha and Kron actually. So both of those going to be adopting that on the other side. Ghost with just that reinforcement of the light shields with the classics.
What is this from FNATIC? So at least give me instant reaction.
Now.
Not ready yet.
Trying to also bait it out. Alpha was jump spotting, so if they did go peek it, it looks like the normal person would be jump spotting, playing solo over towards C. XE1X, thanks so much for the tier 1, bro. Appreciate the 4 months. Thank you for that. Dude, Woot's watching it, but
So aware from Woot, really
I
heads
don't know
up,
if he's
time
like
to cut back
fully
into the
watching
pack.
it.
And that should be
K-Spars
very
as well. Hello,
informative,
mate.
though, but it
Thanks so
looks
much
like
for the
they're trying
26
to
months
pivot
also.
themselves through towards B.
Thank you, bro.
A little bit of a gap, but
They're kind of going to know this is fake, especially as they open the door, clear this. They've cleared everywhere. Apart from maybe this corner, but...
They're very cautious in approach here. Obviously, Wall will go up on the flank. Spike not committed
Dude,
just
this
yet.
is the
It's
Spike.
a bit of an awkward position with Boo here. So he's got a wide open cross now, down to 32 HP.
Dude, someone needs to go
he's
help
in
this
a bit of
guy.
trouble calling back Rienz potentially to try and assist here. Now, it looks like Fnatic don't want to continue down that path completely. You still have Alpha semi nearby, but you're going to see Chronicle rejoin towards that B site and maybe work their way back through. But a bit of a standoff, really.
Fully locked them in. Benji's going to have a duel of 2 people. That's about it.
Eventually get towards that A site. Benji trying to lock down towards that mini room. Box has already cleared him. That's the, well, I mean, the wall was already triggered, but that's all that post-plant utility potentially removed. Any of that
Dude,
pressure
they got
he
no
could have had.
space.
They're really cornered in on this site, Mike.
Yeah, they got nothing
and full
here.
control of the flank as well, with Alpha kind of hanging around here. You see the pings coming through towards Woot's position. He almost has to find something here. Actually caught in the seas, but able to duck away to the bottom of the rope.
That's lovely. That's lovely. Trying to face this smoke together. Oh!
Oh, okay.
Finds Chronicle inside it. Do they still expect Kayak? We're going to need some pressure.
What the hell's Rienz doing, bro? He's one-tapping everyone.
Turn the eyes away here because Heretics are pretty happy. They're not feeling pressured. Finally, the punch has come back in, but Rienz is on a tear here.
Dude,
he might be able to
Rienz.
have to stand and deliver all by himself for the time.
Dude, he just plays time as well. My goodness, what a pistol that is from him.
Attempt, but just too late.
Very, very nice. Hit some mad shots.
It almost felt like Fnatic was sitting back waiting for somebody to get aggressive on the side of Heretics, but with a blind kill into smoke from Rienz, that kind of just completely stops them in their tracks. I have to see whether or not they were, actually the replay if we caught any of that, but whether or not they were waiting on a cooldown or something. You see then the next step being Kayak's kind of just left to wait for something to happen, but it never ends up coming through. I mean, Rien's done fantastically well.
Oh, guys, the right click did
The
not.
answer's there from Crashies, but like we said, the time almost.
Yeah, 1-0 on the pistol, and they are allowed 2 deaths, basically.
Again, for me, if Rienz gets a bit of a heater going, then I'm on board a little bit more, right? Because I know that Miniboo can deliver. I know that we've got Woot up there. I know that we've got like Benji being a bit more clutch these days. But if Rienz starts activating, getting that like good game started, that's a scary Heretics, right? That is a very scary concept. Now, in this sort of round. You're looking at what FNATIC are bringing in. It's not a great deal. Getting a good lay of the land, though, would be valuable. Understand what's going to be coming their way, get a bit of a grip on it, and maybe try and get a couple of kills. Make it costly if they can. Again, at this point, MIBR's got to be cautious. There's a lot of pressure in here. This seems a little bit untoward. Okay, that's probably not how they wanted this to go,
so
Mike,
good.
and I get worried here. I don't think you can make those mistakes against this FNATIC.
Whether or not the weapon being passed across is going to make a difference.
That's
but
so good, dude.
Crashing down to
Why
49
is it always in here, man?
In that exchange, still tagged up, but yeah, it's Woot to
The best stuff always goes on over here.
looking for no more deaths ideally here, and yet Rienz and Benji finding 2 kills. Now just Chronicle left.
Yeah, felt like they got a bit serious.
Yeah, Rien's going to get that all
Sending
early.
in Miniboo, hey,
At one point, you're going to see the trade, right? Go hunt.
Too far,
I mean, heavy armor,
with the
though.
weapon
Depends how
he's
much they
coming
want
in
to save
with,
the
maybe
armor.
not the ideal choice. I mean, he's still got 1 and he died to Rienz. If anything, it's not technically his fault, but felt a little bit wild. But hey, it's still Heretics. They found that stability in the end. They're going to walk away with 4 standing.
Yeah, there's the gun swap. They're going fighting.
May find. Yeah.
Oh, well, there goes the heavy armor as well. But
Lesser purchase.
bigger picture, 2 away from the ult. That's nice.
Still going to get away. I mean, the priority being the Bulldog
Kane
and the Guardian.
in AIM, thank you so much, bro. Appreciate the tier 1. Thank you for the 14 months, mate.
2 on the board for Heretics. Again, you can see
And
here, respect
Millie
shown
as well.
at the
Millie with
start
the
there.
prime.
They're
Thank you very much for doing that.
anticipating FNATIC maybe setting something in motion. Again, like I said, I mean,
That aftershock at an angle, so you can just stick behind it. That's incredible.
But I mean, he's got
Yeah,
his.
that's a bad breach damage, really.
Rienz is the one to trade it, but
Yeah, honestly, I think we're going to see a lot of Odins in this game, so we get the first one out early. I can see Heretics doing it on defense as well.
There's going to be Odins. There's going to be the Viper. It's going to be rough.
Widow
Now,
Dev as
if
well
you're
with the Prime.
Heretics,
Thank you
you've
so
got
much
to
for
be
the
aware of this.
17
Obviously,
months,
that
dude. I
Guardian's
appreciate
maybe
that
put to
also.
practice towards that, if there's something they have in mind of dissuading this positioning. We've seen that they can be a little bit versatile with be a Chronicle here or Boaster here. But I do want to see how well this gets dealt with and how far that gets checked, if I'm honest, Mike, because you can't let them stick
Oh, dude,
towards
he wants
this.
to...
It's so oppressive.
Does he want to spam back or what?
respect to it. A little bit of utility invested here. Kayak's going to allow safe passage, but actually finds Miniboo.
Hey, that's the tip of the spear gone, and Miniboo's been good for it. Normally, he'll get you a 1 at least, but Woot hindered on the way across so far. Trying to slip ahead.
This gets a little weird.
He's got the spike.
Dude, I was going to say that he has the
So if he
spike
gets
as
a
well.
little
He's
too
committed
lost
so
in
heavy.
this- Ooh. That could be an issue. Now, Boaster going to be challenged, is running low on bullets, down to about 8, so has to back away, pop the smoke up, get the reload, and hopefully buy a pause here, because Woot would love to just dip back to the pack, get away from this. It's a little bit too much on the plate for him. Maybe looking at
Cut
other
sound,
options
open door, split
Really
B.
weird pause, but Heretic have actually found themselves a little bit of space.
I mean,
to
B's
work with
open at the
now.
moment.
B side
Get a
wide
good try
open
in
for
this.
the taking. I guess from the previous series as well.
They could try force take some map control with the drone. Not even sure. Ooh, Satchel. I thought it was gonna. Yeah, I thought it was gonna stop
Still
one too.
got that one through, so time on the side. 2 noted on the drone as well here. Woot still expecting maybe a swing or some pressure coming in from that top side, but eyes back towards that seaside connector. Timing on that. Ooh, he's playing it really close.
Awkward.
But he's got a corner to play into. Nice from him. Boaster could spam that out for all he likes, but Woot somehow
How's he
dodging
alive?
it like Neo. Only down to 66, still standing, still breathing, and down to
Oh,
the
what a
4v4.
stun that is.
Rienz
Oh, what a
starts to
stun
get the
that is.
pressure going, and now they have to start pressuring back. They have to get away in, and they've got nothing here. Chronicle's got nothing to do but back
Yeah,
away.
this was
and
nice
save.
from Heretics in the end. They were very calm considering what was going on over towards A. The Odin looked rough for the retake, but honestly, I think Crashies just has to win that duel.
To coordinate very effectively in terms of retaking B, but not this time around. 3 on the board now. What to say? I'm curious actually. Again, eyes go towards the replay.
Dude, you can't get away with that.
No respect at all towards. To hit with the Guardian as well, getting super aggressive. It's Rienz to set things in motion once again with the fault line also. That second push back towards CT.
They moneyed them, bro.
They what?
Did they molly
I was going to say, I wanted to know where, actually,
Yeah, because it felt like FNATIC were incredibly slow at starting that retake. It felt like the tempo was completely off, so maybe there was something that hindered the progress, but you can see the impact it's already had. Heretics get to convert, you know, bonus going forward. They're on 3 and 0. They're going to start building up those ults. You heard Rien's invest his, sure, but hey, if that's your failsafe, if that's your make sure we get this one, hey, screw it. You know what I mean? That's fine. But at this point now, it's Chronicle with just that hero rifle, and that's all they got.
Yeah, I'm with you. The investment comes through, and if it's
Dude,
around
they do their wall so like
take back down to a lesser purchase.
there's like a line in front of it at each angle. They don't do it flush at all.
Chronicle's rifle. Benji and Boo both find kills now.
Boo's fully on top of this as well.
Seaside now down, and one close on the
Dude, you know Boss is playing behind the smoke when he does that smoke.
Kayak tries to find a little bit of a corner to play from, get a bit cheeky,
That's
pushing
funny.
up. And it's just been caught. Heretics is default. Really good awareness.
Dan, thank you so much, man. Appreciate that, Dan. Thank you so much in the YouTube chat.
They are doing what is necessary, right? They've held this kind of more passive, patient default, about 30 seconds. They do need to start building towards the
Spooker as well with the tier 1. Thank you so much for the 10 months, man.
Kron is the one with the rifle, 25 seconds. You might be considering
Oh, looks
that
like you're
towards
eating
B,
good,
but it's the
Spooker.
unknown. Mike, they're running this late.
They are, but the flash actually forcing Chronicle off the angle. Can't shut down MIBR on the way in. The smoke will seal off the site for the time being.
Yeah, can't really be against him doing that with the time so low. Also just make a big play.
Again, kind of calling it a weird pause in between in the previous round, but here it's very tempered, considered. If FNATIC have kind of a ratty setup.
Yeah, I know, Bacon. Dude, he tweeted the other day calling it the Boaster Smoke, Bacon.
So many options.
He did get a 1v3 with it though.
Unfortunately, Chronicle can't get much done there with the rifle.
I will find you, Omen.
Ultimates, I guess, well, on the brink of ultimates for FNATIC.
Oh, look at the pace here. Look at this. Right off the
Whoa,
rip,
whoa,
mini
whoa,
move
whoa.
in, taking space. Does
Well,
get put down to 25 HP.
my guy's in
though, so
spawn in
yes,
10
he's in the
seconds.
back lines, but he's fragile here. Root's been denied over towards
Dude, look
A,
at
so
him
they're
go.
losing out on presence, but this path
He's
in
here
from
so
Mini was
early.
curious. Rather than sitting safe on CT or backing away, he might have the flank of the century.
They're not
There's
expecting
three
this
players
at
here.
all.
They
I mean,
have
yeah,
no
look how
idea
fast he's
about
here
this.
so
Does he pull the
early.
trigger on the first? He does. Spots out 2 more. He doesn't
He
need to
did
do
enough.
too much. He's got teammates to bank on, and they're there for him. Heretics finding the smallest of margins to operate from.
Oh my
Rien's
god,
up
Chronicle.
against Al.
Damn, Chronicle, what the hell is that though?
It's
It's a 2v4 on site and he somehow just killed 3.
Credit to
I
FNATIC.
gotta see that POV,
Credit
man.
to Chronicle and Alpha in the end for doing the damage back. But that felt like he was on a knife's edge there.
It's one of those though,
Heretics
chat. They
really
win with
boost
only
heroics
one surviving.
nearly
It's really bad for their
undoing
money.
all that damage early on.
Not
Well,
clean.
it's this sort of scenario, right? Doesn't find a
Dude,
kill,
for God's
but
sake.
he's so
I
slick
said we
on
were
it
going to see lots of
immediately,
Odins,
up
but this
into
is
heaven,
ridiculous.
and he's
Round 5.
backstabbing the A site setup. I mean, it's the timing's fantastic. You almost, in that situation, leave Boaster and go for the. He's inside his smokes, right? Leave Boaster, go for a second kill, but maybe a little greedy in the moment. But it's Chronicles 3K on the way back in that swings it for FNATIC.
And it was slick from Kron too. That
Yeah,
looked
yeah.
real nice. If he's got a bit more of that, it's game on. A little bit of a high-low setup, it looked like for a
1,
second.
2, 3, 4.
Over
Can't
that
buy
box
next.
on A.
Everyone's
The
money
downfall of
says
Sugetsu.
incredible.
But at this point, could be rewarded. Kayak has support here. That smoke will occlude some of the vision, but he still has at least one by his side.
Oh,
Now
that's nice
Spotted
from
has
Boo
to get
though.
out of
Gets
there
that free
and they pull
spot.
back slightly.
No harm, no foul initially, at least. Boaster down to 85, but still comfortable in terms of the damage. Unfortunately, Heretics got their sights set towards the position of actually both Alpha and Chronicle. Only one actually got a little high-low set up here, and it delivers.
It was like
Yeah,
high-low,
that's
but at
gorgeous.
an
Alpha
off
the only one
angle.
remaining
It's kind of
alive.
nice.
That's fine. Job done. Spike spotted.
Like normally people high-low
Effective
here,
trading in,
they were
even just with 2. Yeah, Benji's got
a lot
ult,
more
Boo
aggro.
One away, but I mean the biggest part is really the paranoia, but the off angle just so
Oh,
much
it's a, okay,
better.
that's a clean round.
Alpha closing it out with 4 in the end. That little high-low setup, Mike, was the be-all and
Look at him
end-all that round.
going off,
FNATIC
man.
kicking it up again now.
Okay, money
and
is
it's ballsy
flowing
as
after
well
this.
to commit to that, but both kills initially going their way. Seemingly on the back of nothing. I mean, I believe there was a molly below where they were positioned. Yeah, you can see here on the replay. It just so happens, even when the trade comes through, Alpha delivers even further.
Kron! What is this do, bro? What? They can't do anything to us, bro. What is...
Yeah, rightfully so. Yeah, can't do anything to them. Like I said, it's on the
Seven
X-ray,
ults.
you see they're drifting towards the side, but effectively both
Insta tail, flush him out into the open with a neon behind it. Straight fatal, goes back, hits 4. Sorry, hits 3.
As well from Crash, he's kind of sending it back, slowing down the pace here. The tempo now denied. MIBR couldn't take what he wanted.
Well, that's
there.
an
He
ult
couldn't
for an
build
ult.
up from that.
Stopped in their tracks, but an exchange of ultimates at least. Well, MIBR's actually going to get a second shot at this.
Trying to play him in. Drone's gone in. Oh,
Oh, it's a nice shot though.
He does actually catch Chronicle, but there's still Kayak standing. Can't get past both of them. Babu's broken through.
Bro,
over
how is
towards
Rins
trees.
allowed
The
to
fight
survive
back
here?
kicks in by the door. FNATIC.
Very
brilliant
nice, man.
priority on the fights
Let's
here.
get a little shutdown over
Really
towards
well
there.
handled. You can
Look
see
like the fade
tempo and
util's kind of
pressure
nice.
from HERETICS was sky high. Playing through that, it felt like it could have gone either way, but MIBR being handled after that pick. I don't know how he even got Kron there.
It's on the back of just the one ultimate as well, meaning FNATIC maintain this ult cycle. Everybody except Crashies with theirs available. Again, situation here. MIBR's got in, he's got the kill, but the space, they can't convert that pressure into space behind rubble.
Nice, we got
FNATIC find the response here. I do see a timeout. I'm waiting to see.
Yeah, all good,
So
HERETICS.
the music, music kicks in, then I feel a little better about it. Still one to the good in terms of the overall score, but maybe something that Neil's spotted that
Hello,
needs
Imi.
addressing.
How we doing?
And all things considered here, it's a broken purchase. With Benji down on the Guardian, but some ultimates to make something work.
And yeah, it feels like you can't get a fair fight against FNATIC. You know, as much as HERETICS are trying to play in MIBR very well. I mean, you look at the
Don't type
utility they're doing through towards
Clown9
that
when
blue
Imi's
room, trying
here.
to get it
Someone.
played in. You can see the ults there.
Mate, I'm gonna give Imi
Everything that
mod,
came
and he
in,
can.
he wasn't able to
He
convert
can take charge.
cleanly, right? The trade's coming right back through. Yeah, you got down. Who
That's
was it? You managed to
crazy.
get Chronicle. Okay, Kayak gets the trade. You look over towards C in that previous round. Yeah, you got down Chronicle again, but Alpha's there
Poor
and
guy's
gets
just on
4
his day
instead.
off, just wants to chill out.
They are tightening up this spacing perfectly. They are making it very hard for MIBR to have that freedom that we know he is lethal with. If he's given too much, he can absolutely run away with the game. Right now, not being given over at all, but plenty of ults to play with him.
Okay.
I'd love to see them start trying to utilize this here.
We've seen anything built around it,
Hey,
but pressure
not
on the back of
too much of a
Paranoia.
change up. I mean, they can take aggro
rotation from
A.
HERETICS,
It's a bit of a change of they're actually like committing a lot more utility into A, especially the Omen Flash.
Rian's collects the orb.
Dude, they're loving a higher lower at the
now.
moment.
That's
For when you
same
commit into this angle. And then
setup
what? This
towards
guy
C
spots
here
that you can
behind
spot
Alpha
as
and
well
Chrome.
and just spam it.
Difference being
The
here,
plan?
a lockdown and the pit. So if HERETICS get in and find a plant here, unless they can convert it into some sort of pressure into CT, going to struggle here on the retake.
Certainly would. Stalled out. 50 seconds now. That C site just doesn't look all that available. Some of the utility
It's
cycling
a good
back
little
up, though,
replay
here
from
for Wu.
FNATIC though. Prowler goes in, smoke at the
You can
back.
already see now, immediately Alpha slipped into the lockdown position.
You guys need
I
to.
think HERETICS
You guys need to
maybe,
make a call right here.
explore back towards rubble. Both are still patrolling, just jump spotting. TP will come through.
Omen ult
the
to
other
the
side, I
back
think
of
that's it,
sight.
Blue
Oh, that
deep
is
now
nice
behind
though.
enemy lines.
The smoke close
Trying to get a
though.
bit cheeky here, trying to play off the wall, going to catch one, punishes Wu on the cross through towards tree, but they still have sight control. Crashes nearby with the C
I
still
mean, they
in
still
hand.
get the plant.
Plant's
I
gonna come
don't
in,
think
though.
they know about the
Nothing to
luck,
deny that
judging by
here.
how everyone's
We've got a
playing.
late lurk as well from
So
Benji
everyone's got a
coming into
delay over
play,
towards
but that's
sight,
a
but they're
while
honestly
off
going to
here.
eat
So
a lot of
these three on the
ults
side,
soon.
Mike, have their work cut out. They've got
Do
a
they
lot
do
to
Killjoy
handle.
ult?
Actually, the rolling
Oh,
Thunder's
okay,
gonna
we're
stall
delaying a lot.
little bit of time, and actually force them deeper in towards the right hand.
Dude,
Benji
he
finally
kind of needs to
pins
get
it
more
down.
than that. They're going to
Crashes
speed
will
up
fall.
early.
Yeah, that got dicey. MIBR, though, trying to get involved here and gets denied. He's actually got Bolster in that. I didn't... Okay, baffling to me, but fair play. 3v3 now, and they've got problems on the back line, so they try and fight forward.
Dude,
Benji
Chronicle
goes
went
down,
all the way
removes that
around. It's
pressure.
so funny.
Now time is of the essence. Time to go, Riens. How much can you do?
What?
Whoa,
I
whoa,
mean, where
whoa,
are you meant to go
whoa.
here? It's a gamble.
He's gonna
It's a
get
risk.
detained.
He can't do anything about it, and the knife's on the way.
But they don't have time.
The time's already
Yeah,
passed.
dude, that's a bit of a shocker for FNATIC in the end here. They had to go fast and they put the Killjoy ult into it, not kind of realizing the time.
Late there. I think maybe actually on my part, I thought there was another maybe 3 to 5 seconds when the lockdown's invested, but You see that's why he gives it up, gets detained, and kind of draws him out.
Yeah.
But again, a very fine margin for Heretics to actually win out here.
I mean, it was still nicely done from Heretics. They delayed well.
Well, we see, I mean, Kaya kind of swinging onto that. He's got no more time to wait. Needs to get onto the half defuse as soon as possible. Yeah, you can even hear Benji there, just kind of crediting the Rolling Thunder, the ult onto Heaven to force him a little deeper. Wasn't as
Surely
clean
the
as
money's
you'd like, but still
surely the money's low
got the
again.
job done.
Kill's a kill.
Oh damn!
Right, kill's a kill.
Wait, it's a big round.
That's what I said.
5 of them?
It's a classic.
Everyone went down.
It's the Hypop special. Similar scenes here,
Do
similar
you know what? We'll
starts.
include this. We'll say 3.
Only one player towards that blue room
5 people
so
can't
far,
buy for
though,
Heretics,
so
3
wait
can't
and
buy
see
for
if that becomes
FNATIC.
exploited or even
Definitely going to see
identified.
these ults
Kayak taking
sucking
a
used.
lot
Do
of
that
space
is a
over towards
lot
Mound
of
as well.
damage.
Deeper line adopted now with this operator, but you can see the unorthodox angle Benji's trying to play with. Maybe aware of this, maybe considering that this could
Yeah,
be
looks
in
like
play.
they're super on top of this guy getting an
Wait
op
and
out.
see who blinks first.
That's the thing with FNATIC there. They're so comfortable being mobile on the defense. And another thing that's been credited is how well Boaster's calling right now. So his mid-rounds are probably why we see Heretics so cautious.
Dude, I'm watching Boo on the mini-map, man. He's trying to fake it all over towards A. And they might think with that kill there's no one here, but Boombot goes in. Big ult.
Should take away Minibu and
Yeah, but they can at least take the
down,
space
but he has to
afterwards.
respect the ult that came in from Benji. So backs away safely.
Yeah, they get a
waits for
plant,
support,
and it's
and they'll
not a
have to
good
play
plant. It's a
retake
safe
now.
plant, so they got to fight over towards site.
A man to the good, call it 2 with Rian's down at 14 HP. Kayak still looking for something with the operator. Benji up close and personal will get punished. Now a 4v2.
Yeah, this gets tough. 10 seconds still for Wu to even have those salvos online. He kind of needs to play the site. Maybe a little bit unexpected here, but he
Ooh, I
couldn't
like the
convert onto
swing
the
idea when
second,
they're
so only
swinging.
one to be had. Leaving Rienz with 14 HP and not much to say
I mean,
about the
that's
matter.
done.
No util to stall, no health to play around. A solid attempt here,
Rienz
but
can't
Crashes
really play
a
like that,
safer
but
pair of hands. Keeping this scoreline
Had
nice
to hope they
and
got
close
multi on
now,
site.
4-5.
And Alpha's, we'll see, rifle conceded there. He'll be fairly comfortable. Have to see just how it does end up landing. Yeah, Boaster maybe just a complete misread on the timings or noting a few players because he goes for the TP. I guess to catch a rotation towards A. But Crashies wasn't necessarily under any pressure, so I'm curious as to how he's caught off guard there. You see the angle's
Oh
given
boy,
up
they're
by
on
Kayak
eco.
with the
Why do they look
operator,
like
so
they want to go
there's
kind of aggro?
nothing to stop a dry swing onto him.
Trying to path his way out of what felt like the
Dude, if
floor
he
turning
doesn't
into
satchel
lava,
there,
but
he's
he
dead.
does get to keep himself standing. Takes a bit of damage for it, but obviously you can see the buy on the other side for Heretics. As threatening as that felt initially, it is still just Sheriffs here.
Yeah. Feeling as if this one's going to be tipped towards FNATIC tying things up.
There.
It's around like this where Miniboo, love to see him have his ultimate.
Yeah, this is something FNATIC do as well, where they like mix up who's using the Odin.
For Chronicle.
So you think you have an
Nothing noted
idea,
from Crashes
right? So you
either,
would think that the Omen's over towards here because Boaster's been
gonna be
spamming the
well,
Odin.
I was gonna say
Then
confirmation
you end
on
up
back to util
heading over
potentially,
towards
but
C and you eat the Omen
does spot a
flash.
few players, so Chronicle's going to get overwhelmed.
Okay,
Well,
it was a great
that's one way to
target,
find
great
out it was
selection
him.
from Heretics to focus towards Kron, maybe trying to catch him in that like awkward second between util. But Crashes is still here. Good hold on the first, but he takes a lot of damage for it and decides, yeah, no, I
big
don't
duel
like
over
this
towards
scenario.
C.
I don't like what I'm seeing. I need a bit of support here, but Rienz and Woot still doing damage. Now Rienz has got the upgrade. It may not be ideal, and it's certainly not going to work out. Alpha controls the site, sharp on the corner, and they handle all the pressure. Heretics are
Timeout.
making something of that round, right? It wasn't a complete blowout. It wasn't feeling certainly too safe. They got pressured here.
I guess keeping the economy honest on the side of FNATIC. So finding the 3 kills on the back of just pistols invested. But like you said, great isolation on
The
Chronicle.
Veto here? Oh, dude, I'm so fine with it.
Rienz can't get
It was
much else
looking,
going with the Odin, but
it was looking risky, especially they picked up the gun over towards tree.
things tied up now, 5 apiece. Only ultimate available for Heretics being Woots, but only a couple of orbs for Rienz.
Dude,
Miniboo
fast
once
split
again
B.
straight up the guts here. Plenty of space to work with.
It looked like Alpha was hunting him. He
Dude.
was.
Alpha, dude, so they thought they cleared.
So deadly when
They
it gets
droned
into the
here and
flow
they
of
thought they
things.
cleared it, but Alpha was kind of
But it's all
behind the wall
reins again.
anyway.
Heretics hitting those stumbling blocks and Chrome with that slow
Yeah, I'm
crouch
pretty
around the
sure
corner.
that they
They've taken the
drones
lead away here, Mike. It feels
Baby
like
doll there and
Heretics
there's
have
just no
been-
one.
I don't want to say red, but Fnatic understand those win cons when they come against
If we
this
get
sort
that,
of
if we get
team,
the
when
Alpha
they come
POV
against
here,
your Minibus, your
they might.
Riancho, how they're trying to approach it
Both
with
of them
Wood
might not
here,
be looking at
even
him.
just compositionally, it feels like they have a very solid footing in handling this.
Yeah, and that almost feels
Yeah,
like
they're
one of those
both of
rounds
them.
that's almost
They thought they
scrap
cleared
roulette
it.
for Fnatic. They're able to crunch so quickly. After they know Minibu's kind of slipped in onto B site, in the blink of an eye, there's 2 or 3 kills that favor Fnatic. And Crash is absolutely right. Yeah, there's no answer to that second wave of pressure. If Minibu doesn't pin somebody down that first engagement, Fnatic absolutely nail the response.
And again, here we go, another attempt to set up Minibu, to set him into motion here. And once again,
Dude, we're
someone
really
falls, someone
forcing
fails.
through.
It's Minibu and Boo, both going
Pushed
down
into the
blink of an
alarm
eye.
bot, so
Fnatic
it's an
are
easy
so
spam.
well-equipped in
Kinda
this
like that
game.
though.
Heretics, it's rare
Alarm
to see
bot
them
here,
hit
so you
this
can
sort
spam
of
through the
hard
wall.
margin where they
You
just
can just
can't
follow where
seem
the
to
alarm bot
adjust
runs
through.
to.
This is brilliant to witness. Now they're going to invest the ult, so try and give them some pathing in. Give them a bit of safety to work with. Maybe secure them the plant at the least.
Certainly doesn't feel comfortable though in a 3v5. 2 Guardians and a Stinger.
Dude, this turnaround from
Something
Fnatic's
from
been
nothing
pretty
here.
nice though.
Alpha giving the operator 20 HP on him.
Jambo
so
FPS, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 6 months. Thank you for the
him
prime.
to play this one a little slower. Well, not Benji's going to be rewarded here. No. Identified immediately. The spam comes through, not connecting though. But the fault line in return could be interesting.
Nice try, but it's down on just the salvos. They've got so many bodies that they can put to this.
I mean, I feel like Crash
They're
stayed
like,
good
no,
to
no,
tuck in there the whole time.
I mean, it's a nice try
Whoa.
for Whoop, but there's
Yeah, I saw
nothing
some of the
more to
HPs.
do,
I was
right?
like,
Just
hold up,
put the
maybe.
salvos on the spike and let's
Dude,
go
what a
next round.
recovery. Was it not 4-0 at one point?
7-5. Fnatic, once they found that answer, once they identified their win cons, Mike, they have not dropped the ball. This has been a masterclass from Fnatic in response to Heretics. Start from them. Heretics took the initial lead and was ripped
Just
away.
mute and
Fnatic
pansy.
sit at 7-5.
Please mute me. Yeah, let me speaking of muting, let me do this so I don't get owned. Fnatic? No, this was a nice nice defense in the end. Once they stabilized a bit money wise, it's pretty good. They had a couple of individual plays, but I don't know, that's also what you need sometimes. Like how they're changing the setup. The Odin spam? Yeah, they were mixing it up well. Yeah, at one point they had, I can't remember what game it was, or what tournament it was, but there was one point where they had like 3 different people using the Odin. After the Teo nerf, should Breach fall off a little bit as well? Yeah, the combo isn't there. People still use some Breach, but it's going to be nowhere near as much as it is. Beloti Francesco, thank you so much for the prime. Appreciate the 19 months. Thank you for that.
Mike really was going for making my point there, but is what it is. But no, 7-5. How do we feel about what we've seen so far? Because I feel like there was a real
Finally a
clear
Gecko
halfway
meta.
point in that first half.
Not sure about
that
the Gecko
completely changed
meta.
the pace.
Sure,
But
not
you'll see
even
more
necessarily I
Gecko.
would usually credit towards the timeout, but I think
Not
we
sure
have
how
to
much
credit
more,
it
but-
towards Boaster's grasp on the game, right? There's a real turning point there where Heretics aren't rewarded on the front line. They're not rewarded for that initial engagement, and just the mid round looks absolutely flawless from Fnatic time and time again.
Second half though. New
Gecko was
challenges
everywhere
presented
last
here.
year. Yeah, but I do think that,
Can
I don't know,
Heretics
when you
find a
have
way
the
back through?
Yoru,
'Cause I do feel like, as we said, as we
feel
highlighted,
like
and
the
that's
double
visually
smokes
seen, that
counters it
round
pretty
5
well.
hit and then barely got to look back into the game. So patience.
You at least have a lot
from
more
FNATIC.
people using
no
it.
quick moves, no quick looks.
1-0 for the Pistols.
Trap plays going on, or maybe get just a glimpse of a player to begin with.
The Yorunuff? Yeah, the Yorunuff was tiny though. It needed to happen though. I think it's the right Yorunuff. I think Yoru's kind of perfect at the moment now, place-wise.
We'll draw out
I
smoke
don't
at
need to do
least.
anything else.
You call it a
The
little
Yoru
win
will fall off a
for FNATIC
little
here.
bit just purely because of
It's a
the
window of
Teo
opportunity.
fall off. Your like options are a
But
little
no
bit
real
more
progress
limited.
to write home about just yet.
It's oddly quiet, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean,
Vice,
the things
Vice
coming
is
through
always
now
gonna be strong.
indicating FNATIC's intentions.
Gotta go.
At least there, Miniboo will, even if he doesn't see it, will get the minimap confirmation on the back of that peak.
What a strange little round we're having here. The Paranoia to break through with the Tejo salvos. Heretics with a little bit of a set play in mind. Both trying to make a bubble with the
Just jumping the whole time to stay alive. Yeah, the punish is over towards here with the insta salvo break of the door is so strong. It just happens so fast, you just don't get a warning.
The Paranoia, the salvos, it was all there.
And there's maybe FNATIC cautious to maybe sniff out a stack somewhere or maybe a little proactivity, but Heretics very well positioned to deal with that pressure once it finally comes through. There's actually almost a stack of utility invested in here. Yeah, Boaster desperate to try and convert the Paranoia, but Woot's close enough to completely mitigate that risk.
Toxins going up.
At least bring it within 1 round now for Heretics.
Oh boy.
Oh, the timing. Oh, hold on. Boo's gone down.
Ooh, does he go get the gun? Yeah. Dude, you gotta go get the gun. Wait, is the gun through the door?
Should be in front, yeah.
That's a lovely little upgrade if they can get their hands on that.
There.
Wait, where did it go?
No, wait, it went the other side of the door. That's what I thought. Okay, there we go. Dude, I swear, Miniboo's gonna go get that.
Happy with that.
I mean, it's lucky as well that they can't get there quicker.
I wonder if the comms came in from Boo and he thought it didn't go through or something.
You can see actually that's probably why Heretics almost over-rotate onto that opening pick. What can Crashies do with this rifle though?
2 seconds on the haunt, but he wants that corner. He wants to try and play to this. Clearing through blue room, certainly indicative of this B pivot now coming in.
Yeah, a ton of information though with that aftershock being invested.
Yeah, still got a little bit of kit here. Paranoia still in play
Oh.
too. Benji's got to respect this. FNATIC
Maybe
looking
we are
hungry,
back on
trying
land
to
if we're
gap
missing
punch
those.
on one of them. Any missteps, Heretics are in trouble. So they've got to be really careful about this. And again, Crashies is your danger man. He's got a lot of work in front of him though if they want to make something happen with this. Send the C's down towards the connector side and they try and play together as a pack. Try and stay together. And it looks like they're going to try and frag out together as Crashies does take away Miniboo and Benji's being held back. And Kayak going to set him up. Just trade me. He doesn't even need to trade. They've lost down the site though. A good reaction from Heretics.
Wait.
Try and fight this back.
Wait.
Halfway achieved. Crashies has done so well here. And I've got to say, FNATIC has done so well here. There's the horn, sat in the back pocket. It is just
That's it
perfect.
done
I
though.
am
Man,
absolutely
all because
in
of
love
that
with
gun.
what we're seeing here
All
today.
because of that gun. Miniboo had to go around and get
The
it.
fact that they don't get the half forces the hand of Riens has to come through and try and push a little deeper. Again, a lucky spam actually outside the smoke that gets the 2 kills onto FNATIC, but Crashies making that Bulldog work.
And it's just that everyone was playing around it too. It wasn't just, okay, cool, we've got a Bulldog, I'll sit back and play like post-plant. It's
Damn,
get
we see the
proactive
pickup of
and
the
trade me, I'll fly into
rifle
you. Like, everyone
into the
playing
eco win.
As a collective,
Nice.
running that is just marvelous to see. And again, to do it against a team like Heretics.
That I missed the guy, but thank God.
Yeah, thank God.
Was it half? No, it didn't half it. It was the dead body.
Look at the state of Heretics now.
Well, actually going to get aggressive on the back of the fault line here, potentially. Double stuns
Oh my goodness.
Good for one.
Okay, but there's guns down here and Spike.
Can they control the Spike now?
Oh, that's an Omen flash and a half though. My goodness, that was lovely from Buster.
Get that Bulldog back is brutal. You know, slides away.
Good little reaction from him.
Gone. I can't get it back here.
Tucked into the corner, Omen flash down the
Kind
line.
of talked about, or even saw earlier on, FNATIC's very slow default in these scenarios where they're happy to take their time, cross off all the list of potentials, very patient. And again, if you're Heretics, I don't mind it. Go for it. Try and make something happen on a round like that. It's no skin off my nose. But obviously it will more than likely be 9 now for FNATIC, who've come into this very well prepared. I feel like we're seeing an elevated FNATIC here, pushed to get stronger and a little bit, you know, further up the, I'd say,
Arceus, thank you so much, man.
Arceus
X or Arceus 10, thank you for the primate.
Their way ever.
Yeah, Min-Maxing who gets the spike down as well. Dude, FNATIC
Other
are
side of the world to what's going
heavily
on
in
here,
control.
Only a sheriff in hand. I was even thinking about who fell.
Omen, dude, the Omen
Obvious
flash on
crashes
this map
to
is
fall, so
insanely
it's
strong, yeah.
Potentially a bulldog that's missing.
It's one of those
over
that you
towards
can't
spawn.
just
Yeah,
throw it randomly.
I'm not even going to go.
You gotta
Yeah, not even going to go for the rifle.
pick
so.
your moment.
And try his luck here with an exit with the sheriff at least, but Kayak and Alpha, yeah, potentially looking to get a little curious. Wow.
Come on, Boo. I'm down. If you wanna get a couple more like that.
Give us another. One more.
One más. NT. But hey, FNATIC freestanding.
Big buy rounds,
Another round
Razor.
on the board. Heretics, I'm waiting
See
for
what
the
the
other
plan
timeout
is.
to hit now. Like, maybe not in this round, I don't know, but you gotta get a grip on this game pretty soon.
I mean, this is going to be double digits. Money's in the bin.
I mean, getting real close.
Yeah, close to the TP, but still halfway to. I mean, the real playmakers in terms of Miniboo, Woot, and Rians and their ultimates. Really well handled from FNATIC.
Yeah,
though.
pick another, bro. Yeah, I'm taking zip.
What?
Alpha almost hoping you would peek another one. Kind of egging Boo on. A little bit of aggression on the side of Heretics here to try and control this early engagement towards Rubble. Showstopper invested.
Well,
a Miniboo, yeah.
that'll do it.
His pants down.
That's how you deal with Miniboo, I
Yeah,
guess.
didn't have time to pop the
Cleared
wall up.
within, you know,
Felt like he
still
wasn't
above
even
a
sure
minute
that the
15,
raise was
and
here.
Alpha's punished Boo at the same time. It feels like the stars are constantly
I know, they're
aligning for
absolutely owning
FNATIC.
them on this map.
Nothing seems to be going wrong, and Heretics can't seem to get anything on their side. And it feels so rare to see, because we've had this run so far in stage 1 has been both of these sides near on untouchable. So seeing Heretics faltering and not having those nice reactions or good timeouts, those, you know, nice adaptations and adjustments, it feels quite of a stark contrast to how that regular player's kind of gone.
Obviously going to be a pretty rough decision to make here if they don't get a kill ahead of FNATIC potentially finding a plant. It's freestanding. It'll be FNATIC on double digits, like I said, the money in the bin effectively.
Pick the site right as well. I mean, they're just going to have to save, are they not?
Benji not in a position to really stop this. The information will be there. Can you find a kill or two on the backstab? At least one.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, nice from Benji. Still very paranoid about that very long-term eventual flank that is coming in. Chronicle slowly but surely getting there. He's going to have to bank on the rest of the board.
Uh-oh. Oh my goodness, there's so much damage here.
Does change
They got the
things
luck on the goal, but there's a wall here as well.
Yeah.
Chronicle's like, oh
So
boy.
they know
So what, do they speed up on
there is a
site
player
now?
behind them. Does this then spur them on towards the site? Because there'll always be a little bit of caution shown from Kron, right? You can't just run in there, but Kayak ready to receive. And now Crashies is down low. It's not. Oh, Woot, you are an animal.
Holy.
What is going on with Woot right now? Crashies. 13. Not
No
gonna
way,
happen.
they
Woot
won this.
had
I'm
a
calling for them
belter
to
of a
save.
round. Give me that
How?
replay. Some of these shots, it looked ridiculous.
And snatching that away. It was a 5v3 for FNATIC.
Oof.
Great work from Heretics. Again, a player that's delivered time and time again in the form of Woot.
Dude, nice shots though.
And like I
Oh
said, it
my
makes it a
goodness.
little awkward because at some
it's
point
really
there, you
nice
think,
shots.
yeah, if Heretics don't find a kill ahead of the plant, I mean, what, somebody falls ahead of being able to establish some sort of formation in the retake, you got to think they're looking towards saving those rifles. So almost a huge bailout.
Oh, we've got a fast start here for Miniboo with the salvos coming in. Yeah, looks like it. Trying to set him up again, but we saw, I mean, well, they don't have kayaks on this time, right? So, a little bit different in that
dodge the
regard.
fade eye as
Looking
well.
to maybe punish the TP of Boaster across towards Rubble here.
Well,
Will Boo get chow? Nah. The sixth sense is tingling.
dude, imagine
for
they open the
Alpha.
door here though. Yeah, he's scared of it.
And he's not alone in this. He does at least have a player on the
They're
side.
gonna- they're gonna open the door.
Shoulder it with him, but if that door gets swung,
He's in so much trouble.
in a bit of a
They're not going to open the door?
Problem
Oh
being,
boy.
like, Crashies isn't
He's
there,
escaped
Kayak's
it.
not there, so they don't really have any util to fish
Hello.
this out.
Yeah, you love
Lovely
that.
in the
you love
end.
that if you're Boo, right? You've taken a risk, and it's rewarded. Heretics need a couple of those to open up the door to this game again. Threading the needle. There's 3 players now. Try and make something out of nothing. We've got a plant probably on the cards. No one's actively playing from Waterfall. Moot's not investing the ult for that, but they're going to go for the fight towards CT. Opting to try and isolate one. They don't get what they want, so they dip back away.
There.
And
Surely
now,
they don't
the
fade
drone
ult.
being used just a little bit deeper. They're checking on FNATIC here. They're not letting them get aggressive.
Well heard it here. Boast has found one, but traded out. It's just left on Kayak and Crashies now. A hope and a prayer inside the
That
smoke.
was lovely
Mini-Boo
from these
to
two.
find another. It'll be Heretics
That was
up to
so
8
nice,
now,
waiting for the
shipping
other to
away.
reload to swing them together.
That financial advantage that FNATIC
Mate,
did
these
have.
rounds have looked nice from Heretics though.
Chronicle down at 450 and 300. Obviously with the plant coming into effect, we'll see just how it lands. Yeah, you're right. Boo, rewarded massively here. Like I said, it is risky, but you've got to be so diligent with some of these clear. Well, if there's, like I said, if there's no Crashies and no Kayak, kind of that shift walk in and try and pin somebody down at the entrance of B main feels so uncomfortable.
Yeah, you're bang on. I mean, as you said, if it wasn't Crashes or Kayak, even if they did try and clear Boo, you still had Woot sat on the site,
yeah, it was a
right?
beautiful
It's like,
crossfire, yeah.
Force him down to an
util or it's
eco.
nothing. There's no
Oh
way
boy,
about it,
it's
but
the
maybe
fight
Boo-
C-mount against
Yeah,
ecos.
What are we up to,
It
Crashes?
can go wrong
Just take
pretty
a
fast.
walk, take it a little
Yeah,
bit.
there it
One
goes.
guy, and Kayak taking heads. How has he gone Benji there? Mini-Boo,
I mean, some
fair
lovely
enough.
shots from him, but
Benji, I guess, was just shouldering the corner, but now the plant's potentially open.
the
And they've got
eco
some
always
great
wins that, I
upgrades.
swear.
One away from Kayak's ult. This is huge. Alpha's already got his.
Concern being, Riens and Wu both have their ultimates.
Oh, it's a
Both
solid
gonna get
combo. It's
invested here, and it's looking
the
as if Kayak's gonna fall.
G2, right?
Yeah, no escaping that one. No way out. Chronicle. Oh my word. It's awkward.
weird.
Boo. Yeah, had to chase that one down, but what are they meant to do here now?
Ooh.
Rien's playing behind the smoke here, desperate
Good
to try and
stun.
defend.
Oh, it's a really good stun.
Bolster on towards Alpha.
Smoke
now Bolster,
blocks.
Look, we complimented him in this clutch before, but I don't think he can do anything about this.
Can't do
Boo
anything
up
with a
on the
stinger
ledge,
here.
making it near on
No
impossible.
way, look at some of these
Even
retakes they're
spam.
winning.
Well handled by Heretics, and we're starting to see that like depth to them, right? We're seeing that shift of depth here. Heretics fumbled. They hit a
Killjoy
brick
ult
wall.
down.
Now FNATIC are having those same feelings.
I mean, credit where credit's due. FNATIC springboard off that opener from Kayak. It was Heretics to win out by the end of that round. Oh, beautiful from Kayak to find, but yeah, Benji's
Yeah,
trying to
it's a really nice combo.
Yep.
I mean, at the point where you're thinking, yeah, the Rolling Thunder and Woot's Ultimate have only
They,
found the one, there's a chance that FNATIC can
They at least learned that one from
re-establish themselves,
G2.
but again,
It's
the kill
good because
from Riens
the ult
almost
sends you this
seals
way, right?
FNATIC's
So
fate.
then when you're trying to enter exit
is
here,
having a
you're just so much
heater
slower
of a
and you get
game
pushed
too.
back.
And a hitter of a stage.
Yeah, look, there was room at the top, right? Leo not here, he's been eyeing it up. He's having a little look. He's pretty much...
Have we had any
in
tech
those
pauses?
shoes.
Only
At
the
moment,
one
we're sitting
official.
at 20 to 12, top of the board.
Let's see.
For both sides, actually. Closest nearby, what, 16 for Kayak, who's been doing very well himself, obviously. But timeout for FNATIC, the 3 in succession, enough of a worry, which is respectable. But the adjustments, I'm unsure of where we go from here. You know, what's the look that FNATIC brings out? Because it looks like Heretics have just got that ball-sided roll.
I mean, maybe they're gonna take more space over towards C if I can actually get into the site.
That's interesting. Yeah, FNATIC have the slowest attack side in the EMEA on Lotus. It's 74 seconds average to plant time. I mean, it is reflected in kind of that slow, the kind of pendulum swing default that's just
What is this
looking
bounce
for
off of?
contact somewhere across the map. But
I mean, I guess it goes here, but...
Launching thorns.
I guess the slower rounds are sometimes.
Wait, it locks them in?
That's beautiful.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Setup here. It's
Goes
only
here,
one,
locks
though.
them in so that they can't
Kayak
exit.
will find the trade,
They would tank some util. Oh,
Damage
dude,
down
I
to
like
him.
that.
He's down
That's
to
cool.
55, so almost argue Mini-Boo's over-delivered in that situation. But a
And
beautiful setup, though.
Yeah,
No,
it's
I like the
Mini-Boo's
idea
just
here.
like the glass
Very nice
cannon,
idea.
right? You just throw him in. He'll
See
get
what
you one.
sticks.
Yeah, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. But he normally does get his 1, which is the scarier factor. And as you said, over-delivered with Kayak now down to 55. But it puts Boo in a predicament. He's going to have to try and deal with FNATIC's slow approach. It feels like death by 1,000 paper cuts at this point, doesn't it? Very slow and steady on the way in. Barely making it past rubble at this point. And we're at 48 seconds.
Thing is, it's such a big buy round that I think they got to ult it.
Edging closer and closer towards A site. I guess that stat kind of reflected in the way that we see Heretics play as well. They're happy to wait things out. They know FNATIC are just going to be drifting back and forth to try and single somebody out.
Face your fear.
It's a big indicator for Boo now. And no paranoia here.
Veto tells them the site's clear.
Down.
Don't have to use any extra util on this.
12 seconds left on the clock, so absolutely due. Boo though.
Oh my god.
Heads Alpha, yeah.
Shot.
See ya, Alpha. Even he's like, wait, how did this happen? So we're going to be down to the 4v3. Kayak playing a little bit further ahead.
Pop Razor.
Oh my god.
Whoa, it's nice though. Oh, I didn't get the double. 41, 4 HP.
Yeah, C's on top. Crash, he's hungry for it
Both
now.
1 HP.
Oh my god, he was thinking about it.
I'm super low.
They got to move forward. Finds one, looks for a second, gets it, control.
Very, very nice. Again, another good Omen flash from Boaster as well. Dude, that Razor did so much damage.
And FNATIC just
That's a good plan on this one.
I think you see the moment there that Crashes gets the info.
It's hard to repeat this though with what's going on.
His damage after he falls, he's like, yeah, you don't need to challenge. And that was the opener there. Nothing for Chronicle to really do in that situation.
I have full stairs. One sat to me.
Actually, the paranoia comes through at the perfect time as well.
That's so good.
That will get FNATIC back on top, or I guess, well, argue back in control, but at least double digits on the board now.
Probably one of the best imports that we've seen. Gotta say it, Crashies. From what was a very shaky start, there was a lot of people putting question marks by his name. Could he ever even get close to the level of performance previous? You've got to say it, throughout this stage, he has been outstanding.
I think as well, it's one of those situations where you have to almost address the out of game as well. He's really come out of his shell in terms of his personality, and a lot more vocal. You can see he's smiling a lot more.
Happiness, what's that like?
Yeah, wow.
Wrong person to ask.
I was going to misspeak there, but...
Well,
considering the paranoia on the side of Boo, but hold on to it for the time being.
Pivot over towards B. No real pressure towards A. This can't work, right?
Towards B site.
I mean, as we can see, it will work, but this on paper shouldn't work as well. Damn, nice shot.
Like this, I swear to God. Oh my! I thought he had
Holy, what a retake on this one, the brothers.
How did both of them just rack them up like that? Alpha.
Well,
oh, the brothers actually just cleaned everyone up.
The retake was absolutely perfect.
Alpha has been absolutely bullied by Boo like twice.
Oh, that's a tech boss.
One tap before. It's like
what's
Scream,
going on?
But only Boo against Alpha.
That
That's
looked
the
like a
only
tech
time
boss.
he's hitting those. It's ridiculous.
I'd love to see how this engagement actually turns out on B though.
Don't give it. Don't show us that. Oh, nice shots again.
I mean, yeah. That's crispy from Boo.
Dude, nice shots, man. Fair play.
Like, you expect it from Mini Boo, right? You're like, yeah, fair play.
That's the wrong Boo.
Yeah. Big man Boo.
But Boo does have those moments where he does shine.
Look,
guys, you gotta turn it red. We know what's going on.
Mechanical side of things too. Like, this isn't a good example of a game, I guess, in that regard for Boaster. He's on 8 to 15. He's fine.
Oh,
but I think a lot of people have been saying, like, mechanically,
damn,
he's looking
dude.
a lot
Respect.
sharper with it. We've obviously got Boo out here doing wonders.
Absolutely agree. I think Boaster, I mean, the Deska, I think even word for word said this. Individually, I think he's looking in the best shape he's ever been.
True. True.
Oh, what is this? Oh, did we actually both go and double aggro on A?
Do they fight for it?
Oh, it's a mess.
Oh, Boaster. Oh, Boaster.
But Mini Boo clearing it up.
It's nicely done from Mini Boo as well. Realizes he gets hit by the fade eye. He's just jumping around to make sure they can get a trade off for his team if they do commit.
Same sort of thing we saw earlier, trying to punish that TP. This time it pays
Steals
off.
everything.
Site, though, Woot gonna have to deliver. Finds the first. able to slip away though. Now on the X-ray, you see a triple stack behind this Alpha. Gotta be crazy to swing back onto it.
3 players in the middle of the map.
Cover going out.
A lot of pressure on Boo now. Has to fall off that. Willing to post up on the angle, and for Alpha, it is his nemesis.
Yeah, I like that from Boo though.
Wild.
Must have been insanely tempting to go back for another one, but
I'd be banking on all that often, but Crashies!
absolute shot, mate.
Banging shot, and Boo once again does it. He's got Alpha's number, what feels like every day of the week, but Chronicle and Crashies
Well, he wanted to go back, I think.
road to walk, and they're not getting many steps towards it. Crashy's already gone, leaving Chronicle not to be able to do anything. Heretics swinging that pendulum back in their favor.
The Fnatic have one more timeout, right?
Time as well.
Because I think they got to use it, or have they used them
Find
both?
themselves 11. Ultimate's available for Fnatic, but it's only really Boaster and Chronicle. And one away for Crashies, so maybe there's something that will set in motion a set piece. But this one's over before it's even started, to be honest with you.
Enemy remains.
With Boaster getting isolated like that.
Slipshot, thank you so much for the tier 1, mum. Appreciate the 28 months. Thank you for that. Okay, last time out. I mean, they got money for it.
Boaster 3,500, he's going to be able to get potentially a rifle and a shield together. Certainly not comfortable.
When did Reigns get 22 kills? I mean, he had an insane start with the pistols.
Yeah, and look at those string of rounds as well. I know you guys can't see it, but it has been mostly that Heretic side from round 16 onwards.
Lovely that we get this.
Solidly in their favor.
I mean, the whole talk is probably going to be around getting Crashy's ult, so 1 away. So it could see some kind of C punish, especially when you got these ults.
Rien's all sitting there. Woot's a little way off, but it's not the end of the world. On the other side, 1 away from Crashies. Will have his ult if he can get something going this round. Obviously, Chronicle's got his,
so you would imagine
his,
C aggro.
They're scraping the barrel in this round.
Or at least a C default, maybe BC default if you want to be safe from Fnatic.
Because they've had a couple of bailout moments, sure, but we need a complete answer.
So we were focusing a lot on here. And
which is the worst initiator.
they want to try again. They want to try and secure this one because they're thinking that there's going to be some kind of punish here or aggro here.
Don't seem right. Don't seem right. Like, I believe you, but it don't seem right.
Rian's kind of shitting on that stat, I'll be honest.
Oh my God,
Jesus.
Please, Michael. I can't believe you're being this unprofessional.
Because I'm at home.
But Miniboo trying to, again, take that space, still stay confident, stay in their faces here, but it is asking a lot.
I mean, Miniboo's got to know that they're coming. They're coming for this orb.
Now, we've seen in the past him having the support from Benji out here, so it's hard to know what you're completely walking into. Fnatic need to get that full picture first.
Similar approach once again for Fnatic. No pressure point to really focus on so far. And a ton of utility.
There it is, the free orb.
And it's Benji and Woot.
Gotta be nervous for this one. They're gonna let the Raze tap it once. And satchel out of near B. Looks like it's clear. Can stick it with Crashies. Get the fade or last time they went over towards A, as we can see, no one towards B. So most likely fake and B hit A.
I don't want to say oh yeah, I was going to say hesitated, but
ooh, 30 seconds on this.
And look at the space taken back. They're getting hurted.
No, they got to just force A now.
They're going in somewhat blind towards this A site.
Big flash from Benji.
But it doesn't really stop him from being here. The paint shell going to go in. He's fine. It's very close. It's very tense. But on 15 seconds, that spike is not up. It's behind the wall. They've walked in late.
Crashy's done so good. Kayak's reaction to jump on top of the wall is nuts as well. 8 seconds. Got to stick it. Big one, big swing. I felt like Fnatic kind of dealt with it okay until that.
Because you always think, yeah, Boaster's got to commit towards the plant.
I mean, he has to. Yeah, he has to plant here.
Player's not able to defend him, regardless.
Like if he was gonna get off of the spike, had to be like instant. And even then, it's like what, 6 seconds. It's just like, please, someone kill him.
Ridiculous for Miniboo. Up to 12 now, it's going to be...
For God's sake.
Absolutely loving it. Guardians are bulldog.
Okay, two chances.
Feels like Heretics in prime position.
Whoa, that's the widest jump peak I've ever seen. And I mean, it's too much of a wide peak that he can't even believe it.
Being punished here in terms of the inventory.
I mean, look at those light shields, Mike.
Yeah, exactly.
3 of them left.
Scope's going to do work here.
And the one player who had bigger armor was Boaster, who's now on 10 HP.
Dude, why to expect? It reminds me of the KCOP 2023. Who did that jump peak at the back of B?
Oh, mate. Okay, Fnatic, where do we go
Zero,
now?
that was it. Yeah, you're thinking the same clip I am, where then Yumpy walks behind.
And Boo
New
still
Zero. New Zero jump peak.
B doesn't feel good. A doesn't feel open. You're walking in late. You haven't cleared through rubble. This is looking absolutely chopped up. I don't know how they're going to get through here. I don't think they can. 38 seconds. What's the go-up? Oh, whoop.
15 HP.
Yeah, that's a good step. Kayaks.
I mean, he's got delay on site right here, though. Looks like we're pivoting over towards B. 2-pass and hold a B. 3-pass and hold a B.
Pops the ult. Cool. 20 seconds, Mike.
4-pass and hold a B.
Yeah, it's starting to get really awkward now. Shotstopper completely shut down by Boo.
Love it.
Paranoia to slow things down. Yeah.
10 seconds left.
Omenal.
You can do the TP.
Time? Oh, it's close. He's got it, right? Oh, mini Boo just sent it through door. I was too busy looking at the time. I didn't even see him send it through the door. Dude, what a crazy map this was.
13 to 10. A brilliant affair between these two already. This Lotus
I was looking at the time thinking,
was a
damn,
treat
he's got
to
it.
watch.
We got enough time
Under
for
the
this
gun there
play.
initially, Mike, but the
It's on.
turnaround in that second half was incredible. I can't wait to see how this one goes down. We do have Haven coming up next, so don't go too far away.
Oh, that was a fun map though. I like this.
Guys, I'm Fnatic. I'm Fnatic.
GS is following. They're done.
Why Crash is not doing? Hey! Okay.
Map 1 Lotus, okay. Usual stuff, chat. Back in a bit.
Just waiting for the defuse to come on through, the time ticking down. All you need to find is one headshot. Might just be able to clock this one out and send them to the grand final.
It's all left on Vanya's shoulders.
There's one way to do it. That is the way to do it.
Gotta get it the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me, I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight, it's gotta be us. Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. rush, no hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us. Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Team Heretics manages to secure FNATIC's pick of Lotus. Both of the teams went toe-to-toe, but in the end, Los Niños were able to get the victory on the first map. Welcome, everybody. I'm Kakuka, Ulises, and Tom joining me here. Tom, did you expect to see that kind of form? I know that you were supporting your family, but especially after the way that the first half went, did you see Team Heretics closing it?
No, I think especially with FNATIC going into the attack half with an advantage, we spoke a lot about the IGLing, the calling, and this sort of way they managed to almost mold the map to their own will. And I think when they started the attack, it kind of looked like it was going to go that way, but adaptations from the defensive side, like these fast-paced, aggressive retakes, and then just like some crazy individual rounds from Boo, from Rians, from Miniboo, like it really was like, this is why we talk about this team as like the depth of talent that they have. I know that people have talked about, like, oh, if you were going to replace someone on a team, I think on this team it's always the hardest because you watch their games and you go, well, they're all ridiculous. And well, in this map, I think it's shone through.
Yeah, it stands out to me, Ulises, when I look at this, I see the post plans, right? And I see two very different plans from both of the teams.
Yeah, when we're talking about Team Heretics, they were facing the team they have in front of them, and every single time facing them on Rubble, on Dawn, whatever. They're pressing, playing aggro, trying to deny the space, knowing that having Neon plus Breach is hard to deal against. Maybe Breach is not the best support. Maybe the stats is not with him, but where is Rian's playing it?
Rian's begs to differ.
It's not the same.
I think that especially with the first half that we are speaking of, we saw a Rians that was not only always good for one, he was most likely good for two, good for three, and especially in those clutches, you could always count on him.
He's been playing so good, and it's not only the clutches. Clutches have been only at the top of the iceberg. But if we talk about his utility, trying to abilitate every single time, letting Miniboo to play every single round comfort, and not only Miniboo. Also, when it was needed, he was just supporting the Omen to get the space and play on Rubble without no single trouble. It was pretty easy having Rians on the team.
Yeah, I'd say if we had Rians maybe on any other team within EMEA, we'd be talking about him as like an out-and-out star player. Like it would be every week, every stat, every highlight would just be Rians. But unfortunately, as I said, he's on a team of superstars, so he can't have the limelight all the time. But I think also you just look at him out of the server as well, very calm, very level-headed. For someone who is like a Turkish player with explosive aim, like you expect to see him just screaming all the time, but he's very relaxed. And I think that it's the perfect sort of balance to what is the rest of the squad.
Killer.
And then you look in the server, and he's exactly the same as the others. Like he's solid with his utility, but then the raw aim that he has in moments where you just go, he shouldn't be winning that fight. And I think even more so on impact kills. Like if there's a kill that you go, that one kill can turn the round, Rians is getting that one kill every time.
Yeah, absolutely. We were speaking about the retakes and the different plans coming in from both of the teams. And I know, Tom, that you wanted to take a look at one of the rounds because especially when Team Heretics was on the attack, they had to get very creative to try and stop FNATIC on their feet.
Yeah, for sure. I think like this is one of those moments where we highlighted lurks a lot in the previous series, but just the sheer level of delay that Benji was able to pull off, like they have the Rolling Thunder to force them back into Benji's crosshair. Okay, it's not the cleanest of kills. But yeah, the util from Rians. But then the rest of the round is spent knowing that they have to deal with this. Like you even have the wraparound back from Chronicle, who has to go all the way back through B just to kill him off. And by that point, the time is ticking so far along that even though they use a lockdown, even though they get back into this site, Rians, as long as he wins those first couple of duels, the lockdown doesn't matter anymore. He even gets caught by it, but the time is so far in his favor, and the person who kills him is Chronicle, who had to go all the way back around the other side of the map just to deal with that disgusting lurk.
Yeah, exactly. Like, these are the kind of performances that make us think, hey, Team Heretics still has it. They're way ready for this. And before we went into today's matchup, we were speaking about the duelist head-to-head that we were expecting to see. And as we, as Haven is the next map, I think that we should bring back that discussion, Ulises.
Obviously, I mean, we are gonna see the 2v2.
I mean, both these teams are good at Haven.
Against Alpha and also Kayak that has been playing so good. I mean, this match, you can see the statistics and you're gonna say, okay, Kayak has been winning. But if we talk about the tools, right now it's an 8 for Kayak. Only 2 kills for Minibu against Kayak. It's a +6 difference. It's the biggest difference that Minibu had at this moment. But let's see, we have to go deep into the BO3. Maybe Minibu can fix it.
Yeah, dude, everyone's playing the double duelists these days.
For me, they do, especially on Lotus, they filled 2 different roles, right? Like we saw a Kayak that was more with the operator, with the race a little bit on the back. But when we look at Minibu and what he was doing on the defenses, being way more proactive and just taking full advantage of Neon. Do you think that moving on to Haven, even though we expect the compositions to be the same, there's going to be a stylistic?
I mean, if we get maps that were as good as that, that'll be sick.
As you sort of mentioned, I think the Yoru has to have its sort of like variation. Like I still think you're likely to see that operator come into play, but I expect to see those like mid pushes, that space taken, looking for openers, trying to be disruptive.
What's the
interesting thing though is
what's the order the Americas games tonight?
In a lot of cases, especially on attack, is more about
the MIBR Sentinels fast
taking control, and the ISOs are the one that I'm looking at as like, who's winning that 1v1? Who's winning that duel? And I think that it's definitely going to be an interesting one, because you take Alpha on that map, he did have some moments of like that vintage best in the world Alpha, like just winning rounds individually.
See the Mike's news? Yeah, we were speaking about it a little bit.
If you get that on Haven,
it's a short run. But he said the same thing that Bonkar said, right? The difference in direction.
Let's see also how hard they're going to be trying to get to punish into FNATIC, because
so I guess we'll see if there are any other changes.
He's not only playing his combo, he's also playing some of his
the opposite of that.
And they're playing against someone that has built them. So I don't know. they should be bringing something new.
So we maybe be turning our heads and just thinking also at another head-to-head that we briefly mentioned, and is the IGL. We expect both of them to be playing from the Omen. We saw, even though that we were highlighting Boaster at the beginning of the day, saying how he's been
FNS is streaming tonight, so he's kicked. No, I don't think so. Well, I don't think so. So first of all, I think that
did not see in Lotus, and I feel like
so if I put together the pieces, right? If you had Bonkar Verno, right, and then you had FNS here, you're going to stick with this, the second option, then you got to see it through to the whole, like the whole of the year. Otherwise, you would have gone with these two, in my opinion. You wouldn't have just done it stage 1. And then you got to look at it as like, what, 2.5 weeks, 2.5 months until they play again. Like, they can chill for a little bit. I think they probably stay the same roster, I would guess, but
defense has definitely struggled a bit.
They
had some very slow starts, and if you see that come out from the side of Heretics and they get rolling, when this team gets rolling, the only thing can stop them is them getting frustrated.
I think they got time to stream right now just because there's nothing for a while.
Split. But other than that, it's very difficult to get the combo breaker, because you just see them laughing, having fun, like
maybe
doing
take 2 weeks off,
just because
come back when the new map gets announced.
The game. And the second that happens,
find out what map's
GG.
getting
like this Heretic squad, when they're
getting
happy,
kicked, getting rid of.
Seem unbeatable.
Okay, let's jump straight into Agent Select. We do not expect to see many changes, but hey, last time Vitality changed something, and no, we're going to get the mirror compositions. Yes, pound for pound, the Euro versus
on the
the
ISO
Euro,
now.
the ISO versus the ISO.
Why do you think we're getting so many player coach announcements and taking breaks, leaving banner and stuff like that? Yeah, we're getting a lot of stuff this year. It's a big year for a lot of orgs as well. Like orgs need to be performing this year, especially like the Ascension teams. And then some of the teams, when you're looking at EMEA, like there's French teams, they kind of want to be champs. It's also a meta that is like changing a lot. We've seen the most changes in the game this year as well, so it's actually hard to like stay consistent or be good at the moment. Like if you get behind at the moment, I think you're behind for a long time until there's some kind of break.
That is also
That
true.
is a reason to be mad. There is a reason.
There's
to
definitely a lot of changes
You could
this
say
year.
the same. Kayak has said the same
Like,
thing about Miniboo. So we've had
mid-season.
some grudge matches, even though they're all way too friendly for them
The
to
China
be a proper
VODs
grudge.
had the so the China singular VODs are up on the VOD channel.
Map away from
But
closing this
I
best of
deleted
three
the
in their
main
favor,
stream
getting that
because
first
for
seed
some reason
and
my YouTube stream
continuing
wasn't
their
working.
win streak
There's something
against
messed up with that
FNATIC.
VOD.
Please, guys, take it away and take us to Haven.
This is a lovely little matchup here on this map, Mike. We get the originators of this comp against the ones who can adapt it, overcome,
was a Liquid
get
K-Corp
stronger,
match. It was pretty
get
close.
better. But who wins when it really
It,
matters?
well,
That's what we've got to look at here.
Icebox is pretty
Where's your
close.
money going? Are you going with the FNATIC, the tried and tested, the alpha on the ISO? Or do you believe in Heretics on the upswing after map 1? They got to know the ins and outs. Where are you going?
I mean, it's a really tough one to call. I think the one thing to say is obviously Heretics feeling very confident in terms of their ability to put this double duelist to work more. Can FNATIC, I guess, dial into the confidence we've seen, the team synergy we've seen?
Let's see what we got. We got FNATIC on defense, we got Heretics on attack.
vibes
We got the double
FNATIC
sheriff
of
again,
that
dude.
whole
They're
time
leaning
being
into the
Kayak.
Gen G.
What?
Oh!
No way! Is this
Give it to him.
Oh my god, it's beautiful.
And that was
It's beautiful.
unbelievable. Blink and you miss it. I
Damn,
hope
they were
you sat
hyping up
down
the
and
whole
locked in, 'cause
duelist
we gotta
off and he
run
does
that
this.
replay.
That was, I mean,
Dude, the fourth
the best
shot.
way to start a map 2, right? We're talking
Show me
about
that.
the confidence.
Second shot's
the
insane.
double duelist matchup.
Oh my god, the third and fourth is sick.
Oh, it's beautiful to watch
Oh
back.
my goodness, bro.
Magic. Absolute magic.
Oh, I don't know what's better.
Probably how
Watch
you
out all
want
day.
your Yoru to start.
Second,
round
third,
one,
fourth is
To be
incredible.
honest.
You kind of said it, right? Get those head-to-heads going. We've got some big matchups here between these two. And if that's the sort of tempo, if that's the sort of level we get, this is going to be an outstanding
Definitely
game.
the Gen
The
G
stage is set
pistol
for
with the
Miniboo,
double
right?
sheriff works well when that
There's
happens.
There's your benchmark.
Go get
Whether
it.
they could, whether they can find a response here. Obviously, Vandal purchased in round 2 for Kayak. Orb retrieved, one away from the ultimate now. So a huge ult for FNATIC to have in the back pocket here to kick off the first couple of rounds here on Haven.
God, that was nuts.
One away from ult 2. That's so nearby for Kayak. You couldn't, as you said, you couldn't ask for a better beginning.
Dude,
Now,
that was so nuts. I want to watch it again.
Brutal to try and work against an alpha. Fancies a little bit of time in the sun, but Boo's locked in today. Like, he's actually firing back here, but FNATIC, the cavalry have arrived. So now just Benji left alive, and not for long. So,
Okay, nice
as
one.
it stands, FNATIC make it past the second round. Just going to
Penguin,
collect
is
all the
this it? I'm
goodies, make sure
clicking
none
it.
of that slips away, and they walk
See what we
away
got.
with a 2-0
Oh
start.
my goodness. Let's watch it one more time.
3 survive as well, so able to maintain the early momentum.
So sick, dude. What the hell?
7-1. Coming into round 3.
Ult there.
A huge opportunity to potentially isolate a player or two on the back of the ultimate if they want to try and use Kayak's ultimate aggressively.
You're all on defense
might
though. I
even
mean, you
explore
can.
towards
It's
mid.
not like you can have too much of a set play.
You got to bank
Like maybe on
Heretics,
some of the
probably
maps, but
anticipating
like a
it.
split. But it's too obvious these days.
Alpha though kept in check, down to 67 HP.
But they got to be ready
Dude,
for
look at him
suicide.
feeling it.
There's-
Off angle,
there's-
watching window.
There's been some problems down there. You know what I mean? We don't pre-fire that now. So Alpha cops a whole load of damage, down to 67. But it's just a pause for Heretics here. Maybe looking to see if there will be that reaction from that ult. But you're looking at Kayak. He's already got himself tucked into the cubby over towards B. Crashies doesn't quite get the corner.
Yeah.
Don't think he made it around there.
And vice
Did
versa.
Kayak get it?
No ping on the minimap, so
No. Just
curious.
missing.
Yeah, curious as to whether or not the awareness is still there.
Kayak's on the right side though. Made it up on over towards the A side of the map. and this
3-person
silence,
hold.
Unchecked, unfazed so far. Both trying to get out of there. Does do so. Love this backfill from Crashies as well. Someone needs to deal with the dart for him. They've done so. Smoke goes up towards heaven. They're starting to feel a bit laboured here from Heretics. They're starting to be held to the door, but it's still
Also
placing
did
Crashies.
good
Keep
and
this in mind.
baited
They
in
have no idea. It's
Crashies.
a lazy check. A look, a glance towards it, but still
Here we
Wu
go, raid
powers
boss.
on. Clear sight until Kayak. Good trade for Boo.
Lovely
Good
trades the whole
spacing,
time.
But does he identify where Chronicle is? Oh, he certainly does now.
Smoke drops perfectly for Boo to spot him out.
Nice quick plant there.
Oh, it's awkward.
Oh,
Really awkward.
oh god. Either of them could have had that.
Finds Heretics their first round. And yeah, a bit of a strange engagement initially there. FNATIC almost look as if they're about to dig their heels in and lock down A site, but yeah, flash comes through. Boaster, I guess, feels as if
That's
he's
good trades overall here,
forced to commit towards that opening peak, but with Crashes in that position, you could argue he's almost played in behind default. Again, the scope
1, 2,
maybe
3,
makes it a
4,
little more
5,
awkward for him,
6,
but
7, 8, 9. 9 people. A 4 and a 5 can't buy
I
next.
saw 2 outlaws there as well.
Double
Actually, Cron has
outlaw.
one of them
1, 2,
close to
3,
the other,
4.
trying to
The
make
guy
most
just
of
counting
it.
non-stop.
Well, you can see the light shields are out.
yeah, I was gonna say
4 people can get one shot.
the fact that Miniboo, Benji, and Woot, obviously Woot being the outlier to that, but still light shields regardless. This makes it doable here for Boaster and Chronicle.
Oh boy.
Now, I don't know if Kayak's gonna be able to do much about this. Miniboo did get out of garage. They've
Miniboo
replayed
TP'd
it
out.
really quickly, actually. You can see them just checking through this now. Kron going to be posted back up towards that window side, but it looks like it's this fake towards A. Force crashes off the angle, try and put a couple of question marks, maybe pull a player or two, and it so far is causing that reaction. We can see it is going to be tailing back towards C eventually. Now with that smoke in, this is them trying to sell this A hit coming in.
Pretty good though. The rotate's already in here. It's only Kayak that's close. He's got no trips to play off of.
Probably know what's up. Just
Yeah,
one
but they have the
trip,
ult for
but nobody in a
retake.
position to punish on the back of it.
And the drone at least hears the
It'll be
footsteps.
wide open for the taking.
Dude, can they even retake with the double outlaw?
Benji just slipping away. He was the last to evacuate.
Like, if they don't
from
give
that
you
A side,
anything.
but just watching that flank, keeping a
At
track
least
on it.
everyone now can
And it
get
looks
one
like a
shot.
Play re-push towards garage as well, which could be a problem. You're looking at who's in there. Yeah, Kayak. He was on the
Dude,
deeper
Kayak.
angle of it. Just didn't expect it there. And Rien's left on 5 HP. He might be screwed. Yeah, they're going to see all of this one. Chronicle makes light work of it, putting Benji the last one alive. And I think he was spotted earlier on.
Again,
Especially by
dude,
Crash.
everyone's
He's
getting
now
wrecked
100%
damage-wise.
aware of where he is. This would need...
Whoa! Jesus. Dude, even Benji got excited, man. It's his camera. Oh my goodness.
4 found for Benji. Still plenty of time left for the defuse here. Crashes to close
What is this map already?
out the 3rd round for FNATIC. A sigh of relief almost. As soon as that wall passes and the sight line opens up, yes, it's the Guardian, but Benji finding everything he needed to.
A great shot.
Tough there. I mean, especially with Rian's getting tagged down. No real comfort to reset.
Against the eco.
Yeah, Heretics forced back down to pistols. Just a few sheriffs, actually. Only Boo and Benji with their ultimates. And even on the other side, they've got Stinger in the hands of Boaster, so we're trying to ride out the fact that Heretics are going to be down on lesser purchase. Whoop. Double tap. Finding some protection here on the way in.
Nice shot.
Benji continuing to look
Yeah,
sharp,
he
but the
looks
trade is good
nice.
from Boaster.
Okay. We've still got Sheriff, so does Rien's. On the other side, obviously, far better equipped here. And it is quite nice seeing the, I want to say, Tier 1 teams really adopting the Outlaw more. It feels like we saw the Tier 2 teams really kind of showing off what can be done with it. And it's worth the risk of investment. Starting to see that more and more amongst the higher end teams now. Speaking of Kayak, still patrolling over towards B. This is where they're heading. Gotta be cautious about this. As much as this is a lower end buy, that B site can be incredibly lethal. Can't just use towards
Kayak can one-shot everyone and they got across.
Connector side on C, and away we go. Paranoia forces Kayak off the angle. That's good for them. Should get them at least a step towards the site now, and well, seeing that Outlaw in play.
Yeah, Miniboo punished initially here. Makes things even more difficult for Heretics. Still only Sheriffs to work with, not able to pin down an upgrade on the back of Alpha falling. FNATIC definitely biding their time, sorry.
There goes the Paranoia. Ooh, it was a bit laboured there in the end, and Rienz is going to trade
Shot.
it. And Boo's back on the case.
Oh,
Boo
it's
gets out of
doable,
danger, but
though.
it should be seen A nice reposition from him. Oh, but the shot just goes
that was the
astray.
shot.
Couldn't
That
quite
was
get
the
it
shot. The
across line
TP was
in the end.
nice.
Close on time too. I feel if he got one of those kills there, could have maybe played around that tempo that was left. But FNATIC get another step in now, 4-1.
You're very unfortunate because FNATIC actually misread the TP. So if he's able to find that first freebie, certainly doable for him. Again, making something from seemingly nothing, just the Sheriffs here. Come through, find the plant, find a couple of kills to follow up on the back of Rians and Boot. Yeah,
He hit some nice shots.
More of attrition of that round.
Can I refresh? Sure.
Still come out on top.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything.
4-1 lead now.
Apart from mutes.
Cool.
Oh my goodness, it's loud.
Try and pave the way here.
I'm blaming that on you, whoever the chatter was.
And it's got its reward. Oh, it's got its target at the very least. Woot trying to do what he can, but sadly, that was going to be uncomfortable for him. That ult going to get burnt up with no real use to it.
Crashes from downtown with the Hunter's Fury will at least force Heretics to retreat initially.
No distraction.
That's yeah, Alpha.
Now he's got a real one.
Yeah.
No way.
MIBR wins that? Because like we've been starting to see that clone work happening more and more.
Yeah, teams are getting pretty good with their like setup with the clones these days, like the anti-ISO wards.
But both are trying to pave the way back through. This is getting real topsy-turvy here.
Yeah,
Plant going to be coming
Benji's-
in towards A.
I was just about to say Benji's lurk has actually opened a lot of space here. Ooh, got to be careful. Kayak does actually spot him on the cross back over.
Here.
And that's
Shot.
yeah, on the second tap finds
Bro's crispy aim though.
Go forward now a 3v3.
Okay, bringing it back to a manageable scenario, but they got to get moving, right? You look at the time, you look at the positions. This is not going to be easy. Rien's trying to control towards long. His timing
Timings,
is
that is insane. Dude, he might get another good timing.
And now Crash is trying to play in Boaster potentially. They talk about their 2v3s. This one is going to be hard. But Boaster tries to take the isolated
Whoa,
fight.
he was scanned up as well. It's nicely done. This is a big round from Riens.
Yeah. Heretics going to be able to hold on to 3 rifles as well. An awkward opening here is, again, if Benji isn't as deep as he is, I didn't really see what happened for him in the early round either. If it's just a straight walk up mid, but kind of seals the deal for Heretics. Again, FNATIC made a good go of things. Obviously, the initial kill from Kayak to get things going. Obviously, Rian shutting down. Yeah, MIBR winning out is a huge factor for Heretics.
This coach once told me Alpha never loses those.
Mini?
We've determined it was a lie.
Okay.
We've determined that. We've
we
taken
get
our
that
time.
on
Thank you for the replay.
Can we get that on a ticker above the scoreboard?
Yeah, mini analysis 0-1 so far. Ignore all the previous stats. 0-1. For a coach mini. Probably fighting for his life in Sliggy's chat. But looking at this buy, Frenzy, Sheriff, Classic, Guardian, and a Vandal. A little bit all over the shop.
We love a frenzy spray. It wasn't even a spray. You can't even fault him for it.
No.
No, he tried to keep it calm.
All that
Dude, when the
damage, but it's
casters
still a 45.
casters start shouting, you know it's cooked. What did Mini have to say to get being called out?
Mini boot finding crashes. A 3v5
Dude.
now for FNATIC.
Oh, don't tell me I run out of space. Oh, I run out of space than recording. Dude, today is so cast, man. That is my PC.
Like
It's not yours.
find their third. I don't necessarily want to say, well, actually, I'm pretty comfortable behind this. I was going to say, 1 or 2 members of Heretics can afford to seal the deal here. But again, with Chronicle down on a Classic and Kayak on a Sheriff, no real motivation for it.
First the YouTube stream dies. Now we got no space in the hard drive.
Can't argue with that.
Closing it out, yeah, fair play. Righty. So as it stands,
Tech pause? Dude, I need another tech pause, you're not wrong.
it's
Feel like my 5th of the
for
day.
me to start telling the stories about it, but so far FNATIC have been the role's been slowed down, right? Because they'd built up good amount of bank, which still should get them a good buy here. I don't think there'll be an issue in that regard.
A little worse in slow-mo, sorry.
Did we get...
Dude, it's a frenzy. Leave him alone. Ebola, thank you so much for the 5 months, man. Appreciate the prime. Thank you for that.
Would have preferred to see a player.
Olymps as well. Thank you for the prime, mate. Appreciate the 7 months.
Yeah.
Nasty.
Yeah.
Nasty.
Seeing the slow-mo.
Thank you for the prime, mate. Appreciate you saying that.
Just the face going, oh. It's all right. He's gone for a frenzy to an operator. He's gone, guys, I need a little confidence here. And he's good with this.
I mean, he's
normally been pretty solid. I can't actually fault him for it. I've been doubting it in the past. But you can see
dude, they gave him 0 chance.
Against ISO shield coming in.
Boy, this is their big buy round.
Running through the site. Just, again, and when you're Boaster and you've got that operator, you're probably already looking for a save here. What motivation do you have to go for this? That's a prized possession now. If Crashies and Kron get something going, sure, but the odds are awful.
I think it really relies on, like you said, Crashies or Chronicle to find the opener.
Spiral Sis as well. Spiral Sis with the prime. Thank you for that, mate. Also, the big G69 with the prime. Thank you for the 8 months. Appreciate that as well, mate. Thank you for that.
Realizing that, but Chronicle consolation at least. As I said in the previous, can afford to throw a few bodies on the line, but probably no more than that now.
Nice shots though. Damage is damage.
Yeah, well, I gotta say again, great call coming out from Heretics, because it's brutal to try and hold that B side, even with the operator, right? Let's say you're there, when you've got that ISO shield just to be able to trail up with, you're out of the round. It's such a good read, because it's not the first time we've seen Boaster playing that sort of position on B, right? It feels quite common now. If it's available, maybe they run it, maybe they don't, but fantastic read from Heretics to kind of pull the trigger on that approach.
I guess on the other side of that as well, when mini boos find a
still get the op out. These kind of comps, you're looking like a 7-5, 8-4, to be honest, on attack. So FNATIC still in a good spot.
Slow things down. Boaster curious once again. I think now probably noted as well. They're almost anticipating this operator to be in the hands of Boaster and be on the
Dude, again, every time he has the op out, they're giving him no chance.
I liked what he was trying to do, go for that secondary player, trying to ignore the shield, but you can't really ignore it in the hands of Woot. Already clearing out Alpha from the site. Down again here. Forcing the ults from both sides. Here we go. This is about to get chaotic.
A ton of information gathered on the side of Boaster. Actually, really stuck down by Chronicle.
Yeah, but Boaster's just been dropped by Benji.
Dude, it's chaos. Oh, I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. Was there not like a recon or I don't know. There's not much you can do distraction-wise. Dude, Woot survives on 7 HP as well.
Woot is really where this started and ended, it felt like.
This was pure chaos, man.
Boaster found very little impact. A nice attempt, sure. But again, still able to hold this down, clearing out Alpha, clearing out all of these kills, and Chronicle once again, just left to rot, really.
Yeah, you gotta watch this one conclude. Rians. Yeah. Rians.
Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I thought maybe he was gonna die. I didn't even spot the cage still there. Coming to a soundboard near you.
Yeah, no, literally, I was about to say, someone clip it. Someone clip it for me.
That'll be on Mitch.
Dude, how do you survive that with a shock?
Mitch is chuckling. I can hear it. I can hear his little giggle. Just right, time out. FNATIC.
Chat, let me move some. Let me delete some stuff so I got room for VODs.
And it's been pretty.
That's so devastating.
To be fair. Very good reads again, and I think we've been
What can we
complimenting
delete?
Boaster
VODs?
leading up to this point about his
VODs on
IGLing
VODs.
and kind of how well he's been doing that. Boo on the other side, also calling very well. I love how they've been very heads up about this, and especially if you're playing this comp against the people who kind of came into this with it. But it feels tailor-made. It feels like they're very aware of how FNATIC like to approach this map themselves.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, other than maybe a flash in the pan with Kayak off to a flying start, not as if they really could ride that momentum. And actually, it's Heretics to convert 4 post plants as well on the back of that. So kind of having a free run of things. Well, FNATIC are going to adjust now.
Okay, we got space.
Play a little more aggressive again.
We got space for the next map, but this map's rip.
I don't want to say you're forced to, but it certainly feels as if you have the opportunity to justify
Dankish420, thanks so much for the prime, mate. Appreciate the 18 months.
But again, on Haven, it's
Thank you for that, bro. Appreciate you.
You could pivot so quickly to another site on the back of, you know, a Yoru potentially, or even Alert coming through. We've seen Benji find value.
Okay,
in previous
last
rounds.
couple of rounds. What are we doing?
Just being, you know, identifying where you want to pressure and play into.
Little fake TP as well to keep them over here, dude. How is Heretics completely own this one?
Looks like almost one of those kind of.
Not sure how they got the read in the 4-1, but they have.
Chronicle maybe the TP. You see actually the ping coming out exactly where the reposition comes from Kayak.
Oh Lord, Kayak. Okay, the paranoia just fades away before it reaches him. He's trying to be a bit cheeky about it, and I like it.
Yeah, it's just kind of nice though, but he's literally just on his own.
Heretics probably feeling they have some security here. Bye-bye. But that's a player noted now. Paranoia sent him from afar, but no ability to get anything from it. The swing
No way, this guy's 30 HP. Miniboo getting a second straight through smoke.
Backside by Plat and then towards CT.
There's so many rounds in a row of Heretics.
And you're right, it's just Benji.
Did they get a save?
Oh no!
Hello, hello, Boaster. Hello. This is look. Heretics are so in control, man. Like,
they are.
They went for the save and he's just run by him.
It feels like you could watch half of the EMEA teams and get a good idea of what's being tried to be attempted. I mean, Heretics run the same comp, but it's all those little nuanced pieces, all those little looks that Heretics seem so aware of. Just the positioning's fantastic, and they're in control right now.
Yeah, they went for the 4-person punish over towards A, but
this feels a little bit reminiscent.
I don't know what kind of read Heretics have at the moment, but I feel like the last 3 rounds have been incredible. Every time they've had the op, they've gone over towards B, not giving Boaster much of an opportunity to get a kill. That's twice in a row. And then this one, they 4-person stack aggro over towards A to punish it, and they just end up just walking into C.
Cushion. 6-4 the scoreline. Look at the funds for Heretics starting to swell, and G trying to get a little cheeky. Probably the only one.
Did Demon 1 get benched, mate? I don't know. Isn't he streaming? Go ask him.
And speaking of the board, Mike, and I don't normally talk about it when it comes to it.
It's weird.
I'm looking at FNATIC side, and it's a map that traditionally, in my eyes, yeah, look at oh okay, it was just straight through the smoke as well. I was wondering how he got that secondary kill, but still, Alpha.
God, the slow-mo on it? That's so disrespectful. Holy.
Performances I've actually seen
There's
from
no
him
need
in
for
this
that.
map. He's been one of the great series, made that ISO look fantastic.
Music back to the Vitality series.
Yeah. Yes. Totally different. Again, being able to kind of keep him in a box, play away from him, has been impressive. Speaking of Alpha as well, it looks like he wants to try and instigate something for himself.
Not going to be rewarded initially. Can hear obviously the cam's position, so there's going to be that hesitation or caution shown.
Breaking down.
Ooh, double damage to strat and try and stop the drone. Didn't hit.
Yeah. I mean, he's just got to be hard cleared from now on, surely.
Not again, 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 not again. No.
No.
Again.
Oh, God. Oh, that's good info though. Double, they can speed up over towards A. Oh, Kayak, you're gonna try.
Oh, wow. Look at this.
Dude, he's going for it.
Under their control.
Okay, honestly, he kind of takes that. Dude, Miniboo keeps wrecking people from smokes.
Kayak and Kron are gonna have to go above and beyond.
They got another smoke.
Miniboo's already got this corner sorted. I don't know how you gap close past this.
Feels another one that FNATIC going to force a save potentially. Been so many of these examples. I think that's why you see Heretics with a 2-round lead and 4 out of the 5 members of Heretics negative KD.
Yeah.
Falling smoke? Nah, I think it touched the floor.
Don't really have
I'm pretty sure.
in a lot of these rounds concluded before they can really put something in motion, and it's, I mean, credit to Benji in that regard, right? He's finding kills that are very off kilter in terms of the nature.
Wasn't it 4-1? Yeah, it was. But I mean, it's an attack-sided comp. This isn't like out of control yet. Even if they get 8, it's not out of control, but obviously with the start, you'd want to have a lot more.
Yep. it's all just starting to add up against them. 4 rounds is workable. I just feel like you need just to break the trend. It feels like a drought, doesn't it? And the finance is still rotten.
These replays, man. It's so brutal.
Obviously, FNATIC sitting 3-0. Their favoured side has been the attack, but I gotta say, just 8-4 just never feels good, especially when it's rounds like this where we're seeing them.
Oh boy.
Say outclassed in a lot of regards.
Yeah.
Okay, they kind of get away with one though. We got the ISO. Oh, where's the clone? Oh, they popped the clone, thinking. Wait, this was kind of smart. They sova ult and then they're trying to bait out the ISO ult and they have a clone in front. I'm pretty sure Bolster would have got hit though, but.
Yeah. I guess it comes back to that same discussion. Obviously, crediting Boaster looking the best individual we have seen, and now it kind of casts a shadow on that map 1 performance. You could say, obviously, still delivering as an IGL and the mid-rounding.
Yeah, just ready to tank it.
Now the concerns continue if you
Dude,
can't
he might actually get hit though, because they're gonna drone spot him on short, and he's getting ulted. Here we go. Drone goes. It's gonna see. Ooh. Just by the way, that was like on the corner of it.
And wins out.
Oh,
Yeah, he's doing his job here, Woot. Kayak tries to make a hero play through the smoke, and now Boaster, not again.
Again as well.
Oh god, three disasters in a row.
In a 2v3, good information though on the side of Heretics. So Alpha's shield gonna be forced to wait, back himself away here, as it's all on him. So much for him to try and achieve, to try and pry these 3 players out of position. Hard angles to clear this crossfire setup. Does catch at least
Okay, I mean, what an incredible recovery that is.
Heretics make it up to 8-4. Mike, it feels like FNATIC are dropping the ball here.
Yeah, and I think as well, thinking back to the previous results, a 3-9 defensive half versus Vitality, they did bounce back to a 13-10, but this one feels pretty awkward, Lauren.
7 in a row? Yeah, I think so. It's 4-1. Crafty Sama, thank you so much for the tier 1, dude. Appreciate the 9 months. Thank you for that. You switch to YouTube? Because this is delayed? Yeah, you might be right. Check. There's a YouTube stream. Through the ads, I mean, there we go. I'll leave this just in case for later. Tatiana, thank you so much for the 17 months. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate that. ×2, the problem is if I ×2 it, it gets towards the end and then it just starts lagging. So I have to kind of like guess where the end is. I have no idea where it does it for me.
Well, it was an astounding turn of events towards the end there. That 6th round and onward, Mike, it felt like Heretics couldn't put a step wrong. Everything lining up for them. And where was the reaction from FNATIC?
I mean, look at the timeline. The amount of success they found in the post plant, and there just wasn't really. I don't even want to say you didn't see the adjustment from FNATIC because players
the Teonaf we spoke about a lot today. It's just
as if they could even get
the agent's dead, man.
To formulate some type of retake. I mean, Boaster falling in a couple of weird scenarios before the spike's even planted.
Right click the video, go into stats for nodes, you can see the live delay. Wait, is that true?
It's just awkward, and it's not something we're used to seeing FNATIC have to overcome.
And that's where I think I agree with you. It's the surprise to see it in this sort of position, but it is what it is. Heretics looking the closer to form here, and what a message to send to do it on Haven if they can. Still an opportunity now But look at the proactive approach here. I think Crashies is aware of this. You look at his pathing, he's got to know something's going on.
Yeah, looks like he might be good for at least one.
MIBR on the other side.
Oh.
Yeah, immediately overwhelmed.
Well,
don't let it go
they
too
know
far,
about the
do they?
numbers behind. I like this though. I like this
Instantaneous
instant reposition to join with the team because they might try and reactively push out.
Right idea, but Alpha this time ready. Sheriff in hand and locked in. The timing this time
Oh,
on
they cleared it well there. You know, there's only a few
down.
over towards side. They saved the Omen Flash, and
Both are gonna be
Benji's
rewarded.
absolutely
Taking
sent
down
it
his
as the other
nemesis,
team, the
Benji.
rest of his team, hit the
One
Omen
left
Flash.
alive really to handle is now MIBR, and there it is.
Okay, where are we at with the pistols? What was the first map on pistols? It's 2-0 here. First map was
Much needed, maybe a course
2-0 as well,
correction here
so
on the back of the
2-2.
pistol. They can convert round 2. Yeah, I mean, great isolation on Crashies, but almost at that point he can relay all that information. And what's important is Woot is double faced. There's no chance for him to find any success on long. Actually, even Chronicle finding the wallbang as well. I believe actually down to 5 HP in heaven, but so yeah, obviously, I mean, conversely to what I was saying, the first half FNATIC do have a 64% win rate on the attacking
MIBR
side.
gets
Obviously flipping
Marshall out. That's it. They're allowed 2
Max
deaths.
here on Haven. Again, that string of rounds. So it doesn't make you feel as if it's a guarantee, right? It's not a given.
No.
A little bit of pressure over towards A. Takes the TP, and it's looking like a
really slowed
3C
things down
side.
here, it feels like. Yeah, obviously the statistics in
I think it's healthy for the game to kill the Teo. Sure. I think it messes up
and rightly so, little
the Masters a little bit, to be honest. I would have done it after Masters, but
but the dart gonna have to be dealt with by
it is what it is.
Away we go. Shield gone. They got 2. One's fine, 2's out.
Yeah, this gets weird. Big cancel on this one. Rotate goes in. Cool to go over towards A. And Omen Flash means they can clear this pressure over towards here, and they get that info early and go back over towards A. Oh, man. What's the call on this?
A little more awkward now. Never feels comfortable walking into B late round. 20 seconds left. Luckily, nobody from Heretics on the other side of this.
Yeah, it does feel like just fortune is on their side, at least in this moment, because those corners feel so threatening. But the plant's going to come down. Boaster pops it into place.
10 seconds left.
Still a number disadvantage,
Spike
though.
Planted.
So if Heretics can try and fashion something together to cause those problems, deny those trades, we'll see. Trying to maybe daisy chain those
Shot. Absolute shot.
With Crashies falling, now they can't secure both sides. You can
Oh my god, how? Wait, that one's just straight through How did they do this? How did he hit the second shot though? Did he see him before the cage popped or something?
What's the haymaker?
Or is he actually just straight banging him through the smoke with a Marshall?
A pay safe card thrifty nonetheless to get 9 on the board and strip away any early advantage that FNATIC could try to build on the back of the
Dude,
pistol.
3 dinks in a row. Those nuts as well from Benji.
Yeah, it's a beautiful conversion here. The high-low setup on C, but MIBR. Sorry, the second was a headshot as well.
How's he getting that? How is he getting that?
Honestly, how is he getting that?
I mean, just a...
From Gonias, thank you so much for the 21 months, man. Appreciate that.
Yes. And it's such a key point.
Thank you for saying that as well, bro. Appreciate it.
Have that upswing, to have that just fall into their lap. Well, FNATIC in the past have had their heroes. They've had their players step up to save the day, but right now no one is here to help, it looks like. MIBR, Woot in control.
Yeah, everyone's just trying to take their timings.
We'll see one of the weapons removed. No, Crash is able to retrieve it at least. Nicely placed on the window still, but MIBR elsewhere has removed the other rifle. Alpha will fall. Spike now down in mid. Chronicle has to make his way across, but only a classic in his hands.
Treacherous. It's just brutal to have to go and do this walk, right?
Scanning ahead.
Okay, trying to feign this attention towards C, but I mean, they've got so many bodies, they don't have to be too worried yet. Yeah, absolutely. Hell, they need 2 at this point, but that's a step heard.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to get a chance to find
Dude,
it, to be honest with
it's
you.
the biggest bait ever. Miniboo's just like, keep jumping, mate. Nice shot.
I mean, I'm going to say Miniboo is, it just feels like he's just having a, he's built different at times. You give him like an outlaw or a marshal, he's going to get you a couple of kills here. Kron, yeah, there's no way around. Benji's like, hey, no, go ahead, try and get to the site.
Maybe a timeout for the big Byrons.
Hello there. Mate, 5-10. How are we here? I want to see this from Miniboo's side. Yeah, look at this. I feel like I just want to watch his whole side. Just like the whole time.
Yeah, really comfortable. On the Yoru, again, no surprises really. We'll see, I don't see anything up on screen, but the time's not moving. I'm guessing it's attack. There's some music. Yeah, from Veto. Okay.
Yeah. We're fine. I feel like I have PTSD when it comes to
yeah, everyone's on edge
when there's
when
no music
the timer
playing,
stops.
I'm like, they're trying to get something ready.
Mike, I can't watch Americas because they obviously have like half the stage go red sometimes.
Dude,
for, like, the
it's
team.
just,
I'm
yeah.
starting going, America's got tech.
Was it you just immediately put colorblind?
HD's in, thank you so much, man. HD's in 87 with the Prime. Appreciate that, mate. Thank you for doing that.
Well,
I see what you're doing, observers, by the way. I see you.
I see it. I see it.
Okay.
Well, it's definitely a good time for a timeout, but it's not like they're close to any of the ults that help them that much. So they can't, well, they could try to get an ult, but again, it's not gonna, it's not a round-changing ult that's gonna make you use the, or change your plan.
Being stripped away in round 2. And again, they're now in a really awkward position where they concede this, they're broke. Heretics on 11, you got to argue, then they win the anti-eco.
In Surge, thank you so much. In Surge 3 with the Prime, appreciate you. Thanks for the 2 months as well.
And again, the gravitas of this matchup.
In the EMEA, I don't know, it's hard to call, man.
Yes, poster. Bloody heck. Unconfirmed amounts of damage, but it's there. The fact is, it puts you 1 win away from getting into Toronto.
Which, for both of these teams, absolutely huge.
Winner of this, surely.
It's gold dust, right? And so for FNATIC, it's time to really buckle down here.
Maybe,
You've got
yeah.
to be absolutely ready for this. If you want a chance to go into those big global events, there is no ability to be
I wouldn't feel
cautious
super
anymore
confident
or,
with it.
You know, hold anything back. This is a huge opportunity. We've seen giants already fall in the form of EDG not making it out there, upsets in Americas as well. Playoffs is not for the weak-willed. You know, it's brutal. So a huge boon to either side. And as it stands, Heretics digging deeper here. Map to the good before. Lotus in their side. Here, 5-round advantage. And now they have to try and figure this one
DP
out.
for under. Well, we might see a 5v5 retake.
Try and I guess slow things
Whoa.
down. It actually does isolate Kayak. Crash is good for the trade.
Damn, dude, imagine he beat into that. Dude, that was crazy to do with the no smoke, but
First time we can see this tested. And something I do want to credit as well is
wonder if you're going to be smoking long if you're going to do that, but I guess he's watching
if they
it.
don't fully commit to it, they'll normally kind of break the backline pressure, force a player to look away, hit that quick rotate, which we're seeing here. It's wonderful to witness, but Crashy's position.
Oh, he didn't see that? Okay, he did see that.
It is! Root's been caught trying to play into the smoke. He's got them at least a man advantage, which is huge here. Alpha trying to
How has Benji done that? How has Benji done that? I gotta see this POV.
Starting to come online here. Defuse to be completed by Miniboo. Got a bit close there.
Yeah, I did get a little bit close.
Again, my VMix levels aren't high enough to hear this
I got a little bit nervous.
clear enough, but regardless, 11 on the board now. And
Let's see it.
That advantage created by Crashies immediately stripped away. It almost seems a little overzealous for Boo to commit to that.
Wait.
But even then,
Oh, okay. Oh, boy.
Follow-up victory.
Oh,
Like I
that's...
said, on the back of
Ah, he's
Crashies,
got to tuck in there.
Oh, the timing.
Wow.
I mean, Boaster's basically just 20 HP, I believe, so...
Oh, insta ult.
That's rough. Crash is going to try and find the opening here.
It's a good TP, but he might get his mate tagged. And it's so doomed, dude.
Hey, look, FNATIC
He ended up TPing back onto his mate. It didn't really matter because he lost the duel, but maybe it got him to swing out. I'm not entirely sure.
Not great in a retake. Brutal try and
Dude, they swing long against the Sova ult when most teams use the insta drone.
Even
That's
with the weaponry
bad.
disadvantage in certain areas, this just should not go wrong.
Oh no!
Oh god, look at the swings. Dude, please get that kill.
No, Miniboo's gonna do so. Oh my god, no!
You can't. You can't.
It's done! Get me out of here! Someone help me! And Woo's just gonna.
Oh my god, it's instant.
Kayak goes down. That should never have happened.
God, they just got annihilated. How did they lose every single duel here?
15-second swing, by the way. He just kept swinging.
Benji, no, he did the widest swing.
He's just never. What the hell was that?
Yeah, that's the disrespect on that is just outrageous. Then doubles down on Kron.
Like, he's so calm. He's so calm.
Oh, man.
I'm not calm. I'm nervous. And of course, there's like someone with an outlaw just falling out of window. It's 12 rounds.
7.
Heretics. I mean, they are elevating every step of the way, and it's a brutal beginning, back and forth until then. Boo tips the favor into their hands. Ult gonna come in. Let's see if those stats still hold for Alpha. They could do with it right now. Rien's on the run.
Oh my, that was close. 21 HP.
Almost got all 3 of them. Putting it all in the hands of Chronicle now.
Surely there's nothing behind that.
Benji going around.
Brian, thank you so much for the tier 1, mate. Appreciate the 10 months.
Still down at long and a minute to play with.
Yeah, I'm not sure Boot. Yeah, well, whether or not he could see it, but so the K's going to obscure.
God,
his
they
vision
wrecked
regardless.
him,
I think
man.
Maybe just behind the wall, but
Dude, getting eco'd on that
regardless,
pistol was
the K's will give
everything.
away Chronicle's
I don't
position.
know how Miniboo got that second kill still.
Agility littered across the map, so Benji could almost just stack towards Boot.
Lotus? I mean, yeah, Lotus was better to watch.
Sit in the camp. He can't be pushed from either direction.
He's got this map on lock.
They just have the full map control here.
He will know about. Here it is, the first signal. And they have no eye.
Really, really nice, man. They absolutely wrecked him on this one.
Standing performance.
Strong
But
performance.
Heretics in general, 13-5, Mike, on a map like this, it sends a message.
Benji just coming alive.
Yeah, we lost the VODs, didn't we? Of course we did.
That is just like heartbreak to see, and that's after FNATIC find a massive.
I was gonna upload the VOD, but it's just dead.
Yeah.
Okay, so Heretics get first seed. Let's have a little look at these groups. Who's playing who now?
13-5 here on the second map. It's a huge
The winner of this plays Na'Vi BBL, right?
Almost watch pass you by going into playoffs.
Yeah, and it is that advantage that goes forward. Heretics now only 1 game away from securing their position in Toronto, right? Getting to Masters. That's the big goal here for both of these teams. They're heavy hitters. There's a reason this game was on so many people's radar. They wanted to see what these two would do to each other. The best in 2023 up against the best in 2024. And today, it's Heretics' time to shine.
FNATIC against Foot, winner plays Liquids. Na'Vi BBL, winner plays Heretics.
Themselves a little here, Mike, 'cause it felt like they hit a wall.
Yeah, and I think we saw examples on map 1 of FNATIC looking really comfortable in terms of playing reactively and leaning into, I guess, the mid-rounding that they've said has been working so well for them. But Heretics, man, they came well prepped. Miniboo having a fantastic series alongside that, Woot and Rien's. But then Benji sealing the deal in map.
What do we do? Do we got an hour? Honestly, I need to upload this VOD, so I think I stopped the stream.
However, today we have a treat for you in the post plant. It'll be Kukuka with Ulysses, joined by Miniboo and Rien's. Let's head over there now.
Thank you very much, Lauren. Yes, I'm here
that's
joined
the
by
easiest thing to
Ulises
do.
and Heretics. They've done it. Again, during the group stage, FNATIC cannot even take a map off of them, Ulises.
There is no chance. Every single BO3 they play with this roster, they never lost a map on a
The joined thumbnail? I mean, I could do an hour of ads, but...
You know, many teams and many players, when they first come
We
into
also
the
lose
region,
the
they're
VOD.
always saying, oh, we want to play up against FNATIC. Even last year,
Caesar
even
Inox,
at the
thank you so much for
beginning
the
of
tier
this
1.
when
Thank
you
you
hear
for
any
the 20
player,
months.
You're going to go up against the legends. And at some point, that was HERETICS too, but now they should feel extremely comfortable because the individual performances that we're seeing from these players, they're playing on a different category.
They grow a lot, and also we can remember Sue was interviewing Minibu. And Minibu was saying, yeah, last year I was facing Derke, I was facing Kang.
I know the broadcast, yeah, sorry.
The best duelists among the world. And right now I'm just facing a Jet, a Neon, a Raze. They don't care anymore.
Lexi, I can let it run, it's fine.
I'm facing another team. This is his plan, that's my plan. I'm gonna do
People can
whatever I
wait
have
for
to
the
do to win
FNATIC
the
HERETICS
game.
VOD.
And
It's
they
not like it
evolve
was
a lot.
super
I mean,
close.
They're not, maybe they are not anymore Los Niños.
They're still Los Niños.
They're still
you
Los
know,
Niños, but they're growing.
Yeah, but we're proud parents, so we cannot just say, you know, we do not want them to leave the nest.
There will be
just
always
yet.
for us Los Niños.
TFT's doing that, man. I'm gonna go eat.
Yes,
It's perfect
okay,
timing.
we'll take that. Also, something that is very important, remember the stakes of this game. If we have the bracket ready, we will show it for you because now we have the full standings closed out with the result of the first match and the second one. We will show it probably when we have the players because otherwise, you know, what's the point? We kind of know what teams are going to be playing and what not. But now we have everything secured. I think that
What time does the Americas broadcast start at? Half?
FNATIC, and it brings us
past?
back to
55
a
minutes?
conversation that we've had in the past. If you have a team that is doing
Yeah, we
so
can
well,
just do a
at
countdown.
some
It'll be
point,
fine.
it is going to fail. It is better to have having it fail when you still have a chance of making Toronto, when you had a very good stage, than to do it further into the competition.
Completely. I mean, we can remember teams that have been failing on the last step and teams that have failed to get into international, even that they were in the best. They didn't manage to do it. And right now, they should be just learning about the path on how to improve, on what they have to do in order to keep winning against HERETICS, maybe, on an important match. And talking about HERETICS is right now on only one step, one extra stop, and they're going to be on Toronto.
Yeah, we missed them a lot at Bangkok, you know, and now that EG didn't make it, you know, I feel like if they make it to the tournament, they're gonna be like, woo. No, because I think that they will be looking for revenge, you know.
Obviously.
I think that they need to enter their reputation era. But let's take a look also a little bit of the numbers that we've been seeing in this last
The
map.
VOD? I mean, we had to we restarted the stream at one point.
About how Benji was coming alive,
wrecked
but I think that we could
we
say
wrecked
that
the
for
real number.
many of the players, it's not that someone was lacking. I feel like everybody had their moments.
Every single one was playing really good. Obviously, we had to take a look on someone on this cabin. We have to look at Minibu because Minibu has been playing amazing. But every single one, I mean, Benji had an amazing 4K that was so close to even get an ace. Also, we've seen that Rians is playing on a huge performance. Even that maybe he
I hate to point this out, but you can't be doing this on ISO.
Good with all his utility and
Can't
making
go
every
6
single
to
one
15, man.
great. So yeah, for sure, for me, every single one did it.
We also saw it in the MVP graphic. Kayak was having one off map there on Haven. We cannot say the same for Alpha though. Like I'm so surprised because it is so weird to see a Haven and not see an Alpha just completely obliterating their opponents.
And being honest, I was expecting Alpha to step up and be one of his best matches because every single time that someone is messing with him, he's coming stronger. And good say that he has a better ISO. I expect in Alpha to come like, I'm going to punish you. I will be winning this match at any price. But he didn't.
No
He was
sleep
lost
till
this
Radiant
Yeah, I
rank
think
1
that it
stream
felt a
when,
little bit short,
mate.
but again, I do not
Who do you
think
think
that
I
it is
am,
the end
dude?
of the world. FNATIC will
Obviously.
be going out
Can't
with
be
that
not sleeping
second
for
seed. I
literally
believe that
ever
there's
for the
I
rest
made
of
my
my
own
life.
bracket. I
But
believe that they're
basically
facing
stream
Foot.
until you die stream.
Yes.
I'm not
I
sure
made
I'm
my
in
own
for that,
bracket.
man.
We will
Sounds
show
mental.
like a better version of this, because this is just me doing things. But match 1 is BBL versus Navi, and then match 2 is FNATIC versus Foot. You know the worst of that? It's going to be an absolute banger. Whomever loses and has that second chance, they go up against Vitality, which I do not think is... Yeah, Vitality are not going to have an easy way of making it through. Oh, actually, we do have the brackets.
Oh,
Thank you
yes.
very much, production. This looks absolutely beautiful.
Welcome.
And as we welcome Rians and Minibu to the stage, hey guys, how you doing? Good to see you, please. Make yourself comfortable.
Wait, chat, who
Are
goes
you
to
cold?
here?
You were
This
freezing, or is it me
group.
that I'm- Oh, okay. Thank you, I appreciate that.
So hot here, by the way.
Guys, can we actually bring back the bracket since we have you here? Because do you know who you're playing next? Well, congratulations, first of all.
I mean, we don't know.
Does swap or not
It's
swap?
not decided, no?
It does
It is
swap.
decided.
No.
I mean, they're waiting for someone to win.
It's between two
But you
teams.
can know who is going to be
But that already
playing after.
happened. Oh, yeah. Sorry, you are right. You are right.
They're waiting for
Sorry,
someone.
I forget that you actually are that
Yeah.
good.
BBL or Navi?
Yeah, it's going to be BBL or Navi. Any early preferences?
Honestly, we played against Navi. I want to play BBL. You know, I think we want some variety.
Doesn't matter for me, to be honest.
I mean, it didn't matter in the server as well. Rians, what a performance that you had today. What was it due to?
I mean, I don't know. I just have good teammates, you know. Especially in first map, we just played good as a team. So my performance was good. And then on the second one, I think everyone performed really well. Not me. So.
What do you mean, bro?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean,
it's just team thing. You know?
I mean, he said like in attack, maybe in mid attack, guys, I didn't see a single enemy in 5 rounds. You're so fucking good.
Yeah, to be honest, when we had like a series that we won like 6 rounds in a row, I think, I literally didn't see like for 5 rounds, you know. I literally didn't see a single enemy.
But that's what you say, like your team is that good. You can
exactly. Like, that's what I said.
Yeah, but don't say that you're bad, bro. That you didn't perform.
Yeah, I didn't say I'm bad. I just said I didn't perform because I didn't see anyone.
No, it doesn't work like that, bro.
What you need to think is that if you would have seen someone, they would have been dead.
He's not wrong. It doesn't work like that.
Right? So you did perform.
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
Thank you. He's a top shagger.
Minimu, same goes for you. I believe that from what we saw from you at the beginning of the year to where you are today is night and day. I think that we can also see it in the way that you're communicating. Actually, we have an SOT. You will hear it, hopefully, so you can see some of your reactions that you had during that first map.
Nice! Let's go, guys! Nice, boys! Let's go! Nice, guys! Well played! Let's go!
Why are you laughing?
I don't know what's happening. Nice! Boo! No time! Let's go!
There was a couple of rounds, Minimu, that we saw you with your brother, especially on Haven, that you were totally giving it. It does make a big difference to have that kind of energy on the stage, I assume.
Yeah, I mean, before official, I felt so sleepy, so I just wanted to scream a lot to like hype up myself, you know. I just wanted to scream, and I screamed.
And how you felt? I mean, playing on this heat level, because before on kickoff, obviously there was some kind of lag. Some of you were also playing Yield. How you felt coming into stage 2 and managed to win every single match?
I mean, do you ask as a like team?
Yeah, as a team, obviously.
I mean, in kickoff, I think like we already talked about this so much. Like I think it was just reality check. Like for our team, we were like, I don't know, too much relaxed, and we realized that nothing is a given. You know, you have to earn like everything. Once again, it doesn't matter that you're a second place in champions. Like you just have to come back and just round by round, game by game, like, you know, we have to win it and prove yourself again and again and again, and it's gonna happen like every time. So I think we just learned a very good lesson, and right now I think like everyone in the team is back to his like good form, and I think like everyone is just playing like Team Heretics, you know, like everyone is performing, like everyone is giving their 20%, and yeah, we just win.
We come from a last year back-to-back finalist, and you say that every single one is going to his best form. Rians, is this Heretics Prime form?
Yes.
No, not yet.
Not
yet?
I mean,
you
yeah,
say
that's
that
kind of
everybody's
true.
giving 200%, no?
Yeah, I mean, everyone's giving...
But I said 20%.
Oh, 20?
Yeah,
20?
Oh, sorry.
No, everyone from the team gives their 20. So
oh, okay, okay, sorry.
You know?
So you can go for 1,000.
I mean, I think like we are scaling, you know, like it's going, ooh, like it's
so you
scaling.
peak at the right time.
Yeah.
In a grand final.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I mean, for me, I think we're playing really clean, to be honest. And I think, like, compared to kickoff, you know, I think we just, like, what we did good is, like, I think in kickoff, we were just focused on the result, you know? Like, we were focused on, guys, we want to go to Bangkok and, you know? And then I think it just didn't work. And now we just learned how to focus, like, one by one, each game, you know?
Which the NA
so
games? Yeah, yeah. We'll do a
matter.
little break.
For
I'll
example,
go eat.
against FNATIC, we were already, like, 4-0, you know, in the group. But we didn't care about the past games. We just focus on the current game, and we also didn't care about like the future games, for example, like Masters and stuff, you know. We just focus on like just the current games, and I think that's what makes us perform a bit better.
Yeah, and also coming into today against FNATIC, as we were discussing,
you can just
when
put
it
them
comes
in,
to group stage, they cannot even take a map off of
just
you.
put them in
like
a remote if you're on desk.
They have not a single chance. What was the preparation like? Because as you're saying, you're scaling, you're progressively getting better and better, and at the end of the regular season, you have one of the toughest opponents and one that has not lost a single match so far. So how was the preparation also? You know, considering that we had the delay and everything, so you had that added week that could also be added stress.
I mean, yeah, definitely like that, like cancelled match, I think shocked us a bit. But I think what we are good at is control the controllables. Like we couldn't control that, it happened, and it took some time, but I think we just accept it and just prepare for the like regular match, you know, like we don't judge enemies by if they're 4-0 or they're 0-4. Like we just prepare for the team and that's it. Like we just we don't think that, oh my god, it's FNATIC 4-0, we're gonna prepare more, we're gonna play more or something. No, it's the same, you know.
I mean, I think I would like to say something about my coaches here.
Of course.
So, I think our coaches.
Yeah. If you wanna say something romantic.
I mean, not directly to them, but you know, like in general, I think our coaches like they're the best, you know. So like every single opponent, I think they're prepping really well, you know. So we know how they're playing and stuff, especially like if they don't change comps and stuff, you know. So it's kind of easy to make some analysis, you know. So I think our coaches are good at doing that. Also Boo, I would like to say thanks to Boo as well, because I think he's working super hard. Like he's also a player, but he's also working on enemies as well, you know. So I think like 3 of them doing amazing job. So
yeah, I agree.
You agree? Yeah. You know, Ulises was saying that at some point we're gonna have to stop calling you los niños, and if you keep showing this kind of maturity, maybe we will have to stop calling you los niños, because, you know...
Oh, please.
No? Okay, okay, you just... Okay, that is enough.
You will be always my boy.
You're speaking about the coaches and whatnot. We also have some highlights to show you, because individually, I feel like each and one of you guys had a moment throughout this match. Benji on this last one. Tell me how the comms were on this one, because he was incredibly close. So what was the reaction like?
Oh my god, that would have been so insane.
Yeah, he literally said this.
Oh, these guys are pretty
like that's what Benji said. I think it was amazing by him, but I swear if he just win, it was amazing.
Oh, okay.
I think that we're also going to show from you,
Chat,
Minibu.
these guys are pretty. These guys are pretty consistent, right?
So pistols with that Marshall. How? Especially the second
Demon
one. The second one across the Cypher
benched.
cage. I mean,
Disgusting.
Yeah, I feel like these are
I'm
consistent.
farming with Marshall so good. It's like 2K TV, you know? Like, bro, like
Rossi,
I
that's
just
not a
feel
good sign for
I'm
Rossi,
saying to my
man.
team, bro, I'm just gonna
twice
like
in a
buy
year.
Marshall and farm them.
Yeah.
And it's actually like working strategy, you know?
No, it's totally working. Like, I checked your numbers before coming into last week or this one. I was taking a look at, you know, who was playing the most snipers across all of them. And you like care a lot about the Marshall, like, compared to the rest.
Yeah.
But I was like, you know, he's kind of good. So for the investment that it is, it's pretty good.
And also, talking about
Again,
your
not
performance,
100% yet,
you're
chat,
becoming,
but
I mean, if
they're
we talk
pretty
about your
consistent.
statistics, you're one of the best
With being right in the
now
rumors.
on every single VCT. What have you done on all this time? Because obviously, wanting to kick off, your performance maybe wasn't that good, but right now, you're on your best. I can tell someone has been casting every single one of your games. I can say only on a viewership, on the point of view of a viewership, you're on your prime. But what have you done?
I mean, in kickoff, like in official, I maybe didn't show good statistics, but like Enes can like confirm that I was playing still good. And I think like, I don't know, like we are playing good as a team, and that's all that matters. Like I already said this, like there is a quote that people will always tell you, like you're never as good as people tell you, and you're never as bad as people tell you. So I think like we just play, you know, like we play as a team, and when like my team is doing good, obviously like I'm a duelist and I'm there to get the kills. So obviously like statistically, it seems that like I'm like in my prime or something, but like I'm just like playing the game, and sometimes like there's people coming into my crosshair and I just press mouse.
All I'm gonna say, I don't care about statistics, but this guy is the best duelist in the world. I can just say that like very confidently, you know. I've been saying this last year as well.
Okay.
I don't care. Like I don't care what other people say. This guy is the best duelist in the world.
That's exactly the kind of teammate.
Like he's just so smart. Like don't get me wrong, but like the other duelists are like not really smart, you know. They just go in and they try to kill. Like they have amazing aim. Like, it's fine, but this guy has amazing aim. Like
he does
10,000 IQ,
you
know,
do it. Big
everything
up, big
combined.
up the team.
All good.
By the way, in real life, he never said I'm smart. He said only that I'm stupid.
It's fine. We don't talk about it, okay?
But it's when it matters the most, you know. In private, he'll be like,
It's funny because it's not the first time I heard it.
Because every single time I've been talking with anyone that's been working with you, every single one say the same. You're not only someone that is playing, it's someone that is so communicative, bringing some calls, sometimes mid-run calls. And I'm gonna ask to Riens, how do you feel playing with the brothers, with the Lucas Evitius brothers? Because both of them IGLing, mid-run calling. How is it for you?
I mean, for me, it's really comfortable because like Boo is IGLing, yes, but Domi is most likely IGLing in like micro stuff, you know. Like for example, Boo says something to do, and Domi says how to do, you know. So like for me, it's really comfortable, and yeah, I mean, they're both super smart, so I'm happy.
There's some synergy there for some reason, right? Also, guys, you're one match away from Toronto. Looking forward to that one?
Teonas will be in Toronto, pretty sure. We haven't got 100% confirmation. Teams can probably ask and find out for us.
EDG didn't make it, so...
Yeah. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Would you have rather having them make it so you could get your revenge? I'm speaking as if you already had made it to Toronto.
I mean, honestly, I would like to play against them.
I was happy that they didn't qualify, to be honest.
Okay,
oh
thank you, Riens.
At least he's honest.
We appreciate it. Let's take a look at the standings. Actually, this is all the teams that are qualified.
So they probably thought the same thing for
any
the past
surprises here? Who are you supporting tonight between G2 and EG for Americas?
G2,
of course.
G2, G2.
No tienen ni idea.
I mean, I think our team, like as a players, everyone, we love G2 a lot. Like the players,
they're very lovable.
Yeah, like the players are like really good friends, I would say. Like they're really nice guys. So we would like them to win. You know?
They're actually very sweet.
Unsaid is after Toronto as well. I'm not sure about that either.
Yeah, I mean they also came from like.
No, they tweeted out a bit, but
they were like underdogs.
I think we need
they stick together and they become like goats. And they also changed players and stuff, but like
the power of sticking together.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. We're EG supporters because the storyline of Potter and having Ye again in a global stage, I live for the storylines. I'm happy for
Is El Diablo coming back? I want to see El Diablo coming back. It's funny.
I remember on Fracture, you're like,
El Diablo. El
Diablo. yeah. Bro, that is so good. I watched this script like 10 times.
I need it.
They
I have to
tweeted
say
it out.
If he's not qualifying, I cannot
let's
do
wait
it.
and see though.
I need him. Oh, by the way, Sunset is coming back. How you feel having Sunset knocking on the door?
Is it coming on Toronto?
No, I don't think so. I think that they're delaying things for right after Toronto because something's coming in Toronto, and then we have some changes, and it will be back. It will be back. Most likely for stage 2. I think you guys will have it.
Are you happy?
I think I am. Yeah.
I mean, for me, I swear, I loved the map before, but then we started losing, and I hated it. So for me, it's like 50-50. You know, I don't really care.
No, you'll have a chance to redeem yourself, and you will start liking it again. Also, have you guys seen the changes to Tejo that are coming?
Oh, I'm so happy.
Yes,
I'm so happy.
Just kill the agent, delete.
Yeah. I mean, I think everyone in our team hates Tejo. To play against it, also play in our team. Like, we just don't like the agent, you know. So I think it's just good.
Yeah. And talking about playing, today you were playing on the new computers on your PC. How you felt?
It was really good.
I mean, honestly, like for me, I think like and overall for my team, like we are the team who cares the least about like things. As soon as it doesn't blue screen, like it's okay to play, you know. Like we don't care. Like I think even before, like the setup was all right. Like for me.
Yeah, I mean, as Domi said, you know, we are doing like control the controllables. That's it. Like if the PCs are bad, like before, for example, we didn't care, you know. So it didn't affect us much. So now the PCs are super good, you know, and like it's good, but I think we care least in VCT, you know.
Well, it's good, you know. At the end of the day, it's good. Maybe you do not care, but there are other teams that care a lot. So if they're good, we are happy that you liked it. Again, congratulations for that first seed. We will see you in
Control
a week.
the controllables. They had some good lines here as well.
Thank you so much.
Like you're never as good as people say, and you're never as bad as people say. That was cool.
Everything. We will see you in playoffs. The first match will be BBL versus Navi, followed by FNATIC versus Foot. Nobody will be eliminated. Nobody will be qualified, but we will see you there on May the 8th. Bye-bye.
Okay, chat. So we're going to put a little timer. We're going to wait for Americas. I'm going to spam some ads if you want to support the channel, and you can stay and tank the ads. And if not, we'll be streaming in around 45 minutes or so. I commented on it a little bit, Lexi. We'll wait until it's official though. But hello, baby mate. How you doing? You gotta tank the ads. I respect that. What have we got for NA today? I've got MIBR G2. But I'm not feeling super confident with the MIBR one just because Sentinels look kind of crispy. MIBR EG. We got some EG believers. I respect that. That's what the hell. Okay, chat. Let me put on the ads. Let me put on the ads. We'll be back in a little bit. We'll set the timer. Put the time to like 50 minutes or so. I'm just gonna get some food. Okay. Again, if you want to sit around and support and tank some ads, I appreciate it a lot. If not, I'll see you in a little bit. Okay. Thank you so much for watching, guys. Thank you. Thank you. I'll be back in about 45-50 minutes. Chat, hello, how we doing?
Simpler today to secure their spot in the finals.
Ooh, that's quiet.
That'd be lovely, you know, because I'm sure you, as a coach, you love being there for 40 rounds, sweating your butt off the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, it's all down to the players. Your tactics are gone. You just got to sit there and just.
Mimi's on the desk.
Yeah, just
Mimi's everywhere.
Yeah, I don't know about you.
Yeah, bro, maybe. I'm telling you, if I was a coach, it's not there now. It would never even show up. Hey, listen here, genetics. I can't help it, all right? We all can't wake up looking like Timothy Chalamet, okay? Relax now. All right, now, of course, last week we had a big moment there for MIBR because they managed to clinch Masters Toronto and meet the dog, which that dog is freaking adorable. But that is a massive, massive achievement for the MIBR organization because we had covered this last week, but it's worth mentioning here again.
Dude, what is this?
Ender, what a run this organization has gone through, and then
17th to 32nd. 9th, 7th, 6th, 11th, 11th.
For MIBR, you have
Aspas joins.
and you have after
3rd,
Ospas.
top 3.
Before Ospas was a dark time for MIBR. Right, 11th place stage 2
Hash and Bash, thanks so much for the prime, bro. Appreciate you. Thank you for the 5 months.
They're top 3. They're making it global.
As a coach, how much of a difference does it make playing against a guy like Icebox who has just so much individual impact?
Sideshow, what is he doing?
It's not more about playing against him.
Wait, is he casting today? He's back? Let's go.
Sure.
He's joined, he's bringing everyone up. Everyone looks up to him. Even Veto, right? He struggled on NRG. I'm sure there was bad click there, but he brings everyone up. Everyone looks up to him.
I'm actually glad you mentioned Verno because that actually, you know, he has truly been, Mimi, a transformative player for this team since joining.
When dropping him, Energy cites that he wasn't really fitting in, he wasn't confident enough,
hello, mate.
and then they get rid of him
Congrats
after
on the
kickoff.
win.
But it seems like he's integrated so well
Like
into
a jump out of heaven?
So
yeah, I liked a lot of rounds you had today.
Instagram handle to have the suffix Xenio like the rest of the players on the
My
team.
guy's in, bro.
It's
Guys are playing some confidence.
Right now.
Yeah, the one American dude who joins a team of all Brazilians has found a better match here than he had back on NRG, and has been playing just so well individually. He's been one of, if not the best rookie of the year thus far.
Yeah, you know, I talked before after Ospas. You also have before
Watch
after
this.
Verno.
Okay, Charles, let's mute this and see what's going on.
It's for Toronto.
Yeah, it's insane. Like, I couldn't.
You fools gonna realize we're back in 2023.
Who gave him the grabber?
You say no one could have predicted this.
Drop the claw.
You're asking all the wrong questions, old man.
Oh, okay.
I've realized that this Riot Games arena is on the verge, the convergence, some might say, of some awfully powerful ley lines.
Not this again.
Awfully powerful. And I've realized that evil geniuses have managed to figure out a way of harnessing this energy, and they have transported us back to the year 2023. Now, just look at the story that's playing out here. A team of underdogs that barely squeaks into playoffs, and they go for the second Masters of the year.
Yeah,
now,
good time to ask that one, Bacon.
Start with the letter T, don't they? Tokyo. Ever heard of that one? Yeah, find it on the map, why don't you? And over here, Toronto, of course.
Hello, War, thanks so much for the 3 months.
Unbelievable scene, my lady.
Excuse me?
Now, if you take a look at here, over here, follow me this way. Demonic duelist, perhaps? It's just too simple. El Diablo, Demon One. I mean, come on, even Pansy can put it together. I'm not stupid. I see what's happening here. And we have a fragging.
Watch Pansy getting straight.
We have supportive players who've not really been able to get their best opportunities on previous rosters. That's right. I'm through here between Mimi and Ender. How's it going? And then also Coach Potter behind the scenes calling all of the shots. And which team did they beat in the playoffs? Cloud9. Everybody knows that if you beat
mean anything.
They lose every playoffs.
Every time you beat Cloud9, you go to Masters. It's never been wrong. Don't argue with the science.
Why are you holding that like a weapon?
Who gave you the grabber?
Now, who are the big bad guys waiting down the line? Who? You have a squad of young Brazilians. A squad of young Brazilians, Mimi, down the line.
Well, they have to beat G2 first.
They're already beating G2. I've seen it in the stars. A squad of Brazilian superstars led by none other than Fraud with his mangled visage. And of course, the star player, Aspas, awaits them. Of course, last year it was Loud, now it's MIBR. Our future is clear. Evil geniuses, they will beat G2. They will make Masters Toronto. They will lose in the grand final and run it back at Champions Paris. It is 2023 all over again.
The UK's not even on your map, Josh.
That doesn't matter. We're talking about Gay Paris. You don't understand. It's going to happen.
Yeah, thank you. Get him out. Get him out. Send him back. So she broke the claw. He broke the claw.
Dude, that was good.
How McGill was that?
I'm not gonna lie though, bro, it's kind of cooking the game.
Then he came so strong.
Let's put our powers combined and see what happens. And look at this, they're top 3 potentially, you know, like winning the whole damn thing. It's really, really impressive what these guys have been able to accomplish here. But let's actually check in once again with Arts.
I mean, the lift of the hat with the picker was pretty good, Bacon. You gotta give him that.
I am here with MIBR before the match, and I gotta ask you guys, last week you got to talk to the family a little bit after the match. What's it like knowing that they're watching from so far away? What'd they have to say?
It's pretty good. No, my family trusts me and always cheering for me. I'm really glad about this.
And what kind of things are they saying when you talk to them after the match?
Honestly, they say how strong am I, and they like, yeah, they say inspiration stuff, like family stuff. But yeah, I'm so blessed to have them cheering for me and my team. So basically, we're gonna do our best for them.
Awesome. How you feeling about the match today? Feeling good?
I'm feeling pretty good.
All right, kill it, guys.
MIBR is all smiles coming into today, but they're going to have their hands full because they're facing the Sentinels.
Got an MIBR comms clip as well. Okay, let's see what this next bit is. If they start playing a TikTok game, then I'll switch.
Sent those boys down to the lower bracket, and my oh my, dude, that was a little bit of a hairy game there for a moment there, fellas, because, I mean, Ender, it almost slipped away from them at the final moments.
Yeah, this is a crazy one, right? Sentinels lose map 1, map 2 is down to the wire, 2 rounds
see what's going on, dude. You still mad from the call out?
Yeah,
hello, Teats, mate. How are we doing?
G2 force and on Ascent, G2 almost come all the way back before Sentinels lock in on rounds 23 and 24. And you can see how much it meant to them.
Dude, this win moment was so sick to watch, though.
Watching Jordan play.
It was so good.
He was the guy who made the play. I was so happy for him. It was
great. It really.
Copper Hedgehog, thanks so much for the bits, dude. Appreciate that.
Able to dig deep, even in
MIBR picked Lotus, Sentinels picked Split and got Haven.
But Mimi, I mean, that puts his Sentinels lineup on the pathway to Toronto, a massive achievement for them, and they went to Bangkok, obviously didn't go the way that they wanted here. Now they have an opportunity for redemption.
But beating G2, I think, is the big thing. It's proving that people had a lot of questions of this team being in the group that didn't have G2, didn't have you guys on scene on, that a lot of people were calling weaker, and they've come out swinging in the playoffs. They're yet to drop a series thus far, and not just fighting for redemption at Toronto, but also to try and win a trophy here in America that they failed to do in kickoff.
Ever since the start of franchising, every team that has been C9 and plus has ended up. Yeah, but this is just because they get so far in playoffs that you beat them and you qualify. I don't think this is a great stat. This is more just like, yeah, C9 really crumble in playoffs, and we knew that already.
I'm just blessed to be able to compete with the teammates I have and the coaching staff that I have under the organization of Sentinels that we have, and yeah, that's it.
If there was anything in that game that you could pinpoint that you the team found out about themselves, would you be able to like nail one thing?
Well, when the match gets hard, we go harder, so.
All right, good luck today in the match.
Damn, no sellout sign or anything?
In the event that Icebox makes it through the Vetos today, Sentinels are going to have to lock in to take down MIBR. And I want to talk to you a little bit about their comp, because Zekken is playing the Omen, which is not something we've seen a lot of other teams do it. Now, last week I showed you some rounds and showed you sort of the power of using the Omen smokes to block off Killjoy turrets, to open up some lurk ideas, or even in their default
Gabri, how long is
to
this?
block off a lot of the more forward sight lines that you can see. But I want to show you the B site right now, because Sentinels do things a little bit more
47? That's not too bad.
Someone break down. Break the left or right. Just keep ward, keep ward.
Holy bro.
Okay, can I see one more time?
Yeah.
That's good. Okay, we can fall. 30 seconds. Fall back now. Fall back and hold the wall. Viper wall.
Yeah. I don't break the there now.
Viper wall.
I don't break the there. Got there.
Starting.
Nice. Play close.
Ult Cortez. Ult.
Hold tight.
They're here.
Nice.
There.
Nice, you know.
Nice.
We're going to Canada, baby!
That's funny. Dude, I tell you what. My player who doesn't com, he's comming quite a lot. That's all I can say from that as well. The comms, yeah, the comms weren't good, I'm not gonna lie, but it's at least it's also like a, I don't know, they're kind of stomping the round, so I don't want to look into it too much, but
so he's going to throw that in just a second. Sentinels really took their time in this round, and then he TPs forward like this. This is cool because this paranoia line is nasty. It can clear out all of backside effectively. He also sends it up towards halls, and it gives you this forward fight that you usually don't have when you're not playing a lot of flashes on Icebox. Now, we're going to ignore the fact
definitely
that
a bit different though from saying they don't come to now micromanaging a team. Like something's a little bit lost there.
It's fine.
I can't help but feel like if he hit the paranoia,
he might have gotten the kill. Yes.
He might have gotten the kill, and it would have been great to close out the Telestrator segment with 100%. But yeah, I mean,
it's the idea that
I think that being dropped from NRG woke him up. No, I think different atmosphere and teams can lead to different performances. And I think we were more. I think we were only getting one side of an argument pretty much.
Because the talent is there, and he's been really providing a lot for Sentinels this season.
Yeah, I mean, his kickoff wasn't great, but since then, I feel like Sentinels as a whole have come together more.
One side of maybe not an argument, but one side of the story.
The best in Bang. I think John and Jordan, Zelsus and Junkie T, putting that arm around him, putting us together, is helping everyone. And Bang is just, he's playing off
down the stream?
Dude,
I can't get these levels right.
Yeah. He just goes for his plays.
Yeah, he's so good, I think, especially when he's in a position as a solo anchor. He's one of those players that does such a great job of being in like 1vx situations and just slowing the round down, picking the perfect time.
You went for EG Reprise?
His numbers have backed it up. The guy's just been incredible.
I mean, I hope it's not. I hope he didn't get a 50-50 payout for it.
Playoffs for VCT Americas, and he had a great game to make it here, beating G2 as well.
Yeah, for me, Bang defensively is the god of off angles. Like, this guy gets himself in good positions so consistently and will surprise you in the spots that he's playing.
NRG got rid of 2 coaches and 1 player. Is it not clear who's calling the shots? Yeah, but that's also fine because they committed to giving him a whole year. So that's what they're doing. They're like more committing to what they decided to do at the beginning of the year. I don't think that's bad. Just you gotta deliver, I guess.
Instinctual and conditioning what he wants to do on the
Hello,
side.
Chobra.
I think he's going to be the X factor for sure.
Yeah, well, we'll see how it plays out there. Now, of course, we want to know what our talent team.
You're on the EG train? Oh boy.
The matches today. Well,
wait, you're on the Paper X train as well, Chobra, so that's not good. Damn, who's this?
Are you a SEN believer?
Respect, man. Dude, no one else went for it.
Are you an EG believer with Wyatt?
Absolutely not.
What is the odds?
Absolutely not.
I don't think he's too far off the goop just because EG's playing hot right now.
These guys were finalists. They lost a series.
They're playing hot right now.
2 rounds.
They're playing hot. They're playing hot. I can see the logic, Mimi. But
Sen beat MIBR in this position during kickoff. They're playing again now. A lot has changed for MIBR. What has sold you on this Sen team that you're confident they'll win today?
Just everything they've gone through from Bangkok to kickoff to now, all the hard conversations that they would have had leading forward. I just think they're one of my favorites to win Toronto, actually.
Wow. What I think is interesting, though, is you can also say the same thing about MIBR on the other side, right? A team that's really gone through a bit of a journey, rediscovering themselves, needing to find like who those players are going to be that slot in, who fits that. So I think it's interesting.
I think they've added Veto. They haven't had that big loss yet. I think they need to have the big loss. Maybe this is it, and then but this wouldn't be a big loss because they've still made Toronto, you know?
Yeah.
Like I think they need that big loss, and Sentinels have already had that.
Damn, yeah, and it's a good point, right? Because, you know, MIBR, or really, I always like to call it like the new car smell. You know what I mean? Like, hey, you buy a new car, it always smells good. And after a little while, you sit in it too many times, starts to fade, the newness starts to fade away.
I keep my car
You still need 500 years slow mode? Dude, it's 10 seconds.
Real talk, though,
Huge exaggeration.
do we subscribe to this, that MIBR yet to face that hardship? Sentinels could be the one to deliver that here today.
That's just true.
Where's Imi from? Liverpool.
How good they were. They beat G2. I also think this is something you were talking about. The map pool could be pretty good for Sen. They share a lot of similar maps. If we get a Haven in the pool,
we actually folded to the pressure.
I honestly even think they have a chance on split against MIBR.
Penny, hello?
They've definitely been split.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Did I fix what happened on my YouTube channel? Yeah, someone in chat helped me.
I mean, it's just been so
We got tech support live.
with that Harbor Viper.
Or Zekin can hit the paranoia. And that changes the entire
That would help. All right, folks. So 4 teams are going to be fighting to make it to Sunday's grand final. You got MIBR and Sentinels, Evil Geniuses going up against G2. Day 5 of the VCT Americas playoffs starts right now.
What happened to the YouTube chat? Dude, the stream just died on me.
when you're on that grand final stage, they're gonna remember you for what you did that day. Those 5 maps that you played, that's gonna be where everybody's gonna be like, damn, I saw that clip on Twitter, I saw that clip on YouTube, I saw that on VCT, and I mean, I'm always good for it.
I think winning Americas is one of the steps that you need in order to showcase how great like truly you are and all the work that both yourself and team have put in. You're a force to be reckoned with, basically.
What's up, baby? I won 2 times already, but I want to win with this team. There's something special about winning with them. They are all new players.
We're going to Canada, baby! We're going to Canada!
There's definitely not a lot of room for error if you want to be the best team in Americas. Teams like SEN, we definitely show the best versions of ourselves in the highest pressure moments.
Whenever the finals hit, just how you play that day. It doesn't matter anything else before that.
Zero fight, thanks so much, dude. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
I know what we're capable of as a team. Each match that we get, we gain like more and more confidence to play like how we normally play.
What is that? No way! I just ran in, no scoped his ass.
When people think about VCT Americas, some people they think about me, and it just makes me want to be better at the game, not being stuck at the same place.
Finals are the games where everyone's watching, so if you make a cool play or do something huge for your team, everyone's going to remember it. Definitely a huge opportunity to be remembered for being great.
I want to be remembered as like someone who did some great things. I think it would be nice to reprove myself again.
Reprove
There has
myself.
to be a superstar. There has to be an X factor in the team, willing to make those big plays or
Chat
make
tweet.
sure the team's on point.
Oh,
or
let's
the
look at
X
it.
factor that's willing to just call what needs to be said. That'll show you why people win champions.
Just by having my presence there in the team during the game,
Oh,
I
man.
know that my teammates they are
Savage
more
tweet.
confident, because if something is
I'll show it
going
after the video.
They can have in the back of their heads, it's okay, he's there. I have Aspas on my team.
Riot Games Arena, it's time for our first match of the day.
Okay, the chat tweet is, people can blame Itapata, who's the coach for Lev, all they want, but your GOAT has slept during practice multiple times for 2 years in a row.
Something that no
Oh,
one else
boy.
has. They got an Icebox.
Well.
You heard that video, them talking about what that guy brings to the table, but really, Mimi, the sum of all of their parts here makes this a scary
Dude,
squad.
that's so uncalled for.
Worst team
Okay,
in
well,
2024. They signed
take it,
Valorant's best player.
take it
They've
Demon
had a
1 in
full
chat
turnaround.
on the best terms.
Top 3 in kickoff, and now a chance for the best finish for the organization.
Not making the mod size any. Dude, it's out there in public. What can I do, dude?
3 players that hadn't played on the VCT
If people start
stage
quoting the
before
tweet, it's
either.
fine.
It's really a combination of the old tried
It is what it is.
and the new that's clicked perfectly.
Yeah, that's right. MIBR truly have found something
The
special.
whole day.
And now, let's bring out their opponents for this matchup. Make some noise for Sentinels!
It started with China. What was I doing in China?
Sentinels, obviously the fan favorite coming into this one, Amy, but you know I think it's safe to say.
Yeah, I
like,
did
no
nothing
matter
wrong
how
in
it
China,
shakes
did
out,
I?
This is going to be a tough battle, and Sentinels know that coming into this.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a tough battle. They need Zekken in prime form to deal with Icebox, I think. Everyone pumping up is the biggest thing for them.
Yeah.
And you know, Sentinels, they've got one guy that no one else in the world has.
Icebox?
No.
I would be fine if neither of them qualified. That was pretty valid though. Did you see how they were playing?
You know, we got the preview of the
That one was kind of alright. And that, dude, if someone typed that in chat, they wouldn't get banned, right? I think that's pretty valid.
Red in the face. He's angry. He wants to win, Mimi.
Mate, that was after 2 of them whiffed on So the two of them whiffed on someone on on the ropes as well. That's crazy.
But that being said, though, very much looking forward to this one, Mimi.
Amy, you were talking about this asking Sen to ban Icebox. They've done that, and now they get both Split and Haven in
Lotus
the pool.
Split,
Those two maps
Haven.
to me feel like gimmies for Sentinels.
I think this is perfect for
Sentinels got rid of the Icebox.
They need to play Vice, I think. They need to go back to the Vice. They go back to the Vice and they can deal with the Neon. And then it'll be a 2-0. If not, 2-1 Sen.
What have you thought about MIBR's Neon comp on this map? They've changed to it, won twice since pulling that off. Is it going to be tough for Sen to play into?
It will be if they don't play the Vice, I think. If they go no Sentinel, I think they're going to have trouble.
Yeah, because Sen had previously been playing the double smokes with a Viper in the mix, and you're asking for the Viper to turn into a Vice?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and obviously really looking to shut down that explosive potential that you could potentially be seeing on the opposite side of the field there. We'll see, of course, what we end up getting as far as agents go. I am curious if anyone's going to try and throw out something different to try and throw someone off the Sen.
I think the first map would be the chance to do that. Reminder of the stakes here. You win this map, you're the first team into the grand
It's funny, but
final
I'm
to
professional. You talk about the tweet.
I
mean,
have a hell
yeah.
of a chance to win the America's title heading into
Yeah, I'm not sure you can I'm not sure you should be sabotaging people's careers really, but
to winning a trophy,
sometimes you gotta
a
just
big
keep
thing
that
for
stuff
all these
internal.
players here now.
1-0 is a 1-0.
Out of this one.
Jesus,
I am
Bacon.
really curious, Ender, like,
I
there's
don't know
so
about
many
that one,
directions
though.
we could end up seeing.
Yeah, and we've got some time as the agents slowly roll out. Honestly, Sentinels, we haven't seen them play
It is it a sabotage? I mean, what will happen normally is okay, so what would happen, say that I was in a team and I was wanting to pick up Demon 1, you would go to chat and you would ask him, and then he would tell you in private like good and bad things about him.
Yeah, he's got a long time.
But you would find it out anyway, but it's just the fact that it's like
obviously
doing it in a public manner isn't the best.
Not in this patch, without a doubt, but curious to see how that plays out.
You always do your due diligence of research into actual players and how they are and people that have worked with them, like players, coaches.
An old Yeller right behind the bar after today, or after rather this event. But of course, we'll see what continues to get locked down here. But yeah, I mean, you know, and I think what would be the thing, I mean, for you if you see it, you're like, I don't know, Sentinels, this might not be the play. I know you mentioned not having device. Anything else?
Well, it's mainly I don't want to see the Viper because I think Neon really tears apart the no Sentinel. So
Yeah.
I'm really hoping they change.
Do you think Sen's going to lock into the Neon on Zekken again? Because MIBR is also playing a no Senti comp.
He might go Yoru.
Ooh.
Good either way then if they pick
Yeah,
into the
I
Vice,
would
or
rather-
if it is a no Senti comp still from
Is this
MIBR,
going to be a
which it is
banger?
looking like early
It
days.
should be, but sometimes if the whole goal was to reach Masters Toronto, players might take their foot off the pedal a little bit and chill out. So
But if you want to play that slow style game,
there is a
Yoru's
possibility
super
for that to
effective.
happen as well. So we'll
Depends on what
see.
they want to.
I'm hoping we don't get that.
Right? Like, do they want to meet that speed for speed, or do
Is
they
the solo
want to
Yoru gone
play a
after the
little bit more of a
Teonaf?
control
Nah.
game, right? That's
Solo
what it
Yoru's still
sounds
good.
to
It's
me,
just
like
like
the differences that they
less
have as far as the
possibilities and maybe a
options
little
goes.
bit easier to play against.
I think we've got the big pick we're waiting for coming up next. Moment of truth, what Zelsis is going to be rocking here. So far it's been boring. Everyone's playing the agents that we're expecting them to, but this next one will...
Is there any tips you can give a new IGL?
Okay, so share your thoughts. Share your thoughts.
Get a
Timmy. You see the
confident
Viper?
lurker that
I think Icebox will just
doesn't
get to
mind
run it down
overcalling you.
everyone's,
To be honest, I would say.
I think Sentinels will have to lean on their retakes.
Like if
a
you
lot
have a
because
good lurker that
if they
can
wanna
just
fight, they're gonna take
help
it. And I know
mid rounds,
on the
then
defense side,
you can have a really easy time.
Zelsis will play towards A a lot on his
Just
own,
have set strats
which I
so you
don't
have to
really
do
like,
less,
so if
I
they
guess.
continue to do that, I do think
The less you have to do and focus on, the more you can
Yeah,
focus
how
on
are we
yourself.
feeling, guys? Do you think same thing here as far as not seeing that Viper goes, or seeing that Viper rather pop up here?
Yeah, Emmy sold me on this.
Yeah, it is interesting.
Do you have any
it is a
worries that
straight-up
MIBR
mirror
crumbling in the
match
big
here
games?
between
Nah.
the two
I
double
don't think so. I don't think they have that in them.
no-senti Neon compositions on both of our teams, which means I think a lot of this game is going to come down to, it's not AMER. He is pivoting to that Yoru. Okay.
Zach, thank you so
But
much as
similar
well for
idea
that.
where it's
Thank you,
going to
thank
come
you.
down to
And just watch
a lot,
a lot,
retake
Zach.
ideas in these late rounds that are going to
Watch
be
a lot.
really drilled.
Look at the
especially
mini
for
map.
Sen.
I mean, this is just
Your
the
games
G2
back,
rip-off
etc.
comp going for the
Schmarty's again with the
right?
Prime.
Like,
Thank you for the
it slows
17
down
months,
your
mate. Thank you,
tempo
thank
a
you.
lot in sort of like the early round ideas, but it gives you a stronger upper if you want to take the forward lines.
Where are the pitfalls with this composition?
I mean, the pitfalls come when you're trying to actually win opening fights, because I think the neon stun and like the mobility of the slide is like just very powerful. But also when it comes to execing into a side, I think neon sort of clears on that on the attacking side.
Like on
Do the
defense, they're going to
opposite
really
of
struggle
keeper,
to beat
Bacon,
out the
what the
neon
hell?
comp on say, a Rebel fight. So I think MIBR is going to be able to take that early space as much as they want with this comp.
Yeah, I think that's why they've gone to the Yoru. I think they're going to let them take the space, and they're
Play
going to
re-clear
take sit
done.
back. Like,
Yeah.
I think they're going to let them do what they want and slow the game right down.
Yeah, the way G2 usually plays that is like, you know, you'll step forward to take maybe an early fight just on the Yoru, but very quick to teleport out after taking a shot or two, and just like keep moving back the lines of scrimmage. You're not trying to have this
I
decisive
feel
fight
like
at the
it's
start
hard
of
to
the round. You're trying
spectate the game.
slowly whittle
I
them
don't know what
away and
either
bait
team
them in.
sees.
Well,
I
let's see
just
how this
have all
all
the
shakes
information
out,
and it
folks.
makes
It's
it
now
less
time to
interesting.
start our first
Yeah,
match
but
of the day, and let's send it over
as long as
to
you
your
know that
casters
they
for
don't
this
see
one.
them
You got
through the
two of the
walls,
best on
then the
mic. It's
game,
Uber and
the
White.
game's kind of interesting.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy.
It's whatever
Good to
happens
be here
in
at Games
in
Arena.
ranked.
This
That's
one
what
is
they
bound
see.
to be a banger. Icebox has taken historically the worst team in Brazil at this level, the worst team in Americas, and now turned them into a true contender with their best
It's
finish
Bria
already
speaking,
on the
honestly.
docket.
That actually might be
Undefeated
Bria's.
run in maps through playoffs so far.
Might be
And
Bria's
going up against the team that
that's
just had
good.
a GG their first
I
loss.
have trouble
The
spectating.
team that looked unbeatable, they were able to stop. The only team
Damn, they got a new
that could
sponsor.
stop them.
Time for your Samsung match start, folks. Load up fast with Samsung SSDs. It'll be Sentinels starting on this attack side.
Okay, MIBR on defense. We got Sentinel
Without
at wall.
Sentinels in their compositions, and this is
Hello?
the third different
Lagged
Sen
out.
comp in
We got
comp
Sentinels on
in
attack.
3 outings on Lotus that we've seen.
And so far,
Okay,
the
I'm going
two
to put the
prior
casters
outings in
down a
Stage 2 have
little
been
bit.
back-to-back losses.
Be a bit
So
better.
perhaps this switch over to the Yoru, which Zekken has been playing
Have we got
constantly
anything
in
crazy?
2025, could be the recipe for
Yeah,
improvement to try
Aspas
and
raid
steal
boss
away
and
MIBR's
Sheriff on
map.
Zekken. That's about it.
We are grouped here for a bit of a pop in.
Walked out towards A, create pressure by opening the door. Instant reaction from
Targeting
these
the
was
door.
to give up their
Actually
trap
pulling
play.
The B defenders away somewhat, and there's a gate crash there ready for an overload onto the middle of the map.
Yeah, this
That
is the punish that we
expires.
see
Zekken
where
has other ideas.
they salvo through the door and
Going to
then
wander all the way into tree. Doesn't actually have a gate crash to get out. All of the utility expended from MIBR.
Dude, why does it look like
Trying to
Sentinels are calling the most perfect pistol for what's going on
if
here?
the Sentinels team had been there, but they're not. They're getting this B site entirely for free.
That is the most perfect pistol for what's going on the map.
Time being, so MIBR going to check rubble, trying to clear this. They know there's a
Probably need to hold on to this bit of map control, in my opinion, though.
TP'd out with gate crash or not. Now they know, of course, it's a part towards the B side, and Zelsis
Dude, they
is
have
ready to
no,
take
they've
contact.
completely lost where
Verno
Zekken
actually
is.
ended up hitting onto the drone, and Zelsis emerges. First blood struck for Sentinels. But Verno knows something's afoot here over in
This
that
is the
corner.
duel that decides it. Oh, I actually think MLB win this now. Let's see what happens. See how it crumbles.
John pops up for one here on this B side of the map now. Still 3
Yeah,
up
that's
for
how.
MIBR. Make it 2. It's up to the bromance duo. Icebox and Verno to get themselves out of this, but they're both very low. Less than 50 points of health combined.
And they're insanely
gonna
low.
go for it off a climbing. Bang,
Hey, nicely done, though. Whoever won this duel, I can't remember who it was. That was important.
Played around
They had no
rubble
map
with
control at one point there.
multiple players
Or at least no good map control for their
using
plan.
Zelsis wall, including Zelsis himself, to actually
Was it Bang that got the kill?
reposition
Dude, that
towards the
was
site.
everything.
Put all of those MIBR players that had prior ran through Baby Door into rubble in the mid-round in an uncomfortable spot when they had to retake back into B. Great positional play overall.
Bro's up already.
Bang already starting
Double Sheriff
hot in
out.
this game, coming into
They're
this
allowed
series
2
is
deaths.
Actually the highest rated average ACS player of anyone on Sentinels in the playoffs so far. He's really been showing out.
Last time these two teams played, it was in kickoff. The lower bracket final where Sentinels knocked MIBR out of contention for Bangkok, and where Zelsis was that match MVP with an unbelievable performance. One we'd rarely ever seen from him.
It's over. Sentinels win, Ender. After
Today
just
pans
one
out to be
pistol.
It's a slow drift in that seaside direction, and a very passive hold for Shenum on that site.
And Zekken will be happy to absorb any aggression that could come from MIBR if they opt to push into spawn. Can try and just get that one and instantly teleport to
Okay,
the
C
rest
control,
of the
but they
squad
still have
and
pressure
CC
here.
the
They're
rest
just
of the
waiting for
unit.
some kind of reaction around the map.
Shenum's inching forward now. As his control utility was exchanged at
Oh,
C.
dude,
Send
imagine
it
that gun went down
blind
there. At least, though, it was only the stinger. It's not like...
Trying to draw everything he can out of this
Not like
part
it
of the
would have gone
map. He's
too
got
bad.
Tessia. Okay, a bit of a wayward spray. He almost got away with it too. In fact, it's Zelsis.
Wait, dude, look at the HPs, man.
as well. Zelsis just... Actually, I mean, he took the bullet for him out of nowhere.
Proper
Saved
get
Zekken.
down Mr. President vibes over there.
Zelsis, I'm not sure, man. He swung the corner as he swung.
So confused, like, wait, what the hell? How is he alive, man?
He doesn't get out with the Bulldog. He doesn't get out with the Bulldog. He ends up walking away with the Stinger and doesn't exchange, so Verno's been able to snap that up. But outside of that, there's really not much to be done here for MIBR. It's Aspas and Verno, once again, the last two alive, and Aspas has a little bit of history with Sen on this very map.
I mean, yeah, last year was when Icebox dropped a kill record of 47 for 19 deaths on Sen playing Lotus. one of the craziest individual maps of all time. Verno had an opportunity to maybe get some damage done with it.
Yeah, and it's going to run into the
Zekin on the
spiker.
angle, easy spray down. Collects a third, getting close to the dimensional drift. That is always a pivotal aspect of the game.
He could have picked it up. I mean, yeah, it would have been a risk, though.
We have seen throughout
It's fine. It worked out well.
2025 how valuable that ultimate is.
Zardazine playing pretty close. Yeah, somehow it's... Yeah, I guess, yeah, Zelsa swung out for a trade and ends up being the one that got eaten up there.
That's also why Zekin is just so enthusiastic to continue taking fights, get a couple kills, get that ult as early as he possibly can.
Normally it's just a Viper lurking that A side, but the fact that Yoru can join up and actually add an extra player worth of threat to that otherwise weak side of the map has been confusing MIBR a bit. Into the rifle.
And multiple players from MIBR ready to point towards A if necessary. It's just going to be Bank.
Oh god, that flash was insane though. John's flash was sick. Delayed flash for them to push, dude. This was a nice bonus round.
A for MIBR. They get rifles in their hands and instantly have two of them stripped.
This round is as good as done. Those are upgraded rifles recovered as well by Sentinels.
Take your channel points back. Yeah, that was a nice round from Sentinels, man. Insta save as well for MIBR. This is rough.
All alone has been such a star for Sentinels.
And it looks like MIBR had an idea with that sort of guide itself where they set over towards that A side that Bank wouldn't be as far forward as he was.
One Miko, thank you so much for the prime, dude. Appreciate that. Thank you for doing that.
He's just caught in an awkward transitional moment where he's hoping, you know, seconds prior to that fight with Zekin, oh, maybe...
Ender was right, it's actually done.
This
is a convincing round, though.
But is punished for it when he's trying to exit. Two rifles to be
I guess they do this whole Omen, send it, if there's no pressure back, quite a lot.
Sitting there on the ground.
Adam_IE as well, the prime. Thank you so much for the 22 months, mate. Appreciate the support. Dude, they don't even get to keep that gun as well. Oh my goodness, the money's outrageous for Sentinels. It's actually a really brutal start.
5 Vandals, not one player lost. Look at the money, man. But it also starts with this from Bang. I mean, standard teleport across in the salvo.
Dude, this flash.
Fully connects onto Cortesia. He couldn't see a damn thing. And then just pure intuition spam. Collects onto Icebox, sure.
And this MIBR team have loved fighting at rubble at the start of rounds. Attack side, defense side, doesn't matter. They've done it to every
They're in a position to be able to insta-react if they do go aggro and show a lot of util.
Man, they had better do it a little better than that, though. Going forward, just some sheriffs here. Icebox with that hero rifle in hand. Only half armor.
All of MIBR were stacked up towards A, but they didn't actually use their utility early. They were waiting for a sound cue to let all of that rip. So,
dude, Molly used it at 120.
As we watch Sen on the opposite side of the map with all of this C control, but the info that MIBR are getting should allow them to make a rotation towards the C site, try and help Shen if he intends on anchoring.
Cortesia just smoked cross-map to try and slow Sentinels down, but now they're going to start to make this push towards C, and MIBR are not convinced the Sen are going to end on this side, but we can see it. We know better. They are pretty darn deep. Icebox probably saw the clone cross there, but knew that it was a fake.
This is the one man with a hero rifle for MIBR. Zekin finds the first onto Verno, and with all of these smokes obscuring his view, Icebox just cannot even find a moment to have impact on the
nice
round.
shot.
There's a rifle. Dropped, needs to be recovered. Looks like Shannon was able to get in amidst the cover of the poison orb, at least get that rifle in hand.
Damn, nice shot again.
To make good use of it though, because Zekin is tearing them limb from limb. He has to hear this, surely. Cortesia trying to get his way up the slope. Shannon does finally employ that rifle.
Cortesia has just picked one up as well, so decent enough weapon.
Holy, look at my guy's aim.
So unreal.
Jesus. He hit some nice shots this round. Really, really nice shots.
On socials with hashtag #UnlockYourAce.
Nelzinho, hello mate, congrats on the win.
Not the way they want to start on this map. One that Sen have
Bro,
not
look
won
at
yet
it.
this stage.
Oh my god, I'm
It's a bit early for that, don't you think?
Dude, that was actually nuts.
And that is going to force MIBR into the timeout. I would
Man,
say,
Ender was actually right.
listen, I'm no
Called it after the
mathematics
first
expert,
round.
but when you get 5 kills, you're probably going to have the dimensional drift ready on round 5. So that's another thing that MIBR will have to worry about as they get
Yaltsin as
into
well.
their
Hello, mate.
second opportunity
Congrats on the
for
win
a
also.
round.
All the winners
It
here.
feels like it's strange to even say second opportunity for the bye round. They had a bye round, theoretically.
Was the MIBR Lotus pick expected? I mean, after that second round, sorry, third round, I think so.
It was a beautiful util for John over at Rubble that Bang was able to capitalize on to find 2 kills.
MIBR have not had an opportunity
How's
to be
the knee,
sentient
Bacon
in the
says.
silver yet. They need to come online.
And again, I mean, Sen have sent to MIBR packing in some pretty important games in the past, and they've always had a tendency, this year at least, to peak at the right time.
In 2 seconds, can we...
I was genuinely asking, yeah, I know. I just still find it funny.
Just look at the SEN economy right now, man, when we get into
Yeah, they might have like near max, right?
outrageous. This is
Yeah, they win one more, you got 3 people that sit on max, Aspas, 4 spies, no armor.
That's how dire
Dude, they're pretty much all in for this.
They have put MIBR
I guess this could be another op.
Position, and we've just started this game.
Dude, 9, not even,
never
no.
going to be seeing an eco round, man. MIBR are going to have a major uphill battle.
Dude, everyone's doing this now. The Arak here.
Whoa,
whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa. Holy, okay, we are feeling it. Oh my goodness. Oh, dude, he's going for the kill record. He's 11. 11-1.
That is some John Cutie cinema if I've ever seen it.
Dude, that was a great stun.
Perfect fault line set up from Zekin. And this is exactly, it feels how the other buy round for MIBR started. We're 5 seconds in, they've lost 2 players. All right, time to save.
Dude, that was your big buy round? Oh my
They've got enough money
goodness.
to go hunt. So MIBR need to be very careful.
That glass cannon op is absolutely pointless in this retake. So yeah, 3 gun save, no surprise. Narrate is going hunting. Aspas and Veto are just ahead. Enough of him, but Cortesi is able to dig Zelsa's out here over on this B side. Keeping a lid on this burgeoning
Gets his
economy
confidence
of
up a little bit,
Sentinels,
maybe.
but what MIBR really need now is to get on the
They gotta
board
keep guns.
happily.
Oh my goodness, the op goes down.
I don't know if Verno's in position to actually recover this.
He's not. He can't get it. That was a massive investment. Ripped away.
Yeah, you can't pick that one up.
What a peek from Narrate, the little jiggle into the crouch.
Jeez.
That's so sick. Insta tap.
Second is at 11-1 at the moment.
Krillisp again, thank you for that 2 months. We appreciate the prime. Bro, that's fast.
God. Both affected by it?
These guys aren't playing Valorant. They're not getting the chance to play
Bro, it's
the
like,
game.
come on, man.
I mean,
Why is he doing this?
A mental start from Sen.
A blowout hit towards the seaside.
So he's got more kills than just everyone. His whole team put together, all of MIBR put together.
And a gate crash out from Zekin. It gets a little hot in there.
And that's why you send the Yoru forward there.
Dude, is it just a when there's util that they do 4-1 and they insta push over towards C? It kind of looks like it. They're at least interacting to take the space. Are they just gonna force this?
It's only Shannon to contest. And this lack of Sentinel from
Yeah,
MIBR
it looks like it.
pretty
Oh
easy
boy,
for
they
Sen
got
to
good
get
reads
into
on him
these
as
sites.
well. Nice shot.
Lovely shot from Icebox. This is a moment where MIBR can now actually play for a 5-on-4 retake, try and get their first round win.
They've got the death ball set up now when Sentinels are on a timer. They get to plant. Pretty slow about it too, because they are expecting this push from behind. Guardian and
Dude, look at my spacing, man, with the rest of my team.
Now John, affected by the paranoia, still wants to try and take an engagement. Narrate flanks him, but Cortesi and Verno do get some results here towards Mound. Now, surely the pinch comes in from Halls. It's just Zekin. As Narrate falls, has to go massive again, but my God, he's already done so today. Up to 12 kills.
Yeah, you gotta respect the
Still
raid
no
boss.
spike plant. And MIBR no better than to poke the sleeping giant.
This is the last player you want to take a gun duel against,
nicely
so
done.
why not just spam him when he can't even see
Okay,
you?
they win,
That's
but it's a
just
little bit
about the only
costly.
way you're going to get Zekin
3
removed
people
from the
can't buy
server
next.
at this point. Massive credits to Cortesia and Verno, who followed
Gotta
up
win
on
this one.
Aspas and Artzian towards Mound, winning out all of those gun duels. Were really sharp with the aim there, because that initial spacing here, when we saw Aspas go down, wasn't great.
Shot.
He was far ahead of the rest, outpaced the utility.
Let's go!
Can't lose the duel if they can't see him.
And it's all the rookies
Yeah,
leading the
not
charge
wrong.
right now for MIBR. Cortesia, Verno, Shenham. At least 2 of those players.
Yeah,
Verified
a
rookie
1-9 loss
candidates
bonus
right
on
now.
these 3 is...
Youngblood
I mean,
leads
it's an eco.
by example. And that gets MIBR onto the board, but Sen have done a good job at stacking up these very important attack side rounds. No Sentinel on their comps.
Okay,
so
Verno
really
needs to
wanna
use
get
their sword into
ahead
this round.
here.
It's unlikely in this round that Sentinels will be able to get to any of their ultimates of significance. So you're really only looking at Verno as someone who can turn the tide in that regard. Zekin is still 2 off now. John 3 off of his, so not going to be able to find impact in the server in
They
that
used insta-drone though, right? Like if they want to clear this, they got to do it bodies.
Out A Rubble working their way back into this space.
Cleo, thanks so much for the prime as well. Thanks for the 3 months, mate.
MIBR have no info. They've got to go get info on Mal, but second,
Dude, he's... How's he allowed to stay alive to get 2 though? He can do no wrong. They got info on the extra one there as well. No, they're most likely going to leave over towards A site. Artin's making a play.
Wanting to be here, wanting to take the fight to them. He just can't. That jump peek was lovely.
Cortesi's looked fantastic this game. He needs to do more. Viper's Pit now deployed. Cortesi Paranoia in TP to the other side of it. It's beautiful.
Oh my god, what a play that was. What a play that was.
Into the pit. Head first into the fog, and
bro.
QT
Nice, man.
will evict him summarily.
Force him down to an eco. Only 2 people can buy fully.
1 versus 3 at Mount. His gate crash expires, and on that timing, MIBR take the fight. He should not be getting this second
second one. Oh, Icebox on the slide just has to make a correction. It costs him a valuable
Kavka, thanks so much for the prime, bro. Appreciate the 14 months, man. Of course. Thank you, Sen. That also.
Casual 14-3 right now.
He's locked in. How long does it last? Or how long until MIBR can find a way?
That's a tech pause, right?
Heading into round 8 here, Sentinels have been dominant. Looks like we might have called in a bit of a timeout here. Probably a good time for it now. We got Dimensional Drift coming online here for Sentinels. Tech pause it will be. But MIBR, you talked about ultimates of significance. I'd say they've got most of them ready.
Listen, they could use a tech pause. You need something to ice Zekin right now. They need him to slow down. You are not going to win this game when he's in this level of form.
Yeah, that is very true.
Quite a lot has changed for this MIBR roster since they last played Sentinels, right?
They're just preparing the 7-1 script is
crazy. Out of
crazy.
contention for Bangkok, Sentinels then went and slumped. That was their story. But MIBR have remained here. They stay behind. They add Veto to their roster, and so many people are wondering what the heck the plan is. How are you going to integrate this guy? Apparently, just add water. Effortlessly, he's been able to fit into this roster. But this MIBR team has not lost a single map in playoffs. They've always found ways to bounce back, or frankly, just clown on their opponents. Over those last 2 games, they were not close at all. But here, they're up against a completely different beast entirely.
Up against
Oh.
a SEN who have really been running the gauntlet. They started with
Surely we're not peeing.
Cloud9, who really had such a fantastic regular season. Dark Horse team, clean 2-0 there, and then obviously the main story is just that they're finally the Americas team, the only Americas team that have been able to beat G2, who have just been the unstoppable force of our scene. When you're watching this game so far, you can definitely see why SEN were able to do it. This is an unbelievable start.
Young Verno out of his seat at the moment.
Kaiser_Noah as well.
Turning
Thank you for the
to the
gifted,
stage.
mate. Appreciate you doing that.
Momentarily. Remember, this match here, it's crucial. We've seen in our best of 5 grand finals of our stages that map advantage means so much. Getting an extra ban is going to be absolutely crucial. Both these teams,
Yeah, we got double.
That's actually kind of why we have an MIBR game that doesn't feature.
Bro, what does Bang do to his PC every single time, man?
But because MIBR had to ban Fracture, SEN get to take away the very best map. And even then, Lotus has not been a great map for Sentinels this stage. It's not what they've been looking for, but hey, here's what Icebox had to say about facing off against this team once again. Last time, of course, was at kickoff. Let's hear the word.
I'm excited to play against Zekin. This is gonna be a rematch, so I'm even more excited because of this. Basically, I think that's the 4th time that I play Sentinels, so kind of remembers me of 22 that I played Optic like 6 times, a lot of times. I love rematches.
Can't blame the guy. The stakes were so high in that last matchup. I would almost
Also
say
on the
that,
GE roster move. Yeah, we spoke about it a bit earlier. Mate, I just hope they get 2 coaches.
We're going to see them heading over to Masters.
Sure, I get the idea of changing players, but mate, if they're just going to stick with one coach, they're beyond cooked. They're not going to do good.
100%. And with the tournament as stacked as it's looking to be, there's a lot of early trap games. At least Kubert's feeling good. He's locked in.
Yeah, energized. He's juiced up.
New assistant coach.
He's also not getting crushed.
What about getting 6 coaches? Dude, as long as it's not the old Zeta coaches, they should be alright.
Well, what does he think about Kaplan's strats? I think he seems sort of middling.
Because Icebox is still in that map pool, and you know that they ain't going to be doing good there. Keita 3K, thanks so much for the Prime. Appreciate the 3 months.
So a little bit about a gear issue here, also just being ironed out. A couple of converging occurrences are happening on stage at the same time there, folks. So we have a ready check. We'll be jumping back into the game in just a moment. If you're just joining us, I mean, I could probably just show you a clip of 1 round and it will give you the full idea of what has happened.
Why do you think it's a big difference between 1 and 2 coaches? I mean, it's two times the work, man.
Let's see if you can run that back again.
You need the game's too advanced now for 1 coach.
0-2 on Lotus.
You're just going to lose.
In this stage. And questionable when you see the first 7 rounds of this map, how that's even possible. But that is the world that we're living in. MIBR into this one, however, have got 2 rifles to play with, mostly pistols. Let's see if Icebox and Artisan can turn off the heat.
Another dimensional drift here developed for second. Gets a decent bit of information about what's happening at Baby Door now, and to Rubble, so doing a lot of scouting for his team. Oh, there was a TP into tree off the back of that.
This is kind of this is kind of nice as well, and they're still, or at least they were, searching a little bit for the Omen TP as well. Not scared about using the ults into the eco.
The utility from John Cutie has just
what are they meant to do here? Like, what are they meant to do? They're getting absolutely wrecked.
Gives Zek in the room to perch up in this pocket and play off the one-way.
Time to jump.
Should MIBR dare to test it, the final boss will be waiting for them.
Gun here.
Just wants to make sure that they can't recover that Phantom slide in from oh my god!
Yeah, they're farming them.
Supporting from the back line.
I knocked 91. Thanks so much for the Prime, dude. Appreciate the 21 months.
Yep. I mean, again, they're working with pistols, right? Sheriffs to some degree. But man, no one is able to stop Zekin in that position. Let's see how this plays out, Wyatt.
Now that's just, again, that initial kill where I mentioned it's just the dimensional drift into the fault line.
What, they have passion. They have passion, Zach. I respect that. They're going for the wins. Congrats.
Congrats.
It definitely looked like a passionate 3-player push, for sure. Great coverage, like I mentioned, for Bang there, looking towards upper.
Wow, and out of that, it feels like they might be reading into that passion because Senna started this round very slowly. Expecting that MIBR
16 to 3.
A very aggro early play. They've taken some control over towards Rubble, that defending side, cycling the dark covers to retain their position, but Neri just random spam through, finds a kill onto C.
That's all
Everything is just working in their
They
favor.
had a... They MIBR had an opening kill, yeah.
That turns off the wall over towards the B side of the map. The retake wall, the screen. Makes it that much harder for MIBR to shore up their position. One of the worst players they could lose early.
Bang just hears the audio cue of that drone running forward, so stops it before it can even round the corner. And now here's
round
Neri
6.
trying to get some
That was it.
back in towards Rubble, so Sentinels can attempt to re-clear this. It's going to be difficult playing around.
Not underscore clashed as well. Thank you for the Prime, bro. Thank you for that.
Position still held by Cortesia.
Elsa's ahead of the wall, knows Cortesia is there, but is brought down. Icebox is able to spring forward.
That's a good stun, though. Instant reaction, head over towards C. Hudson's gonna... I mean, he's just gonna kill at least one.
The intentions are to go for the C hit where Arson is fully entrenched.
Oh, boy.
Whole line ideally buys a bit of time. Second definitely affected by it. Here comes a rolling thunder though. Artisan is
He did good though. He got one before he got ulted.
Always seems to be on the correct side of the kill feed.
Bang with a second, shuts down Icebox. Time is dwindling.
Nice
it is
shot.
an Armageddon left for Verno.
They've got to kill Cortesia, but that Armageddon could be a problem, and Verno has come to the rescue. Spike is down, but John is now in a 1 versus 2. Fault line has just come back online for the breach. Cortesia a little bit low. Got to respect the salvos, and at some point MIBR will have to wager something to get this defuse.
Oh, just before he peaked.
Oh, was that before he connected, or was that a cosmetic stun? Either way, Cortesia is continuing to be the headshot machine as always. Time just dwindled so low for Sen. You were just waiting and waiting for Verno to eventually rip that Armageddon. John was able to get the spike down, but at that point they had just lost too many players. Verno and Cortesi have been the duo earning this MIBR team the round wins at the moment.
For MIBR, that's got to get you out of your seat. Still a smile on John's face. He knew it was tough. Again, the fall line was pretty good. I'm pretty sure it hit Verno squarely. 10 rounds in, Sentinels have been at it by every round, with the exception of that first
Bacon,
one.
who is this?
They've been in very, very good shape, but Kaplan here calls a timeout. There might be a couple of ults close to being online, or maybe he's trying to get Sen to play around what MIBR still has, because they have a Rolling Thunder, they have a Viper's Pit. There's a couple of things that could be a little difficult for Sentinels to play into in this round.
Sen will never be in danger of having to eco in this half. It's not going to happen. But MIBR do have an opportunity to now close the gap to try to get to around that.
They're piling it on
If they go
Bacan.
on run and get 5, that would be a great half, all things considered. And then they get to swap.
Dude, he's timing
teams.
out already.
They don't have to run
Mate, he's not messing
into
about.
A Sentinel. There's no Vice or Cypher to slow down Icebox on the Neon. Sen need a lot of rounds here because MIBR should be able to go on a run themselves when these sides swap. So Kaplan wants to ensure that they don't give anything away before we get there. And this is a round where things can really begin to shift for MIBR because of all those aforementioned ultimates.
But if Sen get to 9 on this half, it's feeling very 9-3 coded, I'm going to be honest. Then they can afford a couple
Doughty is home.
mistakes
Thank you
to
for the prime
buffer
as well,
it
Doughty.
that
Thank
much
you for
wider
that.
for them. The round, of course, money not a problem for Sen City. They are loaded. Decken just walks across here. Interesting gap left in the salvo, trying to count for a TP across.
Which typically has been the case. Bang has been going for that standard TP, and the flashes from John has been finding opening kills there, so makes sense for the placement.
They've got all the util. Sentinels have not had to spend anything on this push out. It's such a cheap way to take control of Rubble.
Look at Narek.
The jump peaks of the drone is so good. Dude, lovely stun though. Alton did a great stun here.
Sick fault line from Artazine though. That set up the kill for Shenum all too easy. Now, things get awkward for Sentinels. Already, a contingency is being worked on by
Great
Celsius,
trade.
but he finds himself all alone.
Well, if they can get back to 5, then it ended up being a pretty good half for them.
Confidence. Perfect timing on that.
What's going on always?
So much
Second's
has been
about to get
predicated by
his
the
third
breach
ult.
util on this map already. John has been
It is third,
instrumental
right?
in
It's not
setting up
4-4.
Bang,
No, it is
setting up
third, yeah.
Zekken. We just saw the same from Artazine. Who now additionally has a Rolling Thunder to spend in these last 2 rounds of the half.
MIBR, they did not need to use a single ult into this round. They're going to retain them all to the next buy, and they should be getting to 3 unless Celsius can make a genuine miracle happen. The last time these two teams faced off on Lotus, Celsius was the easy MVP. His Vice was really phenomenal. Sen had pivoted away from that, however. And they've really been unable to replicate the early success on this map that they had at the beginning of the year, and it's just
They're not
that
messing
easy.
around
That
with
was
stun.
an inevitable conclusion to the round with the fault line connecting onto him.
They've been in the lab on Lotus. Now, you mentioned that we pivoted away from the Vice comp. This is the 3rd different Sentinels comp in as many outings on this map. Yeah, fault line there, timing not perfect for John. Though we're still able to take a kill on the backside eventually.
Nice.
Cortesi and
Good job,
Shenum.
guys. Good job.
The
Let's
youngsters.
go. 5 rounds.
The spike didn't land in the middle of the
Very, very
door.
sharp. Shenum, snappy moments there in trade to secure it.
That was a real intuitive timing that he took on that swing. All right, center gathered up outside of Mound, where MIBR are looking to go forward. You have Icebox crossing and playing off of the one-way.
Oh my goodness,
Dude, what a
Zekken
flash
for an
that
early
is.
fight. Is there more to be gotten here? You better believe it.
Dude,
Make that 19
the supportive
rounds, 10
util at the
rounds,
moment for
keep track
Zekken
and
as
hold it.
well.
The
Like,
kill
obviously he's
groups now.
frying,
Second
but
right,
I
where
feel
he
like
needs
John's
to be.
util is
Sees Verno
incredible
solo.
right
He's
now
gotta
for
get out of there.
everyone
It's
on his
dangerous
team.
now with Holes. Verno's gonna try and cross, but his spam is too much.
Like, I feel like John's
He's
doing an
utterly
absolute
overwhelmed.
masterclass on Breach at the moment.
A foothold here for Artazine, Wyatt, but it's a long shot.
Yeah, he catches Zekken, but ultimately, does that even matter? They can try to go into this 2 versus 4, see if they can find another kill. They've still got enough money to buy again.
I think they found Artazine. Playing up by Waterfall. Fault line here maybe to try and play
Breach
Shenum,
breakdown, it
but
might
there's
be.
a poison
It's
orb
pretty
up
good
at
at the moment.
Aftershock now, a bit of space here for MIBR. Now they've got to scale through this smoke at some point. It's going to be a flash that gets them there. Celsius, though, on the move, has to back away. Shenum deals with Bang. Now an aftershock from the attackers. John trying to deny
Yes,
any sort of defense, but
solid.
Shenum is fighting. He's hungry. drooling for an engagement, and John will give it to him.
Oh my gosh, look at him go.
Nice clean up for Sen and gets him to 8.
And with the spike planted at mound there, it's just a matter of time waste for Sen. And when you're forced to stick the spike, it's just so easy to get the free swings, deny someone from defusing. Just comes down to this early engagement. How many times have we seen Sen open a round with a 2-piece? Just
off the back of a John QT flash? Most of them.
Yeah, off the back of that, and also, listen, let's not, like, I'm going to be frank, this has been a poor map from Icebox so far. He is not in the game, and when the side swap, he has to be.
That will be his time to shine.
Oh boy, the TP is huge though. Dude, they have reads, man. They're all over what's going on. Oh, the fake TP. He still got one.
How does he get a kill? How is he allowed to go 1-for-1?
On an ulting Aspas, of all things. Last round of the half starts pretty well for Sentinels, but Veto might have other things to say. The one-way's in place and he tries to play off of it.
Wait, does Zartin know? It looks like he knows.
To retain this space to support Verno. Now find the advantage, and they can just back away. Wait for that fault line and the guiding salvos to cycle back up, play for a 4 versus 3 retake.
Well, wasn't jiggling enough on that. The head never showed.
Narrate now has that crucial ultimate online. And Sentinel undecided still. They even have Zelsus to toggle this wall. So they're really going to keep MIBR in the dark of these movements across the map after that early engagement. Shenom has to peek for info. There's no other safe way for him to get it.
Oh, dude, did he just got spotted.
In doing so.
He just got spotted from John as well. He didn't pick out wide enough as twice.
Look at this. Gets the orb, is going to get the plant, and have his rolling thunder in the 3
He's
versus
got his
2.
all.
Yes, Veto and Cortesia, incredible rookies, but now have to face 2 of the most powerful ultimates in Valorant. Cortesia probably wants to get to the site pretty quick. He assumes Senna vacated it. Now he sees the spike location. It's confirmed. He has to push up and take a fight. Narrate's not watching the cross right now.
Ooh, still wins that as well.
Anyway. And there's a rolling thunder.
My goodness, they got so
affected by it
wrecked.
now in the 1 versus 3. A veritable firing squad waiting for him, and Sentinels have that post-plant util. First the salvos.
Then the stun, then the tail ult, then everything.
The Armageddon. No, fault line will do it.
He didn't even have to use it. My goodness, this was a nice half from Sentinels. Dude, John's Uta was incredible, and Zekan's just Zekan's aim looks too good right now.
But could not get it done there.
It's not just
close out a dominant half.
It's not just the raw firepower for Sentinels that's been amazing. The strategy,
This replay.
in some of these rounds have been on point. The util set up for John. Remember, he moved over from Sentinel to take up this initiator role. And has been absolutely terrifying for anybody who wants to try and face down this Sentinel squad. It's a 9.
Dude, Aspas, please stop changing settings, man. You gotta stop changing the settings.
Out of the doldrums and make a game
Stick
of it.
to whatever you were using last week, man, please.
I heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain-free, count me in. Try and beat it. I'll give you a sec.
Something's not right yet, so look at all your settings. I think he said in an interview before that he just changes stuff, right? He changes crosshairs settings all the time. He always changes settings and crosshairs, yeah. Can't dispute. Yeah, I mean, well, as long as he doesn't have lineups or anything, then kind of alright with it. Changing sense mid game, and dude, players have done it. Trust me. And I kind of just want MIBR to win a pistol just so we can have a close-ish map.
Familiar scoreline for many of you, I'm sure. 9-3 at halftime of Lotus. Sentinels have been popping off. Zekin is at 19-7. really leading the charge, but the backup, the util usage from John Narrate has been sublime. And if you're an MIBR fan, there is one thing, and one thing only on your mind. Where is Icebox?
He has to wake up. It was a pretty poor defense half from him. So uncharacteristic. We led this map off talking about how last year he dropped 47 on Sentinels for a kill record on Lotus. Now that he's on attack playing Neon against Sentinels running a Sentinel-less comp, he needs to turn up the heat.
He's got to take liberties. There's no hard stopping power for Sentinels outside.
I like this from Sentinels though.
That's always a risky proposal.
Creates a lot of pressure over towards here, and they can fast flood over towards the side. Now they feel like there's people here.
But of course, their double initiator comp had some nasty util to flood.
How do they want to reposition this MIBR now that they've gotten the spike down? Artson has pressed up into heaven, but he's going to be glued out by the drone and swung onto by multiple players.
Paranoia, fault line now. John might want to play off this, but Artazine was wholly unaffected.
Oh.
Chance to reload now, and here comes the fight. Artazine deals with Zelsis, almost too quick to see.
Those are some excellent salvos.
Ah, dude, surely he kills Bang here.
Make the space for Artazine. He's
Nicely
now
done.
occupied and pushing up
Okay, well, there's the pistol.
And this is going to be a clean one, folks.
Is it down to a 1-1?
MIBR, a much needed pistol.
Any believers?
Really smooth.
Max or not, again, thanks so much for the Prime and Mryad. Or Mr. Yad. Mr. Yad, let's say that. Thanks so much for the Prime.
Down to just 3 bullets left. Verno sends out perfectly timed.
I'll believe in an overtime.
Into heaven.
I'll believe in overtime. Oh, okay.
Let's go, guys.
Dude, he's believing.
Right back into this game.
I almost know how to finish that sentence. It's a new half. MIBR trying to treat it like a new match entirely.
Wait, guys, that's not okay. I was gonna say there's not many guns here. There's only 2.
Sen have intentions of pushing past this wall, but Icebox, 3 spam, 3 kill.
One good turn deserves another. That was Bang on the second round of the game, doing basically that.
Cave Moth with the tier 1 as well. Hello, mate. Thank you for that. You said you would. You came back, Cave Moth. I appreciate you did. Thank you for the tier 1.
For Sen, they definitely are a little nervous about it.
Made it to the Americas playoffs. Thank you, man.
Free for the taken C site by the MIBR team. Sen really.
He kept the word.
Point of the round of even
okay, they're allowed 2 deaths. How are they farming the orbs? Artsin? Dude, Artsin's out here hunting. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, chill.
This is a verified stand in the Teo Salvo round.
The Raging Redhead with the Prime as well. Thanks so much for the 2 months.
The question of whether they push any further past this point or not remains to be seen. A couple pistols still on the side of MIBR, and his Icebox going down to get a proper rifle. That one is dropped.
Oh, guys, please. Oh, no, don't get eco. I want some kind of game.
Straight through to get the second, still asking for more. But
oh, boy.
And this is unraveling. Time, though, is of the essence.
Yeah, no time, but damage is damage. He doesn't get to pick up a gun. They have to get rid of all the guns.
Feels like they might as well have.
You ain't getting a gun here, mate.
He's not going to be able to recover a rifle. The only weapon they brought into this is a sheriff. How did they get away with doing that much damage? Funneling through
what did MIBR do? They might be tempted to full buy this. I don't think they should, but
they missed.
It's very popular in Americas.
How many teams in that situation, though, don't even bother going for the retake for Sen's position? We see it all the time.
There, baby.
that was definitely a commercial for the bundle.
Yeah, that's a market.
Dolphin, thanks so much for the tier 1. Appreciate the 30. Thank you for that. The Hero Bucky, dude. The Hero Bucky MTB site. Dude, Shenum, you're a lunatic. Oh, what a shot that is. Well, there's a gun upgrade, and they got to go fight this. And that's a free side over towards B, and they just took B control, and they got a Bucky set up. Dude, if Artsin pushes through here,
very fast B hit from MIBR.
And it's an MIBR team that are again
Artsin's gonna take some space, man. He's cooked otherwise. Yeah, he cooked. He's like, Corsair, man, please flash anything. Dude, if he actually didn't whiff that, that's a kill. Yeah, nicely read from John.
Extra sentry, his perception.
Damn, very, very nice from Sentinels in this one. I honestly think if MIBR here actually took a little bit of space, like Omen Flash, and then set up Artsin into Mini or Baby Door or whatever people call it. Blue. Like, I think they might have won this. And the thing that I like from Sentinels here is, in reaction, just opening C door.
He was absolutely right.
Let's go, boys. Nice comp.
And because Neri finds that kill, he can just watch the door the entire time.
Like my favorite part of the C retake is when people start opening B door. There's pressure here. It's like in my opinion, it's a master if teams do it enough.
Slightly costly round for them there, but they're happy to get the number on the board. Icebox is just looking, he's fishing. There's a lot going on here, and a gate crash per second. He needs to get away from the epicenter.
Okay, well, they got rid of the Neon ult.
Look at this. Neri tucked so close up against the Stinger. This is dangerous. Oh, no, he can't. This is such an awkward fight.
Bailed out by Big Bro, 100%. Now you can maybe double swing into this trade it. Try and get some judge value. Zelsus has to be careful. Paranoia hits, so he has to play closer to the door than otherwise.
The best gun for the situation. Keep an eye on the Omen, push the whole time over towards C. All the way in spawn right now.
The Spike is still waiting to get in the baby door, and now they can access it. Walk up for the clone.
Does Shannon consider this at any point?
MIBR now heading to B again.
Will they expect Bang to have pushed
It doesn't look like it.
No, it just doesn't look like it. Free kill onto Shannon, and
that was the high HP as well.
Is Verno.
And what of Cortez here? He's in baby door, can try and play off this, but from every angle there's a SEN player. And then Cortez is here now. Smoke there, TP, but no Paranoia to play off of it.
Okay, very, very nice from Sentinels. Similar thing that I like over towards C once you lost B. This time, like, pushed all the way around. Right, pushed all the way around to make sure they have this control for the B. Again, if you don't have this control in your after plan, I just feel like you lose. I don't see teams push this enough, and this is twice from Sentinels. I like that they had the door pressure behind to make it look like that's their reaction, and they insta-push.
Jumping classic. Part 2 of the bundle commercial.
I mean, that is a cure for hypotension if you're Kaplan, though. You probably watched that moment, and you're just white-knuckling the handle of the seat there.
Last time out.
Here for MIBR.
Dude, do they even have money here?
As any for it now is likely, economically, they can only afford half armors and some weird buys, a Guardian here or there, maybe Sheriff.
Someone on MIBR had pinged it as well, as in for the flank.
So for those fast hits,
yeah, problem was there's just a lot going on when they're planning.
There are options for MIBR, but it's something that Frod and Co, they're going to have to put it together piece by piece.
Just on a round like that, there's so many players on SEN that are all making great proactive decisions at the same time. It is just beautiful to watch. All of that action was happening in Baby Door. Bang cleared out all of the seaside, was wrapping behind for the flank. It's just all set up so perfectly. The players are playing with a lot of confidence. This is really some of the best of SEN that we've seen all year.
If you're Kaplan,
hands down on this playoff run.
You just worry about history repeating itself maybe. So strong in playoffs domestically. They want to maintain, they want to bottle this lightning for the next couple of series and then into Masters.
Not another tech pause.
A brief pause there on the stage. Mild audio issue. And a chance here for the SEN crew just to lean back into it a little bit. Zekken has been phenomenal, 22 and 10. It's quite a second half, but we've not really seen him equipped. We haven't really seen them get going, right? They lose that pistol. And that bizarre round 14, where SEN take a fight with Classics and take all the guns away from MIBR, forcing them onto the worst bonus you could really imagine after winning the second round.
That was a disaster round for MIBR. I'm also just looking at the scoreboard right now.
America's is the new EMEA. Down, dude.
6 deaths and 13 assists. He's
Here
only
come the
died
tweets.
a third of the rounds that we played. And he's that's an insane amount of assists to have, and he has the second most kills in the server right now. He's put on such a show. And, you know, maybe it's making me think back to just all of the discussion that has been had around this team since Tens and Saucy departed. They bring in Narrate and Bang. They make this role
5 minis with night vision versus 100 gorillas. Who wins? Dude, how does your brain even come up with this stuff?
Playing Initiator with KCORP, and surely John would just stay Sentinel. It makes sense with the way that things are set up. But no, they swap into Initiator. And a lot of people were questioning why that was the case. They didn't feel like the gameplay we were seeing was backing up the decision.
How doesn't your brain think? Oh, sorry, it's my fault, obviously.
Like this, how can you
I didn't realize.
long term this wasn't the right decision? Now, of course, We need to see them
Pansy, relax yourself.
play this game. We need to see
Just
them
because
again
you
in
fixed
Toronto.
everything doesn't mean you can
But, yeah, right
go
now,
and
this is some
say
strong
they do
evidence
silly
supporting
skits
that.
but
This is
can't
a great
fix their
role for them that they
PC.
have made the right decision.
Advantage Sentinels, though.
You can't
Remember,
be
this team felt
calling
like
them that.
absolute world beaters when we sent them off to Bangkok. Expectations were at an all-time high, and they slumped at that tournament. They came back, and they really had to come together again. They had a bit of a rocky, like week 2, I think it was lost to Crew. There were definitely questions over whether this team even had
Any
that
games you're trying to add to your list? There's a couple of Iceboxes that have been pretty fun at the moment, like the Omen, the Na'Vi Omen Icebox was pretty good. Who did they beat? Vitality? That was a cool one.
Bad slump.
Miss out on that second Masters.
Like Omen on Icebox is probably good teats.
Dominated them week 2. And then from there,
A couple of the Sens out there at the
moment.
moment.
The strongest competition, but they were able to get 3 wins in a row, and now they're looking better than they have at any point this year.
I mean, this rematch against MIBR so far has gone off without a hitch. Let's hear from Zekin, though, and get what his read on MIBR is coming into this game.
MIBR have definitely evolved since they picked up Verno. Obviously, he's an incredible shooter.
Wait, Pansy, you gonna
Still
stay
is
up for
very,
it?
Very solid. I think overall they've gotten more free-flowing. They seem a lot more confident. They're swinging and fighting and shooting incredibly well. So I think it's just been a very big boost in their confidence since they picked him up.
Oh boy, well, save the VOD. Finally made space for the VOD and they're gonna give me copyright. Weber, by the way, hello mate. Congrats on the win also. What I've been up to in customs, I was recording stuff for Coach Potatoes. I was so me and Minnie just did me and Minnie just did the Icebox of G2 for Coach Potatoes. Literally just finished all the recordings for 2 hours later them to go, by the way, we've nerfed Teo. So pretty much all of it doesn't work anymore. It's the most annoying thing ever. It's not as annoying as being on a team and them doing that, but it's still as close to what it is. You saw me in a scrim? Bacon, what are you trying to leak out here? I'll be playing the scrims when you decide to kick someone and get me in.
He's gonna have to push soon to get that timing on the
I'm saying what I saw. Oh, okay. What was the score in the scrim, Bacon? That's the real question.
So the best form we've ever seen from MIBR, ever, as a team.
16-8.
Doesn't quite seem to be able to
damn.
measure up to Sentinels
Actually
so
back.
far in this series. We're still in map 1, folks. Round 17 on the docket. Sen have a 6-round
me,
lead.
I heard
11 to
Bacon as well.
5. We've got a bit of an audio issue down on stage, which is currently being rectified. I can see Bang being able to speak to Zelsis.
We've seen the chat drama. Yeah,
so
we
it
looked at the
looks like
tweet. We couldn't resist.
moving, comfortably sort of through that. We'll keep you guys updated with it, but I mean, MIBR wants so much more than this. I mean, we saw those really hard
V5 routines with the Prime. Thank you so much, mate. Thank you for doing that.
You know, being great here in Americas is fine, but for these guys, they have their sights set so much higher than that. And Icebox at this point is probably getting sick of, you know, falling at the last hurdle, falling at the hurdle and not being able to attend the international.
Days without Valorant drama 0. Dude, I feel like that would stay at 0. Just non-stop. America's is non-stop drama, man.
They are the hope.
To be fair, Pacific and EMEA got their own stuff going, but America's love to give it.
Who are the hope of the Brazilian scene? Tons of pressure. Icebox has taken this org team from the bottom of the leaderboard to the top this year.
It's insane how far cry it is from watching a solo lurking Sky on Sunset.
Come back for the drama, Pansy. I just enjoy watching it from afar. Yeah, it's a lot easier these
not
days.
only where that team was going, but where the Brazilian scene had the depth.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say, and the best Brazilian team. I'm looking. Where's do I see less? Do I see Sock?
No.
Addison Huff, thank you so much for the tier 1 as well. Thank you for the whole year, dude.
I mean, where are they at?
Long time follower, first year subscriber. Thank you for the support.
That Icebox was able to bring up to create this roster to be the torchbearers for.
There's just as much drama in the other regions. Difference is no one really cares.
It's paid off
My
so
goodness.
far, but today, at least
I think they're less public with a lot of the stuff as well.
Riding the high of beating the unbeatable G2.
It's pretty insane stuff from this Sentinels team.
Hey, every time he's in the seat,
Still some discussion here
get him
about,
out of here, man.
how to make
Let's move him
his
to another
teammates hear
seat.
him. Has anyone
I've
told
had
him
enough.
maybe they're just ignoring him? No? All right, it's
Janscorp happy with the prime. Thank you to 9 months. Thank you, thank you. Oh, dude, everyone's going to pick the Sentinels bundle. You can't go to the guy with the Sentinel shirt. Oh, nearly though.
The camera flip, my friend. All right, send bundlers, rejoice. What about you?
Hey, he's got a picture. He's got a picture of Celsius. Think about where he's going. Guys, come on, cameraman. At least pick someone without a shirt.
Can we find a
Okay, dude, they all have the pictures.
Throw them for a loop for at least 1 second.
Yeah. Oh, all right.
Oh.
Okay.
Wait, are we accidentally pointing to the pictures, or?
See that? Valorant is my goat. Which is your goat bundle? Are you pointing upwards? Damn. Why are you gonna do me like that?
Oh.
All right, MIBR fans. Okay.
Damn.
I like that one.
Oh. Wait, what?
Brother, I mean the first half, not gonna lie.
Wait.
Send bundlers.
What?
Yeah. It's mirrored, guys. I know.
It's the camera
tricky.
left.
Bro tried like, bro tried like fifth
This is the first time. Confident. I mean, again. See you guys. Pistol rounds been going
Oh,
for Sentinels.
Paper X jumper, man.
Every reason to feel confident about our one.
The PRX.
Reppin'. Yeah.
Now, I mean, we are on like a 10-2. It's almost like the scoreline in this game so far.
Maybe if this was in Sao Paulo. we are Los Angeles.
Take me back, honestly. Take me back. Another send bundler. Yep. It's okay. We've all done it.
The bundle
I wonder.
jersey. That's a great.
Oh,
That's a crazy comp.
What? Hey.
Oh, nice.
Okay, fair enough. That's,
Wait, Treya.
That's a Sen City shirt, but I'm with it. Okay, MIBR bundle indeed. So,
Dude, this poor guy, man. He's like, come on,
I know
dude.
they're not just watching the feet of banger, though you might expect them to. Maybe lay down palm fronds for the guy, and he walks into the room because he's been that important for this team this year. But we are playing Operation on our little audio box here. Still keep you updated as things progress here. Hopefully no one bumps their head. That seems pretty treacherous. Thank God he's wearing his shoes. I know so many players just like take off their shoes and play like that. I feel for the techs who have to get in there amongst all that.
Wouldn't want to play against Bro in limbo either. He's flexible.
Was that a shot? Oh, okay, right.
Honestly, if we do get the 4-hour delay, then it is the 24-hour
okay.
stream to Pacific.
That's my go-to. You know, if someone is vertically challenged, I'd just say they'd be great at limbo because no one ain't on bending their knees. You know what I mean? Just walk straight under. Yeah.
Take a stroll.
We had a different idea with this. Earlier, we spoke with Icebox about his handpicked team, MIBR's growth in
24 hours? Wait, it would be way longer than 24 hours, right? It would actually be 20, maybe even 30.
We are a team that we are just improving day by day. In the start, I asked for everyone to be patient with us because we're a brand new team. But I already knew and said to the fans that we're going to improve in the year. During the year, we would only get better. The scenario is still the same, but now I don't need to ask for patience anymore because we are already playing at a good level. But I know that we can be even better.
Another 1 minute. What's Bacon doing here? Looking for team. Wait, when was this? Was this during all of the other tweets or? Oh, dude, I'm so copyrighted, man. There's the YouTube channel. Just recovered it. Well, I guess we just wait a little bit. Dude, the EMEA was kind of smooth today, but here we are. I guess we can never just have a smooth day.
All right, everyone, and we are back. back. So sorry for the delay. We want to let everyone know that we're working on it. You can see our incredible team on stage addressing
Back
it
to the
as
desk.
it is.
Oh,
But for
man.
now, you
We're
will
so
be
cursed this
sticking
year.
with us here in our dulcet tones. I don't know if the camera's going to come to
G-Man,
us.
what do you think they're doing under the desk? Do you think they're just switching wires?
Well, found out we're swapping
Find
audio
the red
boxes,
wire
all this
Oh,
stuff.
Oxy's it.
By the way, we got an Oxy. He's here today. Hey, look at him.
Did they put the two tallest people next to him?
Showed up in a really nice Cloud9 hoodie. Look at that there.
Coming out soon.
Hey, look at that.
Check it out.
Oxy, pleasure to have you here, buddy. First things first, you know, we're not done with the match quite yet. We're still waiting for the results, obviously, from that one. But just preliminary, what are your thoughts on what you've seen so far?
I mean, like, Zekken is actually just a Zekken show. This guy's just insane. I'm not gonna lie. We play them in scrims. Their entire Jordan is the guy dropping 30 against us. In the match, Zekken is literally just like God's gift to the game.
Wait, so Celsius is the one dropping the 30s?
Yeah, Celsius and Zekken are swap.
Is Zekken like feeding in scrims? What's happening?
He's just
Swapping
chilling, you know? He's just playing, you know? He's having fun.
It's just not much Zekken.
JLW, thank you so much for the Prime.
Hey,
Appreciate
man,
that.
well, look, so far it has looked pretty good for Sentinels, but MIBR showing signs of life. Coming back to it, but Emmy, you were talking about before about the composition, what you were expecting to
Wait,
see
why is
play
this?
out the way that you had envisioned it when we talked last.
No, because I didn't expect the Yoru, but I don't know if it's a Yoru or it's
Wait,
just
that was
Zekken,
sick.
but it's incredible. I don't know what Francis thinks about playing Yoru on this map.
I think Yoru, I think it's good against this meta because it baits out
That
a lot
was
of utility,
awesome.
like Teo and Breach. And also it commonizes as well because, like, you know, Teo and Breach, you just use the overall, you clear out everything, and it's also like, they just work so well together. So, I mean, I think it's a good change, but I think the main reason is on defense, you can help Jordan or Zustus because he's alone a lot.
Yeah.
And you can instant rotate TP.
Yeah.
Instead of Neon, you still have to run. It takes time, but yeah.
Hey, you want to take my job?
No.
Just let him coach for you.
Hey,
Would you make a good duelist?
I'm hearing right now, I want to see Oxy in the chair, losing his mind, Emmy on the stage. You know, that's what I want. I want the role reversal.
That's crazy. That's crazy. No, I was also just going to say, like, one of the things that I really like about the Yoru on defense especially is that it masks a lot of your intent in the round. Because usually, like, if you have a Neon, you're, like, showing stun pretty early on, or you're, like, trying to take the forward fights. You're usually fighting a bit quieter with the Yoru, right? So, like, taking contact lines, so it forces the attackers to come
Oh,
into
dude,
you
it's
to,
gonna
like,
be a
seek
long
out
day, man.
Yeah, you can get on a line and then you have your TP. And what a lot of teams you'll notice do is they'll hit where the Yoru is at around 110 because that's when his TP is running out. That's what people are doing right now. But yeah, he just walks in quietly, gets the line, has the support, and then he has the fast rotate as well.
Yeah, I'm telling you, a lot of knowledge on this test, a lot of knowledge. But you know what? I want to put that to the test.
Emmy's suffering more, dude. That's true. Maybe it's Emmy's just cursed.
That's right.
Maybe Emmy just in playoffs, no matter where he
See a
is.
very small portion of the map, and then you guys are going to have to guess which map it is. So let's go
Can't
ahead
get
and
through
this
playoffs
started.
when he's here on the desk for playoffs. It's just non-stop
I have a feeling Oxy's
pauses.
going to know a lot here. Okay,
This is-
where?
I mean, the bottom bit looks like Haven, but
Breaking you up, bro, then you let me
I have
down.
no idea where we actually are.
Where we at? Where we at?
I mean,
Are we on Fracture?
Are we on Fracture?
Icebox.
Icebox. And by the way, for those of you in the studio, feel free to let us know. Just pop off, yell it out loud. Maybe they can pipe in your audio so I can hear you.
Bind halls, but it's.
I think it's Fracture spot bind. I forgot that was even a map.
Bind halls is my best guess.
Bind, that does look rather bindy. You know, I'm looking at the.
I don't know.
All right. Well,
like
let's
an
see.
Interior room.
So we got
somewhere?
Bind, we got Fracture,
Icebox.
and Icebox. I'm also going with Ender
We
on
went for
Bind.
Haven.
Let's see what we
Wasn't it?
have. Survey says.
yeah, nice.
I tricked myself out of it. I tricked myself out of it.
You worked yourself into a shoot there, brother. All right, there you go. All right, let's try another one. Let's try another one.
I've never looked up there in my life.
Yeah, I've never seen that in my life.
Ooh.
The split,
They're
right?
finding some difficult spots for you. Okay, I think I might know where this is.
Wait. Oh my.
I have a theory.
Fracture is split, right? But it
Well, I
feels
was going to
wrong.
say Icebox because it looks like a heater, and isn't there like a? No, maybe I'm trolling myself.
I don't know. I know there's like.
I want to see Fracture again.
I'm going to go Icebox. That's what I'm going.
Bind.
Think Bind? Okay, I'm going
Bind.
Icebox.
Wait.
Emmy needs at least a small encyclopedia and maybe some you know,
Maybe
like
some hair.
Webster's.
Some hair. Well, you know,
I'm on fracture. I'm on fracture.
I hate that you said I need some hair, and then Chrissy went up and was like, I'm going fracture.
When they say that, I don't know what you mean as well.
Timothy Shalamala here over here, unbelievable. All right, we can say fracture. I say icebox.
Bind? No, I'm pretty sure it's split, but
Bind.
It was
You
work yourself into a shooting
I've never even seen that. I play this game like hundreds of hours a week. I've never seen that in my life.
Because you've never threw a lineup in your life. That's all.
Called out in 4K. Love it. All right, we got one more. Let's see what we have. This actually couldn't have worked out better. And I know there's more of a good God.
That's split.
Is this not the new Ascent B?
That's Ascent.
That's what I was thinking. I thought.
Oh wait, no, this might be new Ascent.
I think that's new Ascent.
The new wall.
The new wall.
Because
that's hard.
Because I know this texture exists on Split, but it has like Dino logos on it. It's like it's crazy.
Yeah, it is because that's the curve right there. That's the molly curve.
That section, I believe. I believe it's on Ascent. On B-side.
So we all fought different maps.
Bacon, it's already out there, mate. Don't worry.
You know what's crazy? It's crazy.
It's already out there.
Second choice is always correct, so I'm sticking on Split.
Okay, you're sticking with Split. I'm going with Ascent. Oxy's going with Ascent.
I think it's Ascent, but I'm going to go Icebox.
Okay, he's going Icebox.
They leaked it. EDG's leaked it. Oh, it's not where I thought it was though. Oh wait, wow, they actually just rinsed and repeated the same texture. The guy is.
I was thinking the outside area. I was thinking the new area that was
That is the new area.
I was thinking the one inside.
He's gonna get inside, yeah.
Inside of
Yeah.
Well, it was bright out. How is it going to be
And
inside?
you know what though? I got it right, and I said it with my whole chest, and I don't care. That's it.
Failing upwards. That's
I'm a
crazy.
genius. I'm a genius.
Crazy.
We do have one more. Because there's still, by the way, in case you're just joining us, we do want to let everyone know we apologize for the delay. We're getting everything sorted on stage with our awesome team. They're getting everything sorted. For now, we're just hanging out, so stick around with us, and, we'll see where this goes.
I want to be clear, I do not apologize.
That's fine. I mean, you could
not out there.
I'm the host, so I do apologize.
Why is America's new EMEA? I don't know, man. We fixed everything in EMEA, so it had to happen somewhere.
We got to see what we have there. Last one.
Oh,
Wait, isn't this split as
I've
well?
never seen Died in my life. So I don't know.
This is the wait. Okay, now I'm getting mixed up. I want to say Split.
I think it's Split. That's what I was thinking because it's right in it's CT spawn.
CT spawn.
I think,
But
right?
I know there's a diet milk in kitchen on Icebox. But I don't think this is the kitchen on Icebox. I think this is the coffee shop.
This is on PAL, really?
I think it's Split.
I thought this was the cafe on Split, but
There is a little section on Breeze, but it's not a coffee shop.
All right, let's zoom out. Let's see what we have. I'm really curious. It probably is Split.
oh damn, you lot are locked in, man. Fair play.
Say it with your whole chest, and you get it wrong. It's unbelievable.
I didn't know that was there. I'm not gonna lie. I did not know that was there.
Either.
You know, it makes sense. Pearl's, it's a small town under the ocean.
Right.
You know what I mean? People live there, right?
How do they get the coffee beans there?
You could still. I'm sure the ground is good for the beans to grow and whatever. Look, I'm not a freaking agricultural
Do they have to import the
mastermind.
diet milk?
Diet milk lineup? Nah, I never run that one.
Actually going into water is pretty wild there. All right, folks. Well,
Power was
we're
after my
gonna
time as
remind
well,
everyone yet
to be
again,
fair.
delay on the stage, but we do want to make sure that we're getting to the action as soon as we possibly can. There, of course, you guys could see as we get ready to go here. But I did get word that we are going to be sending this one back over to the casters. So now it's their responsibility to speak for a while. Let's hope it's going to be for a short one. Fellas, over to you.
Great to be back here in the caster booth, folks. It's Uber and Wyatt taking you into round 17 of the first map between Sentinels and MIBR. To score, for those who may have forgotten, 11-5, with Sentinels winning the last 2 in a row, coming up on another heavy hitter.
Yeah, and additionally, if you have short-term memory, Zekin is going crazy. He is getting
4-0, 9-1.
pretty
My
much every
goodness.
round. He got an ace with a crazy spray transfer.
I mean, I guess that's the old MIBR though.
Utility on the breach.
Bit of a rough start joining a team that used to perform like this.
These past couple games, this playoff run for him has
okay,
been lights out.
it's 11-5 MIBR all in. Like it's literally on this round to keep a minute. Otherwise, it's an insanely short map. Well, long map, but a short map
It's going
game-wise.
to take a little bit more than that to close this ever-widening gap.
Crucially, into this round, MIBR, they have brought their economy down to nothing just to get 3 Guardians. They have 2 rifles, some light armors, not an ideal buy, but they do not want
Oh god, man, he's just a human aimbot.
He is unstoppable, man.
And that's one of your bigger controllers off the map already. Hitting this site could be tricky. Bang catches Shenom. That's over to the A side of the map. So now confirmation that this is a real deal hit over towards C. Icebox is trying to trend forward here, but Sen are just going to give it up for now. They know that Veto has
You're all for the retake. Narrate can drop the ult on them as well.
Narrate has an Armageddon of his own. John has a full kit. Fault line is coming in. Zakin is getting the info.
There's a Sen Armageddon coming in, and Artazine can't quite get out alive. Icebox can't see a damn thing.
God, dude, look at him. It's not even fair at this point. Nice shot.
Bleed their economy just to have a competitive round, and it looks anything but.
Sen.
Yeah, John's going to get his ult on this one as well for the last rounds, or potential last rounds.
The Rolling Thunder on top of everything else.
What do you even do? Mate, when they're looking this good, there's nothing you can do, man. Seconds just taken over.
Damn it. They look this good. And they haven't even won this map yet in this stage. This is the 3rd time they're playing it, and the 3rd time that they've switched their comp.
So I don't kill him, and you take the bomb from me. At least Marshall had the decency to say, Jordan, this is your clutch. All gonna instant die.
What gesture was he sending to a teammate there?
Yeah, it looks like.
Unfortunate, really. Here it is, though. MIBR now forcing for the rest of the game. And they've got the Rolling Thunder Armageddon ready to go. And a fault line that doesn't shake Bang a little bit as Icebox wants to follow up. They'll throw up the fast lane and not commit just yet. Great dodge of the Rolling Thunder.
Wait, it didn't even hit Zelsis, the ult.
He has been shut down, neutralized entirely over the course of this game, but Artazine chooses his spot.
Okay, where's the raid boss at? On the flank.
But the movement was Bang there. Typically so good for those anchoring kills.
Oh boy.
Swings in, does get a free one of the darts in, but the trades are instantaneous.
Second now, awkward.
Well.
Would have been a long climb to get his team back in the round anyway. So MIBR are still looking for a chance to stabilize now. Gun-wise,
He's human, yeah, no, it is nice to see sometimes, I'm not gonna lie.
ideally, rifles in hand and some form of armor. Best they can hope for.
This round exclusively comes down to their IGL Artzin deciding to go crazy.
Hello, Fio, mate. How you doing?
Opening kills.
Hey, how's your holiday, mate? Are you back?
Trade very rapidly when the SEN players try to swing back in.
Veto hits a nice stun in that corner to get them onto the seaside as well.
Okay, right, 6 chances.
Brick, MIBR are trying to build their way back into the match.
One of the major issues for them as they try to make this comeback a reality is the fact that SEN already are sitting on multiple ultimates. Taking that duel shuts down Zekin. A rare sentence to be spoken in this game.
That's 2 quiet rounds for Zekin. Viper's Pit over at B now, so that's a non-option for MIBR. A looks much more tantalizing, but we will have John and Narrate on patrol. Already going to try and push up here. Narrate was clear of the fault line, but has to try and re-clear this space, and a lot of util is being spent to keep it cleared out. Back at the site, looks like Bang TP's in, so there's more SEN players now in attendance. Zaspas heads to drop. Nothing to see just yet, and here comes that plant. Salvos, dangerous.
They disable their ults, right?
Walk away now as a Viper's Pit is deployed, and there's Aspas. He's just 1 step ahead of Bang there. Down to 3. Sentinels have to dig them out.
It's going to be so tough, though. Do they feel like they're just going to save? Do they want to regroup, try to push through stairs? No, they feel like they need to get out of there with the rifles.
How long until they get all their ults?
Pit came down and Bang
Little
drops, loses the duel to Aspas. The round is essentially over. Trying to root players out of that pit would be incredibly difficult.
Yeah, I mean, what best they have is Rolling Thunder, and that's never guaranteed. Sometimes it's a bit cosmetic. And Bang probably feels like he has to go for it there, right? He TPs to upper A. Wanted to make use of that ultimate, at least see if he could get something done. Patient here for Sentinels. 3 guns saved now as their economy gets
I told you, Sentinels can't close out. Mate, with 2. They got 7 chances. We're only 2 out of 7. I think that's way too early to be typing like that.
He wins that duel against Bang when he drops down back sight. If Bang had won that, they are going for the retake. Complexion of that post-plant very different. And then on the prior, Artzin just swings in, gets 2. Might be too little too late, but these guys could be individually starting to come to life.
Sometimes you got to call it early.
The game looks so different when the lurking Viper is taking and winning duels. And that's been Chenom's MO so far this half.
Okay, early TPs. They can hear it over towards here if they are fighting it. Smoke as well to make it look like you might have TP'd in the smoke.
MIBR have loved hitting that site. The fast neon hits early in the half at least. Now slowing it down.
Stealth Throne going to clear out those close positions so MIBR can.
Is the stream up? Yeah, sure. Should be a lot louder now for you.
Forward. On the opposite side, the defensive Stealth Throne goes all the way through B into spawn. Doesn't spot anything for Sen. A lot of pressure.
It doesn't help that they're whispering.
Zelsis here, who is fairly committed to this site hold, depending on how close MIBR get. Depending on how quickly they can actually get onto him. He is stunned and weak.
And there might not be anywhere to go here. John has to be careful. Has a rolling thunder, so might want to set up for a flood retake.
Dude, seconds just push for a smoke, doesn't get traded. Zelsis is running around the whole A site.
Now Icebox has to deal with it, he can. But there's more where that came from Sentinels, plus that rolling thunder still.
I love how Zelsis played that, realizing that all he needed to do there was be a nuisance by living, playing within his own smoke, drawing attention from MIBR.
Rolling thunder comes in, Icebox is very low, and in comes Zekin now. Flash to tree, wants to check it out, finds one, but Icebox at 3 health is giving a good account of himself. Vango knows a strong wind would have blown him over, and he converts, it's up to Shenham.
I don't think they saw Shenham. They're not aware, but now they certainly are.
Yeah, now they know.
10 seconds left.
Shenham now has to fight to
Yeah,
1v3,
dude.
and it's
I mean,
not
they wrecked
to
him.
be.
They absolutely
For the
wrecked him.
first time this stage, Sentinels take Lotus, the map pick of MIBR. A nasty
Dude,
blow
the
to
Sentinels
strike
just
so
got
early in
an
the series.
unbelievable
For the
map
first time
over at the
in
moment.
these playoffs, MIBR have dropped a map.
Where are Sentinels even
4-0
weak at the
until
moment?
this point. Sen stole that one away. Zekin was on an absolute heater, start to finish. The way this map opened, if you think back, the first 5 rounds
Yeah, but if
felt
they
like
ban
they were
it.
over in, I don't know, 5 minutes or less.
And then Fracture's out
That
soon
duo,
as well, so
John
that doesn't
and
matter too
Zekin,
much.
The fragging from the duelist and then those supportive flashes and stuns that John was sending out were picture perfect over and over. That was some really superb play to start off this series from Sen. Walking away massively impressed by these guys. We're going over to split next, their own map pick. MIBR, they kind of started shooting towards the end though, so maybe they can rally back.
Yeah, they definitely seem to be awake. It's too late to save Lotus, but the rest of the series still remains in question. A casual little 346 ACS from Zekin really punctuates the point on that map. We're going to step away, but up next, Golden Boy and Analyst Desk. We're going to break down this first map of our best of 3 to decide the top seed
Tech
heading into
pause,
the
oh
grand
yeah,
final.
dude, hefty one. Okay, well, Zekin just kind of wrecked him, but I do feel like John deserves a bit of a shout out for his util here. Is really nice. Let's spam some ads, chat. I'm back in a little bit. What is the second map, chat? I can't even remember. What did they pick in the end? Big split. Oh boy. Okay. MIBR didn't look that bad at split, though. This could still be close. I kind of like this split.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Se vai ter algum acabou, vambora. Acabou. Na entrada, vai Xenon. Segura 2, Xenon de novo.
He's going to have to push soon to get that timing on the spike. Just right clicks coming out, and it is going to be another one from Bang! I am here with Kaplan ahead of map 2. First off, I kind of want to get your initial thoughts on the map, and the team's looking a bit unlocked as well. Does it allow you to kind of push them further and maybe go for some strats you guys have in the book?
Yeah, no, super happy with how that went. We were definitely prepared. We had a bunch of stuff ready for that map. It was pretty obvious they would pick it as long as we banned Icebox, and I wouldn't say we ever change our strats. I always expect them to be maximum confident, but definitely makes it a little more relaxing going into it, knowing, you know, they have something they earned confidence from, which was our last series.
All right, well, good luck in map 2 as well.
Thank you.
And there you have it. Sentinels, they go up in the series 1-0 with a 13-7 victory on Lotus, which, of course, sets our attention towards Split. Of course, Golden Boy here alongside with EMEA. You got Oxy from C9 joining us, as well as Ender to break it all down. Let's actually do just that, shall we, gentlemen? Because I came into this one feeling good about MIBR, feeling good about maybe seeing Icebox maybe do his work, do the things that we expect him to do, but instead just never really was able to get that online, and instead just got shut down by much more prepared Sentinels, it seemed.
Yeah, I mean, Sentinels were definitely prepared for this map. I think they knew if they banned Icebox, this was going to get picked into them. They just abused C, they abused the no Sentinel as well, and obviously Zekken was definitely online before Icebox was.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, Zekken's just the GOAT. This guy is just this guy, there's only 2 people at the top for me. Duelist players, Zekken and Icebox. And it's a beautiful game to see when you see both of them playing each other. And I guess Zekken's just on one today.
What makes him so different for you, especially you being, you know, the duelist for your team, right? What inspiration do you pull from players like Icebox and Zekken?
Honestly, for me, it's just what I've seen from like how they play and how they interact with their teammates. Like I know Icebox, like this guy played on Lev for 1 year.
Yeah.
Went to Champs. Well, I'm not. Did he go to Champs?
Yes.
Champs. Qualified a bunch of events. Won stage 2. Like
lifted a trophy.
Crazy. Yeah, this is crazy. And then he just joins MIBR. Like last year, one of the like.
They were just you can say they were booty for a little while.
Yeah, and then now he just joins, and they're qualifying at like most events, top 3 last in kickoff. It's crazy, honestly. Yeah. I just don't understand it.
It's proof that it's not, you know, random. There's a reason. Icebox seems to be the connecting tissue.
Yeah, unfortunately, I just felt like in this opening map, like he just couldn't put it up against what Zekken had. Like Zekken had these couple of back-to-back rounds of just crazy spray transfers. The ace round after they win the bonus, then they keep stringing them along, which gave Sentinels a 7-1 lead so early on in the half.
I mean, this moment here, I mean, this kid was pulling off some wild stuff here. This was the ace.
That's one.
That was one, and then he had the crazy TP.
Yeah, this play right here. He knows the breach is done, switches over to the Viper before going back.
This is like when we played them on Ascent, and he's just instantly online, and you're just allowing him to get online early, and he's just got so much momentum. You just know he's going to have a good game.
Yeah, how do you even slow that down, though? That's the thing. And it felt like, Oxy, that was the part that MIBR were really struggling with.
Yeah.
And what's funny is we were talking about the Yoru actually being inherently slower for them, for Sentinels, but yet it seemed like when it came down to it, when Zekken wanted to let it go, when he wanted to hit the go button, they were in there. How do you stop that?
To be honest, in this meta, you can't really. I'm not gonna lie, you can't really stop against this meta. You just
gotta shoot.
You kind of just gotta like play retake. Yeah, you gotta play the timings, you gotta play breach utility, Teo utility, and that's just kind of how the meta goes right now.
Yeah, it's all about timings. Like you've got to keep note of timings. Like if breach uses your stun, you have to give that information to your team straight away. Yeah. And it's all about the utility advantage. And then you know if you can play in or you have to play out.
Yeah. Because you see it even in those clips, like the utility that Sentinels is setting up behind Zekken to take those fights too is always there for him.
Yeah, very well done there, obviously, from Sentinels. MIBR still needing to figure it out, and they have a great coach to do that. It's Coach Fraud on standby ahead of map 2. Let's get his thoughts.
I'm joined by Fraud ahead of map 2. Question about that last map. It looked like it took the team a little bit to get going, but also star power fire coming out of the Sentinel side. How do you kind of mitigate that, get the team going again, and get ready for map 2?
I think we just got to be patient. They came out with they were shooting, but they were also playing a very like slow defaulty style, and I think we were getting a little bit impatient. So I think this is going to be one of those games that it's going to be a little bit longer, especially if they're going to keep playing slow like this. But we have to be okay with playing against teams who play slow and not get so impatient, and just kind of maintain our plan, maintain our resources a little bit more, and hopefully it'll turn out better.
Awesome insight as always. Thank you so much.
All right, so you heard Coach Fraud there talk about maintaining the resources, all that. Coach Jimmy, got to go over to you for this one. Thoughts on that? How do you feel, especially as we get ready for Split?
I mean, they're getting used to a new style, slowing down. That's exactly why they pick Yoru, to slow it down, right? So like he said, he's just got to get used to it. He's got to put that through to his team. He's got to go speak to them now and just be like, be more patient, wait for the opportunities, don't try and force anything.
Yeah, that's going to be a difficult one, though, because it feels like Ender Sentinels doing everything that they can to force those mistakes out of MIBR.
Yeah, I think the Sentinels play a really well thought through, controlled style of game that becomes difficult. But I know you wanted to talk about Split, Emmy. Give me the sauce on what Sentinels are playing.
Well, I think Sentinels just need to control B main. So with this comp, funny story, I'll give a funny story. G2 played this comp against them. Smashed them, Sentinels stole it, Sentinels played us, smashed us, we stole it. So all three of us knew how to play this comp, and that's how the meta came around with this comp.
Well, there you have it. You see the genesis of the meta coming about here from Cloud9, from Sentinels, and most importantly from G2 in the Origin point. Very interesting to see how this all is going to shake out. Of course, we've got Split coming up right after this. Can we get a map 3? We'll find out after the short break.
It's Rossi also, right? I don't know. They probably needed changes after considering their results. Something didn't look. All the stuff didn't look right. I think it's the worst. It's the worst move. I don't know who the hell they get, but. I think some of the players that have been kicked, their history in the past year doesn't look great though.
So it was MIBR that selected the first map in the series. That was Lotus. It looked anything but their home ground. First engagement,
some players can be very narrow-minded and not understand how good they have it. I'm not saying that's what happened. It's just a common theme that's always been around, even in like UK players. They just get very narrow-minded. They don't really think ahead. And even though stuff might be pretty good now, in like 2 years can be the complete difference.
Turned the tide, and specifically Ken Icebox. He's back
on
Jet,
been very fast in
which is
esports to get forgotten about very fast.
Agent. He defined
Hard to stay relevant
that has
for
been his go-to for
prolonged amount of
years.
time.
And even when this MIBR team earlier in 2025 were behind the meta, they were finding success just by virtue of him on that agent being one of one.
Did they ever play Teho in kickoff?
They did in the first game, actually, yes, and then they moved away from it. I mean, at the start of this year, the MIBR team were the most successful team not playing the meta, and now they are. They have ended up in the exact same, well, not exact same, but you know, they are at least in the top 3, so same result at minimum as kickoff. But now they are integrating the Teho like everyone else.
But they keep the classic, sense to their compositions quite often, so that's something worth keeping eyes on. The Jet.
They're going to let Icebox be comfortable here on the Jet while still playing the other meta initiators.
Rough first map for MIBR. Now it's Sen's
okay, we got Sentinels on defense, we got MIBR on attack. Let's see if we can get a close map.
In stage 1.
A bit of a stomp.
Against some weaker teams will start to pistol with Icebox.
It's a nice way to start. It's an open B site.
The B site's already open for Young and Old.
Oh, that was dangerous for a second, but Second is able to find Shenum. Not before he does a significant amount of damage, however. Second, somewhat weak. Zelsis, very
safe plant though, they push.
Just a single shot. Wants to press forward, but is punished for it by the double swing.
Again,
not sure
no better way
that.
to shut down a star player than to overload him. This now puts Sen at a player advantage, and they're slowly encroaching their control of Heaven. Cortesia playing a bit further forward towards B main to try and cut second off. It's going to be a battle of shooters on that part of the map. Sen will want a way into the B side, and Zekin might use his commotion to do so. Look at the timing he's found! Cortesia
yeah, he was
not sticking around quite long enough.
What
Veto takes a tap to the shoulder here as Sentinels are going to get about it now. Veto and Artazine have to dig in now. Time is short, but Sentinels have the numbers to spend. Here's a tap. Zekin gets ahead of it though. 4 kills
again,
on the pistol.
Man.
And a
he just
defuse
doesn't slow down.
Sen started on the right foot again.
That's going to bring Zekin 2 orbs away from the dimensional
I mean, Aspas kind of pushed a little bit too far instead of playing with a bait setup from his teammate.
Coming up on round 2.
It's a pretty important kill.
That post-plant play, though, from Zekin as well is so good. He finds this kill on Shenum, wraps a B main there, and just before that, he was waiting for his team to make all the noise so he could hit the go button, and there was a little moment. where Cortez... well, we get it, bro. You want to ult. I mean, yes, it is the high percentage play. Relax. But they do such a great job of setting him up for success there by drawing all the attention to Heaven, allowing him to flank through B main. And Zekin is starting this map just as electric as he left us on Lotus.
A dimensional drift for the bonus. What a tantalizing prospect for the defenders. MIBR here are grouped up, even Cortesia joining them after early presence on the B side. Jonathan might have a decent timing to send this off on. He's one player testing the wall, and call comes out.
Oh yeah, hello.
From MIBR hitting
Pansy today for the EG game.
Fighting their time now, but off a fault line. Artisan is going to try
if she stays awake,
be the Stardust pistol
He's saying she didn't stay awake.
Go. Smoke over towards Heaven's side here. Fault line came out from the defender side. That's John trying to slow them up. Narrate, rather. Getting ahead of that smoke in screens.
And now as the wall expires, MIBR hoping to take an
It's hilarious last time, dude. I was struggling.
I
was struggling to keep it together, man. It's so funny.
Superior guns. They are looking so strong today. If they can win their map here, they'll be headed to the grand finals with that significant map ban advantage going up against whichever team wins the lower final.
A lot of trust being put in John and Narrate here. Sen have not rushed to reinforce them on the A side. A lot of this util still at their disposal. Delsus maybe had a timing. Opts not to take it.
13 seconds.
Out in front, though, with the
oh, hold up.
One. John's about to get busy. Tries to flip.
Damn, John did good, though. Oh my god, they didn't get insta-plant. Oh, bro, they're actually going to do it, right? 6 HP, 65 HP. A rough situation. It's not the best planners behind screens.
Does have a couple weak players who get easy kills against. One of them was Cortesia.
Shenum gets clear of that paranoia. Bang.
One half is his timing like.
The SEN team so far in their run to playoffs.
Oh, nicely done.
Verno will emerge
Only
just
the one
right
gun
time.
upgrade, but that's a
really
really important round.
And once again, Cortesia trying to get him motivated.
Just waits out the moment for the perfect free backstab to close out that round after hitting a really fantastic stun in the 1v1
maybe should have won that too.
In Heaven. The player's backside, you mentioned it, they were left on their lonesome, so much trust placed in them, and they just couldn't come up in that situation.
No info really for
lost his
just how far into mid had MIBR gone. They just couldn't tell.
Has Cortesia really turned into the hype man for MIBR or what though? Every time they're finding success, he's been the guy standing up, screaming, getting out of his
goes
chair.
in, dude. No one even buys on top of this. They got nothing.
Only play for the B-side orb and in
wait, did they really have 5 guns last round over eco? It's kind of rare.
MIBR, they're on a timer. And they know it. Pushing out over towards his A side now. It's going to be Icebox up front and Personal focusing on Bang.
They know the breach flash came from
Deals with the
Saint.
control and Narrate still tucked behind that kiosk, but doesn't really know when to swing. It's on the move. Celsius gets completely caught out. John had no choice but to swing that. Also dinked a second player. Verno goes low after that encounter. But Zeka with the classic is a long way from the action, and Zenith is vastly better off.
They're kind of good here. Is Sapphire back or
did
Prius have a life round? And Lynch's, thanks so much, dude. Appreciate the 34 months.
Scaling into the site, they slowed things
Lynch's,
down.
I'm in ice in these days, man.
The most
sun we get is about 2 hours. And even then it's about 8 degrees.
Wrap around elbow, the rest of them flood in. A little bit of damage done, but overall clean, and definitely a look at what their typical A hit is going to be looking like as we go forward.
Prius out of life rounds. Sapphire's not back yet. Damn, dude. He's actually on it.
Not sure who Louts are. Certainly not me.
Dude, they're doing the C9.
MIBR, they say, why not go A again? It's worked 2 times in a row.
Obviously, good point. Emma Sen often going up ahead in these first halves. There's Bang with a spray. Aspas down. What a beautiful second, though. Stunned up by Artisan, still able to deal with the breach. And there's John.
Okay, the ace spams have to stop at one point.
Celsius will be on this angle and sees the barrel first. Still isn't able to win the fight.
You saw him, right?
No,
okay. I was wondering if Shannon saw him, man. He's kind of swinging like he did.
Come to him, but
bro, Shannon's got some mad little crouch movement.
Spike, it is loose. John QT studiously watching this push from A main in order to recover it, and Verno just has a free haircut headed out. Reverse Mohawk though, sorry mate, you can't choose. Shenum at 16, gun barrel protruding. Zekin cleans him up, and that's Sen exiting the round with 3 rifles.
Bang on the anchor is just in his element. That is where he thrives. Feels like when you watch him sometimes, he just has 360 vision. I mean, in this moment, he just starts off...
VG 59, thanks so much for the prime, bro.
A little crazy, cosmetic stun, but then on the third, he swings. He sees the teleport animation from Cortezia, calls out he's going into the smoke.
Okay, do they stop the A spams, or are we doing it until we fail twice? No, okay, they stop the A spams.
Encounter there in heaven. It definitely worked against Zelsis, even though he had the drop. He'll put it behind him now, I'm sure, as we have an even game. And a Dimensional Drift, of course, that second build really early has still been held back.
3 pass and mid punish.
Maybe now's the time.
When they throw this smoke, most people get pushed to this X.
Play forward. He has that gate crash back to get out towards screen, so he wants to take the engagement and leave it.
Oh, buddy, okay.
Feels weird. I feel like they should be doing it together if they're going to be doing it.
For the duelist with a getaway mechanic.
It's a 50-50.
And so he did. Back to screens off the gate crash. After having taken that first picket. Ooh.
Oh.
Shannon there, tucked on that corner. Second moving up to reclear. So clearly, Sentinels have sniffed this out. Can they snuff it out?
Look at Zekin's gate crash, by the way. It's in B main.
Wait, how? Yeah, that's actually true. How's he done that? From here?
Damn, that thing's got a mind of its own. Still over an A, though, is Zekin.
That's crazy.
Cortezia, not aware of it. It is faked. I would freak out too. That is a proper jump scare. He seals his nerves. He might go over to A. He's considering it from the shadows here. Doesn't have any other reason really to be here.
He has to do a lot here.
Selling stuff. He's going to smoke that heaven side. TP to A. Zekin. Oh, he's not aware.
Dude, how did you not hear him?
That was Bang also trying to get some info. Doesn't confirm Shannon's position. And that Armageddon's going to make this painful. Dying seconds of the round. Plant secure for Cortezia.
Nice shot.
3 up now
Dude,
for
big ult. Oh, it's a big ult. They got to go forward.
This is a scary prospect.
Oh my god, this ult was so good from Vano, by the way. Dude, that snowboard out of control so fast.
Against Sentinels.
Bang into the 1 versus 3. Has so much to clear towards ramp. Working slowly.
That was kind of perfect to watch him, not gonna lie.
Doesn't have any more utility to throw down, but that salvos even just cycle up as I'm saying that. Next to impossible.
I know.
Look at the tear you took this round though. That was nice.
Round, but
like, I'm still in for the agent to get nerfed, but my goodness, this was nice to watch.
Turned around there, but then Armageddon over towards screens.
The molly was cool as well.
It's also just hilarious in the mid-round. Zekin gets the fake TP to jump scare Cortezia and B main.
And then
Cortezia with the kill gets all insta-ult's incredible.
No. I mean, it would have been a jump scare if Zekin knew he was there.
Oh yeah, but I mean, it's scary when he pops out and shoots
Pranzo,
him in the
thanks so much for the tier 1, bro. Appreciate the 3 months. Thank you for that.
Verno, fantastic utility after the fact.
I mean, that Omen ult was nasty work. And potentially Cortezia is far enough away that he doesn't see Zekin on the site, because MIBR don't have perfect information about where the Yoru is. Or he does see him there and seeks it anyway.
Tell me it's an actual... Okay, I was going to say, tell me it's an absolute timeout.
We won't know. Course heading to a timeout now.
I mean, the turn after too much, yeah, the agent's dead, man.
Stabilize things a little
you won't see it until it gets buff again.
Still is holding on to that first dimensional drift he's developed.
Yeah, they just haven't been in any kind of big retake situation where he's been able to use it. That would primarily be
good. I mean, yeah, it'd be pretty fun to watch where the meta's at least.
Breach utility, Taeho utility when you're getting back in. That has just not been a scenario that Sentinels have found themselves in at the moment. They're going to be fully investing into this round. Economy completely on the line here. This is an opportunity for MIBR to really surge into an early lead. This is a round that should be good for 2 if they can take it. They have a Viper's Pit for after they get the spike down. And at that, look at Artzin. If they can just get him 1 orb.
Don't worry, we have promo relegation in a week on the OP Theo patch, and then game changes 2 weeks in the new patch. Yeah.
Behind the Viper walls.
Dude, the thing is they change so much that it's just impossible to even not screw over anyone. But I remember a game change. I was speaking to some of the players, and they actually just got so wrecked last year as well.
They're going to be weary about that, given Zekin was happy to take those close engagements on a prior round. So you have to make sure that you're clearing that out now.
Interesting clear timing for Zekken. Clones himself down ramp side, but Chenom is already rather ahead of this, tucked now, just inside A main. Bang seems to have a sense that that's the only part of that area they don't have info on. So the question is, when does Chenom decide to activate? For now, he's more than happy just to be inserted, while the rest of his team sets up for a hard and fast hit.
Yeah,
Icebox with the Blade Storm now. They're going for it, but John spots it out early. Here comes the util flood. John affected by the fault line now, but the salvo's come down. It's the
Dude, double?
What? Two with the aftershock.
You got double?
Yes, all about that gunplay, folks.
Chenom gets over towards A's. Dude has no idea about second. What's the decision making here?
He shut down that A presence, and now Verno doesn't know where to go.
Yeah, seems like he's just going to try to double back over towards B. Sentinels had such a read on the situation on the map there, stacking up the 3 towards B, all of that util ready to deny.
Dude, was one of them like Viper Molly into kill as well?
3 utility kills.
They're on the save here. Nothing really more to do. And you'll notice the red X is there on the map. It's that B side. There's a brilliant aftershock shot through the wooden wall there that catches MIBR because they're held in place by the Tejo salvo. John's able to get that salvo off while he's being fault lined and being pushed by the Jet.
Yeah, I want to see this on the replay again.
Look at the salvos.
Yeah, look at the Molly as well. Oh man, the Molly was nice.
That is brutal.
Dude, the whole floor was util.
Slides down into it.
Breach Teo,
tragic.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
I don't know if the Teo needs to get nerfed. Maybe we can maybe we can stop the nerfs that are coming.
I feel like it depends on it depends on the day. You know, it depends who you ask. If you're initiator coded, then maybe not.
MIBR trying to refight through the dark cover one way over towards B main. Second again, he's just pressed on A.
Shannon's getting a little bit wrecked over towards B. Maybe not Shannon and just the fast person to take the duel. Be honest, Second's just kind of wrecking everyone.
Already has like 3 here, 2, 3, something like that. It's pretty nuts,
and
man.
that's the Yoru difference. He can play that loose end and actually challenge the enemy lurker.
He's just shutting
down
A solo with the Yoru.
Later on in the game. He's got dimensional drift as well. Should there be
He's not even getting set up for util.
Hasn't been.
John, bro.
Well, that's not fun at all. He's like, I'm out of here. I think I've lost enough face on this B side of the map for now. So now it's mid control that MIBR are looking to take.
Artin's going to throw out that fault line towards the A side, try and feign some presence so he can pivot back to the other two.
He's going to clear all of this so they can keep the 3 strong.
The stun from there right into the salvos will keep everyone in heaven.
30 seconds, Bang still has flash. Flash goes B main. Oh wait, did he TP over that? Oh no, it's close from Bang. He almost did a big play though.
Zeken's looking for a royal flush here from this high ground. It'll take the 1. Bang.
Damn, dudes, Bang is...
Zekken, okay, shorty action, fair enough. What a round. I'll tell you what, if they just tossed Bang off the Titanic, they would never have hit that iceberg.
Dude, they got to punish Zekken playing solo A on his own. There's no way that he can get away with this.
I'm speechless when I'm watching him on the defense side. There is no one like him in these situations. This is a guy who came in to replace TenZ, one of the all-time greats of the game. And I don't want to say he replaced him one-to-one. He just brought his own brand of greatness to the Sentinels team. He's a different kind of controller player. And
yeah, this is the right call though. This is the first time where they got 3 person here. They're expecting to go for the insta play.
Now SEN have the lead in the game. Early pop of util now gets Zekken set up in a very aggressive line.
Oh, they late breach damage there.
He's welcome.
Yeah.
Things slowed down for MIBR initially. That wave of utility coming through from the 2 initiators on the defensive side, and now with the wall up, they want to try and get back into this space, but John knows now is the time to drone. This is when they could be walking up. And he's right. I'm not sure if he got around the corner and saw any of those other players, however.
They know now. They absolutely know now. They know the breach, Teo both here. John, death-defying stunt, gets across A main, and this is slowed down a lot for MIBR. They have that insert of Cortesia to prevent them from being flanked, so they know that on a huge timer, they've got options.
They have still 45 seconds or so to pivot back.
Yeah, it's looking.
Now going back to sewers as
I
Cortez
don't know.
wants to get
It's looking rough, man. Yeah. Oh, okay, that helps a lot.
First kill for Artson to find.
Uncharacteristic.
3-person rotate though. Like everyone's just committed. The only question mark created over towards A pretty early. Bang takes all of the map control. 25 seconds left. Narrate gets an extra one. Home and flash hits one.
MIBR up and even the odds. Swing. Shen on a sharp, man. Sharp
Great
as
boss.
they come. But now Zekin at 11 and 3.
Oh, nice shots, bro. Fair play. Yeah, they just kind of shot their way out of it, though, really.
Crucial kills to even up the game again.
I mean, listen, we give a lot of well-deserved hype to Cortezia and Verno as some of the best rookies coming in this year, but Shenum has been the best player for MIBR today. Not even close. He's been the one getting them crucial first kills at times. That kill onto Bang there, mega impact. Bang played that situation so well, pivoting into B main, catches out Cortezia.
1, 2, 3, come by next. 1, 2, 3, come by next.
He's just
this is the round.
Fast.
Little U-shot not past there. Zekin, oh, the audacity of it. Doesn't pay off. Ray wants to pick up the angle immediately. Okay. Doesn't work out for him either. Forced away
they're
by
instantly trying to like clear the pressure. The fast flood, 3 people.
Have been deployed to the B side of the map, and there's Narrate dropping down, not too shabby. Icebox defeated by the high-low setup, and Bang.
It's a lovely Omen ult. Keep an eye on the luck over towards Heaven, though. You'd imagine a Shenum just wins the rounds from Heaven here.
And a bullet with Verno's name on it.
Wait, what's going on, Heaven? 1.
And now Shenum, star player for this MIBR outfit.
Dude, Sentinels play this so well. They have so much stall that they just block the block the scaling of people being able to go in. So you just have like 2 or 1 isolated, and every single time they fast flood in. Like, dude, look at this. We had mollies in terms of Teo mollies into Viper molly, and no one wants to disrespect it and go in. So there's always just some isolated over towards the site. Very nice.
To get out of main before they even have any space.
That was the big round as well.
This is the kind of map we were hoping for on Lotus. MIBR and SEN both delivering. As MIBR here have been knocked down economically. And Zekin, justifiably, has gone and picked up the Outlaw now.
They have to take mid at one point. Yeah. Sentinels have been looking for a mid punish couple of rounds though.
He actually feels like he has to go forward. Now he's stuck in the corner. He's being aftershocked.
Zelsa's getting wrecked a couple of times in middle. Oh my goodness. I guess he wants the gun, but...
Even the odds. Mid control still in place for Sen, and that's a pick on the extremity. Zekin was waiting for Cortezia to lurk up.
I like picking up the scoped weapon
Dude,
to control
the
B main because
ones
most rounds it's only pin Cortezia. They're just
on
contact taking
like
it.
D main, A main are doing incredible.
Easy for Zekin. Scrappy in the early round. I mean, a couple players there. Zelsa's Icebox getting really out of position, both being punished for it. But ultimately, this is just a save round for MIBR. They don't have the weaponry, the resources to actually make something happen.
They know they're walking into this fault line either way. Zekin now can turn his attention Heaven side. MIBR are trying to condition the single player in B main.
MC,
so
stop
they mixed
it
it up in the previous round, but this should be pretty straightforward stuff from here on out.
Only 20 seconds. Verno gets the rifle, but ultimately won't be able to do much with it.
Paranoid there. That is just going to clear Heaven side of B. Sentinels dotting their I's, crossing their T's. And MIBR have to take another L. But this, like you mentioned, was a bit of a save round. Sen, though, threatening still 8 rounds in this half on defense side would be pretty devastating. MIBR got to find one of the next 2 at least.
Yeah.
Coming into this one, they're going to have a fair amount of ultimates to play with. Artzin is 1 away from a Rolling Thunder right now.
30 seconds left.
And they've still got that Viper's Pit from Shenum if they can get into a post-plant situation. But Sen are stopping them from even getting there because they're playing so swiftly in the flood situations. That is where they have been finding the most success.
Locked out.
There's a couple things to look for here from MIBR for the remainder
know.
of the half.
I don't think Sentinels can play over towards A like this and get away with it. But every time they want to try punish it, there ends up being 3 there. So
he picked up an Outlaw.
Like Sentinels doing a really good job of reading what they're going to be doing next.
Mid is the weak point for Sentinels right now. Zelsa's not able to get much done in mid, getting hit with that util flood that's frustrating even for the best player. So he has not been able to find a kill yet this game. Basically,
in the Yoru enough will change the meta? Nah, not really.
I didn't even
you might see
honestly,
you might see a little bit more of like a deadlock raise, just because the tail enables Yoru to do a couple of things, and I think that the deadlock's like really strong.
You know, he's been a very
so I
good
think you might see a
so
little
far,
increase in that, not much of an increase. I think you might see a little jet increase.
That MIBR
Majority is still going to be a
the Outlaw was
Yoru.
too much there, and they're getting ruined by
Yoru's
second
still
over at A.
really good.
So definitely feel like they're going to want to pressure mid, maybe sometimes more towards the mid rounds here. But Sen have been very good on
Once the
both
tail
those
gets
sides.
nuffed, it's very open of what teams want to do. Double Jawless, double Sentinel, double Initiate, double Smokes. You might see like a relatively even blend. I do think that double Sentinel will probably come out on top eventually.
As of late,
But we'll see.
we only really saw him on Sentinel, and now he's been playing a ton of controller for this team.
Get out of my way.
And specifically when they have these Viper looks on maps that they've been playing very frequently, and he has been putting up outrageous numbers.
Yeah, I mean, double controller's making its way into MIBR's map pool a lot more. I mean, Icebox is obviously the best example of this, but now on split 2.
Coming into this series, in the playoffs, Cortezia actually has the highest stats of any Omen, which is really bizarre. I mean, obviously the sample size is incredibly low. It's only been a couple maps, but...
Even so, I mean, you've got amazing Omens here in the league. Bang, King sometimes, I guess. A lot of fantastic controllers. Som.
Alright, so the one way is going to be thrown down by Bang, who has just had absolute control of the B side of the map. He's been a brick wall that MIBR cannot break through.
So again, that conditioning about a light B hold being broken again. This time Bang not quite as aggressive though as Zekin was for that part of the map. But the initiators were a long way away for Sen.
The gate crash isn't close to B either, so it's not like Zekin can get there quickly.
Dude, this tail was so good.
Bang just needs to get out, but he can't. He stays in and he gets his up.
Dude,
no
this tail
trade.
was incredible. Doesn't stick the Omenal as well. They can't get through the chokes. They actually can't get through the chokes. This full stop.
Nice little special delivery, and John is dishing it out.
Yeah, they gotta take middle.
The stall plus the
Take middle or
aftershock.
A heaven.
MIBR an absolute bloody shambles with no time left. Verno's been in this position before. Zelsis gets on the board as well. Everything's coming up Millhouse for Sen City.
The management of their utility has really been sublime. Every time the hit is coming in from MIBR, they are getting multi-stunned. All of the damage abilities are being thrown at them in those moments. Icebox is in on an island.
What was that TP from Bang?
It's a TP of, this is literally the only place I can go. And no one is able to trade onto him. And then 25 seconds they have to get in. John is throwing a stun at them. They're so cooked.
That Armageddon, I've got to say, from John is so important. Once again, it's a fast hit on B for MIBR that just dies to the initiator util.
Shenum has been sitting on this Viper's hit.
This was likely to happen just because of how heavy they got shut down towards here. Like the pressure was either going to be here or here after
no
this.
opportunity for him to even use it because Sen are stuffing them at the
Sen have some really good ideas.
Together
just the calling in general, they've been like, first of all, pre like barrier down, they've been ahead of the game. And then they're always on the same page. Like their fast floods have been great. The util and choke points have been really good. They always have so many numbers there. But dude, Zekin is solo holding A with a Yoru the whole time.
They are for real splitting B, and everyone can
like there's maybe been 2 rounds where he's over towards B. That's it. Every other time he's just been solo over towards A. So they can have so many numbers here.
The timing of that
like this is one of the better rounds that MIBR I've had just because they've gone towards heaven, but even then the rake's doing that. Bro, spinning around, killing everyone. Dude, B is on lock. But again, they just have numbers here, right? You're looking at the minimap there, there's 4 there. There's 3 at the beginning.
They're making me struggle to
They just
remember
never,
what MIBR even
they
got
just never
4
push
rounds
back A
on the
control.
board because they looked utterly dominant for the last several rounds. Bang is on one. His defensive play is
nice, boys. Let's go.
Just on a totally different level. Watching the way he positions himself, how cerebral he is as to where the util is coming at him, where players are coming at him from, and then the floods from Sen. They are so on point right now. This playoff run has been incredible.
They are doing all of this without setting on their comp.
Maybe I need one of those
strips.
Yeah, it's working.
We're going to head to a quick break, folks. When we come back, MIBR are
and
running out of chances to get back into this game. Let's see what they've got for us after this.
Dude, can't type that. Stop flaming other teams. Those nose strips are pretty nice. Dude, loads of people have like deviated septums, I think. It's like insanely common. Zelsis is 1-9, mate. He's winning 8-4. He couldn't give less of a shit. See how good people are getting with the Omen? Yeah. The Sean Garris Omen. He's been doing that for a long time, but can. Paper Finn just turned 40 today. Are you gonna join him next year? It's crazy, but it's also crazy that I'm not that far off.
Pretty competitive between these two
like
teams.
I know I get it that it's a flame, but honestly, it's like a close to reality kind of flame where I'm like, well,
back and forth stuff
it's
for a
actually
while.
pretty soon.
We hit round 9, and all of a sudden, Sentinels start to break away. Sublime anchoring by Bang and Zekken being all over the map. Main contributors.
KARMINE today was incredible.
Putting SEN in a position now where they're looking to close out Split. Not only steal away the map pick of MIBR, but win their own in dominant fashion. Head on to the grand finals with that map pick ban advantage that we have seen.
Glamour, thanks so much for the Prime, bro. Thank you for
incredibly
that.
Valuable. And try and win this stage 1 trophy.
Here's Bang. Man of the first half. There's just no denying it.
Yo, stop.
A gate crash deployed there by Zekken to give a second option to take up in mid. And we'll be clearing slowly towards A. And this should be very telling for the attackers.
Dude, I feel like they've already got more map control than I saw MIBR have in the first 20 seconds of any round.
Draw the rotate, teleport.
I don't think MIBR ever took A having control.
Is trying to get forward presence. Is this going to be re-cleared by SEN?
They've made sound on the other side of that. There's the gate crash.
No, man, please. Give me some kind of close game.
That is so flattening.
Okay.
What a tragedy.
The best player from MIBR loses his nerve at the most important moment. There's Icebox, though, steps up in his wake. Important pick with the Sheriff, but SEN are crawling over this B site.
Artson has his full kit right now to try and get back into this site.
Seconds low, John stunned up. Here's the aftershock. Second tries to tuck from it, and he can avoid the blasts. 30 seconds. Bang giving it a tap.
30 seconds left.
Plant down, and oh, Zekken! Icebox descends upon him there. Just lands on him, cleans him up, but all of a sudden MIBR are hitting. It's up to Zelsis.
Whoa, okay.
But Icebox with 4 kills.
Dude, whoever called him out for having 1 and 9, he actually had you.
The best player for MIBR right now goes down like that. Icebox said, Beth, time to finally step up in this game. He has really not been on point today until this round. That is brutal. These shots from Icebox, that first one in heaven, it swings back in, cleans things up.
Full screen flick shot on me is also for his 3rd kill.
For his 3rd kill? Why does it matter? Why does it matter how many kills he had before that, Veto?
He can help himself.
Context is everything, I guess.
Dude, what is going on?
Well,
to be fair though, we spoke about this earlier, right? I say earlier, like a week ago. Like in CS, it's something like 37% you win more rounds when you buy, like, imagine this with like a hero rifle than you would with a full eco. In Valorant, I don't know, like with the amount of rounds I see one with a hero stinger, it's actually worth looking into.
Seconds able to overload Cortez, but he got his. Shannon drops down. No Zekken is tucked in the box, and
not a good
Icebox will be able to clear
example,
him out. It's the Sentinel.
Otherwise, the
Classic
other
that goes to work for John
63% or whatever it is.
But MIBR bounce back.
It's definitely something for teams to look into.
And close the gap.
Hartson
like
wasn't
hero,
able to recover
hero
a rifle,
Bucky,
so
hero
a bit of
Stinger.
economic damage done there by Sen that they'll be happy to take, and Icebox is heading into the bonus with a glass cannon op.
Saw this on Lotus. He was forced into a retake and actually ended up dying with the weapon late in the round. So he wants to control an extremity.
Whereas the hero shorty, dude, but they had a plan. They had a plan with it. Okay, we get the all power. We managed to get heavy armor on this one as well, so big round. No matter what, Icebox needs to save this. I know he has knives,
There's a
but
chance they probably expected to come up a couple of times in a series against MIBR. It's actually been a bit of a pattern from Icebox in the past.
Sure.
On this map though,
this early,
and honestly on Split, taking it to mid.
the hero martial buys. Honestly, they win quite a few of them as well.
Economically committed to this. It's only Verno
You're not
and
wrong.
Shen that have a bank after this round plays out.
Initially, it looked like MIBR
It's just like the
would try and
snowball
play
potential of this
forward,
game
but
is
they give this
insane,
space.
right?
They
So if you
hear
can get that
Sentinels
fast
coming,
kill
they're
with some
making
kind of
enough noise
gun.
to wake the dead. They'll hope that MIBR will join them.
Salvo's in heaven
Salvos
there.
come in,
It's just
second and Bang
insanely
takes a
strong.
bunch of damage and still is able to win the fight on the move, no less.
Down to 1 HP.
Ooh, nice shot. You can just safely get it towards heaven the whole time here. It's
Overkill,
kind of
buddy.
nice.
But he finds the trade nonetheless.
John wins out that fight as well without taking any damage. That is so big. Icebox on the glass cannon op has to find a way to put it to use.
Has the Blade Storm already too, by the way. Shenum.
Bro.
What a standout today.
Dude, he wants to take all the
The
jaws.
spike is off to Shenum's left. This is very dangerous now for Sentinels, who have no util to speak of.
30 seconds left.
None.
They have no idea about the
Shenum
op.
doesn't have to do a thing. He can let Icebox
Player
this
standing.
angle.
Easy.
And by the way, they've got an op. You just discovered that little tragic fact.
Yep, the other shoe dropped at the worst time for Sen.
John, left alone, saving the rifle, doesn't have
10 seconds
a
left.
single dollar to his name at the moment.
Yep, shuffling away in his little moccasins.
MIBR, they fully committed
Nah,
economically
it's
to this round,
it's hero AK.
and they pull it off.
Beautiful.
You can Jamie
Paid off
has all
well.
the stats for
Icebox
it if you
actually
want
had full armor, so wasn't quite as risky as we'd expected. And very quickly, he's gotten back into the half in a big way. The game has now shrunk to a one-round difference, and Senna coming into this one.
Oh, man.
Bro is a turret.
on Twitter. Made that guy doesn't know how to use
Bang
social
can't be too hard on
media.
himself. He finds that first kill on
Let's
the
have to
move.
message him.
I think Shenum killed at least one through the Viper wall. Tough though, tough round to win here for Sen. Looks like we might be looking at an even ledger.
They are on an interesting buy right now. John and Zekin,
Four
not a lot of
stingers,
cash
one
left,
hero
a lot
gun.
of stingers, and Zekin has been
Who's
throwing
close
the
to that
hero
hole?
rifle that John
Dude,
saved
no one's close to
from
that hole.
prior
I'm supposed to
round.
get all the kills on
Interesting as cast
defense.
to speak for Rancid, folks, in case you were wondering. And Zekin though with that
Oh
hero
boy,
rifle.
free empty side as well.
Dispatches
They
of
get
the
a
breach
kill
and
over
already was
towards
swarming over the
heaven.
site. Sentinels do get in position. Verno trying to challenge, but he ends up taking
Oh
a
my
clone out.
goodness.
Dangerous. Wayward
Bang
spray
stays
through the
alive,
smoke,
so
but
has
Trace
Omen
is out
flash
there.
as well.
And now MIBR, they have found themselves again in this, not again, for the first time in this
It's a
situation
hard
where
retake
Icebox
of the
has the
AWP.
op on a retake. This is
pop
going to be
knives or
difficult.
something.
And man disadvantage. Zekin, what a timing! He can't collect onto Verno, but no one from MIBR was in position to swing.
Big damage, Sentinel going to be flashed. Icebox though dives in.
Oh,
and
all
takes
of
one
them
for
locked
the team.
into
Zekin's
sight.
down.
Oh man, this might be the Icebox round.
And Bang is very, very low. It's just the Stinger quartet left for Sentinels now, and Narrate is trying to let those shots ring out across the map.
Oh, and a low HP Bang was just forced out into the open. The clock is getting so low, though. MIBR, they haven't even really scaled into the site yet.
Cortesia down. Verno is very, very
Dude,
low.
time's
This is so
insanely low.
dangerous as Icebox tries to get in there. And Narrate's the
Dude,
last one
that-
standing.
time
Has
went
he
ages
done
ago.
enough for Sentinels? The answer is
Yeah,
yes.
nicely done from Sentinels.
So
Dude, they
much
kinda
delay
strolled
was
over
caused
towards
there.
site
The
here as
fight's
well.
over towards ramp that Zekin was taking.
Wonder
No
if
one
they're
could
gonna be able to get
actually
inside, is it?
trade onto him. He was just delaying and drawing attention with the flashes. 4 stingers and that one safe
Didn't
rifle
have time
get
for
them over
half
the
now.
finish line.
The time was gone like as they were entering
And now
into
they
the
put
site.
MIBR in a dire economic situation.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
I mean, what a moment over there at ramp. It's like a tsunami of fudge, and not the good type. I don't know what I'm looking at. Icebox dives in, Zekins is flashing.
Where's the
Got
money
his
at?
ones.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Here's that dimensional drift.
1, 2, 3,
Invested
4,
into the
5
operator
kind of.
yet again, positioned
4.
over
Sure.
towards A.
4,
There
4.
are a lot of potential targets coming
Big,
his
big
way.
round.
Zekin
Dude, free
doesn't clear
sight
out
again.
screen. He needs to prioritize back sites.
That's
Don't know that the
fast.
op is
That
here, but
is-
Bang's ready on the line.
And that's the op
That is
down.
forcing
Zekins
it.
committed now to the A side, tucked here, waiting for delivery of the spike, which will be forthcoming. Smoke to screens. Sen have this locked down for now.
Shenim is repositioned to ramp, wanting to make sure that no one can actually walk up there. Second lets one shot rattle off, doesn't connect. Artsin and John.
You gotta be tempted to save at one point if one of these jewels
No
on the
defensive
sides.
initiator ultimates available.
give
MIBR
you
have
anything.
nothing really to flood with outside of Artisan's util.
This dark cover is perilous for Shenim. Zelsus is just biding his time, takes the first engagement, just decides to live. He's gonna just bide his time.
He's a rat!
No, team flash. His team flash is mate. It's a
He's done
disaster.
so much from here when he was looking to reach even further.
Yeah, they're saving.
But that likely will be enough. That
That's an
operator got
absolute
recovered.
disaster.
Icebox
Dude, they gotta hold the
invested
A site, man. They gotta
Second
put
will
some
be
on
the
the
one
site
that
itself.
Sentinels have been putting MIBR in a nightmare situation 2 rounds in a row now while they're trying to retake ramp. They've just layered that area of the map with too many potential dangers, a minefield that MIBR have to work through getting back in there. Just the existence of that dark cover is going to cause so much confusion, and I love how Zelsus plays that. I mean, this is also just ridiculous. I don't think was Shenim. No, he was partially blinded.
Every time they have these kind of
plans
plants over towards A as well, the person on ramp is just delaying so much.
Laugh it off.
Did he get paranoid by...
Okay, well,
No.
this is the timeout actually telling them
Did he
to
get
hold
hit
A
by
side itself.
Cortesia? Is that why he was partially
Henry,
blinded?
thank you so much for the prime, dude. Henry,
I
37.
I think Cortesia hit
The
both
2
Shenim.
months, thank you for that.
Another replay. It's
I think he hit
possible.
both of them.
It's possible.
Oh, that's... If that's true. All right. That is pretty devastating. Frod here, starting to wrinkle the brow in concern. First map wasn't the outing that MIBR were hoping for. A much better start here on Split has all but fizzled out after a pistol round win conversion there from the Brazilian squad. Now, once again, Sentinels have been allowed
Full
back
name,
into the driver's seat.
Minches.
And they're hitting top gear.
Yeah, he's still around, man.
Serious
Still owning
cash
it.
MIBR into getting this up into Icebox hands on a number of rounds, and it just has not actually paid dividends. At this point, they can only afford a rifle when we get back into this. The op is off the table. And frankly, how things have been going, maybe that'll even be to their benefit.
I mean, they're skimpily dressed coming to the round as well. 4 half armors.
Back to the beginning of this
3,
stage.
4. Can't buy
I
next.
think it
Dude,
might
he's
have
got
been
away with
literally the
words.
first map that MIBR played was Artzin putting up like 536 ACS on Split.
Wasn't he trolling with the judge a bunch that game?
He got a lot of kills with the judge. It was pretty absurd.
It's not been that kind of game.
Maybe he can make it one to get MIBR this map win. Take this.
Jeez. That scoreline is so uncharacteristic out of Cortesia. He was like the solo lurking B-side attack player.
He was just in horrific
What is it,
situations on attack.
A
He could
faking to
never
B yet?
find an opening towards B, playing alone.
Bang is patient. King of the off angle, they say, but
Ooh.
Cortesia bests it.
That just swings a little wider than Bang expected. He had his
Yeah, but
crosshair
Bang
placed
didn't even
with the
really
jiggle
like
beat.
adjust his aim there. I think he just
did not
he just thought one bullet was gonna
No
hit,
heaven
so
presence though for
he would lock him in.
MIBR. And oh,
Dude.
buddy. Someone's starting to get a bit more comfortable now.
Zelsus just wants to go for the quiet re-clear.
Very quiet, yes. Still picked
Slowly
off.
Walks into the crosshair.
yeah, it looked rough, but I guess it's an off angle.
Certainly thought about
I
it.
just want the peak to be slightly better.
Shenim here, just enjoying his own brand for most of the round, I suspect. Sentinels are inching, scaling into heaven.
30 seconds
Looks like
left.
Werner's pulled himself back from mid-A side there. Icebox will see a player crossing if the timing's correct, but you'd have to hold that position.
Time to jump.
Seconds going to send in that gate
Honestly,
crash
they're so
back.
far away that this might work.
Try to get the clone out, try to get a flash. He's going to go in, committed while stunned.
Oh, it's a good flash. Dude, they got enough time for the plant here.
Not quite so lucky, shorting in here, but Jordan can handle it himself apparently. Just enough time for a plant.
Okay, they gotta play this one together, MIBR, because if they lose this...
Comes in, but Zekin will be instrumental. He's trying to wrap, he's leaving.
Dude, they're not even considering Zekin going for that.
Oh, the timing is good. Shenim is down.
Oh
Holds his own.
boy. That's how they lose.
Cards
Lovely double
crumbling
swing on this as well. Nicely
Not
done
even
from
the ace up the
Sentinels.
sleeve.
They
Cortesia
always
compelled
have a
bounce.
plan.
Beautiful
They
double swing at the end.
always have
That
some
was
kind
a
of plan.
5
It's nice
versus
to watch.
3 for MIBR. Cortesia locked down B
MIBR are
main,
done, though.
got 2 kills to open the round. And then look at the way that Sen dragged things back with a fantastic...
What is that pathing? The timing from Zekin. The trust in Narrate to hold that side and not go over-aggressive.
It was a fantastic array of utility that they threw into
He's
Ace,
so
getting
locked
that
in,
gate
man.
crash
19 to
backside.
9.
Second sending out the clone into the flash, teleports in. Second flash to follow it up.
And now Sen are getting some ultimates online. Cortesia, great round the last one. Scales into B main, gets a second
Big
kill on
change up
Celsius.
from
This time,
Sentinels.
though,
Contact bar.
he will have his hands full.
Cover going out.
Dark cover to try to delay. Cortesia is in so much trouble, has to teleport away once he wants to stick around.
Second guy in the back corner. Cortesia knows it, but now the Rolling Thunder's going to come in. He's going to be forced away. Second once more.
Oh.
He's hungry. And Cortesia served up like a
They
snack.
look nice, man.
John will wait in the drop. Sees Artazine step out. It's an easy take for the veteran. Will be a trade. Verno gets involved. His second at long range is just too good. And this lightly armored, straggling
Dude,
squad of
that is
MIBR
a
once
nice
again put to the
take,
sword.
though. Just molly cover everywhere
comes up
apart
for
from the
Sen
back.
to get themselves into our grand final as the upper seed.
This Sentinels team
And
are
Salvo,
in
so you can't
such
swing it, and then
unbelievable
layered
form
with
that they're
the
making
breach
MIBR
short, and
look
with
like
TPing into the
MIBR
corner
last
after
year.
as well.
This is unbelievable. They should not
Dude,
be
they just
this-
don't have a bad
they-
map,
this
other than
is-
their
I just
ban.
realized what you said,
Unreal show.
And then their ban's
No, so this
gone
is
in like 2 weeks.
unbelievable,
Zach,
man.
bro, you're so good, bro. I already know.
Yeah,
I already know.
I agree.
Okay, 5.
Yeah, well, plenty of people in agreement, I'm sure. MIBR again, they've been forcing. Another half arm around with a smattering of rifles, a judge for Cortesia. It feels like the jury's about made their verdict.
Time to jump.
Oh, we have that too. Dimensional Drift is one
Sounds
away
like the
for
map
Zekken.
pool for Toronto. So
Aspas
they
has
did
to
it. They
dash
did a
forward on
tweet that
Follow-line still
it's
affected by
going
it
to be
somehow. The
after
follow-up wasn't
Toronto.
quite there, so he will be
but
allowed a way out.
there's a chance it's for Toronto. We don't know 100% yet.
Try to
know
get away,
yet.
but now that the stealth drone has cleared everything out, he can comfortably
I guess we'll get
position himself
confirmation soon.
forward. MIBR have been able to maintain getting a lot of full buys. And they've had some close rounds, but they just have not been able to get them over the finish line, even when they found these early advantages. Can Icebox get them another one? He is fighting far forward. He doesn't have a dash.
Okay, gets out, sees everything he needs to as well. Multiple Sen players rapidly encroaching on his position.
A little greedy,
Great
but
punish with the orb
honestly,
take
with
there.
how the
Zek
game's been going, I
wanting
can't
to go
even
for
be
more.
mad.
He got his dimensional drift, just not in the way he would have liked to.
30 seconds
Now
left.
things are slowing down for Center, trying to get some presence over towards Heaven, but the time is really dwindling. Osmos is backside. Sure, they get Shenum. Instant trade from Verno. Things are
They
looking
go
good for
again.
MIBR right now.
It's the most
Great Armageddon
perfect goal
time.
again.
This is
This
going
guy's
to make you
got some-
dance, that's for sure.
got some
Armageddon
lovely
in heaven now
tailwinds.
forces Narrate into drop C's. Cortesia coming, there's no
Just no
time
time
to
on
pivot
this.
across to another site. We're
10
essentially
seconds left.
looking at a save now. Narrate with a kill on the way out. Hang about.
Player standing.
Oh,
about
dude,
it. Just the
imagine
moment that Verno
Zelsis
deals
won
with
that
Zelsis.
kill, but got that kill, but
And
actually,
that'll be all she
actually
wrote
had a
on
chance.
round number 20, folks. Sen still
Dude, chill,
poised to
chill,
take
chill.
it
You got
all,
no money.
And they keep a lid on the MIBR
Guys,
economy.
You've all got no money. They might
Osmos able
outlaw.
to clean things up. Verno really was a standout in that round,
be
though.
tempting.
Controlling the map from Heaven.
Three
Had a
light
great
armors.
timing with the Armageddon.
The only reason there's not 4 is
MIBR
because this
worked
guy's buying
themselves
armor
into
judge.
some really good positions over on this A site. After Osmos took that initial engagement, he gets backside. They had presence in elbow. They had Shenum up in Heaven, tucked. Verno playing on the rafters. They were really just controlling the map in entirety. That was nicely done. 4 chances for Sentinels to close
They've
out
got
this
the
game
no
and get
armor
into
as
the grand
well.
finals with that map
Instant
advantage.
Euro all. Last time they did this, site was free.
Seconds off and running.
This time when they do it, site is
Flash now
free.
to confuse, disorient Verno. He's forced off that Raptors position and we convert. We're now on the A side. TP in there from Bang. Sen have it on lock.
Okay, this is much better from MIBR though. They're like
How
actually
does
taking
MIBR
space a
unravel
little
this
bit
now?
earlier,
Piece
but
by
they at
piece
least
first,
cleared
hit
this
the fault
first
line.
area
John
with
just able
drone.
to get out of the salvos. It's
And they
only
delay the
limited damage.
plant. It's much better, but this guy needs backup
Seems
to
to get the
clear
Rolling
this.
Thunder, by the way, to get into the site. He can find one of these players maybe that's back screens, a bit out in the open. John sends out the stun to delay. Osmos has to retreat.
Great special delivery. That stops Aspas from trying to play off that out of screens. Here's Artazine, though. It doesn't matter.
Okay,
These
this
guys are
was
shooters.
much better.
But
This was
Zekken can only
a
find
nice
his one.
retake as well. I was watching
Talk about a bounce back,
Shenum the whole
MIBR.
time. He like showed over
Sharp as
towards
tacks.
site, helped
Past
out, and
two
then
rounds
instantly
look
looked
like a
behind for
different team. They are
the
rock
left.
solid when it's coming down to
That
these
was
retake situations now on A.
And
Now
they
it
took
looks like
space a
they're in
lot
their element.
earlier.
Getting out that initial wave
there
of
was no time
utility
pressure.
from Sentinels, and then flooding back
Yeah,
in
this?
here. Shenum gets that
Oh,
first
this
kill
is
onto
perfect,
Narrate,
man.
and the awareness I like now that on A, you can see that they're just ignoring ramp. On those other rounds, they spent way too much time trying to actually get the kill on the player there, force them back, and it just ended up wasting their own time. But there, Shenum says, okay,
Dude,
have fun
early
standing over
timeout
this. I
again.
don't care. We're fighting towards the site together. We're going to deal with you later. And they do. They've adjusted their approach there, and it's worked out well. It's just a matter of, is this too little too late? Still 3 chances for SEN. They've got enough money to buy when we get into this next round too.
But we talked about Artazine. He needed 1 more kill for the Rolling Thunder. Obviously now he has that. Bladestorm at the ready for Icebox. MIBR though, of course, they will be forcing until they can try and secure some kind of overtime. And that was Zekken and Bang both making use of those ultimates to sort of get into that A site to circumvent the early trades that they normally have to take to get them there. But now, we're starting to roll into the Initiator ultimates. John and Narrate, now close to some of those big abilities, and it's tough to lose a round if you can have both of those at your fingertips. MIBR have to be extra vigilant.
Full investment from SEN leaves them with no one on a heavy armor. So listen, it can't matter when you're going up against a lot of abilities that do a lot of damage. We'll have to see if that does end up playing out in any considerable way,
instant
but
breach damage to
mostly
take
looking
B
at
main
Artazine with
control,
this
or at least
Rolling
create the
Thunder, how
pressure
they're
like they
gonna
are
opt to
behind the
use
smoke.
that in this round.
I mean, they got a couple of ults.
Bladestorm pulled straight away from Icebox.
Might
No
get a little bit
nonsense.
closer.
He was looking for an early ramp fight here. This time, Sentinels absolutely elsewhere. A slower default start to their attack round.
Over in mid, you just have
Drone goes out towards A like they're trying to set one up.
jiggling for information. Icebox has been trying to control A main off the drone info on a multitude of rounds now and is pushing so far forward. Wants to take the fight too. Zelsis
They
is supposed to
insta-react
be
and
the
push
sewer.
middle
There's no
here.
way he chases
Yeah.
into the molly. No, but
Kinda.
that will result in a ton of
They
control
didn't take too much
being
space
gained
yet.
for MIBR, and Icebox leaving himself inserted.
He has to.
Okay, well they know most likely it's a 1, but they should think there's 2. You don't really know whether it's 2 and 2, huh?
And eventually, you know, Zelsis will try and reassume this spot. Does he know? Does he suspect that the human tornado is waiting with a gift just for him?
Oh my god, this timing. Just as Icebox is backing up is when Zelsis actually...
Okay, A fake to try get them to reinforce A heaven with 2 before they head over towards B. Smoke in though.
Another timing moment though is
30 seconds, we're setting all the way over towards A. Guys, I'm not sure about this one. I'm really not sure about this one. 20 seconds.
20 seconds left, and they're just getting up mid right now.
Spike is still in the middle part of the map. The kills are coming in though, but now
Okay, back over towards B.
The strongest side here for MIBR, and Cortez is going to try and stop them.
Is going to stop them from Artazine.
Pretty sure everyone, they have no idea narrates over towards site, right?
And it's not going to happen.
Okay, they kind of mess this one up a little bit. They messed this one up.
Bizarre round. Indeed, that mid control doesn't convert to anything for the attackers.
It seems like they could never get their plans online because of MIBR controlling so much of the map towards
they had
A,
like
and
no
then
map control.
you had Zekken trying to get through the
Well,
vent.
it's not that they didn't have any map control. I just felt like the like end call of 45 seconds. It felt like it was a fake A onto B, but then something went wrong because Bang smoked here before they could even fake over towards A. So then they had the smoke that looked like they were committing over towards B, but then they had 1-on-1.
In the hour of need, it's Icebox standing up
It
here for
didn't really
MIBR. The second half from
make much
him has been
sense for the 1-on-1 to be here if we're doing that
Oh my
towards B.
god, all of a sudden MIBR have decided to win.
Okay, Stingers go out. Sentinels get... Obviously they got this go at it, but one last buy round
no
really.
closer to their win condition than at the start of the round. They're going to slink away to the B side of the map. This will allow MIBR, though, get in confirmed.
I think this was just an individual mistake last round from Bang. I'm guessing. I have no idea what the comms were like, but...
At this point, MIBR, they're
don't really know how it went down.
For retake, better weapons.
Like comms might have been messed up that they wanted to smoke it. Heaven or
The only
something. I don't
potential
really know.
danger is if Narrate gets, when he gets a spike down, he'll have the rolling thunder. Like if things do
Dude,
get really
MIBR heavy over rotated, so now like everywhere is just a question mark for them.
Sense, a little risky that MIBR
So it's
gives
actually
up the site,
looking,
but
even
they're
though it's a
worried about
4v5 for
Stingers just
Sentinels, it's actually looking
cutting their
alright for
numbers
them.
down. So they might allow for a plant.
Like it might get kind of close.
Now, right with the Rolling Thunder, about to have it online. What do the post-plant spots look like for the attackers here? Ball is now in MIBR's court.
But also, of course, Narrate's going to feel like, well, do I really want to use this now, or do I want to just make sure I have this for the buy round? I like this forward presence from SEN, taking space
two
into
people
spawn.
make pressure over towards here though, so they gotta insta-flood back over towards the site. Yeah, that's a nice idea from Sentinels.
Swings out with the stinger, getting low, riddled with bullets through the box, but it's going to be Bang coming alive. Just he and Narrator left. There might be a use case for the Rolling Thunder after all as Artazine drops. Numbers are even. Verno got it to half, and Narrator's lining it up. He's got to stop this. The defuse for Verno.
Okay, dude, Narrate was so ready. He was so ready to rip the ult.
Getting so much damage.
Okay,
off.
one
Good
chance.
Crossfires from SEN.
At least he didn't pop ult.
And
It would have
literally just comes down to the fact that MIBR
beforehand.
had one more player going into that. They trade down perfectly.
I like the discipline there though. I like the discipline from him.
Oh my god, my heart was beating out of my chest there, man.
To give up the side, like against a team that can get a Rolling Thunder online, can get entrenched, anchor with those stingers, it feels so scary to retake against that.
Yeah, they definitely over-rotate.
Narrate never used a
No
Rolling
doubt about
Thunder.
it.
That's still online. Verno with an Armageddon to play with.
It was able to get that.
Yeah, this is the big
Getting
ult
ready by
now.
finding the kills, getting that spike
They've
defuse
each
as
got
well.
one.
Those are really
No
only
one's really
the
that
two
close to one
ultimates
as
that
well.
might,
Shannon has to get double kill.
Far-fetched that anyone else would be able to get enough kills, orbs, etc. to have one.
Cover going out.
Can Sen close out this game and get to the grand final? Or will MIBR bring us to OT, winning a string of rounds in a row, coming to life out of absolutely nowhere? Shannon
Had to.
in danger,
Don't know how many he saw, but he had
certainly
to.
got it.
MIBR giving up the map. They are in full retake mode. That's the mentality by the sounds.
But they are taking control of B main. I do like that
Yeah, it's a
decision
good
from the
reaction.
two players here that they have anchoring. So if a split does come in from Sen on that side of the map, they'd be able to control that crucial
It's nice. So
area.
this is like now on the minimap, this looks way clearer from what we've seen, right? 2-person fake over towards here to join the 3 back to 2-3 split.
Icebox is committed in the site right now.
Yep.
Can
Final
he
boss.
find a kill?
We can
He
see
just needs to,
the
at
fake
very
pressure over
least,
towards
he's
B
gotta go
keeps
1 for
3
1.
there.
He's walking up on this.
Aspas is
Shorty pulled out. Only Aspas would go for this kind of play, and only he'd make it work. It's only good for one though. Zelsa's very quickly gets his. Shannon here might just take a timing out of screens.
Gotta be tempting
Better
to
believe
go
he's
for it.
considering
Keep
it.
an eye on the luck as well.
And there it
Oh,
is.
boy.
Sexy is waiting for him. Now Sen, in the dying moments of the round, have a big player advantage. It's up to Artazine and Cortesia to salvage.
And even at that, Bang is flanked behind them.
He'll have a timing. Bang, it's always him. And Cortesia
Nicely done.
tried to come alive
Well,
in this second
2-0
half
for
for this
Sentinels.
MIBR squad, but
Huge,
now
man.
you're asking all too much of the guy, surely. Zekin dealt
Really,
with.
really nice. Okay, this round made way more sense though in comparison to some of their others.
Sentinels will advance to our grand finals with a map advantage.
Okay,
Get
very,
themselves
very
set up
nice
for
from
another
them though.
crack
They
at
look good.
international glory.
Dude, Zekin was
This Sentinels that
insanely
we're
locked
seeing
in
on this
this
playoff
game.
run has been the best Sen that we have seen in 2025 so
Dude, their
far.
map pool is
so
so
the win
strong.
over G2 to a really dominant showing against MIBR, who are one of the best teams in Americas, have been consistently one of the best teams in Americas. Clearly looking at cut above them today
out now. They
is
play a best of
nothing
5
short of
in the
impressive.
lower bracket
Zekin was
final.
on
So they play winner of
fire.
G2 or
Both maps,
EG.
20+ kills.
Yeah, best of
Bang
5.
on defense for split was really incredible. John's util, I mean, there's a lot to talk about as far as the quality we saw from Sen today. MIBR, they
They
started
don't
to
have
really
dominant
step it
maps,
up
so it's not a
towards
good
the
map
end.
pool. But they look good
It
on
just
every map,
wasn't enough.
apart
It was
from
too
Fracture.
little, too
That's
late.
a good map pool.
I mean, we've been waiting for this matchup.
Like,
for
you
all
don't
of
have
this
a weak
stage.
map that's a
Wanting to
solid
see
map
what
pool.
these two teams would look like. It's a bizarre scenario that
Like,
G2's
what
in
do
the
you
lower
pick
bracket,
against
but
them?
now, well, MIBR
When you don't know
might
what to pick against the
be
team,
having to
that's
deal with that fact
scary.
themselves. It's got to be
Like,
a sigh
obviously,
of
you go
relief
for
for
your best
Sentinels.
map, but you
They've
might be
secured
picking
themselves
what
that
they
spot in the grand
believe is their
finals.
best map.
Map
You can't really watch
advantage
it out at the
in Best of
moment.
5 Valorant means everything. Being able to target your opponent's map pool, try and tear it apart. It's a big boon, it's a big boost. They know Masters is already on the cards for them. But we know, historically, getting that top seed out of your region is such a massive advantage. Bang, incredible anchoring over the course of the series. I've got to say, stunning stuff on this B site, backed up by
Bang,
the
yeah,
double
Bang was good
initiating
as well,
util
to be fair.
that stuffed every
Dude,
fast
just
hit that
in
came out
general,
from
I feel like they
MIBR.
just look
This one
nice.
especially, Aspas could
Like,
get
the
nothing
calling's
going
good
in the
as
first
well.
half.
It's so nice
That
watching
was-
a team
that's
that's
certainly
like
one
all
of
on
my
the
biggest
same
takeaways from
page
this,
and
is
all
that
just
the
like all
initiator
into whatever the
duo of
call
John
is.
and Narrate were
Like, they got some of the best
so
floods on this map.
in regard to providing the supportive utility that guys like Zekin could capitalize off of, and on defense, Bang could capitalize off of.
Going for
by
the
being
12th
one
map of the
swinging
day,
into
yeah,
the
it's been a
players who
long
have
one,
to
right?
dodge that wave of stuns, damaging abilities coming at them.
14.5,
The
15.
strategic play in that sense was just so lights out. This is really the best SEN we've been seeing all year.
And again, on the MIBR side, Shannon probably the standout player over the whole series.
Yeah,
Icebox
definitely.
was muted, basically absent in that first map.
VLR
Lotus
shows
was
best of
really
3
tough.
in the
I mean, when you come into a series against a team like
Ooh.
Sentinels and you secure that Lotus map
Got
for
any
yourself,
knows? Is it
you've
best of
absolutely
3 or
got
best
to
of
take
5?
it away. That's tough. To bounce back like they did on Split, very impressive.
Maybe some
Not
players
enough against
know.
a team of Sentinels
I thought it was always
caliber.
best of 5
Let's now
in
head
these,
over to
but
Rib
maybe
down
I'm
on the
wrong.
stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Narrate.
Best of 5? It's normally best of 5s.
Thank you, gentlemen. Great cast on the day. I am joined by Narrate from Sen City, who lock
It's always
in
been
grand
best of 5, that's what I'm
finals.
saying.
That
VLR
map
says
as
best of
well.
5.
It's got to feel good. You guys are going to be going into grand finals set up perfectly. I got to ask you there at the end, though. Start to get close again. A little reminiscent of last week. What's kind of been plaguing the team in those last moments, but what's the solution as well to make sure you win the map?
What's fun for a viewer if you don't have an easy win? Like, come on. We're making it close for the fans.
Heck yeah, heck yeah. And you had a pretty hot game today, especially on Split. How are you feeling? How are things going for Narrate?
I mean, I'm still obviously a little bit inconsistent in terms of, like, you know, how I am feeling when I go into the game, but overall, like, as the longer the game goes on, I feel better. So it's good.
Heck yeah, you've seen so much more emotion on stage. You're super happy, and you, since the beginning, we saw you kind of being your biggest critic. What's been the solution to that, and just kind of like getting past that and focusing on the game the whole time?
I mean, you just said it yourself. It's just try to focus on the game mainly, and like obviously mental really matters a lot in this game. Just trying to focus on, you know, staying healthy as possible, you know, everything outside of the game, keeping it all in check, and then in game, you know, the results will come.
And I'll talk about that, the big picture, back to grand finals. What's different about the squad here that's going to make a big change as you guys go into that best of 5?
I mean, individually, we're all online right now, I feel. And I think that's like the biggest thing. Like, we have the strategy, we've had the strategy. It just comes down to whether on the game day, are we ready to play?
And the team coming together to be ready to play. It looks like you guys are really coming online. What's it been like growing with Sentinels? How has it been with these guys over the course of this stage?
This stage has been great. I'd say over the course of the team, it's been a little tough for me. I mean, as you could tell in the performance, but I think overall, like, we're growing really well as a team, and we're constantly learning new things as we go about ourselves and, you know, about how to play the game. So yeah, it's just great to play.
That's amazing. Anybody super got your back out there?
On the team?
Yeah.
Oh, you know who it is. It's John QT.
Okay.
He's him, bro. He's a little sly guy. He'll make some wise jokes out of nowhere. Like, he'll have quote of the day out of nowhere, and you just like, yep, this guy. Every time. It always brings a smile to my face.
That's amazing. And as you continue to move on, you've been learning under one of the big brains, Kaplan. Final question for you. What's that been like to kind of learn and be tutored by that guy?
Yeah, I mean, the difference between KC, like my old team, and Sentinels is that I was like the star player of KC. So the team was built around me, and now I'm kind of like fitting into a team that is already existing with tons of ideas and strats. So it's definitely been a bit of a struggle at the start, but I think I'm slowly learning how to implement how I want to play with how they want to play. So I think it's working really well now.
Awesome insight. Narrate, thank you so much. Let's hear it one more time for Sentinels. Narrate, locking in the grand finals with the squad
to say it. No, I think that was fair.
MIBR in a fast 2-0 fashion. And don't go
It's hard to
anywhere.
look at his stats and say that he wasn't a star player in that
starting
team.
up our next match. That's going to be G2 Esports versus Evil Geniuses. Don't go anywhere.
It was a good interview. Yeah, he gave a lot of insight. It's nice. It's John. Thank you so much for the 6 months as well. Appreciate the prime. Thank you for that. Sounds way mature now. I feel like even just mentally, it looks like he's growing quite a lot. Because him in kickoff and even Bangkok was like tilt emotional kind of guy, and I still think he is that guy, but it definitely looks like he's been, or they've been as a group, like collectively working on it.
The human body was
Okay,
built
Jen,
to
move
move,
back a little bit.
not trapped at a
Say it, what do you want me
desk
to
in one
say, dude?
singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair
Okay, thank you for your streams, going through grad school. Oh, dude, congrats. Oh, your white coat, dude, Elizabeth, congrats, dude. That's sick.
engineered for you. Gamers,
Awesome.
hybrid workers, artists.
I was about to flame. I was about to flame. Come on. Hey, Elizabeth, that's cool though. Congrats on that. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
We're going to be playing G2. It's going to be a real tough game. They've been to the finals before, and they've been looking like probably the strongest NA team.
Knowing this game is the do-or-die match, definitely a lot of pressure.
In my eyes, it's like, you have to beat everyone, you know?
What? Right, of course it's Ye! Ye's just built different.
I think the game plan, more than anything else, is just stick to our game plan. As silly as it sounds, is like just stick to what's been working for us.
There's a lot of situations you have to like put your physical body, your mental into the game and make sure like you don't ever want to leave that stage knowing that you didn't try hard enough. Because if you didn't try hard enough, you don't deserve to even be here.
Who knows he's gonna be there?
Oh, there's two. One is disciplined and one behind the wall. They just don't expect it.
Protect it.
Showstopper's back. Oh, the answer is no to that question.
Jogmo's looking beautiful.
To take down G2 today, I mean, it would be a crazy moment. All the hard work and conversations we've had, finally paid off.
All right, folks, and we are back, and we're about to go down a dark path here because someone is going to be very unhappy at the end of this day, but someone is going to be feeling quite good because they'll be seeing the Great White North in their sights.
We could go down a dark, devious path where G2 doesn't make Toronto, or we could be normal and honest, and G2 makes it, and EG's out, and nothing weird has happened at all, right?
Right.
Maybe not. It's hard to say.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be a good one, folks. Now, look, guys, I don't know if you know this, but I'm not much of a conspiracy theorist. Okay, Sideshow, on the other hand, guy's insane.
I've seen you on X, the everything.
We all agree that Bigfoot is real. Good.
Yeah.
Actually, now... A while ago, we did a little bracketology segment where one couldn't see, one couldn't hear, yada, yada, yada. Bren, he was chaos the entire time. But you'll notice at the bottom of the bracket, something was manifesting itself. And sorry, Amy, it's not the Cloud9 part that was there in the lower semis.
Why
it was
Doug look like John Wick standing there?
This picture,
more Freddy, but
sure.
Without the context, this picture quite dark as well.
But truthfully, like someone, whatever that segment was the only way you predicted EG making it here. Them even making it in playoffs is a surprise to most people.
Yeah.
And here they are, top 4 in Americas.
Is somewhere out there, Emily is quite proud of her work, and we hope that you're happy with yourself, Emily, okay? In any case, so now that, of course, it brings us to, well, I mean, the crazy story that we've seen here, because Mimi, what a journey it has been. But for two players on this team in specific, Ye and Icy, they've had such a rocky road in their career. What a moment this could be for them.
You have to remember the history. Ye was on top of the world, was in the Champions Finals, was considered the best player in the world despite losing that one. And then he plays 2 matches with Cloud9, gets dropped, goes and plays Tier 2 Challengers, doesn't win a series, goes over to Pacific, only wins 1 series. I mean, this was the lowest of lows for someone who had the highest possible stocks. And I think now, in playoffs, for the first time, he is playing like Optic Ye. He is not playing like the guy who was on 2 winless teams who achieved nothing. He is back in peak form, and he is one of the biggest reasons why EG is here.
Yeah, they literally made him 2-dimensional on Disguised Toast, but this guy has been playing out of his mind. And what's really impressed me is both him and Icy next to each other, because Icy as well getting dropped by G2, coming over to this EG team where he finds himself in the duelist slot next to Ye. Now on maps like Icebox, they're flipping it back, and Icy's having some of the best performances of his career.
And I made my voice heard about how I felt about like Icy's performance on G2 last year. He was never a star player for that team. He was solid, and it looked like it was going to be the same.
The system duelist.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be the same here on EG with kind of mid performances, occasionally a good match. But he has been consistently incredible in the playoffs thus far, and it is quite literally the best performance in a tournament I have ever seen from Icy, and it makes me so happy because we've been promised the 40 kill scrim Icy for literally years, and it feels like we haven't seen him consistently show up in the server, but here he is in the playoffs doing it.
It's so great, right? Because we've seen him on G2 on like a map like Icebox playing like stuff like the Gecko. We've seen him playing the Duelist. And for me, seeing him play that killjoy and put up comparable numbers to CA is amazing. Of course, that brings us to our match today, where he has all that baggage left over from G2, right? G2 at the end of the year, they didn't want him. They went and signed a world champion, stole that away from EG.
They didn't just, like, the fact that they just traded players and now they find themselves in this situation as well, I find to be quite fascinating, because Giacomo, famously on that EG roster, leaves it, now makes his way over here. Same thing for Icy. We all know the story of Icy on G2. Now he's playing for EG, and it seems like everything worked out for everyone involved.
And remember, Jaw was the one who didn't leave. After winning champions, Busio took his offer with 100 Thieves. Ethan went off on his own. Demon 1 left. Everyone left from EG except for Giacomo. He was the one member of the champions winning squad who stuck alongside Potter for another year. And it was unsuccessful then. But now, the second he jumps ship, finds a new team, is on top of the world, he's colliding with an EG who is making another miracle run, like they did when he was on the team 2 years ago. And now he has to be the guy to shut them down.
That's the sick, twisted, alternate dimension reality that we could be going down now, where Giacomo, after finally leaving, after joining the best team in the league, now finds himself in a position with G2, where if they lose today, they don't go to Toronto, and they'd be being denied by the guy they dropped, by the team that Giacomo decided to leave. Like, that is a story that would bury G2 if they lose today.
Yeah, I mean, it's a vicious one. We've seen some things happen like that shake out, right? Verno, NRG, right? Similar.
But this is much higher
This is
stakes.
much different. But of course, though, earlier today we had an opportunity to catch up with the IGL of EG to get his thoughts ahead of the match.
I'm here with EG's Nature before their match today. Thanks for the time. I got to ask you, going up against pretty much one of the best teams throughout the stages right now, what are you feeling? How is the counters coming in? Do you feel like you have a good counter for G2?
I feel pretty good about like playing against them. I was actually like expecting it. So I would say that no team is like unbeatable for sure. And because they are the best team in America, is what everyone says. A lot of people and challengers, the people you scrim against, are also trying to copy their way. So not only have we been watching their play style, trying to counter it, but we've been playing it in practice a lot because everyone's trying to play like G2.
Seems like good prep. Can't wait to see it. Good luck in the match.
Thank you.
Now, of course, EG is not going to have it easy today here because, well, they're going to be going up against G2. And you heard Nature there talk extensively about the influence that G2 has had on these players. And Mimi, we even heard Coach Imi talk about it, specifically on Split, how G2 has influenced so many of the squads in Americas.
And a lot of teams have copied their compositions, their ideas on different maps, but not a lot of teams have been force buying as much as G2 has. They lose pistol. They're almost always forcing. And Christy, they're so successful at it.
Yeah, what, 6-2 on the force buys? That's absolutely obscene, especially when you consider that their pistol win percentage is just about 50-50, all things considered. But what G2 are doing is basically anytime they're on the attacking side and they lose pistol, they're using that plant bonus, if they are able to plant the spike, to force up stingers and armor and win on out. They even have this defensive round on Ascent where they're almost forced to go for the force because they're down so brutally. But G2 with stingers is real scary.
But to the point that Nature made about G2 being the team that everyone's looking at it, that everyone's trying to copy, I think we saw some of that come out in the SEN series. SEN had great prep on Icebox. They clearly knew exactly how the Waylay was going to play on Ascent, and that's who delivered G2 their first ever loss. You know EG's a prep-heavy team, but doing it back-to-back, 2 upsets against G2, that's a hell of a task.
Yeah, you got to hope that lightning can strike twice there, right? And that's going to be a difficult one for sure, especially when you have an IGL like Valen who puts up some great numbers and good calls into server. We had an opportunity to catch up with him earlier today. Here's Riv.
I'm here with Valen before today's big match. Josh, our team mentioned how you guys were able to maintain composure in the last matchup. Do you feel like that is the hardest the team has been pushed this season?
I mean, yeah, season on the line, map 3 down 11-6, I got to say so. But it feels like every game, it feels like the hardest one we've had. So I'm expecting the same thing today. We've been battling a lot of adversity, but coming out on top. So we're just maintaining a lot of composure, and I'm proud of the guys. Hopefully we can do it again today.
What do you think the key to maintaining composure in that game was?
Man, I think it just comes down to people being clutch in the moment, like people stepping up, taking lead, taking charge for others, helping each other when we're down. Sometimes Giacomo steps up and helps the team with the comm. Sometimes I step up. Everyone is just so good at this game and so high IQ, and so we can just help each other out when we're feeling low.
Awesome to hear. Good luck in the match today.
When you look back at the great teams in any sport, their stories are usually written in just a few critical moments. Those moments are what define their legacy. Think about last year for G2. What do you remember clearly? Well, to me, they were the new team that ascended into the league, and the games that ultimately shaped their story were faltering in back-to-back Americas finals. Now think about this year. For me, there are 3 key matches. The first was the kickoff finals versus Sentinels after the addition of Jogamo. They cast off the curse of losing in back-to-back finals to take their first ever domestic title. They lived up to the hype. Fans stopped asking if they could win and questioned whether or not they could even lose. But expectations weigh heavy, and things changed in Bangkok. It was a bumpier ride to the finals versus T1, but they made it there all the same. Then, on the final map, they couldn't catch a break. Talk about key moments, virtually every single clutch slipped away. Any one of a number of smoke spams, full diffuses, abilities connecting, and they would have been victorious. Instead, they fell in OT. It was disheartening, to be sure, but still, they were right there. It was in their grasp, and people didn't stop believing in them. But that could all change today, because their 3rd year-defining series is right now, versus a 4th in groups evil geniuses that nobody believed in. It sounds insane to say it out loud, but it's true. You failed today and G2 would lose the chance to defend their title here at home. G2 failed today and they lose their chance to return to the global stage and do what they couldn't do the last time around. They'd become a team that washed out, that choked, that couldn't quite get it together after Bangkok, and well, we'd forget about them for the next 2 months. Not only that, but the man to stick the dagger in their back would be Icy, the player they didn't even want, the guy they dropped to sign a world champion. Losing today would rewrite the story of their year. It would cease to be about domination, but become about redemption. Even if they were to go on and win everything else, we'd still look back on today and see a blight on their record, a stain they could never remove. No, losing today isn't an option, and it never was.
And hey, it feels that way with the Talent team, because we all feel for at this point, this has to be G2, except for Wyatt, the lone man standing there defending evil geniuses, Mimi.
EG has a 4-match win streak. Their players are hitting the best form they had in years or ever for Ye and Icy. Super's feeling it. This is a team that is hot. But G2, whenever they've lost in the past, they are always a team who bounces back.
Yeah, this is going to be it, folks. The last spot in Toronto is up for grabs. So let's send it down to the stage where Riv is standing by with Coach Potter.
I am here with Potter. We're just moments away from the match, and I have to ask, you're going up against one of the strongest teams we've seen throughout a stage now. It's been since 2023 since that international travel for Evil Geniuses. So what is the focus to make sure you can book your ticket to Toronto and win this match today?
Well, G2 have had a great year so far. They're a fundamentally sound team, and we're hoping to exploit that today. Take advantage of how proper they try to be.
All right, Potter. Thank you so much. Good luck in the match. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get this elimination match started. So let's bring out our first team. Make some noise for Evil Geniuses!
Let me, I need to open Discord, but I don't know if
on the line for this team, Evil Geniuses
I'll let them walk up first and then I'll
could very well shock the world. And this organization, that coach in particular, Potter, has done just that in the past with a bunch of misfits and brought them to a world title. So this isn't out of the realm of possibility for Evil Geniuses.
That's the thing though, right? This team is still coming in as massive, massive underdogs, and they will be the whole way through.
At the beginning of the year, Potter said no one picked to be on EG. It was a team of second chances, of players looking for their redemption. This is their chance to prove that, to beat America's best team and actually make another global for EG.
You chilling anyway? Oh, okay.
I'm with Josh RT. You come out of one of your strongest splits as #1 seed, but now find yourselves in an elimination match. As kickoff champs, is a team that's expected to go international. What's the team's focus here to make sure that's a possibility?
Well, EG is a dangerous team for finding their identity so recently, but it's all about taking away their strengths, but also like showcasing ours. And I think we're going to try to exploit everything they showed so far and play our best game today.
All right,
good luck in the matchup. They're both out here trying to...
All right, let's bring out our second team in this elimination match. Their opponents
focus on us.
Make some noise for G2 Esports!
And here comes the tournament favorite.
FIFU with the Prime. Thank you so
point
much for the 5 months,
but
dude. Appreciate
now
that.
they're in a position no one thought they would find themselves in. Lower bracket, fighting for that last Toronto spot.
It was back-to-back 13-11s that they lost to fall 2-1 against Sentinels. Their first series loss in Americas. Now a chance to bounce back. On paper, this should be an easy match, a super favored matchup, but EG, they have been on a roll.
Yeah, I mean, they have been, right? Of course, huge stakes coming in for G2, but let's also reset the tone a little bit, right? Because like you said, G2 barely lost that series. It's the only series they've lost domestically all year either.
To a SEN that is now in the finals as the top seed.
Very true. Exactly. So while, yes, you know, we paint this picture if EG are able to do it, it is brutal for G2 until we see the proof, until that starts happening. G2 maintain as the favorite.
There is no reason why you shouldn't expect G2 to be a brick wall coming into this one and stop the momentum of Evil Geniuses, but they're looking to be a boulder here. Here is, of course, your series layout. You got Lotus, Split, Pearl, if necessary. What we make of this series layout here, team?
I think it's two good maps, honestly, to start for G2. EG's been really strong on Lotus, and I want to see G2, starting on the defense, put a lot of emphasis into punishing the B lurks, because EG is a team that is putting tons of priority of getting people into B.
I mean, yeah, are we surprised?
It's almost always like 10-15 seconds on the clock, late round pivots. If you're going for nuclear plays, punishing that lurk and flushing out Superman, you absolutely diminish what Nature can do in the mid round.
Yeah, those lurks are of a big importance. I think also once EG go onto the defensive side, EG play through that front B space a lot. It was something that Crew weren't really trying to exploit up against them really whatsoever, and I'm expecting G2's prep to be heavily focused on pushing EG out of that territory.
Yeah, with the Clove comp, they're almost always playing Yay plus another player, front B,
Have I got?
ready to duel in that space.
I do think G2's just gonna 2-0, but I'm so in for EG. Show me
that's one of the strongest
the best they've
maps
looked.
for G2. A great place to go, especially if they can steal away Lotus from EG.
Yeah, of course, map 3 Pearl, I believe, right? Was what I had said?
Yeah, I did, yeah. The red one, Yumpy, the one that you haven't tried, I think.
Steal Lotus away from EG2 because G2's Lotus has been
They're both
lights
really
out
good. I mean, they
all
were
year.
they had the crazy
I can't remember what
streak
it's
on the map
called.
for
Just
a
not
while.
losing, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of comfort there for both teams, which is going to make this first clash that much more interesting. Agent Select coming up here in just a second as we see what our team's going to be opting for here, see if we get any shenanigans, but of course you're going to see that Clove coming up for Yay.
Yep. Same composition.
Clove, I mean, they always play the Clove.
Icy picking into
Yay's
the
got that
race. We've seen this
freedom.
one quite a bit from
He just
EG
duels over towards
thus
C the
far
whole
this
time.
year. I'm just excited
Ahan,
to
thank you
see
so much for the
if
6 months,
Icy
dude. Thank
and
you for
Yay
that.
can keep form. They've been so good on this map. They have been the reason that EG have made this playoff run happen. But he's going to have to do it against the guy who took his job. One of the best duelists in the world.
Sign me up. This is the series of all time. If Icy's going to prove the haters wrong, if Icy's going to, you know, scream in G2's face, this is the match to show up.
This is the moment.
Icy revenge.
Toronto is on the line, so let's go
He gave us a very unconfident I'm the GOAT last time we saw him on the interview. So let's see if he actually believes it. Damn, the track by track for EG, okay.
Thank you very much, gang. Yeah, ready to get into this one here, and the stakes have been set up beautifully, honestly.
Dude, is that the real track by track?
Win
Could
and
be.
define your year generally, and I think Korea's on the line with it alongside it, because G2, all expectations for them to be making it to Toronto, of course, but they find themselves facing off against an unlikely foe, which is EG in that lower bracket.
And the last 2 matches for G2 have been remarkably good games.
Yeah.
I'm so used to seeing G2 just slaughter their opponents. We thought there was a big gap in Americas between G2 and the rest of the pack. Turns out, you look at their loss to Sentinels and a really tight win that G2 managed to get over 100 Thieves. Oh, they are great games. Nail-biters, edge of your seat kind of stuff. And if you look at this match,
Damn,
G2
get
have
yourself
a
up to
serious
that round
chance of
number.
missing Toronto.
Slimmetry, thank
On the
you
flip
so
side,
much, chat. You
EG
know
have
what
a
to do.
serious chance of making it.
Log,
Which of
Oiler,
those would you
spam,
say
go
was
in.
more unlikely
Everyone
at
add
the beginning of
Slimmetry,
this
say
stage?
thank you if you got
I don't
gifted.
even know.
Slimmetry, man, I appreciate that. 24 as
See
well.
that slow beginning. EG are known for defining themselves.
1,800 Slimmetry. I'll never get the terms of it, man. It's crazy what you're doing, bro. Thank you so much for the support. G2 on defense, EG on attack, and they're really trying to enable Icy on this one. They've got a raid boss.
The 2 players that are so good right now in the playoffs.
Topping that number. Dude, the fact that Slimmetry's done it in such a short amount of time, I have to agree with you, man. He might be
Using a flash to go
uncatchable.
and re-clear into B, just in case someone had taken the timing. And now it's Valen who has to back off as the door
Limit
is
man,
open.
appreciate you, dude. Thank you so much for everything.
It's got to respect a lot of the space that's being taken up here by EG.
Glacko one with the prime as well. Thank you so much for that, dude. Appreciate that as well. Thank you, thank you.
Maintain control as well over towards A Rubble.
And this is really crucial because we've seen games where Superman just dominates by taking this really late A-lurk timing. A very standard slow round from EG so far, seeing if they can work a lurk.
A little bit of A pressure as well.
Yeah, now you might see
A goes in, they messed up their Prowler.
Had it in their back pocket, trying to go for a refight as well, but an exchange of the lead. It's Valen who's going to be the first one to
Pivot over
drop.
towards B.
Pivot now. It's cheeky, but G2 are going to be waiting with open arms to try and absorb most
Dude,
of this
I kind of like this from
With Nature dropped into the play.
well,
Jogmo
I'm glad I
already
didn't say
finding
his
one of
name.
his own. Off to the side here. It's off to the extremities. EG going hunting for any chance to lay claim to this site plan. Finally going down here and defended
Well,
in time.
Icy, now's the time to do it.
Damage done. Icy.
Damn. You got a nade as well.
A tearing G2 to pieces.
Okay, Icy. The raid boss actually pays off as well. The armor keeps him alive. He gets
Icy
3.
springs forward and takes heaven control. The rest of the team gets stuck a little bit in the choke point. Jonah, despite his weak health, did everything he could. But Icy's kill onto Trent really opened the door. You're going to see a ton of this. EG, doesn't matter how much pressure they apply throughout the early and mid round, which generally they're going to be quite slow, it's the late round where all the action happens.
Nice, let's go. Come on, baby.
The last 30 seconds is just
Okay.
action, team fights.
Little smile as well.
To get through the defense and hoping that
Okay,
they
1-0
let
on the
out
pistols. We'll
enough
keep an eye on that
utility
one.
to
We
make the
got
site hit work.
everyone buying 4 armor
team
and
like
4.
EG as well. They've been lucky almost
4
in terms of the
eco, got
opponents
1
they've been
sheriff.
playing against,
That's
finding
it.
this form. I say that because the slow style that they play, it really heavily favors them if a team is ready to opt into them. You know, they play against Cloud9. That's, you know, I think in the back of everybody's minds alongside as well. Their wins against Crew.
EG win, you'll gift 100. Oh my goodness.
But when
Come
you
on,
look
Ye.
at G2, you're expecting
Come
to
on,
see a
Ye,
team
man.
that
Lock
deals with
in.
this slow-paced
100?
style quite well.
Yeah.
They're a
I need everyone
great
to lock
team
in right now.
in terms of their composure, and they're also
Dude, you did this
super happy
after
to
the
play a
pistol
slower
as well.
style
That's
too.
pretty bold from you.
You didn't see them use too much of their utility on the pistol. They didn't try to force a fight into EG. They forced EG to make the play into B, and EG still won.
Here's an attempt at a refight there with a fault line. That's going to be coming up with the goods. Icy's dropped at a moment's notice. EG, though, are corralled, cornered.
They give them Guardian. They didn't take the space over towards
Still
A.
a better weaponry. Not too much to worry about for now, but you've got to try and see if you can hold on to control of this one. It's a bit of an exchange, and look at this call by EG.
I like
side.
this. Yeah, decisive, fast, making sure that they
I think
take a bit
Sentinels
of
should be getting
space.
punished more when they buy more regen armor. They don't do it that consistently. I think C9 should have been punished more because they do it pretty consistently. Sentinels don't actually do it that consistently. Dude, yeah, get a little double on this.
Knocking the heads clean off the shoulders there. Leave it all down to Jonah P. With the weapon that was claimed just a bit prior. But too many targets to overcome, surely, and indeed it is. Weapon's going to be reclaimed at the other side of this one. EG get through these opening rounds relatively cleanly.
Prime
Woke
Ye
them
is here
up,
for
yeah.
playoffs, man.
Dude, this is what they had to
He's
have.
just-
They had to
It's
have ICA performing. It's a
how
good
much
start for
better
both
Ye
of
and Icy
them.
have been during
They're
this
confidence
playoffs
players.
compared
This will
to-
help.
I mean, not just their regular Stage 1 performance, not just kickoff, but like, when have we seen them be this good consistently? We've seen flashes from Icy when he was playing with G2, which that cosmic irony will play out all throughout this match, I'm sure. But like, yay, it's been a long time since you've seen him at this kind of form. Couldn't find a better moment for it either of them.
Not a bad bonus.
Looking
by
ahead for a
any
bonus
means.
conversion as well. I mean, EG.
Dude, can you
Here we are.
fight
We're gonna
main
see a
against
fight to be
this?
taken here with a Prowler
comp?
forwards, but that is a good stun
I
against
mean,
that connection.
see,
Icy
mount.
falls prey to it as well. Still eager to take these fights forwards and leave it
Dude.
hard committed off to the side here. Yeah, he steps up
I
to
tell
the
you what though,
challenge.
no matter what, I
So
feel like it's going to be pretty good damage into this one. If he wants to get his ult over towards here, he can. Yeah, he could to get his ult
That
here.
share of blood, and there's no other response for
They're just going to let him
Not to
hunt
be
a
denied
bit.
the ult orb either, so that gets ult online for Ye. He's going to be able to take aggressive
I'm not sure you
fights
can find
and
Mound
still feel
against this
pretty
comp.
confident about being able to
I guess they got no
get
breach.
value out even afterwards.
Aggro as anything here, Jonah P! A chance to shine and
But
maybe
they ain't
potentially
getting
done
anything
enough.
for
and
this.
that's
You
not
can at
dead
least
yet,
make
but
a
guess
little
what?
bit of
There are no
space so that you
targets
can get a
waiting
good
for
plot.
you.
That's about
Call it
it.
all you like.
I mean, Ye at least is going to be getting a little bit of information. He's going
Yeah,
to realize
he
that
does
being
get a bit of
info back to
space.
Superman, there's nobody around here at all. They could possibly VCT, but it's
Oh,
all
what an
on the
absolute
flank.
shot.
He deletes Trent, and it's only Jorg left.
Defined into the 1v1 Superman. It's been a star player for them when EG have been trying to get these wins on Lotus as a map. up against Jorgamo, though. That's a tough test indeed. Jorgamo rattles off a couple of the bullets, and one to the chest will do it. Superman is in a sorry state in terms of the health, and Jorgamo.
Yeah, he kind of just lost time of him in terms of where he could have been.
Perched up there just onto the side.
Dude, no matter what, this is an incredible bonus, though. 4 rebuys.
Shuts down the momentum that his former team might have been able to get going early on here. But to be honest, I think you zoom out a little bit, that is a great bonus round for EG. They've done some serious damage to the economy there. Only Jorg left alive. They're on defense side G2 as well, so they don't even get plant money or anything like that to try to boost the economy. It's going to really hurt. They're going to be coming into the next round with light armor, guardians, this kind of stuff. If somebody on EG wanted, they could pull out an outlaw. Like, Icy with an outlaw right now would go crazy. Josh RT with a lot of
Surging, thank you so much for the tier 1, dude. Thank you for that.
I can feel like that was the most decisive win in the world. G2's going to have a tough
Dude,
one here. Like I said, no guardians, but bulldogs instead. And a judge.
Scraping the bottom of the barrel.
Veto goes out over towards C, got shot, so they know for sure they're taken here. At the moment, they're kind of taken everywhere. Yeah, they literally know they're sitting in spawn.
And Leaf putting himself in this position, expecting that at some point he might get walked on. At the same time, though, EG love to default over towards Mound, and then that door could get open from behind you, and you get put in a really tough spot.
Pansy, you want to call? Yeah, we'll do it. I need to get Discord up. I need to wait for a. I need to wait for a timeout.
Premium on controlling that space. We mentioned it prior. Just Superman's lurks, trying to deny that he could get value, and here comes the pivot now up towards C Mound, and there's the danger. Leaf could be in.
Leaf's going to be
Yampy, she's not a risk like you.
The question is, do they cut noise, open the door, and flush Leaf out, or is this a commitment?
Chat can only handle 2 fun facts about Finland.
But here's the paranoia on top of it. Close quarters. Nearsighted, not going to be doing too much at all. But here he is from the side as Jorgamo laying claim to the site, denying them a chance to set past the threshold, and they should be aware of this one. Superman has been doing it against teams more towards the tail end of stage 1. Trent fully aware, locked right onto the head. Superman dropped. Now Derek's left to pick up the pieces in this one in a 1v4. 15 seconds left remaining into the round. Extremely unlikely indeed. An inclination as to where Trent was, but got 9 seconds to do it, and they are right there behind you.
Almost go around the corner.
Great idea of how Superman is going to be lurking.
Much as it was exciting for the bonus, that one was kind of convincing.
We heard the analysts talk about the fact that you want to be flushing out these lurk players.
Do I like the
caught other teams like Crew, for example, off guard playing against
I think
EG?
you can.
Is it the lurks
I think you can play better agents, but at the same time, if you have like
25 seconds left on
a
the clock,
duelist player that wants to have a little bit of freedom, I think it's okay.
Tough. Not many teams play that slow. Now, I do want to give a lot of credit to Leaf there. You might not have thought that he got much action done in that round with his
I don't think it's great, but I don't think it's bad. I'm not like
a... He told his team to go and
I'm not one of those where
Jorg was there in time to get the double spray down.
You've lost because you have a clove, and the clove's fine.
That's the kind of information you need when playing against EG. The info game is so important because EG's worst enemy is going to be the clock.
Yeah.
They're hitting sites with 25 seconds left. So
yeah, I didn't name any names.
In the late round,
don't come for me.
Without getting punished for grabbing that information, you're hunky-dory.
Also, a watch party with Baby Bay? Yeah, that could be pretty fun. You just get Baby Bay flaming, man. When Baby Bay starts flaming, it cracks me up.
For these late hits into the round here, EG. No switch up in pace. They've taken this one very slowly indeed. Just looking to see if they can get a couple of ults online for next.
Opening that door to push Jorgamo further back. Not that they knew that he was there, but it's a good protocol anyway. Just to stop any of the defenders from taking front B control. The macro game being played pretty well by EG so far, but remember, it's just sheriffs.
Yeah. Spike is going to be steadily making its way over towards A here.
And
a lot of uncertainty.
It is tough to gather information over here with Superman's
30 seconds left.
Oh, expended. Okay.
I didn't think we were going to do this, but I mean, you get a free site.
Release onto the site, but G2 have completely evacuated.
Yeah, clear, close. You still got nade. I like this Euro also. Keep an eye on this log. They got no kind of information on this.
Potentially could be occurring. Derek up the gut through mid. There's 9 seconds left. Finally, that plant's going down. Yay, forward, off
Big
angle.
Joe, man.
Sheriff in hand, and it's a nice little.
Okay, now it's about delaying for the lag.
Crouched off into it. Are they aware of this one? Here's a rolling thunder even being committed, and Superman stunned up round to the side. Leaf. He deals with him. It's a swift hand necessary. Still 2 shots. All it takes.
Dude, imagine he gets another kill.
Alive and activating in through that backstab, but the sight is gained up now for G2, and this is applying the pressure indeed. What about that plan?
Oh, and the salvos as well, going to stop for a little bit.
They haven't cleared out Nature, they haven't cleared out these players. Rooted into place, EG have a decent chance of this. Another time to try and push them out, but composure maintained. Word of the day for a team like G2, and there's no real chance here for Derek.
It's got kind of
clean
close.
it up.
Very close. Still the all into the...
I was worried watching that from G2's perspective. They weren't getting onto Icy, who was holding it backside. They weren't clearing out the pit, but they know better than me. They still had the patience to be able to slowly group up and clear
G2, they got 2 ults out of G2. Yeah, when you compare it like that, it's not too bad.
Just rely on the better weaponry. I was getting confused.
I also think that their money's so low, or like it's so early in the game that like their money's not out of control that they can... Like, if they win one and then win the next, they eco them. So
favor EG right now.
I think it's okay because of that.
It's very important, I think, to not get flustered when the time gets low and these spots against a team like EG here and attempt to try and take this one up and over towards the top. There's a flash to supplement.
Yeah, that's nice, so they get out of there.
Back to safety, opening pick. You're going to be happy with that one if you're G2.
Absolutely. A lot of teams brawl with EG at the start of this round, and they just can't quite handle the early round.
Could be a little bit careful as well. Trent
that metal can be real
often
nasty.
does this ult.
So getting into a clean 5v4 is going to help a ton, especially because Icy is that tip of the spear that dives in on the XX. And if you don't have that with 30 seconds left on the clock, who the hell's going to be going in making space for you?
Jorgamo, this is a precarious spot indeed. Lying in wait here, side of the smoke. Timing onto the drone and reposition is smart. Looking for options, looking for picks. There's danger here, crossing out into the open. He just spots out to the hands as well.
That's so crazy.
Potentially over towards the side here. Yay!
Oh man, it was like such a sick play, and then it ends up being a really rough play just because
36 seconds left. What is the call now? With the
just can't get a proper timing on anyone. With the tail, they're set about, but they use their own tail as well. We've got Clove locked in. They have no idea that Ye's got a good timing. Wait, this gets really weird. Does Ye have any kind of... Dude, the Spike doesn't know where to go. The Spike's going everywhere. Spike's now going over towards B.
Backstab from Ye! How do they do it?
Timings on timings.
No, there were so many timings
there. Ticking down at all times. That's absolutely remarkable. Ye gets into a weird position. Superman's lurk eventually pays off as well. And there's poor Derek with the spike just wondering where he's going, getting pulled from site to site, trying to find a safe location. But Superman's 2 on B were perfect, and Valin in an
This is what we said, right? With money, if they can win 2 in a row, they're gonna reset them. They're just gonna win that one more.
3-3, EG proving that
they
it
might
can really
even
dish
time out here.
against the gun rounds.
Things get so chaotic in the late rounds for this.
If they
team,
lose this, it gets insanely close.
Sometimes you wish that they would pressure the sites just a little bit earlier so they had more wiggle room, but here, 25 seconds left on the clock. Superman essentially has to win both of those 1v1s that he catches the timing on in B. Otherwise, even if Jonah trades in, Jonah's going to be there, denying the spike from getting planted. And Ye talking about, I don't know how I got into that position, but I made it work.
Okay, so they low by here. What are they sitting on? Like 4?
A stinger by now for G2. They've been deadly with these.
I guess they had 3-8.
Can they convert?
Often on the attack side of themselves, and that's the one rifle player, Jonah P. Collects his kill. Ice is going to be dropped.
Spooky, thank you so much.
Round, but we'll see if it helps.
See 2023. Dude, imagine Potter did it again.
5v4 in the previous round. No Icy.
I don't think it would be the highs of 2023 because I mean that's impossible, but
holding a much more aggressive control over rubble.
Even another master would be insane.
Any entry, and that's spam for Jonah P, and it works like a charm.
Sometimes better be lucky than good. Jonah P is both. So
nope,
he's got it in spades. Really.
Wait, can you never see Clove money because
positions now out towards
because of the
passive? Line towards it. It's a bit of a spray down, spam down. With guns in their hands, happy days for G2.
And I think this macro is beautiful from G2. Complete control of
yeah,
rubble
but the 3v5. Dude, EG are incredibly loose with that one.
Control the front of B, an open door in case C gets punished. I think they can use this system quite a lot to abuse EG.
Tap from Derek, but not anticipating the position there.
That's a lot of gun upgrades. Might be good for all of them.
So they lock down A Rubble at the start of the round. And EG are not a kind of team to be doing big reclears of A. They do it a little bit, but they're kind of hoping that by applying pressure elsewhere on the map, Superman will be able to just activate on a lurk. I wasn't even spanned through smoke. Caught a glimpse of it right
Their money, yeah.
Wall went up a bit.
And you could argue maybe that's why they're using.
What you saw from G2 is once they had that
That's why they're using the ult into it, but
they were going to be
a little
able
bit
to
desperate.
re-clear towards the front of B with about, I don't know, 40 seconds left on the clock, something like that.
I'm just gonna put you on the holding screen while I get Discord
Open the
up.
door towards C. That's where you know EG has to be, and you're pinching them from both sides while they're
You should be able
focused
to hear
forward.
still.
I think they can. I think they can run through that a couple of times unless Potter makes a crucial adjustment here in the timeout.
Potter
Doing
timeouts
updates,
usually
man. Why is
pretty
Discord
good
always
as well. I
updating?
mean, when we've done some listen-ins, we've had segments, I think, really just built around it. I think the effectiveness, Potter's usually coming in with a couple of core game plans and being able to diagnose what's going wrong with the team. Right now for EG, it seems like, okay, against other teams have been getting away with Superman with his late lurks out towards A Rubble with the
Because I
heavy
never open
premium
it.
that G2
Yeah,
are
but dude, they can't be
placing on it.
updating every single day, man. That's what happens every day. Chaggy 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you so much for the prime, dude. I appreciate that.
Yeah, we'll see what the adjustment is. We've already had a look at rounds where EG's lurks have been super effective. In the pistol, I think it was, maybe round 2, something like that. They double walked up with Ye and Icy towards front B.
Hello, how we done?
Yeah, not too bad.
There's definitely options for EG.
Yeah, I think I'll turn you
Taking
up.
down some Gaviscon for the
Looks
half.
like they might want to put a bit more
Okay,
of
I
an
see.
controlling rubble at the start of the round. Though, of course, we see
big
Nature
day.
with
Big
his fake
game.
utility leaning C
Actually, it's a big
at the
game.
start.
Dude, what the hell? Anonymous gifter, 100 gifted.
Huh?
But this slow-paced style
Bro, am I getting a cut in this?
is trying to live up to their name.
Well, you just joined. Honestly, I think
Trying
it
to
was
play a bit
gifted
more
before you
cerebrally,
joined. There's
but
no
it's
cut
tough
for you.
against a team like G2.
No cut for you, boss. Sorry.
Yeah, and it's going to be an A reclear.
Then
They've
maybe
realized that
one of
Jordan
these we
was
can
getting
give you.
pushed up here with Trent's util, and they want to try to punish
Anonymous, whoever you are, thank you so much. Dude, 100. That's
said that
crazy,
that's
dude. Thank you, whoever you are. I appreciate you. That's nuts.
Set up
Chat.
initially, but
At the
here's a little bit of an
Anonymous.
island. The gate crash is gonna be running
Take a
absolutely
guess of
nothing
who it
on
was
the
and say
ball. There
thank
it
you.
is.
I appreciate you,
Send it out
Anon, whoever you are.
towards
That's
gonna be
actually
fine.
insane what you're doing.
Oh, the salvo's out towards the door. Exit strategy tonight. Woman is still left onto the clock. Lots of options here. G2
doing 10
react
pounds, yep.
accordingly. Going to shore up the defenses over towards C with that Viper's Pit.
There you go for it.
It does leave A almost open for the taking.
Is that any better?
B pivot.
More?
Yeah, no, that's lovely. That's lovely.
Here. Superman, he's been caught off
Back
to the
to
side as
back?
well,
Wait,
but
this is another
barely
100?
stays alive. Straight bullet should have
Hey,
been
what's
now. As
going
one
on?
who has to step up to the plate.
Who's lost their goddamn mind?
That's gotta be for me.
That's not your 100. No, surely not.
Lurks on lurks. Leaf is going to be wrapping around steadily here. Does not win the fight out. Not against
You
his
can have
adversary.
one of the two.
Superman's just been amazing.
And
for
EG are winning the
in
round.
these last
Life's
few rounds.
good.
Oh,
towards
you had
heaven.
to say it, didn't you? I know,
Discipline from
actually.
EG.
Don't you dare. Don't even.
So they're going to get a lot of space out
hundreds.
here. Damage done to a lot of them too.
Wait, dude, what the hell?
But no one from EG willing to
Dude, that's
give an
200.
easy target. Salvos an attempt to try and clear the way through into blue room, but EG are already wrapping all the way
Thank you for the
around.
bits as
Looking
well.
to be one
Otego, thank
step
you for the
ahead of this
gifted.
one.
Chris
Potential options here.
Datsy
Trent
with the gifted
taps,
as well.
here's the
Thank you for doing
footsteps,
that.
gets the kill,
Anonymous
but
gifter,
time is
whoever
running
you
short
are,
now.
thank you so
It's
much,
the one
dude.
commodity that he
You're actually
really
crazy,
needs into
man.
this spot.
It's
Yeah, he
so
knows
much,
it.
dude.
Plays the time down. 4-4.
Wow.
To perfection
That's
on the
nuts,
clock
dude.
as well there. That was right before Trent was about to get half on the spike. Superman, though,
It's like
looks
being so
phenomenal in these
supported
kind of
and
spots. I mean,
loved
this play
by our
is lovely.
community.
What a great play that Potter cooked up coming out of the tag timeout. But Superman gets
get
such a
told I'm shit.
crucial kill there
I
on
know,
Jordan
bread
B,
inside
and
shows.
turns
Oh,
around and deals
that's
with
high,
Leaf.
you know?
So he controls B main,
Okay, I think I
and then
could
he
do a
goes
good
back
level
and
now.
deals with the flank, with the lurk.
I
Beautiful
guess
stuff.
Anonymous, thank you
This
for
was
that.
the
I really
map
do
where
appreciate you.
Super
You got
put
Jay
on
Faith
a
as well with the prime.
masterclass
Thank you for the
performance
18
against
months.
Crew. And
Okay,
that was really
let's
where
lock
the tide
in.
turned and people started waking up and paying attention to EG.
Thank you for
What
the
time are you
two.
on?
Sorry again.
For G2,
What time are you on?
different look at things.
You want me to stream again?
Operator
If
in
you
hands
can,
children. I
that'd
want
be
to
nice.
stream
Yeah,
up.
yeah, yeah.
Odin spam as well. They're pouring absolutely everything into this one here. You got to be careful, Nature. You can narrowly sidestep, but just onto that angle, not anticipating. The G2 are just going to overload them.
There you go.
Yay and Icy.
Nice one, mate.
They
Big
got
shame.
posted up early towards B
You
main.
have to obviously bring
and
up
left
Justice for
Yay here as an
Yampy. Just
insert.
got to put it out there.
Justice for
Gotta imagine
Yampy.
they're
Oh,
looking
to
to
put
try
it
to
out
pivot
there,
through
yeah,
blue
yeah.
room. First, they'd have to deal with
Like
Trent.
artists, I
There would
understand.
be Odin
Yampy?
spam as well, coming
Come on,
through
man.
this
Yeah,
wall.
that's
through to the blue
honestly.
room.
When you put others in there and you do a side-by-side comparison, it's hard to argue against.
It looks so tough.
Smokes to obfuscate.
Oh, good.
You're in the
Forgot
drone
about
now,
the
you're gonna
Odin.
node. inclination.
Why don't you like this gun?
EG looking to try and step their way forwards into that B hit as Leaf denies that chance. Over towards Ye now, and he finds himself out of the way. Giacomo! Once more, steps to the side.
That was sick.
Dismissal, but a spam into the smoke.
Dude, that was so fast.
Still also going to be offloaded. This is G2 not really just trying to not lose control.
Wait.
I think they've achieved that.
Oh my! Honestly, I think when you hit those shots, you might as well just even go for the no scope here.
Yeah.
Seal it all the way up here, but
Game's on your side, though, it's fine.
Damn, that was nice shots. That was really nice shots.
Just by one.
I mean, surely we get a replay.
Jork was styling
the
on
whole way
He's
through, right?
inside a smoke trying to no-scope somebody if they try to put pressure towards stairs. Mad decision. And then
you say yeah, and I'm not seeing it, bro.
Spray the ground, assuming that he'd won the round.
There you go. He's just getting it ready.
The operator, he was feeling himself in the
Oh,
operator.
that shot is.
He hit a nasty shot on Nature, a gorgeous shot on Derek. Repositioned, by the way, with the help of a paranoia from C.
Dude, he sprayed down like he hit it.
I moved backwards, and as soon as I moved backwards, he peaked, so I just can't shoot.
Anonymous, thank you for the extra gifted as well. Thank you for doing that.
Coming from C, so much
We got some crazy generous people today.
Now knocked down onto an eco.
Passes are a bit loud.
Every time I come on here, you're getting a whole lot of subs, and I'm not getting a whole lot of cuts.
Yeah, but you got your day rate today for casting.
I've had my day rate. I've had my day rate. There it is. Oh, you've had your bit of slot. Fuck off.
They are going to be playing retake or not.
You see what the hell is that, Sliggy? Look at your chat.
Dude, what's going on? Who is this guy? Dude, every time he gets as well, he just start winning.
Now he's going to be the thorn in their side.
Dude, Anonymous, whoever you are, thank you again. You're up to 300 right now.
That's unreal.
That is actually crazy. You actually might get a cut. It's getting to dumb levels now where I feel bad.
You tell so many lies. It's crazy.
I didn't say what percentage of a cut.
One whole sub. Oh my god.
Yeah, I'll give you a generous 3. Oh, bro, so nearly. So nearly.
Yeah, narrow
margins. Dangerous rounds.
Dude, their low buys are kind of scary.
Yeah, I mean both sides, right? G2 and EG.
That is so similar to the round that we saw earlier when EG
Anonymous gifter. I don't know who you are, but you've gifted 300. Chat, can we just get like one final slug oiler spam going for the Anonymous, because it's kind of nuts, dude. 300 is mental. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate the support. We got Yampy as well, gifting 2. Who did Yampy gift to?
I mean, my pick felt like the best player of 2025.
To Finland, of course.
Kind of guy.
The country. It's gifted to his own country.
Shout out to Finland.
6-4. EG.
Thank you for that. And
bringing the nation in.
And Disco JV as well. Thank you for the gifted, dude. Thank you.
It's not actually good in the scoreboard.
300. Dude, Jogamo's cleaning up since he got this on.
I mean, it's such a nice punish for like EG's slow defaults, right?
Yeah,
if he's gonna sit there, hit these, hold these nice angles,
contacty approach with the heavy lurk
and then what, you burn EG's utility basically from their spawn? What's the option?
Dude, they are so slow though, you're not wrong. This is a sight though. This is still a sight though. Like if they can win this 1v1 top, I'm not saying the round goes here, but this is it. Dude, this stun is incredible. Look at the util as well. They create the pressure behind. They go join over towards B. They help out their teammate over towards heaven with the stun.
There's no escape
whatsoever.
It's just lovely to watch, fair play.
Round from G2.
I mean, G2, like, I'm more surprised that people don't enjoy G2 more. But I guess they're not as, like, flashy or whatever, but they play beautiful Valorant.
Nah, it is, yeah, it's really nice.
Who was alone over towards
I think it got a lot more fun now Jogamo's here as well, though, to be fair.
True.
I see less of the, like, boring play now Jogamo's in.
That's the kind of G2
but I do agree, it is, like, it's just good Valorant.
A reminder that it hasn't been clean recently.
No.
They lost the set.
Anonymous gifter again, thank you for doing that also. Thank you. Appreciate the extra one.
G2 could have been out very reasonably
already
from
these anonymously as well.
Yeah, I know. They've only won the shout out.
They've had an opportunity to stamp authority on this. And actually, in both of those series, they kind of
what's the name of that gifted sub from last stream? It's probably them.
And then their opponents started coming back into it.
Don't.
Something knob, I think it was.
Don't.
Spicy knob.
Dude, through the legs.
Oh, 120 like that. The leg shot. Yeah.
Hit him in the spicy knob, if anything.
Not to be dropped. Snap as well.
Yeah, I can. Sorry, set me up. Dude, sometimes I forget that. sometimes I forget the roles.
Don't get a cut. Don't get a cut in that.
Rolling thunder forwards. Armageddon on top of it. This is carnage. Jonah, please.
Jesus, your favorite gun coming in.
Heavy weapons guy cosplay occurring right from behind. That's a bullet to the brain. And the final round of
40
this
HP,
half.
33 HP, 7-5 considering the start.
Barely carved out a path here over towards the A side with a pit down. There is chances.
Oh, but he's got an Odin. And everything on this map is made out of paper.
Anything can happen in these kind of rounds. Nature trying to make his way forwards. Do they have utility really to clear out Superman? Superman taking the K damage.
Duet's even high.
So damn low. You're up against Odin's
He's gonna get spammed here from heaven, guys, surely. They've been spamming everywhere else.
Jorg knows he
I mean, he could be tree, though.
Is good. Nature has to be the one to try and hold this one down here. The Tracer's point out. Position of Jonah
Be a miracle. Dude, Molly.
Stand up against this one. It's relentless.
Yeah,
no
Molly.
whatsoever. Shorty in hand, you get the one, but how do you get the rest? You just cannot.
Dude, a
Time to
Molly
spare
here with
for
low
it.
HP
G2
would have done anything. Nah, they would have healed
Wrap
as
up
they
this
died.
first half of Lotus, 8-4.
That's a nice half. It's a nice
it
half.
feels like a good 8-4 though. It's respectable. Like, look, EG were never meant to get this far. You know?
Yeah.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
They won pistol, right?
But G2, it's probably their best map as well.
It's better without context.
This is a tough one for EG to take, and it's going to get even more difficult, I would argue, with them on the defense side.
Yeah, not locked in. They had a couple of rounds. Honestly, some of their closer rounds were like low. I still feel like when I watch EG, dude, they're so free with their ults. I was okay, Pansy. 2023 EG. What do you remember them for?
Full of wonders. Red Bull
oh God.
Give me a couple of things that you were like, yeah, EG 2023 were very good at this.
Red Bull Zero is here.
Dude, do I need to get my notepad out? What do you mean? What do you mean?
Dude, what were they good at? You must remember something from back then.
What? You want the list? What do you want?
The whole year's alright. Okay.
Demon 1 shitting on people. What do you mean? What do you want here?
Okay. Well, I was trying to get you to set me up to talk about ults.
No, I'm not setting you up for anything.
No. Okay. I thought that's like I was prepping for us being a new casting duo.
Oh shit.
Looks like we got zero synergy.
None.
None.
It's over.
Yeah, Minnie's got a job for a bit longer.
Wow.
So, I think they were sick at ults, right? But when I watch EG and 100 Thieves, I don't think they excel at ults. So who the hell was doing all the ult rounds for that team?
I mean, do you think they've had, I don't want to say time, but priority-wise, do you think that's something they could do with this team that they were able to do with the last one?
Yeah. For
really?
sure. Sure, for sure.
You think you could apply these players the same way you could the last?
No, but you at least have better ult rounds or like set ideas. Like they would always have set ideas.
Now only one of these teams can make it to Masters of Toronto,
of
course. The
in
tickets are on sale right now.
What the fuck? Look, our budget got spent on fixing the fucking arena. What do you want me to do?
Your spot.
Yeah, you can't afford any of these.
Global events of the year.
I'm barely getting paid out here. I'm begging for primes.
Canada, and yeah.
You've sold me.
I'm buying 8 of them. Running around, whatever it's called.
I'm scanning those tickets.
Is it because it's Icebox?
I mean, on one side of things, you could get to see Gay playing against Crazy Guy for the bleed.
No, there is Icebox.
What is the purpose?
On the other side of things, you might get to see G2 defend their opportunity to go back to the grand finals. So
ice hockey.
Take a look. See if you can book your tickets.
It is. It's for Toronto. That's a stretch.
I mean, I don't know who's gonna make it.
That's
here.
a stretch.
What makes this match so ridiculous. Yeah. Because
like it's kind of sick. Imagine Mini sitting on top of that. It looked like an almost like
dude, yeah. Oh, dude, surely this thing can go faster though, right?
Start to the beginning of this series, 8-4.
Ramp it up, boys.
Of course, like opting to bring G2 to
Why
Lotus.
have we got a segment on this? Like, how is this normal, bro? How is this normal?
Choice, it's a bold choice.
Like, people yell, it's like, oh, guys, you gave the players 10 extra minutes to make sure they're comfortable on the new setups. EMEA scuffed. Here, they're like, yeah, let's actually slow down the game. So you
Yeah, we actually can't fit the ads in. It's not enough tech pauses,
in a
man.
different league entirely and starting.
You guys should get 2 of them and start racing in the tech pause, though, and get pretty good all the time.
Get an early advantage potentially there, but okay, it's spotted out. Valent's going to
Okay,
be
pistols, like we said, 1-0 to EG. Just make you feel a little bit worse. We got Fiddling with the Prime as well. Thank you so much for that. We got Icy Juice King with the Prime. We got Lil Fat Ass with the Gifted as well.
The door opened on A. They were reading that it was an A hit. You saw the rotation from EG starting to lean over there.
Thank you for the Gifted.
Drone came out
Thank you so much for the Gifted,
hold
yeah.
on.
Apologies.
We don't know where it's going right now.
Sorry.
You see EG's defense kind of scattered currently. Lacking info.
That's Spicy Knob.
Sandy G as well. Thanks for the Gifted also.
Draw a line all the way back. I mean, it's further back than where the barrier started for a lot of these players.
Okay.
It really
I finished
is.
my Gaviscon. Heartburn's going to be under control here. I'll be okay.
The drone, though, is gone from Derek, or in
he
fact,
didn't even
he
buy
never
it.
bought it. Yeah. So they don't really
Come
have
on,
a way
AG.
of
We
gaining
can
info
get a
beyond
pistol
Icy
here.
just
We
kind
can
of
get a pistol.
Yeah, they need double pistol.
Could get punished.
Unknowns, definitely.
Not looking great from their
this so
position.
35 seconds
No,
left. G2
no. At the beginning, not brilliant.
trying to give EG a taste of their own
Icy on
medicine.
6 to 11 now, 5 in front of him.
No, Util really
Not the
expected,
best.
as we've already mentioned as well, and still
Okay.
okay.
And he got an
Icy.
extra one as well.
Shots
Extra
laid
bit of
down as
damage,
soon as that
right?
orb is going
Not too
straight
bad.
up.
Freebie.
It puts EG into a pretty nice spot. 5v4 now to
Those
try and play this one
nades,
into the
Molly
retake.
for the
Looking to potentially
retake.
flood in and waiting for the right cue.
Big Joe for Ye. Prius?
Versus Ye
Prius?
towards Blue Room.
And they're going
God's
for a walk of their own. Is it going to be anticipated? The timing is missed! And what a mistake to make there!
Nature, please,
Just
go on.
missed
Yes,
it narrowly.
yes,
Nature
yes.
does his best to try and
Oh,
reclaim
no.
some space
Fair
onto
play,
it, but
Prius
Trent
really locked in,
trying
man.
to deny it, and damage is done to it. Jonah P, he's alone, his eyes
See, see what he's delivered us. That was incredible.
EG,
Okay, double
Heather came
pistol.
over.
squeeze on him.
I think Heather came over,
they're going to be able
picked
to
him up
lay
out of the
claim
seat.
to.
Have a break, mate.
Nature
Yeah,
just
go on.
spanked him with the pistol. He just
That
got
was-
two
Nature just saved him in that
super
round.
important
Jesus
kills
Christ.
denying
Yeah,
that
that was
push.
a nice shot.
Because you're so right,
Oh.
EG did not have that timing. Yeah, look at that. That's how Leaf falls at the beginning from Icy. I thought it was through a smoke. But here's that other push, completely caught Derek and Icy off guard.
I thought that was it.
Nature turns around and deals a
Nature
death
getting
blow
that second
back
is-
to G2.
Oof.
See what it means to him.
Yeah.
There she is.
Back a little bit.
And here comes G2
right
Oh,
on the
boy.
force. They've been doing this quite a lot
We gotta pay
since the
attention.
beginning of Bangkok.
No, it's
When
fine.
they
It's totally
force in
fine.
situations
Is
like
it
this,
fine? Do they have
knows
like a
they have
71% win rate?
That's absolutely
Nah, but
ludicrous.
Potter's
They
aware.
have worse weaponry
Alright, the
than their opponents,
awareness.
but they're winning 3/4 of the
He
time.
knows what they're up to. Right?
Trying to control the pace on the
Oh, we
attack
don't.
side.
We
Oh
don't.
boy. Oh, not this again.
Jump spot just missing that one onto the timing, and Jorgamo happy to clean him up. Take him out of the picture now. It's open access to that C site. And how do you bounce back if you're EG? Difficult indeed. An abundance of util as well, pushing them all the way back and away. That's a paranoia.
Dude, you can't retake this one out.
Delaying this attempt and take. EG
Curse
trying
him,
to
I
get
hope your
themselves
curse
into
is
this one.
stronger than
Outlaw
mine,
in
mate.
hand, not the weapon of choice for Icy. But he's got to make two. Stuns. Ricocheting, rebounding here. Picking them apart at the seams. This is just G2
their win rate's
I knew
at
this
their
was
best.
happening.
It's so high with
to the tally,
stingers.
Josh.
It's so insane.
It's not quite flawless, but it looks like it. That's amazing. How do they win these
They're like
rounds so
they're like one of the
cleanly?
only
They
teams
just
that
have
does
such
this
great
consistently
ideas,
well.
and they get themselves into positions where the Stinger looks unbeatable.
You can't be surprised
the
at this point.
America's
Like,
Stinger
why are we doing
is
this?
OP. What's ridiculous though too is G2, they're winning, I mean now more than 75%, like 77% or whatever after this round.
No, yeah,
But
it must be
they're
around that.
still only forcing
75,
a third of the time
77%.
when they lose pistol. Do it more often, man.
Yeah.
Do it more often. It's outrageous how often they're
No,
winning.
but they only
When
ever
actually
do it when
opt
they
into
plan
that.
on
But
attacks.
they
That's like
normally
one of the
wait until
reasons
they're
they
on
have
attack
the
side and
the
they get
best
the
win
plan
rates
down.
because they can actually get like the heavy armor.
Taking out of the sails of these EG players.
But they're just still insane with
Thought
stingers.
you were going to get a bit of respite, but not quite. And they hear that. All being taken. That's a full line. That's a salvo.
Ooh, they're lucky to escape.
Dude, it's gonna be 10-5 and they want double
I
Give me
pistol.
to that two. Let's just get to split, mate. Let's just get split.
Yeah,
It's probably best. It's probably best.
Risk to be taken here for these EG
Any other
players.
100
Yeah, hoping to
gifters
get
to help us get
lucky.
through the next
They're gonna be
couple of rounds.
spending
That'd be
all
really
about
helpful.
Just a small
small
100.
donation.
Because it delays the
for 100
rifle round
subs.
by one round, you get close to those ults that you can use to snowball the attack side. And it's Trent actually who I'm looking at, but he gets absolutely nailed.
And Superman. He's under the pressure right now, but he's really taking control.
I've been begging for gifties. Like, I need
this
you to
round
relax.
entirely.
This is on the clip.
I just want to say, unlucky to not get the kill
Oh,
there.
it's not on the clip.
Look
Fine, Leaf, look at this. Yeah, he's not hitting
has
that.
to contain this one. He needs to do it cleanly.
Oh,
it's mucky. And it's a rough spot indeed, but still that fault line from
Dude,
afar, long range.
where's the stun always coming from? Okay, hold up. He gets the heal now as well.
Not. Yay. He's fully healed up, but only for a moment. It's going to be fading before you know
Oh,
it.
boy.
It was anticipated. Here's it. 1v1.
Oh, man. Absolute shots, dude. Yeah, made it to the clip.
Refund them. Refund them. It's fine. Yeah, he's here now.
Outrageous.
It's game
Wait, that
on.
was
Fucking
lovely
stingers.
shots. Mango Freeze, thank you for the 5 gifted dudes. Sorry that I missed that earlier. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate that, Mango. And we got Calzacool with the 11. Thanks for the tier 1. And Anonymous gifted with the 1 gifted as well. Thank you so much.
And a beautiful headshot to take down
Dude, insane shots.
Oh my god, the way I just died!
Okay, did that happen on site then? I think Jorgamo...
So that's your reaction at the end of that round.
I thought I was watching it. Jorgamo jumped here, and did he get a jump shot?
Side of the force buy from G2.
I actually don't know. I didn't see it.
Yeah, I think in the 1v2, if Nature was the second that died, I thought I saw this. That he jump shot him.
Jorgamo, dimensional drift forwards here. Gate crash to clear.
Honestly, wouldn't be
Pave
surprised
away
at this
potentially
point.
to this seaside.
Nah, I think that was a crazy
They've already
clip.
evacuated.
For an EMEA would see
Something
it.
I dislike about EG
He
on this
jump
map,
shot
they're
him on the
very
dink.
slow
Yeah, that's
to
what I
retake on
thought.
C. They don't
Okay, we gotta
throw one
focus in because we got 1, 2, 3, 4 that can't buy next, and everyone's from G2 as well.
I mean, Superman just goes for it.
I mean, I think that was an attempt off the back of some of
Dude,
that.
that's an early play from Leaf.
Just trying to take that timing and that flank still. 4v4, Plant's only just going down by the way here, and they're really looking at the tango.
IRL turning the flash, he's locked
Takes
in.
two of them though, Nature opts in and already removed it. Still Armageddon forwards.
Icy did pretty good though.
Tall and proud,
Yeah.
trying to maintain control out towards the side of the straight. Spam does the work and gets the number of Valen. And now Trent left into the
Trent's got
1v2.
salvos
He's
and tree.
been fantastic. But can he persevere? Stray shots flying towards him.
The jump around the corner. Dude, I was about to question the jump, but when he went around the corner with the movement, I was like, actually kind of nice.
Not willing to go down lightly.
Perfect. It's perfect.
And so
Force him
much
down to
faster
an
than
eco,
I've seen from
9-7.
EG on the C retakes. Superman's in,
Damn, dude.
I mean, way early, ridiculously early. But the rest of the team is brawling, scrapping, fighting for space. Jorgamo
Leaf went
forced to
really
take that
early
fight
on his
because
luck.
Derek ulted. And there's Teobot on the other side causing chaos as well.
Couple feel good rounds here.
Much less
feel good.
controlled, I think,
Yeah.
from both teams.
Got the timeout out of him, got him
Into a little bit
shaking.
of carnage there.
Yeah,
It's EG
got me
that comes
feeling
out on top.
nice. And obviously Coach Potter's having a yap at the
I'd be
same
saying
time.
that in this match.
That's 9-7.
G2 come in, honestly, as heavy favorites.
Like, this
in
is
this
closer
game.
than it should be. Like, in all
you could've
reality,
said
like, this
that about
is
their
G2.
match
They
against
play, like,
most
beautiful
recently. That
Val.
one went
They're in a really
3 maps,
strong map.
OT
Like,
towards the end.
this is... The
And now
fact
here
it's
again.
7-9.
EG picked Lotus.
Obscene.
It's an uphill
It's
battle.
it's a double pistol,
It's always
Pansy.
going to be, no matter how
Shut
good
up.
you are on this map.
I ain't coming for your
Here,
logic.
EG are keeping it
Going for
within
hope.
2, and they've knocked G2 down onto an eco.
Hope,
So in all
man,
likelihood,
what the
This is
hell?
going to be a game where there's
No
only
more
one
hundreds
round
for him,
separating
guys.
these
He's
two
just not
teams.
grateful.
The-
He's
I
not
see.
beginning of
grateful.
playoffs,
He doesn't
it looked
deserve
like
them.
An ocean
Too much,
separating
too much
Take your money.
logic.
We
Doesn't
ran towards
deserve
it.
it.
Oh, well, is the playoffs going to be a bit boring?
He's a
For
realist.
G2, are they just going to be
No,
sealing it
no,
up
no.
all the way through the upper? Not
a
excitement,
chance.
man. We got excitement, not a chance at all. One of the things that was rattling around my brain before we even got into this series was wondering, are EG going to keep evolving as a team? Seems like every single match they've gone
probably
through in
not,
that
Bren,
lower
but it doesn't
bracket, they
matter.
haven't really been the favourites, but
Fine, we're
they've
happy.
stood up to
They
the
can stay
challenge.
the
They've
same.
done well.
They don't need to evolve. It's fine.
They've developed even
What's the
more as a
plan
team.
here?
They're finding their style, finding their
Heavy,
footing.
heavy armor classic.
Enjoy, yeah, that's a bit...
I think you can see that evidence of that in this game too.
What is the plan?
Just
Help.
in the terms of the
You're
way
the
they're
analyst.
brawling on
Do
this
they, I mean, I guess they think he has an owl, so he's going to jump the
ultimates
first
are
corner.
enormous for EG here. But the idea is to not have to use them in this round. You want to save them if possible for round 18, when it has the chance of breaking G2's economy again. Leaf has a rifle.
And he could be the danger player
And
there.
he's baiting at the moment to try get a gun, maybe.
Opportunities.
Maybe. We've got the orange and a P now.
Yeah, I think they're just baiting
Just trying to
this.
play that long con.
Yeah.
Thinking about
Guess.
win cons later on into the rounds, try and build up, get closer to the ultimates.
Okay, so they re-cleared Mound and B.
A rubble
Should be a jump
reclear.
spot.
Superman.
Oh, Superman.
Jesus.
Dominates control.
Yeah, he's getting sharp.
Bodega,
I mean,
thank you so
lots
much,
to be
dude. Thank you for the
honest.
5
Lee's
gifted.
gonna be
Thank you
top
for
as a
that.
rifle player.
I appreciate
Now
you,
they can
dude.
start rotating people over towards
Thank you
B&A.
so much for doing that.
they
Chat, you
are.
guys are doing a
Thank you
great
for
job with the
supporting
slug
the,
oiler as well.
EG Copium
Where are they
funds.
going? They're
Appreciate you for that one.
Yeah.
Over towards C.
Nice.
Hoping that there's
Big
a bit
support.
of a gap over here. 40 seconds.
Superman.
Is that meant to be me?
Yeah.
Oh,
it's
okay,
supposed to
sorry,
have,
I
mate. It's
didn't.
been a long day, mate.
That's a drone to the side. And slightest of off angles, almost not anticipated. Trent
More of that.
can't quite
More
take
of
that one.
We
This
got-
backup
we got
arriving.
help
That's
here.
Derek over the shoulder. Stray shots and
No
bullets.
sweat now. No
Gotta
sweat
choose
now.
a
Dude, look at
different direction,
Valorant.
But I think this might be hurt potentially. Depends.
Don't worry
how
about
far
Valorant.
has
He's
been.
watching nature.
It was called for.
He's got him locked in,
Just a slight
mate.
speed up, I think.
Jorg really wants this
We
fight.
take all these rounds.
it.
Every
Well, there's
single
only 10
shit
seconds
by.
left.
We are
Yeah, you can shut
absolutely
all of this down
huffing the
so
code.
easily.
Trent, yeah,
Dude,
it's just
no, look at their money.
hazard with it.
Down A.
But it was an eco for G2.
Great
It's kind of
Is Jorg
unreal.
going to try to save
Yeah.
after he put all of that effort into getting the Vandal back online?
Ult's coming
Well,
through real nice
There
as
goes
well.
some of that money.
Hunted from behind, but
Good ult though.
might be able to hold on.
Yeah, just trying to sidestep
Sorted.
most of the bullets. Can't
Sorted.
quite hold on to it.
Lining up here.
You
Have a
are
look
right,
at
Josh. It
that.
wasn't eco.
What's the
The
full
thing is, though,
hand?
look at the ultimates that are
For-
available to EG. It's
Four
almost everything. They
ults.
have Raze
If they
ults
win it,
very
they force them
high
down to
pressure.
another
They got
eco.
Blade on for retake. Ye is able to have 2
Snowball, you
lives
might
in this
say.
round.
Yeah.
And Superman at any point can
Out
try to
Lotus still out though. I'm not sure about that
pop his
one.
Only
arm
two
towards
people.
C and ensure that that
Don't know
area
that
of the
one
map
so
is
much.
locked down. Or at least
alright.
much more challenging.
UG.
Actually, an interesting match. No, it's actually getting pretty
Straight
close.
down the
Alright.
gut of the map here. Is this an
Oh, they're
aggro
walking
play
in.
coming from
I
them?
mean-
Nice
I mean the
early
double
pistol.
pistol, but-
Walk up, triple
Dude, it's a big change up from them.
It's a triddle.
Get a
It's a
kill
triddle
or
face.
two. Still off to the side.
Ooh,
Strong
big
over the trade, but
trades.
he's
Instant reaction from them. I mean, they got to get the spike
Leaf
back.
got
They
really
can't
caught
even
off by
insta
that.
react.
He wasn't just jump spotting.
Oh, this is
He
lovely.
went to actually try to hold the angle and contest. Not
They
expecting
spot
EG to
2
do
and the
something
drones going
aggressive
out
in the
towards
first 10
A. They know
seconds.
all 3 are here. They can take C control.
I think this is an EG that's
Guys,
really trying to
comms.
shift their
Comms.
game up a little
Superman
bit
pops the
just to
ult.
throw G2 off their rhythm.
That's what I was talking about
Wow.
earlier, man. That evolution of EG that we're witnessing.
Missed out on the
Surely
comms
that's
there.
enough info, right?
Because it's been slow
yeah, they
going
didn't
ever since that
comment.
crew game in stage 1. But they've been adding twists and turns.
I mean, Icy gets at least a
Unexpected
tag
moments. This is a
everyone.
narrow
Unless
angle.
Valorant for first.
Indeed, what a peek by Valen. Just crouches
Lovely.
straight into it, almost
Can't be.
Those
anticipating
little crouch
it.
peeks
Brings
again.
it
Oh,
so
dude, they're
close
getting
to
so
the
strong, aren't they?
line going down, anything to push this one back. Looks like the salvos are good for it, Derek.
Oh, this is
Onto the high ground, but he's going to be meeting his match here with a lot of util. Slows them down to a crawl, but just delay with the util.
Superman's
So
in
another kill
space,
claimed.
mate.
Spike finally
Christ.
planted, G2.
See ult here if he gets one, I
On
guess.
the back foot in this round here, but finally with an advantage at least with the players.
Come on,
Yay.
Ye.
Look
Come
to
on,
even
Ye.
the odds. Waiting for a bit of pressure now from Superman. Opens up the
player
door
standing.
wide,
Oh.
but
Ooh,
triple face
okay.
again.
He's going
Not
for
dead
it.
yet. Not really anticipated. Still with that plenty
Good
of
molly.
util. That's a snake bite wide. The face.
Okay.
Needs to be claimed.
Okay.
Round and away.
Big smoke.
Yay.
Please, brother,
Big
please.
smoke.
Brought it to a
Big
winnable
smoke.
spot.
Big smoke.
Smoke in the back pocket. Not anticipating it. Valen with the reposition up towards.
How is Ye winning these rounds? God, prime Ye. He's giving him a little wave while he's defusing as well.
I'm out the chair. I'm up.
He goes in a 1v3. Gets sent to
Jesus.
hell and bounces back.
My neighbour's fuming and I
Not
don't
dead,
care.
but for a moment. And
Wait, what's the
springs
time
out,
there?
Hitting ungodly shots.
2:30 in the morning.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Don't care. Don't care.
Resurrected and
Dude, I'd
comes
be
back
tempted to send the,
snap up onto Valen.
King
He
of
had
Hell
no idea that he
anti-line
teleported
on
onto the
that.
high ground.
I'd be tempted.
And Potter,
Yeah.
gobsmacked, cannot believe
I'm gonna chef something
what
up,
the
man.
players are capable of.
That's true.
He's
He's
getting
actually
good again.
back.
Cold. So cold.
Yeah, back to the drawing boards. Gotta come up with something.
On EG level with G2.
I'll be taking any,
Down onto another eco round.
you know,
EG are now
Any ideas in chat, yeah.
It's
round, yeah,
unbelievable
let
what
me
they've
know.
done.
Will not credit you
Any
like Sliggy doesn't
wordsmiths?
when he gives me
Clear
subs.
towards rubble here for G2, but again, you already mentioned it. The weaponry less than ideal.
The Clove value, I'll do the Clove value's through the roof at the moment. Envy actually has to do an apology
Puts
video.
himself in the spotlight with that one. That's going to be Ye dropped down, and this is fast indeed. But out wide into the open leaf, not expecting this one. It's Rapid from EG still there, blinds it up. Valid is eager to try and take that fight forward. Still, that's a showstopper. It's going to be rattled off and away, and they don't hear a thing. All noise cues cut away. That's a plan. Committed. Jonah P has to ISO these fights. Has to do it now. Stinger in hand. Just not possible. Leaves it down to 2.
Gets a kill, he gets all.
That rifle reclaim. Jogo might be able to do it.
Yeah,
forward.
Oh, that kill, well, stunned up.
pointed out now, but this is it. The net is closing in. Jorgamo!
Nice. He's running when he
Quite
hits that.
do it.
The big moments here.
You do have another timer,
coming
right?
From evil geniuses. We saw Ye's performance in the previous round. Nature hits that crucial stun shot there to deny what could have been a comeback in this round from G2. And look at the string of rounds that the defenders have put together here. 5 in a row. And they forced a timeout from Josh
Ever since
RT.
you made your shitty little double pistol comment, look what's happened.
No, they've won every single round.
It's so good that Trent is throwing. Completely pins somebody in the corner.
Let's go.
And Nature still manages to hit the shot.
Oh, there it is.
Take a breather at this tag timeout.
I'll take a breather, thank you. I need it.
It's not quite fit the pattern of G2's game so far.
It really hasn't, nor EG's.
No.
Can't believe he called you out in his little skit earlier.
A bit of a
Mate,
burning at a midnight oil type beat. It hasn't been the case.
And
the problem is, I don't do like funny banter, you know what I mean? I'm just rude. I'll just get fined or something.
Or their form,
well.
strong. They
Like,
dominate. And it's looked like,
Call him a knob on
this is amazing.
broadcast.
Yeah,
Just
literally.
tank the fine.
Straight up.
Hey, it would be a 1-0 though.
Yeah.
This,
like, if I just sent it, I'm sure someone would gift me like 100 subs.
First 8 rounds, and then
Get me out of the fine.
everything after the halftime.
I said
has
fuck
been
on the grand
dead
finals.
even.
There's no, and they didn't even
And
find me
EG
then.
applying the pressure. Foot on
That's
the
true.
gas. Yeah. G2
I think I've got,
just
like, with the amount of
stay
tech pauses I've had to soak up, I think I can at
in the
least call
final
someone like a knob on air.
Yeah, and you go, I'm long overdue this.
Yeah.
Final spot for
And
our
what are you
America's
gonna do?
teams going to Toronto is defined and decided
Quick,
by
go back
this
to
match.
Counter-Strike,
Hopefully not fire you. Yeah.
G2, they have this habit of bringing the best out of their opponents. EG as well.
Take me back.
Bit of play.
Couldn't go Giant Steel again, yeah. You can
No,
go-
Henry.
You know,
Oh,
it's
okay,
very
yeah,
loud.
yeah.
Spider 1 round
Who's
for
he
now.
casting with?
Anders,
I've got the
right?
plan. Nah, DDK's with Anders at the moment, mate. Yeah.
DDK's back.
Big crash forwards
Yeah, all
alongside that
changed.
ult.
Oh,
At
finally.
least he did the most recent one, yeah.
Here. Spots out
Okay.
for 2.
I'll focus on the game, my bad.
I know that EG are just playing this
Wait.
one. Oh, how is Valen going down there?
Wait, how?
Huh?
Oh, that's
Huh?
brutal.
The fight to be taken, that's a door open
Was it-
wide.
It
EG.
wasn't even an assist with it, right?
Yeah, it was
He's
Viper.
doing it again
I think it's
to
Molly,
Aman.
but
was?
And he's out
Okay,
wide into
yeah.
the open as an Armageddon force. Oh, back to the side. That's
round is
Jordan looking
weird
to
as
see if he
hell.
can pick up these pieces, make anything of the round whatsoever in the chaos.
Dude, he just I must have just been
EG
throwing smokes here.
drive.
It's just an unforced error though, I'm pretty
Dominated
sure.
leap
Surely.
on the lurk. Got into aggressive positions.
We're
Valen,
gonna
I
get
think,
that
must have been
replay, right?
inside of his smoke.
EBS? Hello?
So he couldn't really tell that he was stood on top of a salvo or something? I don't know, I'd love to see a
Here it
replay.
is.
Yeah,
of how he
I think
died
he's
in
just
this situation.
smoking.
There's the salvos. And
Oh.
yet,
Oh, he
no.
just doesn't
Wait.
hear it. And Viper
Takes
smoke took him
eight
down.
damage And ends up going down. I don't think he even realizes that the salvos are
I
inside
don't think he
the
realized
Viper
salvos
orb
are there. Maybe the comms are crazy.
And they've knocked
What's
G2
like that? I
onto
made that.
another eco.
Intentional,
This
boys.
is ridiculous. The form that we're seeing
Claim
from EG.
everything that
the
goes
movement's
right.
going in their direction. And a
Triple
massive
stinger.
brawl.
Oh!
Immediately goes their way. Icy picks up 2.
Dude, they're gonna get to
Stingers
12.
out of here, bro. Get those stingers
You're not
out
coming
of
back from
here.
this one.
Come out.
Revenge on the mind.
You can't hate the
Redemption
stingers
for
though,
Lotus
right?
EG.
You're
No,
fine
I
with
don't. I
the
actually don't
stingers.
mind the stingers. I
Okay,
really
okay.
don't
That's what
mind the
they're
stingers. They're
playing
perfectly fine.
for.
Good nade. Great nade.
Oh, sure.
Nade
Good observing.
rebounds.
Christ.
Damn, dude.
Quick getaway from
Yeah, that actually
Jordan
was
here.
nice,
You're
right?
already 2 players
Yeah.
down, and this is an EG with all the
Dude,
confidence
Superman,
in
you
the
do not
world.
need to be doing this.
All the
You won the duel, but...
confidence in
bro.
the world. Surrounding.
Holy hell, look at the confidence.
lives.
What are they doing? It's 5v3, they're pushing him in spawn.
Flawless.
Bro.
3 opportunities
It's
to close out
disrespectful.
the Lotus.
A yay
On what I
pistol,
think a
some
lot of
like
people would be pointing
madness
to
going
as
on.
G2's best map. They've got a
They're
deep map for
confident, bro.
G2.
They're
They've got
actually
other
confident
maps
on
that are great for
Lotus
them.
against
Split Pearl,
G2.
They're super fine on those maps
We've got
too.
Icebox
Don't
up next
count
with-
G2 out. But if EG are
Yay
capable
on the
of doing
jet.
it here on Lotus, they might be capable
There's no
of doing
Icebox,
it
right?
on a
I
bunch of
think-
different ones too.
Surely.
I think you made it up. I'm pretty sure he got like fast back.
Honestly, like,
No,
I've never seen against
don't do
G2.
that. It's
I've never
split.
seen a
It's
team
fine. It's fine.
put G2
Wait,
in their
what's he
place
doing on
like this.
split? Has he
On
been
this
on the
map.
close still?
I have no idea.
Oh.
Dude, he was on chamber for a little bit, but they changed the chamber.
No, we can't be doing chamber now, can we? Let's not do that.
You don't like chamber?
No strangers to the storyline of EG.
Damn, dude.
Look, I've got my I don't know. I just don't like it. I don't like Ye playing it.
Toronto.
Even though he's historically
Tokyo, I
incredible.
should say.
I
You
him
don't
playing
like the best chamber while playing chamber. Nah, that makes sense. I get it.
Finding that peak form.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Striking wide the iron.
Result-wise, it didn't bang.
Looks like there was an attempt.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
EG got 3 rounds.
Yeah, that's
wide.
fair.
EG.
With the haunt though, there was cross.
Do they retake the map control 3-person fight?
So risky on his own.
Okay, they find out 2 are there. Insta speed up over towards A. 2 people waiting. Side's clear, but if they go here, they might get absolutely wrecked. Omen all into tree, so they take tree for free. They'd have to use a util. They can keep their Omen flash. Tail for back is. There's actually a very hard retake though.
Closing in as a Viper's Pit.
Let's keep an eye on Valen's Omen flash.
The defense of G2 are going to be layering down at it to get into the post plant. One way up top is going to mean it's even more difficult. An abundance of utility flying forwards here. It's gone pound for pound now. Valen has got more in the back pocket, but
mate, throw the Omen flash, Valen.
What are we doing?
You can't hear them, or maybe no one's spotting heaven. I'm so confused. Oh my goodness, Ice absolutely sent it. Nice shot.
It's alright, Yay. Yay's cooking.
He's got ult. Oh, he's gone for his ult again.
Turns to flash. They know where Trent is.
Trent, they have to do it all. 1v1. Nature sticking. Half earned. 6 bullets left. Trent down to the wire. Is there time though? Time!
That is so close. That is so close.
Damn, dudes. Okay, respect. That's a crazy map.
Statement opening blow to G2. It looked at the half.
What did they get? Like what? They got 1. They got 1 round.
EG's run on defense was
Since your little ratty comment about pistols,
no, they won every single round.
I hope you feel bad.
Yeah. GB, thank you so much. I appreciate the 5 gifted. GB10. Appreciate that. Chatting not to do. Let's stop the bot. Get this like oil spam going.
Despite beating them
they only won the second round.
No, yeah, they only won second round. You're right.
An incredible opening to this series that defines what our third team is going to Toronto. It's easy to take it. The peaks in the individual form.
I mean, at least they got at least we get a 3rd map if it is that case.
Honestly, just so many moments where the EG players pulled out.
Dude, how do they? Dude, Potter's just insane. Fair
On
play.
the attack side, it kept feeling like EG were in positions to win rounds.
I genuinely
but then they
thought this roster was cooked. Like literally, I thought
they still managed to
it's
together
done.
enough.
Dude, it had Yay on
They
there.
go
You
in
can't
a
think it's
crazy
cooked.
run on their defense side. And Yay,
I mean, the early
my God,
performances
what was
weren't.
this?
Nah, but dude, you can't think anything of Bleed. Bleed was just a done.
No, I'm not talking about Bleed. I'm talking early with EG.
Oh, okay.
I just thought this roster was never going to work.
One. Apart from us here as well, the analyst desk could be setting us up nice
I was
and
down
pretty.
very
the rest
early.
Of the series do not go anywhere.
Shut my goddamn mouth.
Dude, you got to be feeling so nervous if you're G2.
Dude, it's one of those where it's like the pressure is just on them, just trying to not lose.
Yeah.
And that's a horrific situation.
It really is. Because you're like meant to, especially when like your goal is to win like a Masters or a Champs this year, and then this starts happening.
Yep.
But when Verizon
and they were so close before. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they've been like so close to like trophy lifting sort of levels, and then, I mean, it feels like Toronto might be a bit cursed. I don't know if it's gonna happen in EMEA. It probably wouldn't happen to the same extent, but like, it already feels weird.
Oh yeah, we got some. It definitely got a lot of teams that people weren't expecting.
Yeah, was it no EDG, no T1, and I mean, what, Vitality looking?
Oh, dude, they're done, I think.
Yeah. Is there anyone else I'm missing?
I mean, BBL have a good chance to do it with how they're playing.
True.
That'd be fun.
Yeah, very true.
Okay, chat, let me spam some ads. I will be back in a little bit.
Can Trent, however, have the firepower for 2 of these members?
Trent, he left me unmuted.
Oh my God! Nature takes care of him, but that's just a start. He's gotten it down to 1v1.
I am here with Potter ahead of map 2. First off, I got to ask you a
you
little bit of the
Let's
evil
go,
genius coming
Hold on,
out with a
Potter's
pick
talking.
of
Pause.
Lotus. G2's last 10 games or wins. What was the thought coming out there?
I mean, just activate Yay. Activate Yay. Going into the second half, especially as well, we felt like the first half was definitely ours. 4-8 doesn't feel good for the confidence, but a lot of 1v1s and unfortunate clutches that we didn't come out on top of. But the confidence was there and the problem solving was there in the second half for us.
That's amazing. What's the key to the activation that made the comeback happen?
I mean, it always helps when Yay is just popping off, right? I mean, if Yay is getting deagle kills like that, everyone starts to feel really good.
Potter, thanks so much. Best of
I
luck.
can't believe it.
We couldn't agree more with Coach Potter. Because, well, my guy was frying. Let's just show the highlights there because seriously, evil geniuses lock up Lotus and a big reason for
Yay on, boys.
just popping off.
Now.
Think about the risk that
I
Potter
don't know,
took
Chief.
picking up Yay during the offseason. He had come
I don't know
off
if I
a
believe in
winless
that.
season in NA Tier 2 with DSG.
I don't know.
He had come off of a year in Pacific where he only won
Coach
a
Cotter,
match
do you have
with
something
Bleed.
for us?
And now
Please.
he gets this opportunity with EG. Starts disappointing, but oh my
I can't
God.
believe they won that
here in
one.
playoffs,
There's no way.
It's right back to
There's no
being
way.
Prime Yay, he was so clutch in the second half. And remember, you talk about risks that EG took. They picked Lotus. G2 had not lost this map all year. Not
You believe in
home
it?
Americas,
Okay,
not
if you guys
internationally
believe,
versus
I'm down.
Vitality, EDG, T1. None of those teams were
You want a
able
fun
to
fact?
beat G2 on this map. EG pick it and just knock them out of the park.
And it's crazy because I actually thought
really
their
tough.
attack side had some really good ideas. I loved some of the slow default around where they're punishing John the TP. It was clear they put a lot of prep into that. But they were still down 4-8 going into the half. They rally back there after getting ecoed as well, and they still pull it off. It's crazy.
The only good tea, I do have a lot of tea, but I don't think I can say any.
I do got to
Are you
give
a
a little
caster
bit of
for
flowers
VCT?
to
Yes.
Icy. Had a few moments where he had some greatness there. And in
I'm
that
trying to
battle
think
between him
of,
and
like, some
Jogamo, right?
old
The
tea
guys
with
who
Potter.
swapped jerseys and went to the
I can't tell you the stories, man. I really want to tell you some old lore about Potter or some terrible stories. But they're just like a little inappropriate. You know what I mean? Because like now she's a professional
He also
and
tried to go for like
serious.
C boost play with the satchels that he ran in his last series versus
Thoughts on
Crew.
the chat tweet? Not my business. Not my business.
The
None
second
of my
half, though, I
business.
do have to say there were a few critical rounds where he was able to show up.
Yeah, he looked really nice on some of these retakes for EG. I think
Nah, I can't do
him and
Potter
Yay
like that because
together,
it's
not just individually excellent,
it's a
but do
hilariously
really
bad
good
story.
job of
It's a
playing off each
hilariously
other,
bad
especially in
story.
those retake
Like she,
situations.
like her new
Swinging,
like
trading
thing
each
now
other
being
out.
like
They
this
look
like
really
well
strong
put
as a duo.
together like you know the goated coach.
Crushing in this opening map. He is not going to feel good.
It's not like awful. It's not, you know what I mean,
especially
but
with the diff he had going on.
it's,
you know
it doesn't put
that
in much
G2
flattering
lineup
lights.
not
Any tea on
satisfied with
Sliggy?
this
Nah,
at
dude.
all. Let's actually get some
Like
words from the
Sliggy
coach
is
at
just
G2 to
it's
find out
just your
what's gonna
bread
go
and
down on
butter.
map 2.
You know what I mean? You know what you get.
I am here
There
with
is
Coach
some
Josh
deep
ahead of
lore,
map
but
2. Looking that map was so close.
I don't have the
up
like
until it seems like
iSeries
EG was able to
gossip.
kind
I
of
could find
temper the
some. I'll get to
what have you
cooking.
identified that they were able to do that wasn't allowing G2 to get that result?
Sliggy vs Mini in a boxing match feels like it's like, you know, adults against the juniors. Seems a bit unfair.
But it came down to these like micro moments towards the end.
I don't think I've been around Sliggy when he's been drunk.
Where
ever.
we were just disconnected, desynced, not understanding.
Like we hung around in very different
I was
groups.
just telling the boys like we need to
like
get
I
on the
used to
same
hang out
page
with like the
here.
COD 4
Whoever
guys, and I
wants
think
to
he was
lead,
more like
lead,
the Counter-Strike
and just
source
commit to
slot.
that call. And there was a lot
I
of
think there was an
moments
event
that
he was
you saw,
observing
it
at
was just
where I was
'cause,
there
like,
with
people were overcalling
Henry.
each other, or they're
I can't
not
remember
really,
what
like,
happened,
understanding,
but I
what the
don't
call was,
remember
and so
being drunk around him either.
uncharacteristically,
So.
we were not synced
Sliggy's
up in this
you know,
moment. So
he's
as long
a
as we
sensible
take
boy.
care of that, I feel like
Hello?
our game plans are really solid.
Hello, mate.
We should.
They're
be
trying
able
to get some gossip on you.
Oh, really?
I didn't really have any. Yeah, like there's nothing to
Gotta
say.
say, I always appreciate the honesty of Coach Josh RT telling us what's going on with G2 in the comms.
I swear there was an event you were observing at one point, and Henry was there, and I think it was maybe in London. I don't remember.
Birmingham, right?
The
Birmingham?
Nothing to lose.
Where was the ESL studios?
Meanwhile, on the other side, G2.
Oh,
that
Midlands.
Pressure.
It was like Leicester.
Baby.
Yeah, that
And
place. Yeah.
Yeah, it might be one of those. But that's
Definitely pressure on them. I was able to listen in.
I don't remember anything particularly
I hear what he's talking about there. Where there was
Dude, I remember we were at the bar then? I remember you telling me about Valorant potentially coming out.
Giving ideas of how to play the game,
Was I leaking info that?
Yeah, you're actually leaking.
Especially on the first half for G2. He had a very
So once again, I deserve some payout.
Accomplish, but
it
this
seems.
was not the calm G2 that I think I was usually expecting to see when they go into a game like
and then of course, you know, they have their strategies, they have their plans, G2, but the problem is, Mimi, is one has to wonder again.
No, it was a long time ago. You really had the early info.
Because now it feels like people are just trying, they're waiting them out, they're figuring it out.
I was planning my escape plan for years, bro.
Yeah.
They're the most watched team in the world.
Can't be mad at that.
Having fun
was saying it when we talked to Amy earlier. He was saying
co-stream eventually.
Everyone is watching.
Dream.
Everyone is stealing their comps. Teams are familiar with it. But honestly, I don't think that loss comes down to 100% just an incredible.
Do it, dude. Pacific games, America's games.
Team looking out of sync. Their post plans in that second half were getting.
That was a really I can't be asked. Yeah.
Yeah, because like there's that time between. You know what I mean? Like right now, I make nice money. Not like I'm not on the like Tarek Sliggy money, but
why have you put my name next to his?
Right there, right next to Tarek. So I'm not, and there's that gap between where I'd make no money and I like money. I'm an adult. I need to pay bills.
Coming up after this, it's going to be split.
So how he 1-0 for EG though?
Right, we'll find out on the other side.
I did just get 300 gifted though. That's true. that's all mine. That's all mine.
Yeah, that is
like,
true.
Hold on, I don't see Tarek getting 300 gifted. So
this is the most ever gifted. This is the most subs I've ever had in a stream. In fairness,
it has been a long day. I didn't get paid any extra, but nice you did. They're like, oh, Sliggy's had to do 3 games, 3 regions, tough.
Dude, it's been 16-hour stream almost as well. That makes you feel better.
Congrats, man. No. No, I was in meetings at 11. I don't want to be there. I want to be asleep. Then I had to cast. Cast half a game.
Here we have it, yeah. Map
that was
2
not fun.
coming up, which is
yeah, that's a rough one, honestly.
My word, we have an absolute series ahead of us here. It's already
check
looking
the
like
Angel
with,
tweet.
EG taking that first
What's
map,
Angel saying?
completely subverting expectations across the board.
Good example of how to. Oh, goodness. Should have read this before I put it on stream, maybe. Good example of how to ruin your career. Everyone who works at Tier 1 has a lot of storage to share. Most of those would be affected by the storyteller perception, to be honest. But the question is, would you work with a guy who's ready to tweet something like this? Damn, dude, he's actually gone
well. Daddy Angel just been like,
yeah.
what are you saying? I like it. I like it.
Like, hey man, where's your professionalism?
Yeah.
Pulling it out.
But they only won
Fair
1
play.
out of 7 of their post plans. So they were planting
like,
the spike
I feel like
70%
Angel Pro just like never tweets and then every now and then just drops this like nuke like that and then just leaves for another like year.
Yeah, I think he is like that. He's just like, oh, this is worthy of one of my 2-a-month tweets.
It is kind of mad to share that on socials, to be fair. Cause like, obviously, everyone who's like involved gets a little more info about players and stuff like that, but to share it publicly does get.
That's what I was saying to chat. Yeah, you're just giving random people ammo because it's like people will ask you about players anyway.
Oh yeah, especially coaching wise and stuff for sure.
Yeah.
Are we just going to see a repeat of the second half of Lotus?
Not my region, lol.
Feeling good about themselves here, but as you said, it's up to G2.
Okay, we got EG on defense, G2 on attack. EG 1 map away from Masters, and G2 1 map away from non-Masters. The best way that I could think of summing that one up.
How is it this? How are we here?
Oh, that's...
Oh,
that's...
Jorgamo trying to take that time with the rest of his team's util here. Here's the reaction though by G2.
They've left Jonah P miles away, so now they've got a breach lurk planting. Trent has to take aggressive screens control with Leaf, which means he's not going to be in position for salvos.
Let's see what a read is
Really
here.
not to say after I watched that.
Jonah fighting in mid.
Yeah, Jonah, okay, it's a critical one to win out here. Make sure you break that
Great
one.
shot from Leaf.
Wow. Over the shoulders is Leaf, and he's been out of
Yeah,
flame.
well, the recovery is incredible.
Wrapping around from IC. Brings it into that 1v2. Jonah P getting a big move on. It's a marathon sprint for him to try and be active into this one. And, well, has he done enough? Anticipation from IC that it could be peak from heaven.
It's really far away. Now he knows where he is. Time.
We're just talking about it. Discipline, buying time. 22 seconds left. Stun is avoided, but time is running shy and short of the mark.
Yeah, he does.
Every time.
The boot didn't bit.
EG are good for it in these kind of scenarios.
3.
You gotta think, is that the play from Jonah P actually? The nade goes
revealing
over
it, revealing his position.
where he's coming from.
Yeah.
And Jonah gives it away with the aftershock. Misses the stun.
How they turn this around? Like I thought Leaf
where the
saved
nerves
them.
are getting to people.
I mean, it's Icy again. A pistol again, or
Yeah. And how many pistols have EG won now?
three.
Yeah,
all
so
three.
they got both on map one and now
on
this.
his own to try to clear with a single breach flash and
Stinger
still
time?
waiting for a teammate. But Icy
Yeah, they got plant.
stays cool
And
throughout
also,
it all.
if Icy's like
He's 4-0
confident early,
to start off
genuinely
this map.
just spirals.
And here's a G2.
There
But
we
like,
go.
please don't lose this one.
Dude, it's pretty much an
know
equal
what
buy
they've
though.
got.
Look at it. Like it is an equal buy. Like the only diff is a bit of util. Wait, not dude. They have so much util.
And get a bunch of kills, so the money
Like
can be
it's-
good.
That's insane.
Good enough, in fact, to get Leaf a Guardian.
We're going to try and do this one
I
again.
guess a couple of armor diffs.
Fuel and attack there, saved by Superman.
Oh
So
god.
obfuscating quite a lot and just walking.
Nice
stepping
timing. They
forwards.
force
They
towards there.
expect this one.
Icy,
That is
great
a
off
nice
angle.
angle.
Gets out of there. Doesn't give him a chance as well. Got salvos to make sure he has a clear exit. That was nice though.
Jonah Piet is back.
And so now they're going to be set up to try to pinch in onto A. They know roughly where Icy's backed off to, but you got to be a little bit worried about Ramp. Leaf clearing that out with the help of the salvos, and now Heaven is the focus.
Still got his pain shot too.
Playing back towards it. That's a great stun though. Icy forced to commit into that fight.
It's a free sight.
Down through CT.
And Phantom delivered over into the hands
Nice
of Jonah
upgrade
P.
for Jonah P.
Oh, big flash flood. That's a sick Omen flash though. Dude, this util's unbelievable. Look at this jewel. That was nuts.
Spike in no man's land. Leaf left to do
Superman's
it all.
position is
Pick up the
hard.
pieces
Ah,
in a
yeah,
spot
it
like
is
this,
this
but
one,
there's just no chance, no hope whatsoever.
As long as no one oversteps.
Lay it down early. Slow to a crawl.
All
up, but the
Dude.
timing
Oh,
is
still got the
taken.
kill,
It's
okay.
all
Yeah.
for EG.
Got the Phantom back.
Swift
Yep.
dismissal of that
Keep
force
both of the
G2.
good guns. Got to start looking here for G2, and they've actually now kind of got a low eco.
G2 at a 0-3.
They can't buy much into this if they want to actually have a good buy next round.
Didn't get the plant down.
Pressure-wise, G2 have got to be getting nervous, man.
Ah,
There's
dude.
got to be that little bit of like, oh shit.
When you don't, when the stinger buy isn't working as well, it must be like, oh boy, we rarely. Like they're never in this situation, really.
Nope.
EG, one away from getting up to their Raze ultimate. This snowball could be devastating for G2.
One off
Dude,
from all.
no matter what, next round he gets it. They can just reset him. They kind of only have to do damage here.
The slow siege as well. Looking to see
I
if they
mean,
can
the
get
drone
back
clears
over
everything
towards
though.
the
This is a
A
safe TP if they want it.
TP
Free
into the
sight.
back of the A side as well. This is Jorgamo. He cuts it up nicely. Clearing most of the way with a bit of
Wait.
salvos. Stun out on
Wait,
both
it's not a
sides.
bonus, they
Suicide
forced.
attempt in the Corp for here. Derek, how the hell are you alive? EG barreling through and away.
Oh my
And the
god.
guns into their hands. Hold on. Maybe an overextension.
Jaws position's dirty.
EG not expecting and not anticipating it. Round to the side. This is Jorgamo.
This is so winnable for Jaw.
Brings it into that 2v2. Rifle picked up, rifle gained, TP not committed, that's a fake, off to the
I don't know
side.
what you're meant to do
Still no
here
plan
because
down,
it's
just
such a
G2
weird
looking for a bit
situation
more.
because I'm calling it an NA
Advantage.
buy, but I guess it
Feels safe enough to plan.
because it's like it's no longer the bonus round against the buy round because you're kind of up against like an eco. So I don't even know like what I prefer on defense to do, just because we don't even get this situation that
Right to
often.
the side though, Jorgamo's good for it. Precision.
I mean, I
3
just
in a
feel like
round
this
already
game goes
for
so
him.
weird when we
Team
start seeing
needed
these
a
like
step up.
kind of force buys, which makes sense.
And
Like,
he's the player to deliver it.
Jaw pulling this off.
And the things that it like insta breaks their economy as well.
For his former team, and there's Jorgamo. Doing what he did early on Lotus 2, trying to stop EG's momentum before it can really get going. A 4K in this round. A labored kill onto Icy, it must be said, but as soon as he managed to upgrade to the Phantom,
Nice round from him.
clean to finish
That's
things out.
heroics from him.
So the economy flips completely. It was G2 who were coming into that one with a trash buy, and now EG.
Yeah, look at
barely
the state of
pocket
this
change to
buy,
play
man.
with.
They love an ult and an
Things could still
eco.
get dangerous.
I'm waiting to see just the cut back to Icy.
And just send it.
Yeah.
Dude, Jogoman's expecting it. He's got a flash ready just in case.
It kind of looked like Jorgamo was setting up to flash his teammate there, but the idea is that the flash is supposed to line behind it, lead, so that they can contest A main together with it.
Okay, this is nice. They spot the Viper over towards male. They then salvo over towards here, so they know that it's clear and they blocked vision. So no matter what, they know that the question mark's been created over towards mid. And then with that insta clear over towards heaven, wrap round to sight. You gotta imagine that Icy's in trouble. It's a good nade though.
Putting the pressure now down onto Icy.
I told you they love an ult in an eco. Oh, that's a gun though, and no one else gets any space.
Lovely upgrade if they can get to it.
Few seconds left to try and play for, but they have to clear out these spots here.
They don't know he has a Bucky. They do now.
Position, lying in wait with a Bucky in hand. And my God, he's going to be making it awfully difficult. Waiting though, Util in and around. It's a wide wasteland. Able to get a handle on it. Turn to the corner still. Position's getting weird.
Whoa! He's on his head.
He's him. My God, pulls an ace out of bloody nowhere.
That's a ridiculous.
The other guy just appeared in front of him.
Flashed up. Hits just so that he disguises where he's playing, I suppose. He had a rough map on Lotus, couldn't really get anything done. But he's come out here with the
that was an awful ace. That's never going in the highlight reel, is it? Look at this.
This one? Nah, it's not.
But exactly what Doctor ordered for G2.
You take him. You take him.
Exactly so.
But
make sure you follow I by power.
But it's not a pretty one.
Plenty of rewards.
Nah, not a pretty one. Alright, buys back in.
Exactly.
Hey, the money's still rough.
Yeah.
That's crazy the effect it's had.
Rifles v rifles now. Slow walk up to the drone here, just trying not to reveal their hands, but that's going to be a stun. Locking down onto Superman, he's in a lot of trouble here, but most of the Util going to be narrowly avoided, not sent in his direction.
The salvos were really deep, so it didn't actually even clear.
Yeah, I was trying to work out what the salvos went, because I'm just watching the guy male just be completely fine. I wonder if they meant to like breach damage on top of this and they missed their timing. They didn't get anything for their mid Util.
Full clearance out towards
yeah.
main.
It's a bit bizarre.
G2 up through mid, and now get in and a stun and attempt to try and at least get that kill, but it's slapdash really.
Yeah, not good enough.
Dude, they're so weird with their ults, dude.
Wasted in terms of the ults, they were hoping to at least get
Superman.
Superman caught in that transition, and Ye now has to do it all from this spot. Near sighted.
Good luck, mate.
Smoke to play in and around. Teammates just trying to buy some time for them to get themselves in.
Nature did good though, lovely flash.
A bit of a flash as well to compensate, but Jorgamo locks it down. The spike does need to be reclaimed at this point, and Icy has revealed his position with a bit of straight spam. He's praying for it. A pick to go his way. Quick TP.
Valen, he's in, he's
out.
out.
TP.
Nice job.
Icy might have been hoping that he could defend that. But now he's got to win a very difficult 1v3. But these are the kind of situations that were slipping away from G2 on Lotus.
Nah.
Icy's got to be left to consider though. Is it worth it? Money's not good. Still looking to make a play for it though.
I mean, he'll probably poke and prod and see if he can get given a free pick. Make things easier into a 1v2, but with nothing going, nothing given.
Yeah, he's gonna save money ways.
Yeah, and Trent's gonna have.
Dude, I just hate EG's ults every time I watch them.
He gets himself back into a safe position.
Just hate watching the whole way through.
I'm not hate watching. I just hate watching.
Yeah. So the hate watching statement is accurate, but yeah, no, I know what you mean.
You know what I mean.
To the final round of Lotus, where Trent was trapped in tree and didn't have the timing.
But it's mad that they get this far without being robust with their ult usage. You look at, I'd say, like other teams who are close to like qualifying towards your Toronto, at least to my eyes, especially in the EMEA, are like super tight on it. And as you said, historically in your mind,
really in control of this game.
They had that capacity, at least with this coaching staff before. So they do kind of use it a little willy-nilly, don't they?
No, they really do. It's the same as 100 Thieves, though. Both the coaching staffs from the old 2023 EG. Yeah, I'm telling you, I think Com's the mastermind, man. I think Com was the old guy.
Down to 75. Stuns it forwards. Flash on top of it, and that is just instinctual. Superman. Oh my goodness! Yeah, that's Jorgamo made it to mincemeat to the back.
Oh, it's good info, though.
Yeah, he might be receiving a hell of a lot of pressure coming his way now. Under it.
Yay.
Oh, okay,
my God, he
yeah,
might go for that.
yeah.
Yeah, he
Take
is.
that, take that. Lovely molly.
LJ got that snake bite, dropped down to his feet.
That's
Superman.
so well played.
Yeah, the fuck, he's so
it's so
busted.
good.
It's so busted. That was like half round the wall.
That is pure confidence from Ye. Most players in that spot would be backing
Bunny
up
Wreck, thanks so much for the prime. Appreciate the 11 months. Thank you, thank you.
Dude,
Dude, the timing of this molly was perfect though. Dude, that was nuts.
Teleport from Valid. And he gets a freebie, and basically Spike
like a DoorDash delivery right there.
Players have to run in against a Bucky. And they're vulnerable too.
Oh my arc!
But again, it's that
It's
confidence
gonna
from Ye that
bug.
carries over from his dominant performance on Lotus that even sets him up to be in position to take the kill onto Valid. It's a freebie when it happens, but most players wouldn't even be in that spot.
1, 2.
3 to 3.
Would it be 2 4 loss bonus? We'll let Jogamo have it. 4 and 2 people can't buy next rounds. At 3 3, this is big.
Look at it though, up towards the top. Oh, Jogamo barely ready with the rifle
Dude,
in
look at
hand.
these ults. Good retake ults. They want them.
Narrowly avoiding hello, pops your head up, says hello, at least with a shorty, and I don't think you're going to be wanting to contest with Vents too much.
At the same time, though, Jorg's position is fairly safe. It's not like Icy's going to be jumping up there and actually taking a fight with the shorty. So this engagement may end up revolving around an A Heaven brawl. You see the players
Yeah,
of
so
the
fake pressure over towards B to try and pull the rotate. Omen flash. Yeah, no, it has worked.
Very nice.
Get the 3.
Only 2 defending A right now, but Nature has a breach ultimate. So does
Do they have the retake on?
Breach ult for breach ult.
Locked into the position. It's going to be Rolling Thunder versus Rolling Thunder. Handshaking across the site here. Slows it down for about a moment here.
Nature still has to do so much. Double flash. One more. Oh man, you're in trouble, man. I don't even know what you do.
Yeah, there's no escape. No escape.
Nature.
Like one of those where I think they need to reverse where they are so that the breach can like help the tail on site and they can fight together. Don't know, the flashing for yourself is rough in some of those situations.
Looking to get lucky. Couple of kills through the smoke might be exactly what they need.
Locked into sight.
More where that came from.
Okay,
No,
well,
the discipline of G2 is not going to let anything else slip. Doubled up. Full control towards elbow. Superman could be staring in dismay. Best he can hope for is a couple of exits.
Post-plan positions, honestly, not that incredible from G2. They didn't have ramp control, didn't have screens control, but it doesn't matter much when Nature is dead. If Nature's going to be hard anchoring the site like that, you're not worried about the breach utility on the retake. And if we see in the replay here another look at that A exec, you'll see exactly what happened for G2. It was a double teleport into the site from Jorg and Valin. So while Nature's fully committed to blocking people in the choke point, the double teleport from the Yoru and the Omen just breaks that completely. They're in towards the back of site. And what can the breach do? I mean, look at the position that Jorgamo is in while Nature is still thinking that he's got them blocked. And another round where G2 have control, win the rifle, and knock the economy down, but
Yeah, force them to another eco here.
more difficult than you might expect for G2 to mop up.
Did G2 just get an easy round here as well?
Yeah, it's a slam dunk.
Bit more control. Wanting to
Big info
players
for
out.
Joe.
Dimensional drift. He's doing his job there. The sliders in corners.
Checks the corner though, so he actually doesn't
Certainly
clear all
clear.
the site, but they just know it's clear, man. And the drone clear it as well.
Trying to control heaven, trying to control ramp. It's
How
gonna be
important is
critical
it
if
to
they wanna try and play
manage
this one
all
into the retake.
usage
It's
so
always
you're not
Trent that's
stacking
carrying
all
the
orbs
spike
on
in here, which
players?
means that
I mean,
it's tough for him to get back out of the site again.
obviously you want to do it.
Locked
It's
into the
not
corner here. That's an aftershock that
not
misses
like a
though.
do or die with it,
Util.
but
It's going to be hurting today. Expect this one to be fully cleared out.
the majority of the time you just want to make sure that
Playing
you're using the
spoiler
ults
towards
into
it,
the right
double tap.
rounds.
Playing that crossfire, set up all the way through and in through the back. I see. Shot out of the
Like
sky.
when you're trying to get the orbs onto the right people, it's like a luxury thing almost. Like we won the round already, that we can do it.
He's left with no opportunities with a Bucky in hand. Trent even managing to get up to his ultimate in the midst of all of this. So G2 handle an anti-eco pretty nicely. Superman just looking to play exits at this point. Die to the spike.
You're gonna need to find a solution again.
Yeah, pretty much.
Or not. Oh, yeah, okay, Jonah P.
Yeah, get that timeout going.
Actually not his wish.
Yeah, I wouldn't
right?
be surprised.
Jonah P's been given another hold point. And this looks controlled from G2. arguably more controlled than the first half of Lotus.
Thank you.
It's very
What
tempting.
gun do you think needs a buffer enough? I would nuff the Outlaw, nuff the Stinger.
It doesn't matter how many rounds that G2 get in this half.
I would probably... we don't see enough of the Odin to nuff the Odin though, right?
And
I still hate it. I see too much of it.
Yeah, I would nuff the Bucky, to be honest. I would nuff the Shorty.
And last time we saw Potter take attack time out.
I think that's it.
Really good off the
I would honestly leave the... I would leave the Odin at the moment. I don't think we see enough of it, but it will eventually get enough. But I don't know, if they keep changing the maps so you can't spam as much, then...
Well, at least for EG, their
Thank
story
God.
has always been, I think, redemption, right?
Thank God.
No one's excited about
really it's their
a
last
wall
chance
bang.
before they
I was
get
going,
shipped
that's
off to the
sick.
retirement home, potentially.
No, I agree.
Right?
No, I mean, no
And
one's
I feel
excited
listen,
about
they've been
a
upfront about
Teo
that.
and
They've
an
said it
after
many,
plan
many
as well.
times.
Yeah,
A lot
but
of
they
these
left that
players
pretty quick, you know?
very
That's
grateful
True.
to Potter, to EG, to get a second chance to prove themselves on the big stage. Same could be said for G2 almost in this
But
match.
sometimes I feel like
because
it's a
they
good
looking to
counter
prove
to
themselves
certain
after
things that are going
losing in
on.
the finals of Bangkok.
And I like that as an
They gotta make it to
option.
Toronto in the first
Yeah,
place.
that's fair.
It's EG
I
who are standing
just don't like it
against
from a
them.
casting perspective. It's not pretty.
It's not, no, it's not good to watch, yeah.
There's no finesse to it.
It's knowing
Yeah.
that you let an opportunity.
All right, give me the
slip
solution, EG. What's
and
the
vowing not to
game
let it
plan,
happen
boys?
again.
Give me something here.
But sometimes you can be
Punish
so
middle.
focused on a long-term goal that you mess up in the short
guess.
term. And Josh RT has also been really candid about the fact that it feels like the team's in a little bit of a slump right now.
Sorry, I shouldn't say
And you can
FNS.
see from some of the
Get
mess-ups
nervous
on
about your
Lotus map
subs.
that they're usually pretty perfect on.
The competition is becoming clearer.
He was actually the anonymous gifter earlier, coming in feeling sorry for me.
Sympathy, bro. He's like, yeah, look, man, it's over for you.
He's looking at my numbers thinking, damn, I stole his viewers. Give him a couple of P subs.
So Flash, a clone. Everybody grouping up over towards A.
Good
Now
old
this
Katie
keeps
sub.
these two players anchored over here towards B heaven. So
We'll
three
throw him a
players
couple
on
of
the
300.
as G2
Whatever's left in his Twitch account.
Yeah.
Calling is great from Valen. Look at his teleport.
Teo all clears all of this into Omen. Oh, I like
In the
that.
TP, yeah.
Would have been curtains here, but a quick reaction from EG nevertheless.
At least they're playing off site though.
They hold on to control of heaven.
Min-maxing in terms of the planning as well.
Pretty here for EG.
It's so... I don't know if they're doing it on purpose, but...
I like this post-line positioning from
Like, I feel like EG play retake over towards A. I'm not saying because of the Astra ult, but I don't think it works over towards A too much. Yeah, it's not like it's normal. Dude, he can win this.
Yeah, he absolutely can.
A lot of
He's
targets.
got no HP.
Too much to deal with, in fact.
78-9. Close.
The fight on ramp, not really the problem there. Everybody on
Like that.
G2
Feel good round though for EG to feel
on
like
the
they can break
side.
the trend back in. They can handle his
EG
A
playing
hit.
that retake style.
They didn't give
That-
as
and
much
that's the
space this time as well.
adaptation that comes out of the tactical timeout, right?
Shayshank,
Every other
thanks so much for the
round
prime.
on
I
the
appreciate
defense,
that.
We've seen
Thank you for
somebody
doing that.
try to hard anchor, whether it's nature or if they're able to get kind of, you know, icy or somebody into the A site. They normally haven't had the full 5 people alive to be able to util dump and just play retake.
Big ults now for EG as
And
well.
here, massive ultimates expended. G2 now have to make that slight adaptation. Valen has to realize, okay, they're playing.
Still waiting for that punish over towards middle.
That's their adjustment coming out of the tack timeout. So we can save utility.
I guess that works for this round.
Post.
Pit's going to be throwing a wrench into the plans, though, I think.
Did they have 3 pass of middle because before they've maybe shown some kind of like fast play where they TP into this area that they clear? I think so.
Superman bulb though, re-clears back in.
It's waves of Yuto being used to try and get him control and space back into
This is pretty nice from EG, right? So G2 have tried to make it look like they created enough pressure, force the Viper back to block vision of them going over towards vents, but they kind of insta-cleared this so that they can now hold one person over towards middle and keep the 2 on the sides.
Immediately, smoke's going to be blooming up. Fake with a TP.
This is nice.
A lot of util pulled out of
Dude, they might even get 3 people here. Like, you might even get Superman with Molly.
Oh, they're getting paranoid of A.
Oh boy, look at Superman go. Pushing down bottom mid.
Looking for a safe spot to stand in here.
Salvos into TP. Oh, the timing of that
Still
is.
TP in through the back now. This is going to be chopping and changing. The minds of the
Needs to
GG
get
players
cleared,
wondering
right?
what is going to be happening next. All the way from the side, and ult expended. And only the one for his troubles.
I mean, it was a great shot from Leaf.
Sky at a moment's notice here. Leaves it to Derek, and that 1v3 plant. Hold on. There is safety there. I was wondering.
Hold on.
And I was worried for a second, but Trent just snaps to the side.
We didn't get to catch it completely.
What they had it. I mean, it was that.
From Leaf was ridiculous.
No, yeah, his last shot at least is insane.
Okay, just catches Ye completely. Gets the kill onto a flying Icy as well.
Wow.
Just as he gets extinguished by the rocket. 16-6.
Big round from Leaf.
Great map from Leaf.
16-6. Jesus.
That's a quiet 16-6
No,
too.
it
I feel like I
is.
didn't even notice that.
He did have the ace where they would fall in out of the sky.
Again,
that is true. I didn't. Again, forgot about that one. Wasn't the
Yeah.
Now that's a lot of presence shown by EG.
But the G2 are kind of on the wrong side of the map to do something fast as a reaction into B, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're still going to go for it.
Very spread out, looking to see if they can take a lot of that space up towards
Wait,
it. That's
Ye, what are we up
Ye
to?
was hoping that somebody would just slack in
Dude,
terms
he's
of
trying to
discipline.
off-angle kill one.
Though, that he died on in the previous round.
He did it in the last round.
It's exact deja vu. That's how Leaf got the opener previously.
EG want to flood in. They're holding the util out into their hands. A flash and a pop play all the way through here with a rolling bump.
Bad for a second, yeah.
Superman's trying to make the most of all of this one, and it leaves it down to
NT,
Derek
but
once more.
still not around.
They're so much faster, EG, but it doesn't quite
Another
pay off for
8-4.
them. Derek's going to have to win.
It kind of looks like it, doesn't it?
Kind of feels like it, yeah.
You'll be hearing this.
What's another stinger?
He's paranoid. He's looking for a gun to try and make it that much more winnable. This is G2.
Not
Good
happening.
control overall when I get into these spots.
G2 are really nice on the attack. Like, I can glaze EG as much as I want, but G2 plays such solid Val, man.
Their attack half looks super clean.
Which is mad that it gets so close as well.
They're locking
But,
it down.
I mean, I guess there's like pistols and snowball stuff, but...
More decisive with the first
The thing that, like, you know how I'll say about the EG, say about like the EG ults, you don't really get that with G2.
And a small fist pump. I think it's just a sign of
They're just-
satisfaction.
They do just play
It's kind of weird being this favored in America.
on paper better.
You can't really
so.
overperform. There's nothing to get too excited about. If they win this game, it's just
Dude,
going to be like, yeah,
he's
we were
getting abused the
expected
last
to
2
do this
rounds.
for G2.
Yeah, I mean, he was
been a
playing the
hard
same
road
bloody
being a
spot
top
2
team.
rounds in a row, but...
In a sense, you can only disappoint.
And Ye's fine
which is a
on
weird
the
position to be in as a competitor.
on the Astra, but it just doesn't, you know, it doesn't light my world on fire.
Lay it down onto your shoulders.
Yeah, it's definitely definitely a lot harder to anchor over towards B with Astra. Like it's an art.
And I mean, look at the way G2 are playing. Like they've set such a good stand of pressuring this A side, constantly keeping that third body nearby. Like Icy can't even cheat the rotate. Like it's so nice.
One pass and fake with the passive pressure of the wall, smoke, drone goes here, keeps 3 people. Now everyone's ready to hit over towards B.
On an aggressive angle where Leaf has killed him
Oh,
twice.
they're in trouble.
Oh yay.
Will he get cleared though? That's the question.
Oh,
it's just
he's
one
here
about, I think,
again, boys.
Barely. This Jorgamo, Dimensional Drift is going to be calling out most of this here with the armor getting in through and around.
Oh,
This
nice
is
stall.
EG looking to at least push this one back.
Valen got in front of it.
Buy some time.
Sure.
And Valen is at front, but listen, Ye is on top of it. Forwards and around. Jorgamo
He's just like, how the hell is he up here, man?
My God!
Yeah.
And drops down and delivers
Jaws
Dev
ridiculous.
itself. Pit here. Aftershock has to be respected. Back and away.
What, 2v4?
2 players left to stand here on the side of EG for our final round.
You
of
get a
this
little
first
bit of
half.
space.
You need a miracle.
Well.
You need luck. It's not going to be on their side. Leaves it down to IC, making all the noise in the world, and G2 4 to stand as well to put a stop to all of this here.
Another 8-4.
Just an impossibility.
They did
at
it
this
before.
point.
So maybe.
You just don't get that like 2 layers of impact, right? Give me Ye on something you can cook with.
It's an 8-4 finish.
Give me someone else.
For G2 here.
Yeah, it
Familiar
is a
scenes.
little bit like that.
Yeah, the sides flipped, and in that sense, the narrative
What
also.
you're saying is put him on a clove here.
EG win the
Yeah,
pistol, and then
honestly,
2
put him on
other kind of
anything.
rifle rounds.
Something that he can just frag out with.
And that's
like,
all they're able to manage in the first half.
What are you
But
meant
we
to do?
saw what they did on Lotus. The run back was ridiculous.
like Icy is great.
Yes,
He's like
they're
a
not gonna
very
be on the defense
serviceable
side.
duelist,
Yes,
but he's just.
Ye is not
I
playing
don't
close.
think he's that
But
gives
could
you
they
the
do it
X Factor
again?
duelist ever. Like he's had some really big games in playoffs. Don't even get me wrong. But you look at like the maps that's been happening. They've got that 1-2 punch with the A every single time.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong.
Please
I don't disagree with it.
get him off the Astra. I'll even take a chamber. I don't want it, but I'll take it.
Oh, dude, it didn't look good when it was on the chamber.
No, it was awful. It was ass.
But they also played it a little bit weird. To be fair, they played like Viper heavy B with the chamber middle. It didn't really like. I don't think they set it up well, but it's so hard to play chamber these days with Teo anyway.
Yeah, it does feel like just a checkmate.
You
It's
must
not
be.
over yet.
You must be.
It's all
Yeah,
good.
no, that's true. I was gonna say you must be happy with the nerf, surely.
Mate, I am. Like, I just like casting wise, it's so ass. And we're just like, well, rounds 1.
Yeah, when
What
you
am I
know,
gonna yell about?
you know the
He's pressed
time's
his
done
iPad.
already.
Yeah. It's just not exciting.
Kuba
it feels skill-based,
JRM,
don't
thank
mind.
you with the prime. Thank you with the 3 months. And Sail MXIX, thanks so much with the prime as well. Thank you for the whole year. Sorry, what did you say at the end there?
I don't even remember because I was trying to work out if that was Salem mix.
Dude, I always look at these ones and I'm like, well, I guess I just spell out
You
the
just send it.
last. Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Spell out the last of it.
No, that's fair.
EG were not really able to find too much success on that defense side. They weren't able to play offsite retakes. They couldn't really force G2 in a position where the post plants looked awkward or chaotic.
Yeah.
G2 were in control. But you would have
I mean, they're going to win a pistol though, right?
Lotus. I think the difference
This
here
map,
being
I'm not that fussed
checked
about
out of this map.
which does not take
I'm not that
anywhere
fussed,
near
man.
as
Like,
many
give us
aggressive
a
fights
third mapper.
as the Clove did.
You know what I mean?
On Lotus.
And he was
Give me
defining.
something to look forward to.
That extra
I'm
element
down
that
for
was
it.
needed.
To push them over the edge, to win
Exactly.
rounds that should never have been winnable. That was Yay in map 1. And you heard, I mean, you heard it from Potter. She was like, yeah, I mean, you just want to get Yay comfortable and let him kill everybody.
Yep. Good game plan.
Maybe he can do it in the clutch here.
That
in
is
some
true.
post-plant
To say that you
situations.
got to get Yay comfy and then to
Post-plants
play him on
should
an
be
Astra
incredible
isn't
with both the pull and the
great.
salvos.
Yeah.
My question is, are they even going to be able to get into those kind of
I just feel like it's not part that they've been able to. I don't want to say fix yet, but I just don't think this is a good part of the veto for.
Yeah. Especially as they,
somewhat low down.
I guess they tried to have him on comfort with a chamber, and that didn't
Just
work.
looked ass.
Yeah.
Both of these teams is going to be about the here and now, one round at a time.
It sucks when you have these maps where it's just like, I can't work out how to make the pieces good. You just try everything. This is a big push from G2 on this. Mid pressure into insta double push over towards B.
It just feels like G2 always makes such good reactions as well. Like, just again, look at the space they've got. 2 and CT can just sit safe.
Re-clearing over towards middle. They're still pinching. Yeah, if there was someone on the bottom of middle. Wait, Nature's looking for that? That's kind of cool.
Yeah, right here and now, and even a stun as well for the follow-up.
They've still got the kill, which is horrific for them, but yeah.
I'm just still happy they're looking for it. Yeah.
I guess feeling no pressure back from when you're getting towards like vents in heaven and feeling like you've been read a little bit, but yeah, G2, man. So prepped on
over the
this.
shoulder, watching for his teammate. Here's the running, and listen, he's going to be the one doing the gunning, and G2 trying to make their way forwards now into this side. Hardly done this, but Derek's left to do it all still.
Like Prius won't show us, but
Heroics ordered up. Jordan
sure
full
nice.
sticking, full trust in his team.
Leaf again, man. Like he's just like he just gets your like
3K.
bread and
Holds
butter
off that
kills, even though
attempt
they're
for the clutch
impressive.
from
Like
EG.
he's just
I think this
solid.
round more than any showcase G2's ability to punish.
He's
certain
always
play
consistent
styles.
as well, to be fair to
EG
him.
are
He's just a
very
beast.
slow team on the attack. And look at this, they were set up for the A split and waited for.
He's a pressure player as well.
Yeah.
Whilst they had vent control, had a ramp control, they just paused. And in the meantime, G2 had already pushed out B main, taken the whole of mid,
21-7.
started
Leafs
flanking
on an
through
absolute
sewers, and
heater
were
of a
right
game.
behind them, killing them in vent.
And EG
EG
now
are going
doing
to take
this
a page out of the book
stinging
of G2 though and
nonsense.
force up with stingers.
Here we go. They go for it. EG trying to do back to them. Let's see what they got.
They just spot that. Just jumping across here. Smoke's going to be.
Yeah, he's having none of it.
Recall.
Get to the sheriff.
Hoping that they can bait a few of these EG players out wide into
Hey,
the
you got him
open.
that round with what was those 3 kills on the sheriff or something? So
Yeah.
it's fine. That's allowed.
Salvos. The stun. Nade's going to be rebounding
Okay.
as well, so open access now.
That might have been the extra
Giving it
layer
towards
that
vents.
we were missing over towards middle when they did the deeper salvos, like some kind of breach damage for this area, force a man into it.
Realizes how close Superman is.
And the timing! Wow, just snap to the side, just in time.
Oh, Trent still lives.
That could have been a deadly mistake to be making, especially against this EG team. Looking to try and take the fight straight to them. That's a great stun.
The great stun,
Slows
and they
down the
didn't manage to
approach
actually
here.
get
G2
over
just
towards the
playing this
site.
one
Where's my
back
smoke at?
ready to defend or
Where's my
flood in,
smoke
whatever
at?
it takes. Still towards screens here, and EG have got access over towards
Jesus.
the side at least. Here forward.
Jesus.
Great question that we never found the answer
Forward,
to.
trying
Bloody
dominate
hell.
most of these positions. Nature is hard committed. Stun's
Oh,
trying
man,
to reposition
5v3
here, but
like
he's going to be
this.
in the danger
Oh,
spot,
Derek?
potentially. Damage done, lining them up. Off to the side, yay. A lot
One bullet, bro.
is going to be asked of him. He's paranoid, nearsighted as anything.
Yeah, what
and
can you
the
even
aftershock of
do?
his back just
They
seals
forced
it
into it.
nicely.
Well, guess we got to start looking at Paul.
EG not able to find the same success with that force. And at this point, G2 should be sailing away with the map, you gotta think.
Change of plans.
EG got the plant and they got 3 kills, so they might even be able to get Stingers up or some kind of rough half-buy here and make a good go of it in round 15, but it's not going to be anywhere
Dude,
near
you could,
as
I think
powerful
like
as
on
the
this map as well, you could even put him on Omen and just let him
off.
up.
We're going to be able to take a lot of this
Wouldn't
light
mind that.
weaponry further forward.
Wouldn't mind it at all.
It's a bit unlucky.
He's really strong over
Like,
towards B.
Because I think he caught
as long as he can play himself in, if he has those opportunities, I'm down for it. You know what I mean? Like,
couldn't get it done.
again, if you're going to facilitate mostly towards like Icy, which is fine, you know, it's more the traditional role to do it in. But give him something you can be self-reliant on.
In terms of the tone of voice that Trent is using there.
For EG, they realize it's a dampener on the spirits.
Leaf, man. Come on now.
With barely anything.
You know he's
Coming
getting
into round
rewarded
15
for
here
this.
with G2.
Yeah, he gets to sit here for so long with the smoke as well.
Bucky lying in wait. It's going to be there with the smoke soft. It's going to be a lot of util forwards and around. And okay, look at the wrist.
So good.
Job there, especially with the
It's
decay
so
damage
good from Leaf.
kicking in.
It's such a
Accuracy
busted
not really
gun.
needed with the Bucky in hand.
Yeah.
Making a lot of noise in the process here. Stuns
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, so
goodness me.
busted. Look at this. This is all you.
And it's
It's your
critical
fault.
from G2.
It's your fault.
Can't believe you've done this to my esport.
They're going to be able to take these light weapons forward into the next. Or force up if they want to.
This feels like a
You're
shutout
expecting
too.
EG to come into the next round with full armor because they know the Outlaw is there on the other side. So maybe we'll see some of these G2 players discard the
At least
stinger
it,
or the Bucky.
honestly, at least it wasn't
Or hell,
close
just see
sometimes.
if
I
you
feel
can
like that
make
when
it
you go
work
into a
like they did
third
in
map, I
this
feel like
round.
it's
losses,
okay
yeah.
to just...
Shot is
No
sublime.
one's going to be overthinking this one. You got wrecked.
Nope.
Monstrous from Leaf.
It's a silly game sometimes.
It certainly is. But isn't that why we love it?
Yep.
25 kills for Leaf.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. After
I mean,
15 rounds.
Scoreboard check. You've been seeing glimpses of it, but like
Yeah,
you
I
said,
feel like
Josh,
you've just got to
25
shake
kills
this
for
one
Leaf.
off.
A lot of them against some ecos, don't get me wrong.
Easy when you
but
can look at the scoreboard
he
as
has
well and
it's
look
monstrous.
at Leaf on 25 kills and go, yeah, well,
Fair enough.
That's crazy.
Cool.
sometimes it happens.
But I mean, yeah, he's just dominating. And you do get these performances out of Leaf. They were super common at the
who's
start
the
of the
assistant
year.
coach of
Early
EG?
part of kickoff, the first 2/3 of kickoff, he was
Isn't it?
an unkillable machine. He was out there
Still?
slaughtering people. Looked like he had
But it
walls
was.
on. But he cooled off slightly, and now will still give you a huge map where he dominates every now and then. And he can be the difference maker to just send G2 strolling forwards into the series.
Getting him out, you think he's not pulling the weight?
No better time for
Judging.
it for G2.
I was just asking.
No.
Sometimes it's a harmless question.
Sometimes people have been looking at and thinking,
No,
are they
it never feels that way with you. It's always
That's-
overleading.
that's crazy.
So, who's the assistant
when
coach?
they certainly were favoured to win at least one of them.
Yeah.
And then after
just-
losing in the
Do you
Bangkok
have EG's
finals,
email?
they kind
At all?
of showed their first appearance at a
Unrelated,
global as well.
obviously.
and popped out.
I see.
Yeah, man.
Just for a
They're
friend,
very
for a
strong
friend.
on this team.
Hey, Minnie's looking.
And if they lose here, I think that narrative will
Mate,
go
we need
crazy.
Mini in EMEA, alright? We need some
But right
validity.
now,
Christ,
That's
help us
true.
out.
in control and composed. And this round is just
Just
about
play
how much
Mouse Pro,
damage
it's
they
fine.
can do to EG. The weaponry advantage is
You
massively
guys
in
are easy
favour of
picking
the
at the moment,
attackers.
that's the issue.
Yeah, mate, we're working on it, alright? I'm
But
tired.
this orb
Get me
feels
out.
like death is on the
I
other
think I'll just
side
go
of
an
it
A,
after what
you know what I
Leaf did.
mean?
Yeah,
Still got that
Seems
Bucky.
easy over there.
Oh,
honestly.
he's stuck in vent potentially.
And pulled
Looks
back
kinda nice.
potentially, I think by this util. I think there's a pocket for him to play in yet.
Yeah.
So survived for now, but Vent's control given up.
Oh, no, not like
Still
this.
sticking around, yeah.
Jump over and step
Oh,
past the
God.
threshold. He meets his demise. G2 up 2 kills already.
He's just in one of these moods, man.
Players step up.
Oh, God, guys, please.
No, you're going right back into
Stop
lead,
feeding
running
him.
And cutting forward. Derek at least with the trade, and they do have open access to that A site.
Yeah, he did a good job on the flank.
Armageddon even just committed here. Push forwards
Good
as
ult.
Derek
Okay.
gets across safely with a spike in hand. It could have been
We're just
Curtains
gonna
for the
cling
round,
on to
so
this, are we?
feeling the need to expend
Barely.
that ult.
Yeah, he's done a really good job trading out onto Chogomo and then giving information
Okay.
about that
Okay,
player
you
in
know what?
heaven. Teo ult.
Being a terrible fan
Look
of
at the
EG.
checkmate. So
You
now
know, I've been
Valent's got it
checked
all
out
to do.
here.
Paranoia.
The second Jay decided to play on
what a
bloody
shot.
Astra, but you
That is
know
a
what?
round
It's a
from
nice
Ye.
shot.
He only gets 2
He's
kills,
hit a shot
but
there.
he's
Yeah.
instrumental.
And he
in
might
taking
even use
that
his
well.
ult this half.
Kill onto
Well,
Trent
we could
as
be
well
in
with
for a
Derek's
treat.
ultimate. Really good map control. And that's the kind of impact you need coming out from Ye. Up at the top of the scoreboard with Icy. But they're going to need a bit more of that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's filth.
That is fast. Oh my.
Now they have done
That's,
a tiny
Alt
bit
Watcher
of
now.
damage to EG's
Let's see if we get
one
it.
light armor, one
This was
bulldog.
it.
But
Round
Jorg,
17.
they had
Do
well
we ever
on
see
the
that
side of the
invested?
defense, and now he's picked up
Haven't
the
seen
ball.
on this map. Do we see the Astro?
Pitted mid on top of it.
Just put him on the
Automatic
Reyna.
util from EG,
Does the
looking to
same
see if
thing.
they can allow us that space.
Fine.
It's not as bad. It's not as bad as when we used to have Scream on Reyna, and then he wouldn't ult because he didn't like the ult. So maybe we can't have you on Reyna if you don't like the ult.
Please, man, just do it. It does nothing, please.
Starting to dwindle now.
Hello.
EG, yep, spotting. Jonah P. Creeping and crawling off to the
Like for
corner.
G2, they've got so many more gears to go to. Even if there's like one good round from EG, what difference does it make?
Yeah, you could be the difference.
When it gets to when it gets to 11-5, they just got too many good ults as well.
Nice play.
Like they just,
That was really nice though from Derek.
yeah.
Take that. Come on, give me some hope.
For them to
Give me some hope, please,
another
G2.
round.
G2? EG? Oh no.
G2, oh boy, even you're lost. Even you've given up hope as well.
Oh.
He's going for the glory, the win of the map.
For Ye to make a move, but he's just kind of been tucked in that corner for a
Help
while,
me.
and instead, EG have been putting the pressure
It's been a
on
long
Ye.
day. It's
Come on,
okay.
Ye.
I don't think you're really
Come
going
on,
to get
Ye.
Liv out of here.
It's fake pressure again. I mean,
He can do it, Ye. That ult's still got.
teetering
Still
towards
use it.
G2 have already got the main control.
They've done that lovely pushover towards B again. There you go.
Strategy needs a kill to get his dimensional drift.
It's
It all
on.
lies in wait and it all.
Such a good ult as well.
On side. Oh, but what is
Just misses
Joy?
up to the side as a flash over Icy. Drops him.
We're okay.
Tracks
For
now.
now.
Plant is
Blanc
down.
goes in.
Safe round the
2-person
corner.
push
Yeah.
behind. At the moment, Derek is
Double flank puts
every
pressure
so
on
often
Derek. His
checking
salvos
it.
are back in 5, but he won't have a chance to use them.
Just
Right
commit,
from
commit,
the
commit,
corner,
commit, commit,
Derek
commit.
twisting and turning, just spots out of 2 players, and what is the reaction?
Oh.
It's a call. G2.
No.
They put him in a vice grip. In the blink of an eye.
Yeah, well.
All the advantages that EG had. Dismissed, scattered, sent to the wind.
And there's
How
a
could you do
really
this to
nice
Potter?
adaptation from
Aye,
G2
it's not-
to work
it's not good at
against
this
what
map.
EG are going for. EG's post-plant setup is to rely so heavily
No,
on the salvo.
yeah.
No,
No.
this is why I was
And that
just
means they need
dreaming
a
it was
safe place
Icebox.
for
It
Derek.
obviously
a
was
safe
not.
place for Ye.
I'm
That's not gonna be
devastated.
screens or heaven, it's got to be ramp. And so when this flank comes through, you're denying that safe space for the post-plant. It's a really
I love
simple
hearing
but
casters
nice
mess up
idea.
anything.
Yeah,
It
I
makes
know
me
you
so-
do.
like, I'm such a little asshole for it, but it just makes me so happy.
It is. It's like when I watch the coaches go through like the worst times. You're just like, God, that's incredible to watch.
Yeah, man, that's perfect.
Yeah, like yeah, more of this. Just smashing up the desks. Like, yeah, give me more of that.
Bit of a ramp take here, called for by
Come
EG.
on, let's just rip off the band-aid. Let's lose with dignity.
Set it up.
And let's look at Pearl.
Now you're in the danger zone there.
Oh, man.
Lose it.
Clinging on to life.
Drop down despite the weak
No,
weaponry
mate,
of some of those
sometimes,
EG
you know, you're like,
players.
it's going
Forwards
map
is
3,
called
boys,
for.
let's just-
Police with this one
let's
stepping
get
up
there.
and round to the side. Trent is left
Still
on an
trying to
island.
cling on to
Jordan
life.
missed his
Still a
shot, backed
heartbeat.
himself out
Get the pillow
and
out.
away.
Smother him.
Positions himself into sight now. He also try and spell spoiler out towards him. Yay, my God. Just cracks it open.
That tune with the
Remembering
priming,
how
thanks
to
so much to the
play.
5 months.
Round
Thank
by
you,
round
thank you.
is what it's going to take for them.
And this
Dude,
should
we're out
have
here
been
getting
a
the
message
ults as well.
Afterwards there as well.
Their economy coming into
Right,
this
nice,
was
nice.
You know, did they have nice
a
messages?
couple of
Anyways?
stingers.
Yeah,
Managed to make
yeah,
that
it's weird
work
that
in
you
mid.
don't read those out.
You could argue a little over.
Anything nice about me, you're like,
but he was
anyway, thanks for
expecting
sub,
that
mate.
to
Back to the
be
game.
a ramp
What is this? Compliment to Pansy? Yeah,
take.
not reading that
Baited
one.
it by putting
Yeah,
a player into
spin
A
on.
ramp.
Pansy is my favorite caster. There you go. You happy now?
There it is.
The mid
Yeah,
flank.
yeah.
EG already making those
You
adaptations.
got some
They
gifties
know
too.
that G2
Polak, thank you for the. Yeah, I was going to
push
rant
out
it.
and get
Polak,
behind
thank you for the 5 gifted.
EG commit to
Appreciate
A
that.
exit.
Thank you, thank you.
So
Chat, you know what to do? Plug
a
Oiler
real
spam for
nice
the 5
evolution,
gifted from
even though
Polak.
they've only
Thank you
managed
very
to
much,
pick up
dude.
5 rounds. Even though they're down 7 in this map, EG are still thinking
Who's
about
Pansy?
No,
Oh, you
what are
won't like
G2
that
trying
one.
to accomplish?
No, that's
How
fair.
can we shut it down?
Okay. Well, there
Honestly,
you
who
go.
the fuck am I?
Damn.
Improving,
fuck?
thinking, all throughout the playoff run.
Yeah, still believing, I think, as well.
Tier
That they
2
can
caster,
win the
mate,
map.
that's
It's
all.
possible to drag
Tier
it back.
2.
Up and coming.
Very
Wait, did you just
unlikely,
flame the
but
whole
what does
EMEA?
that matter to EG? Where is this roster?
Yeah,
Where
honestly,
does this
they're all
hold?
dog shit.
Never cared about what's likely.
An expectation.
Best of a bad situation here.
We have the series for this squad.
It's
just
me.
a consistent level up from EG. Looking to drag it
Like,
back
you know,
one
it's
round
fucked when they
and
put me on
mentioned
both of the games
chances.
today.
Numerous for G2.
No breaks.
It's almost
Yeah.
that at some point G2, either by virtue of ults or a huge round from somebody, be it Leaf, Jorg, Trent, they're gonna get get it done. The question is, can EG make it difficult? Can they push them to the brink? Can they maybe
Flash commit? Wait, they're waiting for backup?
Where they get the comeback?
Oh, they're waiting for backup. They're waiting for 3 of them.
Flash held.
I mean, might be good here.
Tepid approach here by EG.
They're hoping to catch Superman or Ye as they make the walk forwards. And Potter has talked previously about the strategy on attack being to get an op into Ye's hand.
That's going to be triggered here. Ye has to try and put a stop to it as well.
There's no saving him though.
Just traded out, evened out, and it's quick getaway.
At least got the spike away. I thought that might have been
It's a weird one. Icy's taking a lot of space.
Oh, but look at the Bucky. Look at the Bucky. Look at the Bucky. It's going to do something nasty again. It's going to be horrible.
Oh god, it's always a double of a Bucky, dude. Icy did great over towards A heaven and got double.
Ace,
but I think Icy's done the job here, right? He took the fast timing through Vent, deleted both of the A ramp players, and now EG have got themselves into a nice 2v1 with ults to work with as well. Derek's going to be able to get his
Do you feel guilty for popularizing that gun?
Hesitate to say it.
Bucky, I was more judged than the Bucky.
Well, I think it was a bit of everything, mate.
Okay. Nah, not really. I was there for putting it in the game.
Yeah, fair enough.
Let go here with the salvos to try and slow down the approach. Watch
Come on,
for
Balin. Let him have a round.
I mean,
let him have a round.
Listen, whatever it takes.
Oh, it's fine.
Absolutely
Well done, Icy.
to try and drag it forward.
Big two before. Big two before.
Gold
clap.
Getting lower. Got those ults though.
Frugal. You know, it's going to take ults really to try and make this.
I ruined the game. If anything, I got the judge nerfed earlier and saved the game. Is one way to look at it.
That's some wild gaslighting.
Right. Is how you look at it though.
It's all perspective.
It is.
The op was in Ye's hands there, but they've not gone for it again. I'm not even sure.
Okay, round by round, baby. We're back in. We're back in.
On the other side, no,
We're back in.
So he's looking to try to
Thank you,
get
chat.
posted on A. Salvos early.
Keep him in check, chat. His ego's going wild these days.
Aggressive angle. And this is now going to allow Trent and Jonah to...
Come on, Icy. We're going to need a lot of impact from you here. This is when you activate. This is...
And a long string around here for G2 to try and take themselves to Pearl.
Jaws basically cleared half of the map, but don't worry about that.
From Derek and Nature can be utterly...
It's looking like the Sentinels MIBR game all over again. Just one person locking down A.
Just gift you a pick.
Looking for it. Full line.
Good shot. Good molly. Good ult. That was a good round.
This is lovely. But we're going to still worry about the cross though. We're still going to be careful with the cross though.
Control the rest of this side here. It's ults expended.
A lot of ults into this one. Dude, it's everything they got.
He's not going to be having a chance.
Dude, I'm not sure this one's meant to spread like that.
That looked weird.
I think this is the one that's meant to try and go deep over towards spawn, but...
Most of the side, and here's that
oh god. Good luck, observers.
Dude, breach all over towards here. They're Omen all into the free Teo space. You got two passes behind you. You guys are locked in fully. Oh, nice kill from Icy.
What an impact. He's done it. He's given them a chance.
And time still... An important
25 seconds, I've got to replay
side.
side.
As you mentioned, Josh has no plan whatsoever, but
perfect angle.
Oh, that was nice, bro. That was nice. Okay.
Slick.
Well,
at some point here, somebody
a lot of
on
ults
G2
into as
was
well,
gonna
like 6 of
pull
them or
out
something.
the play to seal the deal. And that 2K
Well, we got
was
Pal coming up.
crispy at the end. Despite
All ends on
G2's, despite EG's best attempt at making some level of a comeback out of that one, G2 were just too much in control.
Trent just adding to his
in the second half possible, like Lotus.
his clutch stance.
And we're going over to Pearl.
You've seen this guy's clutch stance.
Very fitting map to close this
Trent
out.
made it disgusting. They're actually disgusting. Just see how many clutches he's got this year. It's disgusting. Someone in chat will find out for you.
Just recently, when G2 played against 100 Thieves, and it looked like they were going to let it slip, and yet they clawed it through in OT. And now Pearl, the decider map here again to define whether or not
and I don't think I'm going to be pleased with what I see.
What do they play on this map?
Couldn't have it any
That's a great question.
Oh, no, they play the Yoru Jet. You get Ye on Jet.
Yeah, this is fine. Okay, the last two. Yeah. Okay. Okay, they beat Loud on it.
It's a
That's
ticket
fine.
to Toronto that's on the line between both of these teams.
Beat Crew on it.
Do not count
Very nice.
either of them out.
Okay. Yeah. Icy on the Yoru. Day on the Jet.
Yeah.
Okay, it follows the things I like. All right, we're.
Yeah, you got your two playmakers.
Yep. I'm good. I'm back in the building. I was dipping out if I was honestly. I was about to do the old pull out the Ethernet cable. Oh mate, internet's gone. Nah,
nothing I can do. Get out of here.
Oh, I'm trying. Oh, German internet. Nah, I'm here. I'm on board. I'm focused.
Love that from you.
Yeah, that was a bit of a shit map too, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, you're not wrong. It was, I mean, it wasn't close. Okay, chat. Usual stuff. Back in a little bit.
Okay, his headset off. Now, do you ever wonder where he goes during this time? Because it's so consistent. Like, I feel like he literally just walks behind the monitors and just stares at the wall. Just, you know what I mean? Just standing there, just staring. Looking at the microwave going, is it time for rice? Chicken? Like, literally, like, I don't know what he does, but it's so consistent. He's never watched an analyst desk, an ad break. I don't know what he does. No, he's literally like an literally, he's like an Elder Scrolls NPC. He's just waiting for someone to ask, like, hello, weary traveler. You know, he's just standing there waiting to be activated. The lev changes, I haven't even thought about it, dude. If I'm honest, haven't even thought. He's doing press-ups. Jesus.
Can Trent, however, have the firepower for 2 of these members?
Oh, God, I did see that shot from Trent. Jesus. Yeah, he's been actually filthy. Do you mind casting the operator? I'm wondering because you said you don't like the Odin. Love the operator because it's got like, it feels nice. You know what I mean? Someone hits a nice shot with that, you're like, oof.
And it's going
Odin?
to map 3.
That's the
the
best way I can
only
describe
way
it.
that this one could be decided.
When are you going to be on
G2
Plat Chat? We need you. Never.
To get that
After Egg's
win,
recent comments.
13-7 on split. But of course, that sets up our final map. It's going to be Pearl. It all boils down to this. Welcome back, everyone. GB alongside Mimi and Ender. And, well, let's talk about Leaf right out of the gate here. I don't want to waste any time.
Leaf had a mad game.
Because that guy, he's been playing great all series, but in this particular map, Mimi, oh my God, what a performance.
He's my favorite casting player for any game. Taste of Sartosis were great. Day 9, Apollo were great. These are like StarCraft, I guess.
This was an absolute
Tosspot in any old game, if you're old enough to remember him. Otherwise, like these days, Sponge Machine, like hands down the best.
3.0 KD. No help. Literally no help until the last round.
Are you happy Heretics 1-2-0 against FNATIC? Yes. The way they won it as well was actually very good. The way they won it was incredible.
You were talking about it in the last pre-match too. He's a guy who's adding a lot into the team. Is helping VALORANT with the leaders.
Is that a 3-8-6?
I think, as I said, I think it was more the way that they got to that victory was excellent.
3.0 KD.
Seeing them kind of refinding some of that confidence is fantastic.
It really is. What more could you possibly ask for from your player, man?
Like Cats fan, do you mean Kiko and Nats?
My guy's out here freaking dragging the Jan Sport cross and finish. He's like, please, someone, you know. But honestly, I give him a ton of respect. Really,
just between me and you. Okay, Gojo.
Here's the thing, though. It wasn't just Leaf. You also had some good plans. You had some good executions from G2, which of course is what we come to expect from them.
Yeah, it was interesting though, because thinking back to the last map, like how much
lukewarm
the planning was actually
EMEA
giving ideas, but here in this first half, G2's
you know, actually something that pissed me off recently.
Super effective, especially once they got ults online.
Yeah, I really love on this map the way that they play around Jojima and the Yoru.
It'll come in. They normally do the early shift, you know? They do the early shift. And we got a brand new, nice, kitted out green room. Lovely couches, fake plants, PC setups for us to do our prep on, you know. Good stuff, right? Good stuff. It was a nice space. You know, and it's a shared area.
On the Yoru when
now,
he has that ult up.
Every time I come in, it's stinking of fried chicken, some McDonald's, some shit. I tell you, I don't know how he has a home that isn't just a hovel. The state he leaves it in, and I've got to the point now where I just passively aggressive go like, are you cleaning that up? He's still eating that 4-hour-old KFC? Or is that just, and there's a bin in the room. There's a bin in the room. You know what I mean? Like, me and Michael sometimes come in with a nice salad. We'll have a little quinoa salad, bit of chicken in there, really do it up, you know, loving it. And after we're done, obviously, you know, wipe down the table, put the salads away, you know, we're trying to create a nice atmosphere to work in.
But now we have to turn
Mitch
to EG.
smearing his
They've
greasy
been on
little
a
mittens
4-series
everywhere,
win
just
streak.
touching
They have looked
stuff.
Great. They already
Rotten.
took one map off G2, but they are in a
Jack, I missed
tough
it, mate. I
position
missed it.
now. They
And also,
got
yeah, no, I
rolled
do.
over
I
on
look a bit
split.
mental to some of the, I guess, producers, because I'm sat there kind of talking to the observers who can only like nod or shake their heads or show me stuff on maps, but we have a nice little chat.
Double duelists with those
a nice
two
little chat.
on the Euro
That's what we do,
and
it's
the
lovely.
Jet. No one else is really playing that comp. It is very
Do I
unique
prefer
to
casting
this
Val compared to
2025
Counter-Strike?
EG team.
That's a really hard question. It's genuinely a really hard question.
It is so. Of course it
I love both games and they're both incredibly important to me in different chapters of my career. But Counter-Strike at its highest point is really hard to beat. And I've had some good games. It would like, for it to get up there. So the difference is, one, Counter-Strike in arenas is English in-house. So you get a lot of atmosphere when you're in-house, right? It's your voice going out to the audience. Here they do regional broadcast more often than not. The big final I got in LA was fantastic. Obviously doing champs out there was a big moment. But it wasn't the best game. It was a good game, and obviously EG winning there is a great storyline, but quality of game wasn't as high. You know, like if we're looking at it, like honestly, it was a bit more one-sided. But Counter-Strike, you get very high-quality games very often in big arenas that have English in-house. So it's easier to have a better experience in that regard if you get finals. But it's also very competitive in Counter-Strike. Like, very. There's probably like 3 to 4 duos who could do a final
for a guy like
at any time.
Stuck by
So it's very hard.
EG in 2024 when everyone else left. He made the choice
Oh, he's back.
to go to
He's
G2,
returned from,
and now
I don't
his
know,
former
recharging.
coach with her
No one
brand new
knows.
team
Right.
has a chance
Recharge,
to
mate, you gotta
eliminate
walk around.
him
We're
and eliminate
on a
Theory craft,
7.
you just standing there staring at a wall.
from a chance to play in the
You just get up and
I
just
promise
stand.
I don't do that.
since they won.
I got dude, 17-hour stream. I gotta move about.
Watching VALORANT for the first time, you think we just made this up. You think that this is a script
Good for
that we
you.
just happen to make up
Cool
out of thin air.
saying,
But
Well, you
no,
just
this
pace
is
the
what's
pace the
happening.
apartment.
This
or
is
house.
what's at stake.
Ah, chill
Map 3
out.
is gonna
Go
decide
chat
which
to the
team
bunnies.
is gonna
See
move
if they
on to
listen to me.
tomorrow's lower final and head to Masters
does-
Toronto. Of course,
work.
you don't want to
Are
miss
they
it.
getting
We'll see
on
a little
yet?
bit.
So I remember there was a big falling out with them.
Yeah, they are actually getting on a lot better.
Oh.
They still fight each other, but it's like not as aggressive and not as often.
That's improvement. We take that.
Yeah.
It's looking like EG in playoffs. You know what I mean? Slow and steady progress.
Slow and steady improvement, and then
That's the one.
eventually looking great out there.
He circles around the one tree in his yard. That's his outdoor timing. You get.
Yeah, that's enough for you. Come back in.
Oh,
Back
man.
to work.
I have a lot more faith in this map, and I'm on board. I'm gonna be huffing the hopium here.
Pearl is
Okay.
a decider between G2 and
I mean, I felt like you
EG,
already done
all
that.
the way to the brink,
Shut
genuinely,
up.
for both of these
Okay.
teams.
Shut up.
And listen, a
Yeah,
hell
tell
of
me
a
what
task
to
Very
for both of them,
aggressive,
of course,
Jesus.
but a ticket to Toronto on the line between them.
You've gone and got some fresh air. I have, and I've been
Staging
rotting
round
away here.
between the two here. Of course, that double
28
duelist
degrees.
against CA on the
Yeah, we
Jet.
need to do both best
He
three
can
today,
reach
Lauren.
even a
Brilliant.
peak.
Any extra money?
Slightest
Nah.
interest over the form that he was in for map number 1.
Oh, fuck off.
For a barn burner.
And he has been phenomenal.
Working
the player
from home.
to watch
Woo!
whenever EG plays on
Yeah.
Pearl is
There we
Ye
go.
on the Jet. Like since he
Get
swapped
me
over
Ye.
to playing the Jet on this map,
Get me on the
they've
Jet.
looked really good.
Combined.
But at the same time, it's a bit of the same story of Lotus. G2's record on Pearl this year is 6-2. That's great. And they're playing against a team that's 2-2 on Pearl this year. But it doesn't
Okay.
matter.
Nice
on
stats.
Lotus, G2 were 10-0. And yet, EG came out with the win. So, results,
Come on now.
they're for the past.
Come on.
EG, they're forming the future. And it all comes down to a map here
They're
on
born
Pearl
in the future.
that drips with history for G2. There are so many
What
moments,
is he
even
saying?
if this year
Dripping
so
with
far,
history?
We're like halfway through, that you can think back and
I thought
they've
I
been
was
pivotal
cooked
to
after
whether
my
or not
day.
G2
What are you
have
going on
won,
about?
lost, choked, or fulfilled their destiny.
Fulfilled the
Nothing
What
more
is he
pivotal
saying?
than here and now, this round, pistol round for Pearl. G2
G2 on defense, EG on attack.
EG can drag it over the line
Here
and
we
potentially
go.
make that chance at Toronto for G2.
We got this.
It's
Will be dying
currently
straight to deep for
3-1
them.
on the pistols.
A really early pop of those thorns within the first 15 seconds.
C's gonna
Dude,
be
that's
offloaded
a
on top of
heavy
the
shutdown over
Live.
towards door here.
Use delay.
I like that.
All to be taken out and triggered nice and
Tell you
early.
what
That was just
though, spotted the weak
easy.
site.
That bit of piece of mine. They're already lurking all the way up.
Someone's going to
through
watch trying to peek,
into
please. You know he's
lane.
swinging.
They're gonna try and take
Oh,
this
Damn,
one.
Icy, how have you done that one?
Oh, done.
Oh, that's a great flash.
I see 8, most of it.
No, yeah, but he knew that he was being flashed as well.
Ooh, great trade.
To get the one before the trade comes through.
Can Trent get the high HP?
From behind, Trent has got it all to do.
Ooh.
Nature just needs to live a little bit.
These salvos are too strong, man.
Salvos into the corner. Nature's wide as anything.
Ah, that's
here,
enough damage.
22 health is what Trent has been dropped down to. That's what he's got to work with.
God, they're insane at pistols.
Against an icy and Superman.
What's has been in that kitchen, chefing it up?
Discipline in their minds.
You love to see it. You love to see it.
4-1.
Beautiful.
Looked good from G2 in this round. They know
How
that
did Icy
EG
get
like
to
to
there?
default towards mid, and
How did
double
he get
doors
to
is
there?
normally
Not
where they
entirely
go
sure.
first.
They push up
So
through the
G2
smoke,
put
and I guess he
boards
just
there,
double right
and then a
clicks.
season of pull, and then are ready to fight it afterwards.
Oh,
But
okay,
Icy
those come.
is the difference maker. He picks up 2, and then even gets a 3rd with the flash kill. It's
Stinger time? No, they don't stinger on defense.
Saves that round for EG.
They only stinger on attack once they get a plant. And then if they don't get a plant, sometimes if they're like losing really badly.
We're not
But
going to force this. Even though they could buy light armor and
Nice
stingers
and
on
clean.
almost all of
Nice
their
and
players,
clean here.
they only
Those
do it
protocols
really on the
good.
attack
Oh,
side. They're going to push
Christ,
still.
oh boy, that's a nice push on this one.
Unreal.
Lying in wait for it. Leaf has opted into the Marshall
Yeah,
purchase.
into the
No
push over
value to be had
towards B.
just
They
yet,
double
but
back over towards side. When
presence,
does...
they know exactly what they're going to be
Oh,
waiting
Leaf
for
has
here.
his
Off to the
flash.
side. It's a difficult shot to hit. Yay.
Flash double
Dropped down. It's
swing.
1-on-1. Weakened to a degree. Flashed up as some support from the rest of his team here, but there it is.
Okay,
lying
nice.
from the side. Squeeze being placed and put down onto some of these players. G2.
I do that smoke's nice though.
And shut out here of the side.
Okay.
Should be
Got
very
a
clean.
long
Not
amount
great
of
from
time
Derek
to
Stewart.
chill.
They're going to have salvos.
Nah, they're in good
Yeah,
position. They're
nice
too
and
far
good
away
fight.
to get killed her.
Slight pocket to play in here, but out towards the top.
Yeah,
Players have been isolated and cut out of the picture. Derek
Fine.
does draw blood. Trent's going to be dropped.
That was good.
The chances really.
I say we like
dwindling
I'm on
as
the
I
team,
say
man.
that.
Yeah, you're one of them.
Indeed, but you have to really deal with this pull off to the side here. Shots need to be hit, and
Fine.
decent try and a decent
I
effort
mean,
by G2.
dangerous round. I don't think you're going to get like actual clean rounds against G2. They are still so good. Like as much as I'm wanting to see a nice clean round too, they're a damn good team. I'm not going to get clean rounds, bro.
Nah, exactly that. They did good damage. They didn't manage to pick up that other Guardian as well, so they only keep the one Bulldog into this.
Whether EG have changed things up with their attack. Now, to give you a quick rundown of what EG love to do, they're an unusual team on their attack side of Pearl. Almost every other team is going to be taking fast A main
Here we
control,
go. What's the
then going back
bonus?
to mid,
What's the
or
bonus
back to
plan?
B. And instead,
They'll have
EG
something, right?
almost are going to opt
Buy an extra
into
stinger.
taking a bunch of mid control first, and then going to deal with the
Extra support towards that A push in case they go for it
A with
again.
the Guardian though has his watchful eye.
Yeah, and they're trying to make it look a little bit like the last round as well.
Jorgen Trent, as they did on their eco round.
Could be in the danger zone. Going to be worried about the flash play with the haunt over.
EG's bread and
Yeah,
butter.
what's this little flash setup they have?
This is it. Trent crouched down.
Oh, Jogmo's like moving away from his...
Wide here. Yay! Finally dealt with.
Was Joel looking for the lineup or just...
Yeah, I don't know. He was like going in between 3 different angles.
Out and around to the side. That's Jonah P. Does more than some damage. That was
Oh, that kill is the one though.
Might save the day. EG finally get themselves active and into this site.
Valen not feeling
Dude,
confident
Nature
enough
still
to
has
go
a wall. I don't know
for
where
a
he wants
spam
to
kill
put
here.
it,
He
but...
doesn't have anybody watching a potential push.
Put it
He's worried
down.
that EG might be going aggressive.
Round to the side.
Oh,
No
Valen.
one was watching. Or even anticipating the position that Valen could be in, lying in wait for it. Just a jiggle out wide, trying to play
nice.
the
Let's
rest of
go
the
down
team
the
all the
open.
way
That was
in.
lovely from Valen. Good
Finally,
shot.
Really well done. I still want to see the start though. That felt really weird between Trent and Joel.
The Jogo and stuff. I feel like he maybe forgot what he was flashing off of. I'm not sure.
He was playing
was
passive,
just a bit
not
odd.
giving away where he was holding.
It looked like they were set up for something.
Maybe
but...
gave, a bit more room than I was expecting to EG, but then found his moment to pounce just as they were escaping from the plan.
Oh, that timing from Valen's lovely.
That's second kills.
Nice! Let's go, Jake!
And Jorg calls that double swing towards the end.
Okay, this is the round though. This is the one.
EG are going to change things up.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. Can't buy next.
Jorgen Trent have been playing.
I see one off, Derek one off from all as well.
Yeah, everyone's speaking about the orbs.
Sal was on a dash forwards. TP.
I'm not gonna miss this though. Like having a Teo and knowing that you 100% like get map control. That's annoying. They tried to go for a bit of a punish on the AWP here, but can at least get it on one of them.
There's still bodies in this area, including Derek.
Wait, did they?
Derek.
Okay. Yeah.
Now they leave. Do they keep Icy in this position? No, he actually retreats with the rest of them too.
So they create pressure over towards A. They pick up the tail, which is making us think that it's going to be back of B here. But also it's kind of nice because the pressure over towards A is like really strong. But this is huge. We've got a drone check. We take the space as well. No one left from EG to break the drone, so they don't know that they re-cleared all of this info. They should know that they're going to re-clear as soon as they see that, oh boy, going in. His timing is rough. 3 on site. Oh my god, this flash is nuts. I'm pretty sure that was a team flash from Leaf.
Oh my god, the heroics coming out from G2.
Yeah, it's Vanning every time.
20 seconds. Flank.
They have no idea about the flank.
No.
Do much more.
But the Derek's dead.
Jorgamo is going to be on their heels all the way.
Wait, Superman might have played behind it here.
Dodge him round.
And Derek wins.
That was whipping from Jorg.
Okay.
So, it's a worldie of a shot. Now, wide to the
Damn, dude.
Beautiful. I thought that was done for.
I thought Derek was done.
And somehow he found
what
the
HP
timing
did he
to go for
survive
that
on?
push into spawn.
It didn't look like much.
And missed
like a sliver.
Jorg completely. Gotta say that flank was a bit of a whiff though. They should have had that one locked down.
God, Valen couldn't do any more.
Yeah, he's doing it. It is actually one. No, it's not.
For getting into that spot, but you can see the reaction from Josh RT. That should have been around.
I love that split cam. I've already told the EMEA. I want that split cam, like the high-low like reaction from the coaches.
The coach. Oh, it's so nice.
And yet still success.
There's passion there for these EG players, fire in their belly.
G2 stack 4 players to fight B.
Get a nice 4-1. That
but
feels
not an
good.
aggressive fight of mid, just stacking.
Big fight here though, 5 persons. Dude, we got 7 people, 8 people dueling mid.
Just staring at each other.
Does Prius pick the right one?
There's a tipping point here. We're triggering at the moment's notice, and here it is.
Here we go.
It's going to be called for here.
So far, no, he has not picked the right one. Oh my god, Icy looks dead. Jonah.
Whatsoever. Ramping aside,
Nicely done. Couldn't have gone much worse with Prius there, to be honest with you.
Delayed hit at
Bro, I've got to question his decision making though. It's a 3-5, and he picks the one that's in the smoke with a classic. Like, is he okay?
Things got a little funky here. Jonah B, who's jumping around.
He's absolutely melted, and he's melted the replay.
EG, they persevere. Jorgamo's going to pull out this operator, so it looks like he's going to try to take an aggressive line.
We should do a review of just his choices.
Of just Prius's things? Dude, it'd be so good.
You can go in after observers, mate.
Dude, I hope in the replay system they got like the original observer path and I can just annihilate him.
We've got usage coming in. Oh my word.
It's a good speed up. You never see EG do this.
Yeah, well, it's so nice to have in the tank. They do start just shifting up the gear here. But, oh, boys.
Taking a fast
you didn't want to win the round,
all the way through into the site. The plan is already down, though, as
they wanted to just take so much space because of the Astral.
Superman, he's got this shorty into his hands, but the rest of his team has been picked apart at the seams.
What are we doing?
It's fast. It's well executed by EG.
That was such an
and then slightly
it felt like it, at least that fight towards CT.
Yeah, the fight towards spawn. The stun was big. But then I think they probably had to get back out, and it looked like some of them wanted to keep pushing and some of them wanted to go back.
Both of these teams are super happy when their opponents are the one driving.
It was a really important stun during all of that.
If you try to play fast into G2,
and I want to say it was Trent. Yeah, it was Trent.
Sometimes the chaos gets the better
Oh,
end
dude,
of them.
that stun from Trent is
like in this round,
legit.
I mean, that might have actually changed the outcome.
Yeah.
Fair play to Trent.
G2 knock EG down onto an eco round.
Let's go.
Sam Potter's making notes. Pen's coming out.
There's that fire straight back.
Shoes on the other foot here, but my eyes peeled onto Ye. He's just looking to contain at the start.
He's not had like a big round yet either.
Game against Crew a while back.
This could be
went
one.
for an updraft play, and they just flashed into Art to get info over whether anybody was there. And that would have set up Icy and Ye for a double peek on that defender. But alas, no one's home.
Jorgamo set up with the op with the knives. Okay, that's nice info. Drone goes out, they don't spot anything. Fade goes in, hit the Yoru, right? Yeah.
Already coming through, that's going to be updraft and away.
Oh, the confidence though. I like the confidence. Dash forward with 2 left.
Backup policy and that plan lying in wait, but
no dash for side though. It's a bit of a nightmare.
That Icy is this deep push. Okay, now the Prowler detects it, so he's forced to back up.
It's all over the place.
It is a little.
Armageddon even being committed.
Really?
Just to clear this space out.
Whoa, whoa, guys, no, what did they do on A?
It's collapsed onto them with the salvos in hand, and Icy barely survives. The salvos just dissipating. You have mid control, but it's a 2v4.
Ah, they melted.
He's the defender, and he's now deeper
Everyone's
into mid than
melting.
the attackers are.
From production to the teams.
Yeah,
a little bit of info. Those jumps probably heard by Leaf, although
it can
maybe
get a
not,
plant
because the rest of G2 are not reacting, not responding. And Derek is going to have salvos, and he's going to have the Tejo ultimate here. There's 10 seconds left. G2 have got to realize that nothing's happening.
It's 3 ults though. This, I mean, it's expensive.
What's happening in the round, as you mentioned, and it's all about not letting it go to waste. Dropping into the side.
Oh, what an absolute shot that is. Oh, hold up.
Derek?
Oh, that was just a costly round in general, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean,
so G2
round to round, but I don't think it could have cost him much
round.
more. Christ.
I'm surprised that Trent invested the Tejo ultimate out of that, but I also love
He got so much for the tail. I would love to watch the 2 on side there. I don't know what was like pushing them to go.
And somebody else ended up running through A main, I think, and then just
yeah, and then they like saw them. They dashed out. Dude, that double vision block. Okay, I can excuse Ye, but nature. I don't know about that one.
I'm following my friend Ye.
Yeah, I've been told that I have to trade you out. I have to trade you.
Derek.
Fewest Terror, thanks so much for the tier 1. Appreciate that. 4 months, thank you for that.
Benefit of the plant. And Ye, seen a lot of situations where he just slowly
Need Jay to get a little more active in this. Come on.
Dude, I'd give him an attack up, I think.
Yeah. Sitting currently at 2 and 7. It's good Utah to at least
give it a go.
Out of the picture.
I think it's undeniable that
Ye Icy's already doing great. I just need Ye to match that a little more.
In order for EG to win and go to Toronto. It seems almost incomprehensible that EG would win with him not being the best performing player, because that's exactly how their Pearl has gone basically every other time.
Yeah, I mean, they're 5-person locked over towards A. They have no backup plan here. And I'm looking at the minimap seeing 4-person. This is a cool idea. Normally people go tailwalk towards the backer side, or like deeper, and they actually just do a backer side.
Oh my god, how's Ye getting that one? They want to take this fight all the
way. Oh, he thought it was only one man. Trent again. Damn, Trent again. Trent, my goodness. What is this round from him? That's such a good round.
It's a beast of a performance from Trent. He's stuck in a tiny
corner. Dude, he always has the sickest stuns on Teo.
11 and 6. He's had, maybe you could argue, a bit of a quiet game.
He was calm about it.
Lotus.
Beautiful.
He was there in the final round of Split, but otherwise it was all League. But this is his
scrappy
map.
fight he had to take.
Yeah, insta crouch.
His authority upon the game. 4-4 knocks EG down onto an eco once more.
Tavia with the prime as well. Thank you so much for the support, mate. Appreciate the 6 months.
I think he's probably been the most impactful player of 2025.
Awesome down to
Sum
eco.
up the whole year so far. But they are going to need more of it.
Oh, damn, it wasn't even him.
Okay, that was a doubled up timed peak.
Okay, smoke goes in, another gun down as well. Like Masterfield. Oh, I like this from Ye. Throws the gun back for someone else to get it, picks up this other gun, takes the space.
Now EG have 2 weapons to play with. It's Icy and Ye.
Yeah, and they hold together with the guns.
You do not want to be opted into that fight, Leaf. Barely.
They take a lot of space early. Reaction. Dude, there's a duel over towards A the whole time as well.
That's drawn forwards.
Leafs fighting super aggressively.
Yeah, looks like Trent's gonna win it.
Hoping to get ahead of that timing.
Oh, Leaf, that push forward would be long.
Dude, he's pushed by him. Look at the minimap.
What the hell is going on
This is
here?
just a strange round entirely. Chance is still here. Two players with the rifles in hand. Dash forwards to try and cut this one up, but there's a smoke to obfuscate. Off to the side and into the corner. A bit of spam will do the job there. And Valin steps forwards and around, waiting for that timing. Calls for it, but just about delayed. I mean, 35 seconds left with the spike in the middle of nowhere. They realize that Ye has to play into them.
Well,
the round is essentially over here. I mean, Ye, even if he
win this one.
Was back to his absolute prime form.
Lindo 03 with the prime as well. Thank you for doing that, mate.
All around him,
appreciate that.
Completely surrounded with 15 seconds left and the spike nowhere near.
Nowhere to run. Not even a chance to really plan at this point as well.
His nice shots.
Hyper active in the moment.
And
that was a super intelligent round from Leaf. The way that he responded after jiggle peeking and seeing two players in B link.
Send assistance.
He comes out and tries to take an aggressive position at pillar. He knows that these guys, this is the weak side of the hit.
Couldn't find the SEN MIBR VODs. Now they should be up there. The SEN MIBR? For sure they're on the VOD channel.
And so Leaf, he's watched the VODs. He knows his opponent. Know thine enemy. That is the definition of Leaf. He's out there playing TFT, watching VODs of his opponents. You're in ranked grinding. He's out there playing other video games and watching your VODs. He knows exactly what you're going to do before you even do it. And there he takes the perfect space over towards B-Long.
Oh, okay, hold on.
Deletes the weak side of the hit.
Okay, they're up now.
Oh, mate, get to work.
Yeah, I know, Jesus.
I want to point out, though,
content creator, by the way.
Putting a bit of a premium with Nature's Wall in their mid deep.
Doesn't upload.
Say like influencer.
On the attack side.
I never say that.
What do you say? What do you like? Yeah, what do you do for
I
a
just say
living?
streamer.
Oh, what does that mean?
And that, I think, is because they're anticipating an
I mean, dude, when I had to explain it to my real life mates, because they didn't really get it, like a lot of them. Well, some of them are gamers, but some of them aren't. But the ones that aren't gamers, they were like, they're like only fans for gamers. And I was like, honestly, yeah, that's the closest we're gonna get. Yeah.
Like, at this length of stream, what, 11 hours?
I mean, 11? Dude, I had to reset the stream. We're on 18.
18?
Yeah.
Definitely only fans.
What does that mean? Who's doing that for 18 hours?
I mean, look, you're streaming webcam on that long.
Back into that timeout here, EG, you're looking to see if they can stem the bleeding, because that's 4 rounds for G2.
The thing is, I don't see how Jorg gets value out of this, because Icy's going to ult, and then Jorg is going to have to leave the angle. Can he get something done before?
Yeah, I got it too easy, right?
Icy's on the opposite side of the map.
Stepped up, just misses it with a flick of the wrist there, and has to commit it with the TP to back out and away.
So this really committed from EG without the assistance of their Yoru. That makes me think it might even be part of a fake.
Yeah, not sure where the presence is coming from, but
I think this is going to be a real test of Leaf. It looks like Icy's going to ult over towards A.
They gotta win the A duel, otherwise it's a done wrap.
Feel like it's really A.
Oh my!
The question is whether Leaf buys it.
It's solo
Icy's
pressure.
been so loud as well.
To be honest, the gate crash has just disappeared, so Icy's missed his timing.
The thing is, it's just a Yoru. You know the TP is gonna be somewhere.
Really budging from this position. They know it's fake presence.
This one.
Yeah, and that's the Leaf game sense again.
Great.
Ooh, okay. Honestly,
clear through here. The trouble is, this is going to be running dry ever so slightly, but
they're at least going to get the free sight.
Going to try and point out some of these players.
Like Valorant should just get out of there.
Forwards. Jogamo goes for it. Nice little attempt at there.
Valorant really wanted to make a play there.
He was spelling it out.
Hungry for it.
To be had onto the site. EG get themselves into it though. Good sees onto the two of them. It's an Armageddon.
Yeah, I like this from EG though. They're super ready for this one. TP away as the salvos go in. They got the good plan. Everyone plays off the plan. It's going to get weird. It's going to be spams through smokes.
Bam in through the smokes. G2, they need these kills and they need it bad. EG dropping to the side here. The smoke's going to be dissipating. 3v4 playing into the post plan and not expecting Ye to be just so tightly committed into that corner. Valin knows the spot, but listen, it's all just disjointed in
the end, yeah.
Beautiful from the Potter time out there. We love to see it.
Evacuating off the site, knowing that G2 had the tools to clear it out.
And that's how EG need to be playing these post plans. Get back, get far away from the spike.
Yeah, the Yoru was good though. It was Yoru into Visal, right? So they could get the good plant. That's strong.
But Nature picks up two, spraying down two players that were miles away from each other. Leaf tapping.
El Diablo! Let's go, baby!
Hyping up Ye, who is at the bottom of the scoreboard right now. And if he takes over, if he makes the difference in this map, he could start.
But in theory, it's going to be defense when he starts getting that op out.
Yep. In through lane, money. A little bit skew whiff here, but EG...
Ball pass and door hold.
Forwards again!
Oh, and he wins that one.
It's almost rinse and repeat.
Dude, is all you gotta say? I'd be saying El Diablo, let's go every single round if that's all he needs. Just look at him go after, man.
It's confidence, bro. It's literally so ridiculous. You just get like a little like drop of confidence.
Yeah.
He's back on.
The EG like defaulting over here.
But listen, they're already holding
Icy should be good for it,
this space, man.
Oh, they're so wet.
It's just one by one. They weren't willing to be patient and allow EG to be the ones stepping forward into their domain. They forced the fight.
It catches even the very best teams out.
Yeah, I think that's
a
pretty serious mistake there. And it means that
Dude,
EG,
it's gonna get close.
Yeah,
it's gonna get really
he
close.
can't really buy. Valin,
the fact
he's
is
down to 100
EG
credits.
pushing
Leaf as well.
G2.
The economy is going
Like,
to
how are
be
we
so
here?
bad heading into the
Dude,
next
at
round for those
kickoff,
three players.
I thought they were so far ahead. And honestly, they probably were so far ahead.
Same.
Yeah, it does.
But,
EG already going hunting.
dude, in playoffs, all of a sudden in playoffs, everyone's like, oh man, they're human. We can actually take them.
In terms of going and finding.
It's so
I'm still
close.
just not used to so much momentum in this game. Like, I feel like that mentality shift and momentum is actually so important. It's bizarre. I'm so used to, like, you know, the drilled Counter-Strike where that no one gives a crap about it. Whereas here it's like, yeah, you call him El Diablo once, cool, he's gonna get you 2 bangers. Just like, fair play, man.
It is. It's just this game. It's like you said. It's just this game. It's so doable.
Yep.
Leaf, I think, does make a mistake there, trying to force the fight through the crack angle. You had 4 players stacked at double doors, waiting for the fight to come, and it was so close. If they hadn't taken contact early, I think EG would have committed.
Oh, there's my fellow 3 other EG fans. Let's go.
Yeah, I found all of them.
Josh RT,
Steve in the audience.
in his hands, wants to make sure that G2 level things up.
Last round.
They need something special.
Yeah, because the economy, it is dire.
It's all over the place.
Trent should be able to drop one, so they might only be coming into this with
yeah, he's getting pressure, man. 6-5.
More likely to.
Map 3. Oh.
And I think credit to EG.
You love to
this
see
has been
it.
a closer first half than we saw on
It would be
Lotus
such a crazy story.
This moment as a caster is when you kick up a level. Because it goes from like, this second half suddenly becomes actually such like its own beast.
Yeah,
like, all the other maps almost feel irrelevant until that point. It's just like, okay, this becomes such a sole focus because it just, the gravitas is crazy.
That EG opt into.
It's such a big upset.
Actually,
it's such a big upset.
It already is. The fact we're here.
Yeah.
At map 3, EG now leading, broken by for G2, even though they're exceptionally good on them.
Dude, they got the op and the outlaw out. Only one person can get one shot though. Yeah, but it looks like G2 no. They got that double stinger.
They come in with double stinger and a guardian.
A large group up again by G2. Trying to learn a lesson though from last time. They're actually going to be taking the initiative themselves. Push forward, Shogumo is backing out of there.
Okay.
God, this is absolute chaos through the window.
He got him through the bloody window.
Yeah, he's the only player that I see going for that in the modern era. And yet he's been successful with it twice in recent history.
Timeless.
I can't believe he's done it again. He waited so long for that too.
He's done it again.
But sure.
Oh boy, the timing on that.
Oh, he's pushing.
Oh, hold up, he got good damage off there. 1 down to 10. They know where the Yours, he TP'd away. The thing is, they cleared the tail, though. So they don't have the person over towards A that normally clears that information.
They don't have the drone.
Yeah.
So they have to put their body on the line. They have to go and peek for info.
Just copy me.
You run the risk of walking into Yay. They're worried that there could still be people
Crazies in the stream.
They don't really have util for it. I mean,
no caster should ever do
that. But they need to get a move
Find Isaac with the Prime. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you. I love this from EG. It's a good decisive call once they know they created pressure over towards A. Big group. Leaf has to try kill 2, to be honest. Ooh, right click. Only 2 hit from the right click. He had 4.
But Leaf is under scrutiny. It's all about what he can deliver from this spot.
He's doing so well here, just play his life though.
Ah, dude, he's delaying like a beast. Good, man. What a shot that was from Derek.
Plants in.
And look there.
Divides up. And this little cubby
2 left to stand here for G2.
Oh, nature.
Try and make a play forwards, cross section.
Yeah, all good.
Looking like all sorts of
good.
weird and wacky business. Step forwards and around. Another kill here and a rifle picked up.
I don't think you got the heroics in you, man.
Missed his
Not for
chance.
this one.
They got 7. Damn, it's a good half.
Respectable half from them. The later the half went on, the more G2 struggled.
Elemental Zay, thank you so much for the prime, dude. Thank you for that.
Fairly well. Here's that replay.
Dude, he has no idea.
Getting information that there's a player there. Though I think they already knew, and the updraft as well. They were looking for that earlier on, and they commit with it there.
Come on. Oh my God!
Is this the crowd saying "Let's go EG"?
Yeah.
Updraft as
Oh,
well.
yeah.
They were looking for that earlier on, and they commit with it there.
Oh my God! I got the off kill. Thank the Lord.
EG can genuinely
Poor
eliminate
guy, we had to repeat it twice. In the
It's
fast
all good.
and
It's all good. It's all good. We're on the half. It's fine. It's fine. We can catch up here. Oh my word. 7-5. There's a reality that G2 are done. I don't believe it.
Let me mute this so I don't get wrecked.
Oh, do you get like DMCA from that stuff?
Yeah. I get
Have you
so
fed that
wrecked.
back?
Yes, I have fed that back. Dude, you should see my YouTube. It's full of them.
Brutal. I have seen them before. Does it happen in EMEA as well?
Yeah, it happens every region.
Okay, I try and fix.
I thought they finally got me today, to be honest. My YouTube stream wasn't working. I thought, oh boy.
They've caught me.
They've actually got me.
They've caught me for those 3 seconds.
Yeah. The police are coming.
Oh no. No, I'll have a chat. I didn't realise. That sucks.
I mean, it's
I don't know if it'll help.
I mean, yeah. I mean, if it's a thing, that'd be cool. If not, it's fine.
Can't have you being arrested.
That's true. Yeah, I mean that.
That's half
wouldn't
of
be fun.
EMEA's viewership gone, mate.
Oh my goodness.
Gotta keep you sweet. Jesus.
You got mixed well as well, right?
That's true. That's true.
This pistol
Here
round
we go.
upcoming.
Here we go.
Heavy.
And the pistols have been good.
The pistols have
EG.
been
Toronto
insane.
is on the line. For G2,
They shouldn't have been this
it was
good,
just
but they
almost
have been.
Expected, anticipated. I think just from the beginning, a lot of people really saying, okay, well, of course,
Pressure on G2 right
but
now.
now they are being pushed to the brink by an EG team that has just had an unlikely resurgence, like nothing we've seen in quite some time.
An
Genuinely,
absolute bunch of
maybe the
misfits,
most
and I
recent time
love
we've seen
them
was
for
when
it.
EG did it in
Like
2023,
EG, you
when
got
they
no
went
right.
all-run
You got no
themselves.
right to be doing this.
You can't call them a bunch of misfits.
I absolutely can.
The
I
echoes
absolutely can, and I will.
And yet, G2 have got to dig deep and find
That's
it
crazy.
within themselves to be able to live
I'm
up
not
to their
officially
own
casting, so I can say these things. So I've been biased the whole time. I'm going to drop this bias if they do go to
G2 have also
Toronto.
only won
Like,
one
I'm going to be like,
pistol round so
yes,
far.
G2 looking a little out of sorts here.
They really need to step up and draw this one
right.
out 7-7.
Forwards as IC steps up, but that is a heavy presence going to be waiting for him here. Quick evacuation. That's Superman. Doesn't want to be caught out into the open by
Feel
it.
like
Good
this from
opening kill for
G2. Could have taken fast,
point,
could have
it's about how
overheated
you
on
convert
this
it
one. They
into the
just
round.
chill out, wait for a reaction.
They had some really clean 5v4s on Lotus. And a lot of them disappeared out of their grasp.
Because it's a nice flash though
They
to
can't
see if
afford
they've
for
kind of
mistakes like
retaken
that.
any of this
EG have
space.
been
They get
really
information
good
off
even
of
when
it.
they're a player down.
EG have nobody lying over towards B. Triple push though. Re-clearance into mid.
They've got
so they
information
still got the wall.
for when G2 actually exec into B because they still have that wall over there.
Yeah.
Nature's going to be
Where are they
providing that
going?
info.
Forwards here. There's going to be lineups going up and over. Will he hear the footsteps to
Yeah, he's
rumble?
going to hear the wall.
It's all quiet, all sneaky for now.
He doesn't want to let him
Either.
know.
Yeah, he's just spotting most of this one out here. Stepping forwards though, that's G2.
Bring them down.
Quick delay claims.
There's
outside.
no way.
Very much
Did-
open here. Step to the
Yeah,
side.
he
That's
expects
nature.
leave.
Dealt with. Round.
Yeah.
Everything
great from
going
G2.
right. Here for G2.
Okay, final map ends on a
Struggling to
1-1
get
though.
ahead
I
of
like
the war
that
when it comes to
pistol
these
wise.
pistol rounds, Derek.
I hate
Gonna
a
make
double
decent go of
pistol on the
things.
last map.
Sound was in the back pocket, but too many obstacles
So
to really
miserable, aren't
overcome. One at a time.
Oh.
That's all you can really do,
Nice
and he's
shot
going to
from
try his
Derek.
best.
You ain't gonna
Already
get any
taken
more,
out of
but
one, but now here's that
nice.
discipline.
Nice.
Contact court and
Hey,
around.
thank you so much with
Finally
the
claimed
Prime.
here.
Appreciate the 2
Second one
months.
in the series,
And
as you already
Dies as
said,
well.
Josh.
Thanks with the Prime
Couldn't be
as
a more
well.
important
Appreciate the 3
opportunity
months.
for G2 to win their second pistol round out of 6 that were available in this series. You know, even if they'd lost there, that might have been an opportunity for G2 to
Dude,
force
they
up.
do
Like
the,
we've seen, they love going for the stingers if they get the plant
The
down.
Heretics
But they were clean.
Outlaw.
And that is the kind of momentum they're going to want to ride forwards.
On the other side, players to disrupt like Ye, who's picked up the Marshal.
Not Out also
really
Marshal, yeah.
I'm not here to correct you, mate.
We've seen EG
That
play on
is.
Pearl,
I'm not here.
That was
He's
creeping up on me.
a marvelous performance.
I'd never.
And they're so close. This would be an outrageous upset for EG to take.
Yeah, they got a
Pretty similar
freebie.
to the outrageous
Got a
upsets they've
freebie
already
all.
delivered against C9 and crew.
Yeah. Oh, yoink.
Countless times now. At a certain point,
Yeah,
you
the
have
silver
to start
linings,
putting
she,
respect
Derek.
onto their names, but
The action
staring
push
at
over
the
towards
backside of
middle.
This one, no Leaf. Not caught out into the
Hey, this
open.
isn't too bad for
Good
EG.
stall. Yeah, this is
G2
fine.
sensing danger here.
Cancel
EG
that.
have stacked
They're
the
gonna
six.
clear all of the
A little
space.
similarly to their pistol
Like
round.
they
So
don't
maybe that's
have
giving us a
anything
hint
to
as
clear
what a
this,
strategy
but
on defense.
at
Leaning
one
the
point
defense
they might
pretty heavy
gamble.
on A, and then playing a B retake kind of setup. I think it's dangerous to play B retake against an Astra Tejo composition because these post plants.
Persuaders, thanks so much for the Prime as well. Thanks for the
back to
17
Lotus.
months, mate.
G2 only won 1 out of 7 of the post plants over
Oh
there.
boy,
I don't think
Nature's-
it's going to be the same on this map.
No.
Chaos though,
He's
caused
a
by
little ding.
nature, or at least attempted, he gets dealt with very quickly by the pack.
You already mentioned it as well. Post plants were a bit of a problem for that first map, but G2 did correct the course.
Good?
At least for split. It's
My stream.
Sailed towards a pretty decent win here. There's going to be salvage
I
in
think
the
my,
way.
I think it might be lagging.
Just to buy a bit of time here for the EG players to try and get themselves in, but the post plant positioning is pretty good here from G2. EG going to be finding it hard, I think, to dislodge most of these players, especially holding tight angles.
All good German internet. Just has a moment.
Going to be
Yeah,
ticking
it's
down
not
the
like some
clock.
born game or anything. It's fine.
No. Just chill out a
Chance
little
there
bit.
for Ye. Time is going to be ticking. Damage done to Jaw. One shot to the body. Yeah, he's a jar with a movement. Sidesteps it. Big reveal into Icy as well. Just trying to push these players out of the position. Superman does drop it, at least with the classic in hand, but instantaneous with the trade. And yeah, that's a shorty seen. And watch for.
It's a nice
Not quite a flawless, but
bonus
G2 are
though
happy
for
to take it with 4
G2.
players
A
surviving.
scary bonus for your EG.
Yeah.
What does EG's defensive setup look like now that they can get rifles online? Yay, not able to pick up an operator. They haven't got the economy going for that. They didn't win the pistol. But first they've got to deal with the bonus round. And I think
Come on, we've got a plan for the bonus, boys. We surely have a plan for the bonus
rely
here.
on their playoff form. They have been so much better in playoffs compared to what we saw from them in the regular season. It's all smiles still from nature. The score's 7-7.
Oh, I like this from Leaf.
But this round I think is going to tell us a lot.
What's he got?
Outlaw.
Is that a Marshall?
1, 2, 3, 4. Oh boy.
Yeah, this could be deadly.
Never control towards A main, building towards these ults. Jorgemon has that dimensional drift.
And he's out. But Ye doesn't know that.
Even Valen inserted as
I mean, at
well.
one point, Derek can re-clear this.
Steadily making their way over towards B though.
And looking like they
I
want
think
to set
Derek
for a
can
B
re-clear
split.
this. Kind of looking like Ye's
I
just
said
going to
earlier
re-clear
that
this on
EG,
his own,
normally
quietly.
The strong side of their B split is going to be through mid. For G2, it's going to be the opposite. Strong side
Yeah,
goes
drone's
through
going
B
up.
main. So Jorg, he's going to be looking to give information.
There's all a middle. They haven't
Find
fully
where the
cleared the
actor
pressure
is
over
playing,
towards
and
A.
that is Icy,
You're
at least for
all...
now. Spotting out.
They crash all the way, back for a bit of safety. Savo's into the back and out.
Oh, dude, Icy, you're
Icy
cooked, man. You're actually cooked.
We'll do it.
That
Supplement
was
it with most
perfect from
night
G2 as
backside
well.
control is
There's
theirs.
nowhere to
EG.
be on that
They'll try and
side.
play this one back, but this is an onslaught. Aggression is called for G2. Tempering
boys,
it
lock
at
in.
the right times. They don't want to overextend. They don't want to overplay their hands. Jonah P, full stick now in through 4.
Nah, man.
Up towards the top as that smoke dissipates. These EG
Potter.
players are being
I need
picked
to go on the
apart,
phone
but
soon if
it's
this keeps
good.
up.
Yeah, he can
Nice.
activate. Finding a few kills in a row.
Whoa, what the hell is a 3v5? How'd they make that look so easy?
I couldn't tell you because once again Prius decides we don't want to see, but
Every
I
other
don't
time we've watched him on
understand.
Pearl, he's turned up.
It's always a surprise in
And it took
NA.
until round 15.
Yeah, you gotta wait
In
for the
a
replay.
3v5, I think that was.
How they pulled
With
that
better
off?
weaponry,
No, I have
admittedly,
no
but
idea.
They still shouldn't have been that clean. How did these kills all come
Fair
through
play.
almost at the same time? Credit to Superman.
Jesus, little double lineup.
Couple, but yeah, it's super clean and with a lineup. Oh my god! On Leaf and Trev.
I hit that voice crack, bro.
Okay.
You're allowed to in those kind of big moments.
Yeah, even Christine's like, what the hell?
That's the same kind of facial expression.
Yeah,
that she
he's
was
like,
making
what?
on
I thought
Lotus
the
when
whole
Ye
game was
pulling out
done.
magic. And if he starts doing it again,
1, 2, 3,
well,
4.
EG might be booking their tickets.
Oh,
Dude, not too bad. Only 2.
Stop it.
One of the
Don't be
most
saying
unlikely
booking their
of scenarios
tickets.
here. G2 are going to be doing everything in their power to make sure that is not the case.
If they pull it off, I mean, it's got to rank highly as one of the most
Yeah,
ridiculous
there's the
runs
wall
we've seen in
though.
Americas.
Absolutely.
It's
Along
nice.
with EG 2023.
Bit of pressure over towards B, and I'm watching Ye try and time a fade eye that just was here, so they might not expect him on the off angle. Okay, well,
Yay.
they're taking no chances.
Pressure there with a Prowler.
Getting hit by the Prowler at least got an extra flash out of them. Now they got no flash for sight.
Side of this one, trying to obfuscate.
Does actually matter.
Hit's going to be coming through at a moment's notice onto A, and it's all going to be down to Derek.
Absolute shot.
Dude,
got Astro.
How have you done that?
Worry now for that art control. There's 48 seconds left. TP spotted.
They can definitely play heavier to leave sight here. Dude, they're gonna go B.
But they haven't broken any of
They
this
cleared the wall earlier, right?
It doesn't look like
Yeah,
a good pivot
yeah.
here,
But
the defense is still
35 seconds. They gotta still go against the Fawns, Flash, and
yeah.
Astro ult now.
This is going to be an extremely
Still have
difficult run to
Icy.
crack.
Well, he was over here. Oh, he
There's
just
so
went
little
out.
time on the clock.
Oh, Icy just took TP.
I guess the only advantage for G2 is that it's only Nature home.
Nature, it's got the
Come on,
stronghold set
man.
up.
Nature, I need you to be that safe pair of hands, mate.
Put down the
The good pop of the
There we go.
Fawns.
Delaying most of this one
Lovely.
here. There's only 13 seconds left on the plan. Needs to go down. It needs
Dude,
to be
Derek's
spotless.
gonna get hit with salvos. It's done, right? Can he plant?
It's gonna be found, but with 5 seconds left. You're gonna find the pocket.
No, that's it. They can't plant.
Dropping players like flies. The
Live.
round is one
It's
out by
fine.
EG. They
Oh,
realize that
boy.
they know it.
That utility forcing Trent to plant out in the
Come on.
open. He was doomed. As soon as
Dude,
the
they
clock was
forced him
that
down
low,
to an eco.
he was doomed.
Holy.
And with every round that continues here, it gets more and more likely.
I'm starting to smile,
The
dude.
tournament favorites in Americas
way.
are going home and not able to go for that repeat attempt at a grand
ridiculous.
finals, another chance at a global trophy. G2 are going to take a tactical timeout.
Good land nice as well. You know what I mean? Like, that's a solid nice.
Yeah.
That timeout.
Their economy is pretty
Last
fragile,
one.
but it
Honestly,
looks like from what
EG
we
will
can
take that
see,
as well. Nice
Josh
little
is
time for
telling
them to
force
have
up,
a yap.
and he's giving them a
Yeah,
specific
because they can
strat.
try to keep this
Because
one clean.
G2 are going for
Yep.
They're gonna sting it,
that
by.
kind of stuff.
Dude, they
From the other
gotta
side,
they gotta play the map better than
thinking
this.
of
This was
them
bold
set
from
up
them.
Pretty to extend the lead to 3. I mean, Potter's got to be.
It's not one of those maps
giving
where you
them
can
some
do that at
slight
45
tweaks, but
seconds, really,
otherwise,
especially against a
what's been working
Vice.
Has been working.
And this is a gambit.
The Vice and Teo, to be honest.
Yeah.
Getting into this, I think,
stall
as
that
well
they
for
have is
Force.
just
When you're
unreal.
already- Listen, only just 2 rounds down for G2.
I'm
That's
getting nervous.
a
I don't feel this way when I'm
massive difference
casting. What
when you
the
get this
hell?
late into a series, when you get this late
Oh my
into a
God.
map that's going to define the midway portion of your careers.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with Ender. This is
Oh,
going to be one
there's
of the
Susan in the
defining
crowd.
matches for
And number
G2.
4.
And you know what? If they win it,
Shout
if
out
they
to
make
you.
Toronto, maybe people will forget
Shout
about
out
it.
to
Maybe
you.
people won't remember G2 squeaking past EG.
It's not a great buy.
But
It's
if they
alright though.
don't, it will be defining for this year because it'll mean they miss out on an entire global event, another opportunity.
Got one of those weird
going for a
Astral
trophy,
for
and that's what
Astrals
the
if it does
team
go
was
down.
aiming for
Yep.
right from the
Messy
beginning
round,
of this
maybe.
year.
Talk about defining for a team like EG, where expectations.
G2 are about to get a lot
are
of
at
ults
their
though.
lowest.
Yep.
Like they're about to get like the
Scrapped
2 main
together
ults to get
with players that
map control.
no one really wanted. Second chances offered
Look,
up
they're
really
still
for that
so
chance to play
dangerous,
in
right?
Tier 1.
Still
These
good
EG
on these
players
broken
Oh, dude,
buys.
Stingers.
hungry to
Yep.
prove absolutely everyone wrong.
And you know what? It's not a full force for G2. There's only one player that's gone for the full hero
Aya
buy
lower,
and that's
but
Jordan.
that has to get
The
scrapped once
rest
the wall
will
gets
still be
triggered.
able to get a
Yeah.
buy together in round 18,
Can't
so
stick
it's
on
not
that.
as dangerous as it
TP
looks. It's
over.
not as big of a gamble that Josh RT has called.
It's only one they're
getting
seeing
rid of
on
the
main, I
Vice
think.
wall over towards Art early on.
Can they read
And it
how
looks
many
like
are
this time
out?
maybe they'll commit to the A split. Haven't run too
Oh,
many
Derek.
of these.
Oh my God, Icy's walking with him. Oh, you absolute mentalist. Win the fight, you gotta push.
Oh,
boy,
dude,
you
they're
might not
cooked.
Pressure, here it is coming from the side and round and wide to pull the try and offset most
Ah,
of this one.
guys,
Here,
you had to
Even
commit.
bigger kill, Valen. He's quick to
not
drop
the
onto
call.
that one. Superman trying to hold them back with a cosmic divide. It's going to split up and divide most of this site now. G2 are able to get themselves into the post plans.
Why have we done that
Are
for?
they ready to fight?
This is
They're
it.
going for it with the
Fatal.
Fatal.
Yes, Nightfall primed and ready. He's going to be cutting away absolutely everything. Sound
hit 3
cues
though.
down and out and around. But nothing else to really step past this one. It's a threshold of
I'm
their
mentally
own
boomed.
making. But lying in wait
I
to
can't-
seek into
I can't
the
take
delay
it.
and
Yeah, it
deny
wasn't
this
great.
chance here for them. Star. Valen looking to
Oh,
dominate.
dude, they put Astro into this as well.
Get me out.
Oh, dude, what a costly round this is.
What a play to make overall.
And they've
G2
force them down to eco. Oh, that's a...
not punished for going for that hero buy on that single player.
Felt like that little bit of just fight forward if you're screwed. Why are we doing that?
They had a drone doing this as well, right? I'm pretty sure Derek still had one. It's a really bold call.
How good this team is at
a bold call, it's a shit call.
Yeah, that's my way of saying bold. that's what I do.
My bad. Sorry, I forget no negativity here.
It's writ across Icy's face.
He'd used the drone already.
This game may have just slipped away.
It's not as bad. It's got to commit.
Sorry, mods.
EG can still get it.
Sorry.
I've made your job harder. I'm really sorry. Oh, okay. It's okay. It's okay. Shake it off. We're gonna shake it off. It's fine.
Dash is prime.
Problem is the G2 are sat in spawn. It feels like they're quite aware.
Doesn't even use the dash to get the hell out of there. He's still staying around.
And even if
what dude, look at their money after that round. That is such an impactful round.
Stop it.
Right now, there is nobody in mid.
Don't bring attention to it. If you don't talk about it,
yeah,
doesn't exist.
Yeah,
you just calm down. Alright?
He is. He's getting set up.
You need to lie to me.
A main this time.
EG wanted to maybe set up for
they go to the Bucky. Oi. I've seen a couple of these before.
He's alive, surprisingly. Oh god, this tail.
You're full eco pretty much.
Getting all the way back in here. Connector is the name of the game. G2
the ult from Icy on this.
All the way to Icy is all in through the back of that A main control is going to be critical.
Is it
purely this one down? Time of the essence once more.
Classic? I mean,
they have to clear A main.
And G2, they need that extremity control. Leaf, yes, you found it. Consolation prize indeed. But Superman reveals his hand, drops off control of this one. G2 the ones that are going to be feeling the heat. Can you turn around and manage it in time? There's no cleanup.
What's going on?
At the seams, Trent.
Speed up, no Trent, you always clutch, please, just not today, not now.
He slashed himself.
Anyone but Trent.
Dude, they love an ult in an eco. They doubled down.
It really was the 1v2, 1v3 on the site there that Trent pretty much had to win. Leaf had got stuck on the B
Trent, he's so good in this
completely out of the fight. And Trent did it all in an uncomfortable spot. Manages to find the pick onto Superman and turn around, deal with the flash, and clean up Icy. Monumental.
I'm fuming. Christine?
What do you want to do? Turn back time? The ults are done.
Nah.
Okay. Navigated. But that was just an eco for EG.
What are we doing?
Now we get to see them with rifles and ops.
Oh, this would be a
picks that one up. He has the knives in the back pocket.
Oh yeah, what are we up to, mate? What are we up to? Oh,
okay, lovely. Do a little bait in as well. They're gonna force this pretty early. Oh my goodness, big jaw, dude, shot.
There we go.
No, he actually just solo one around.
I mean, if used at all in the last couple years, it's been used.
Okay, well they can just go for it anyway. They got a good amount of money. This can be a drop.
EA would not return to, and yet this run has really showcased he's still got it.
Oh, they left so much space.
That takes people to podium finishes.
Right?
Trent's dead.
You've been watching this whole time?
Who would have thought this EG team could be on the precipice of making top 3 in Americas, making a global? G2 stands in their way, but it's a 5v3.
This is not a done round, by the way.
EG with all of the
it's absolutely not.
They're playing discipline. Derek just spotting.
Tiptoeing around Derek.
No, it's not a done round.
Punish, Steel Guardian's going to be used almost immediately here. G2 taking no chances.
They're far.
This is going to take some time. So they can be super confident, but they've lost Trent, so no salvos in the post.
Knives?
Yeah, they're forced to try to make a play.
He's got to pop him.
Oh, but look at this walkthrough.
The double push behind the double flank.
Oh my god.
G2 also being called for as well.
The double.
Of course, you got to take
They're here so early.
3v4, you need these kills, you need them now, and they're going to be finding it icy. Drop down, but that really does reveal the hand. And a whiff. Jonah P can't quite manage the control of this one. That's going to be the pull rattled off nice and early, but they flipped the map entirely. Knives to the side, run into the side. Yay! Shuts it down, slicing and dicing.
Oh, yay, dude. What a round, man.
Come on.
They got Viso out of him.
And he might be the king of hell, but he is ice cold on this stage right now.
Oh, we got the shift up lines coming out now, huh? A little notepad open, having a little flick through the pages.
Well, it's rounds like this. He's had 2 of them so far on defense, where he just completely takes over. And this still had a lot of danger into it. Yes, the post-plant positioning is not actually great. Nature can tuck around on a steel box. And Leafra's left at Flowers, not really able to do much.
Dude, that camera shot,
feel the game slipping away.
Yeah, it's so money.
But the momentum, honestly, feels like it's there with EG.
Dude, the money must be low. Oh my god. Why are we not building it? This is the round. This is the round right here.
And G2, they're normally pretty good in rounds like this.
You got 3 people from EG that can't buy next. You got 5 people from G2 that can't buy next.
It's really difficult to get anything done with the op when your opponent has a Yoru ult.
Dirty little angle.
Who's next? Trying for the reclearance out through A main. It's going to be the dimensional drift as well. Pushing
Oh,
forward.
and he shot the TP so he can't get full info on this. Okay, they find out where the double stack is. Damn, nice shot, dude. Does Yoru commit? Oh my god, he's committed.
Yeah, he's gonna do something weird. He's still alive.
Well, Derek, man. Oh my goodness. What's he done there?
NT. But it's Trent. Guys, careful. Please, please, just pause, bro. Just pause.
Dude, they got the spike down. Dude, Derek, my goodness, what a round this is. Dude, they're full eco. They got 2-7. 2-7 max as well. They can get Stinger's light armor, that's it.
It's still G2, man. Like, I'm still worried. If they're on his Stingers, it's fine. But Derek, you absolute fucking hero.
Such a big round. Dude, his stun was good as well. His stun got icy echo.
On an eco, now have to make something work with the Stingers. Otherwise, EG are
This
going to
could be 12. This could be 12, or G2 potentially bring it back up to 10.
Points.
Holy.
3 opportunities to convert and make it to Toronto. Eliminate the tournament favorites, the team that nobody doubted would make it.
Now pushed to that brink. So much ass of them.
They're gonna break that wall.
Scraps, bottom of the bargain bin.
Okay, wall goes off.
What they're working with to try and
Dude, it's G2 have taken a lot of space. A lot of space within the first 20 seconds. Dude, they got A main control as well.
They got mid, yeah. They got so much here.
Yes, you have mid control. Lying in wait, watched for by EG. That's Ye with the operator onto the one side.
You're looking for information, and then you're probably sight smoking.
If Valen gets a... Dude, look how close everyone is to ults. Valen, Jonah, Pete, Trent 2 away. Trent 1 away with the plant.
Yep.
Dude, actually, EG can't afford to give him any kills, really.
Now he is hyper committed. Hyper committed indeed.
Figured out a lot of their win cons here. Good stall.
G2 want to try and fight for this one.
The great stun, dude. Good stuns everywhere.
Handshake with a util in hands, but here's that steel guard.
Doesn't know about their buy, so the ult's not bad.
Eyes on Jorgamo inside that smoke and the timing.
Oh my goodness! How is?
But Derek. No, Derek's turning up. Come on, man. Time.
Oh my god! Oh, found the cubby. No time. There's no time. He has to stick this stuff full way.
You're mad.
Holy dude! How was there a knife kill in the middle of this?
I don't know.
They have plot armor. It's ridiculous.
How?
I don't understand.
I don't know.
I gotta see his POV. Ye just appeared in front of him and he just starts knifing.
Brought a knife to a gunfight. How did he manage to make the best
this was
out
wild.
of the spot?
Okay.
He's been caught. That is outclass assault.
I knifed the guy again. I always get a knife kill.
And they've broken the economy of EG.
Pause.
Porter is forced to take a tactical timeout.
What a game. What a game.
And a moment to catch our breath.
Yeah.
Because
it
all looks like EG.
Yeah, treat yourself.
They were about to go into a situation. Had they converted that?
Yeah, no, it's the best time.
Love it.
3 chances. They got to convert at least one of them, surely. Maybe G2 could have clawed it back to OT, but OT would have been guaranteed. And now,
a couple of Buckies or something.
G2
love a Bucky these days.
To tie up Pearl. And it is
dude, most likely goes 11-11.
Games for G2 been this good?
What an absolute banger. Why does every G2 game deliver recently?
Listen,
It just
I'm right
becomes
on
the
that,
best
Americas,
new
but this was
game.
looking like a one-team
Sick.
region a couple of weeks ago.
Yes, it was.
Like 3 weeks ago or something.
Wonderland
G2,
FPS with the
they
Prime.
had
Thank you so
head
much
and
for that, dude.
shoulders
Appreciate that.
clear of everyone in Americas. And you can argue over whether it's a slump in their form, a step up in everybody else's, but there is no denying that G2 have been putting on ridiculous entertainment in their loss to SEN, the win over 100 Thieves, and now whatever the hell this is going to end up being against EG.
Oh, that's a bad buy. Holy, I didn't think it would be this bad.
Oh my god.
But they save enough to get Ye the op. That's the main thing that they're doing for sure.
Okay.
But you can cut the
I
tension
mean,
with
they're
a
basically
knife that's
accepting in this round.
EG.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay,
That's
dude,
fine.
they better be accepting with the ults, otherwise I'm gonna lose my shit.
No. There's no way we see Derek
Lighter
or
weaponry, a
Superman
hand
invest
for them,
them.
and
There's
G2.
no way.
They're relentless.
0% chance.
This is one of those spots where you just got to be clean. G2 are the ones that really control the tempo here. You've got to avoid running into stacks, and you've also got to avoid EG closing the gap on the retake. Now, they don't have a bunch of stingers. It's only Nature that has one. So you're worried about a classic from Icy and Superman. It really doesn't look that dangerous. But Ye's got a Marshall.
They stack right. Early info over towards here.
Well, have faith. Have
They're
faith
not
in
going to
it.
think
Just
that the stack save
roll
is
the
the
dice.
wall as well, I
The player
think.
positioning, Derek is moving and R-ing, but the time gets
This
late
is a
here.
good little
It's a matter
jump
of
bait.
EG have the weaker weaponry. Derek
Spots
salvos
2,
an ult.
they might speed up with that. They don't know about the guy in the corner. They commit their salvo so it doesn't check that corner. Dude, Icy, you can really own this, mate.
To the corner here.
Yeah,
Icy feeling like it needs to make a play forwards and around. Jorgamo trying to lay claim to most of the site. Still, there needs to be that clearance, and it is there eventually trading. Dislodging Icy.
At least they didn't use their
from
ults.
that spot.
Rounds like this, you get to see that discipline from G2. They look clinical there. Oh, dealing with that stack.
Oh, okay, 11-11.
Here we
Come
go.
on, EG. This is the one. This is what Potter was talking to you about. Get that plan.
11-11.
Up for Ye.
Round 17 and round 21 completely redefining this map. And both of them, both super pivotal rounds going the way of
Icy
G2.
here, yeah, he didn't want to bait, but man, I'm baiting the hell out of everyone.
If they end up losing here,
What's going to happen?
are going to be looking back at both of those and just feeling sick to their pits of their stomach. Here's another one though.
Oh my
This
god.
one is
Dude, they
gonna
got
take
good
a
ults, both teams.
to a match point.
Yeah.
Dude, they got incredible retake ults.
Similar beginning here.
They can
for
definitely
G2.
leave a site, and they go for that 4-1. Bias retake over towards B. Oh, that was nicely done from Nature. Broke the oh boy, let's see if the rotate happens.
Aiming to fake it, to try and pull
Broke,
these EG
broke the
players away.
clones, so
They're up from
they
mid,
still
walking
have the wall
around
up.
to the site. Does anything
Can
give
pull
this
them
one
back,
up?
I guess, if need be.
Already
They
getting
invest
back
double
into the
ult for the
back of their
fake.
squad as well. Reinforcements can arrive.
Did Icy
Jorg
just ult as well?
is going all
I'm
the way
looking at
through.
it
This
too,
is
yeah, and oh my goodness, he just
Oh my
sticks it.
God,
The old school.
The map.
Yay.
On his perch,
Dead
on his
from
high
above,
ground
baby.
position, EG.
Yay, what are you planning?
Kept it.
Yay.
What
are we planning?
Oh, look at Lee. They've got no idea. They can't hear a thing.
G2. Laying claim
Superman be the hero.
all the way to the site. There's no stopping this train right now.
Dude, as soon as he got the shorty out, I was like, oh
We
no.
could even send from Americas to Toronto. He gets the job done with a 3K. He's been quiet in this map, setting up the rest of his team, but he wants to get there and play in front of the home crowd.
Oof.
One round separates G2 from Toronto. You see what it means to
Jorgamo stuck his ult in
control
spawn.
there. And Ye with a dash in, a bit of an overheat, and suddenly it all goes wrong. EG are on the
Okay,
clean.
one chance.
Look at this buy. Look at this buy. Shambolic.
Ooh, it's not great. It's Triple Guardian.
And all for just a chance of overtime.
Yeah, he's been playing this spot, man. It ain't new.
They're looking for much more.
Oh, sure.
First kill claim.
Nice,
Answered
Superman.
back immediately. Superman. Quick with the trigger.
And this is where the players
They
can
got
get a bit ahead
they
of
got
themselves.
Tail
The adrenaline
and
absolutely pumping.
Astro
Jorg
for
got
retake
one,
again though.
And instead of playing the 5v4, he swings forward, punished by Superman. Now droning out A, trying to keep the A players anchored to their spots while the spike makes its way over towards B. A site thus far undefended. Gate crash just expired on B as well. And
Yeah,
EG,
full retake
they're
over
doubled up
towards
to
B,
defend
but
double
obviously
doors.
from G2 they either need to take some space or they got to fight heavy over towards site. And honestly, against the tail, I think they need to take some
Free plan and
space.
being able to play posts with Trent and Valin. Things all look set up and tidy for G2 to be able to make it through.
Dude, they've worked out. They've sussed out the Oh, this is kind of nice. They save so much util for this push. They still have double Prowler for Jonah. Wait. Oof, dude, I thought he was going to take another one.
Double tap.
Yeah, they got to take the space on this one. They have no idea about the number push. Derek, mate, you got to stay alive. You got that ult.
Derek. Oh, God.
Don't let EG take initiative. Don't let
Wait,
them
flash?
timing. Blind, out and around.
Oh, God.
Oh, that's nicely done from G2. It's good plan. Honestly, both of these rounds were incredibly nice plans. You got to smoke prey.
Side by side.
Time to face the music, mate.
Against the wall. Shots need to rain.
Very nice from G2. Holy, what a game this was.
Jesus.
They just make it. Still alive, obviously can still come first seed, but my goodness. Dude, the calls on the last 2 rounds were nice, though.
They were really good. I can't even be mad about it. I mean, I am, but I can't be mad. Like, that was very well played.
But I shouldn't be. You gotta... I mean, I respect EG giving me this much of a game. I didn't think this would be this close.
Massively pivotal. All went the way of G2.
And heartbreak for these Evil Geniuses players.
Couple of too many mistakes though. You can't be making them. There's eco ults. Some of the plays to try win.
Yeah, the desperation plays.
They've proved that they are a team to watch in stage 2. But it's a long
they're
way
devastated
before
though.
those matches begin.
Hey man,
losing when you're that close, bro.
Yeah, it's the worst. It's actually the worst.
Touching distance, when it's like genuinely possible.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like,
you got 2 months to think about it now as well. It's the worst.
Favorites who have scraped through in games now against 100 Thieves and EG.
Pushed to the limits.
You would not have believed it if we told you that at the start of the stage.
Yeah. Oh, the old high five.
Giving respect to his former coach.
How dare you do that to me?
To the brink. A sigh of relief.
Yeah, let's go
of these G2 players, but they have earned their opportunity to fight for another global trophy.
They look devastated on the EG side. Jesus.
I can't imagine what it feels like for those players. And they've got 4 matches ahead of them in Americas, a domestic trophy to fight for.
Dude, the G2 games are bangers recently. Every game they're involved in is an absolute banger.
Regardless of all of that.
Man, the fact they're able to dig that deep when it, like,
they get it done.
Or is it 11 rounds they were held against?
Was the fashion really just pushed all the way.
So many heroics.
To the brink. G2, they bring the best out of some of these teams, I think. Everybody wants to bring their A game against one of the top dog teams of Americas. They get their chance, really, to right some wrongs of the past. This G2 squad has been struggling ever so slightly. They want to try and make it to Toronto. They've made it here and now. They're going to get a chance as well to see if they can run it all the way back.
MIBR, Sentinels, and G2. It's a strong 3. For Send, that's a strong 3.
Lee played an outrageously good game. He was the carry on Split. That made sure
impressive EG, super impressive EG. Dude, if they clean up some of their eco, their ult rounds when they're using ecos, they win this.
Dropping over 20 here for G2. Valen having a massive resurgence in form to come through at the end, but also Trent and Leaf, the players that have just been rock.
Thanks for joining me for this one. It was very fun.
Yeah, man.
For G2 this year.
Are you staying up for the games in what, 7 hours or so?
Yeah, I'm gonna go sleep for
5 hours to the Poland game?
Yeah, 4 hours and then wake up for Pacific.
We'll see representing
nice,
Canada
mate.
in Toronto.
Thank you. Chat, everyone say thanks to Pansy for coming on. Everyone say bye to Pansy.
Listen, I don't want to throw shade,
Appreciate it, thanks so much.
That's unlikely. Yeah. Then again, so was EG, and we saw what almost happened today. What a run this almost was, but it honestly, it still was a crazy run from EG.
No, it was.
This was a team that was 4th in their group, and then ended up 4th in Americas, and
dude, what a banger.
And everybody wanted to doubt them for the longest time, even when they're making this run, this stretch in through the lower bracket. They got denied at the final hurdle here from potentially extending and seeing how far they could really push themselves, I think, as well at Toronto. They have that break now, and they are eliminated from our Stage 1 playoffs, but this is an EG squad that is
dude, look at the 3 runs. This was a sick game. This was a sick game, and this was a sick game. Every G2 game is so good right now.
Bringing that A game every time they play against a team like G2. Genuinely, everybody wants to bring it.
I think
they had like 3 games that honestly, in my opinion, could even be like they're like one of the best games we've had this year. All 3 of them. Dude, really? What's the timing on that?
Long gap that we had before stage 2. But again, EG are now out, and the focus is on our Toronto teams, of which we know them all.
We all do, of course. And then we're going to send it down on the stage. Riv is standing by for that Verizon post-match interview. You don't want to miss it. Take it away, Riv.
It's time to sleep. Yeah, okay. Let's watch the VALORANT interview. We'll watch this interview and then we'll go. Dude. Or if this keeps happening, we'll raid someone.
G2 members down here. We got Valen, Trent, and Josh R.
Stefan B, thank you so much for that, dude. Thank you. Dude, what is the internet just giving up, dude?
I mean, at this point, we're always known for these bangers now. Like all these matches, they're coming down in a wire, and
no,
honestly,
they are absolute bangers.
We're in such a special position to learn from those mistakes, and like we're so grateful for these opportunities. And I'm constantly seeing my players grow throughout all these battles. And to finally overcome it and book our ticket, amazing.
In a battle, again, on Pearl, when a map comes at your team
Stefan
like
B,
this,
thank you so much again, man. Appreciate that. Thank you the 10.
How do you make sure it's a victory?
I mean, sometimes it's a player-led thing, you know? Like, I can only say so much in my timeouts. I've been talking to both Jake, Trent, my whole team, outside of practice about, like, trying to step up individually in terms of leadership, making sure, like, we are composed in those moments.
Okay.
And, you know, it's just seeing it in action, it's always so beautiful to me.
Amazing. Valen, I want to come to you, man. It's been some long and tough series you've been playing in, maybe even aged you a bit with these. What's it been like to call kind of near at the top of your game, have to keep these pressured games all the way to the final round of that 3rd map? What's that been like?
It's hard to start, honestly. This past couple weeks have been pretty difficult for us as a team. Like, we're trying to get better. We know we can play better. Everyone can step up, but sometimes in the matches it's getting closer than we like, and we're just messing up little things, and it's just so annoying. You know, it's so annoying. We could be doing so much better. But to close out today means the world to me, because dude, I love playing with these guys so much. It's what I do every day. It's my life. So to not have it end today and actually go to Toronto just means the world.
Yeah, what a beast, man.
Oh. Wow. Yeah, I was just worried that it was gonna end today, but we pulled out through, and that was crazy. That was crazy.
It was crazy. You guys pulled out a bunch of crazy series, and you know what? You have the results for it to go into Toronto and show your fans even more. Trent, looking at you, looking at how you played in Bangkok, a map away from MVP, an incredible stage and playoff so far. Is there more in the tank? What can we see from Trent, man? You look absolutely amazing lately.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just playing my game right now, so everyone's kind of complimenting me. I feel pretty good. The team's playing really well, so, and Tejo's broken, but not for long, so.
Right on. And looking at Tejo's coming up, changing, are you happy to be going back to Sova? Are there other initiators who've been working on here? Because we did see it's like 21 out of 21 plays on Tejo. It's Trejo, so how's it feel? Are you ready to be on something different? Or are you actually just loving this right now?
I am loving this because Tejo's just broken right now, but I do like change, so I'll probably play a lot of other initiators.
All right, right on. Valen, I just want to come to you for one more thing, man. The pressure you're talking about, because everybody wants to know, how do you overcome it? How do you make sure that as the IGL of the squad, you guys are pulling through the victories to get that smile so everybody's cheering and jumping at the end?
I mean, it's experience at the end of the day. Like, we were on the other side of this in Bangkok. Obviously, we're playing for a trophy. This is qualification, but it's the same thing. It's the highest stakes, season on the line, everything on the line, and we ended up falling short last time, and we learned from it. So this time around, we had these close games, had these close comebacks, but our mental has been full force that just forget the last round, focus on what's next, because we know we're a great team. Sometimes in scrims, we just 12-0 people. So we're like, why can't we do it on stage? We know we can win out of any situation. So, yeah, I mean, it's easy when you got these guys, you know.
Well, all right, you guys got one more match to go, but you can happily pack your bags as G2 is going to Toronto to represent VCT Americas. Gentlemen, thank you so much.
Valen, yeah, dude, I like when players show emotions because it's like, dude, it's like the whole, it becomes your whole life. So it's so nice to see them.
Don't miss tomorrow.
Like players that wear their emotions on their sleeve. It's cool.
Between MIBR and G2 Esports, so do not miss it. We're gonna leave you today.
It can be like hard to gauge from outsider, like how impactful it is, and like how all in you are. So it's cool. Okay, chat. We are done. 18 hours. The long stream today. We did great, everyone. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you all. What's the time? Okay, if you're up in 5 hours, is it 5 hours? Yeah, if you're up in 5 hours, we have Pacific. We have Pacific. There's Pacific playoffs as well, so big games. If you want to join us for that, we'll be streaming it as well. The train continues tomorrow as well. Be on for the train game. I promise it's gonna be an absolute banger. Dude, I'm excited for it. Paper X T1. I think that's the second game. Guys, thank you so much. Thank you. Shout out to all the mods as well. Crazy long day. I appreciate everything for today as well. Shout out to Pansy for coming on. Shout out for you guys. Shout out to the dude, whoever the anonymous gifter was. That was crazy today as well. I don't know if you're still here, man. But that was super wild from you. I appreciate the support. All the other gifters as well. Thank you so much, Telemetry, as well. Thank you as always, mate. And W Oilers. Dude, we had a lot of Oilers today. I think this is the most subs we've ever had. So I appreciate everyone. Thank you so much for that. YouTube chat as well. Thank you so much, everyone in the YouTube, but all the donators as well. Thank you for doing that. And yeah, exactly what Des was saying. Thank you so much. Yeah, just being here as well. Even you, Minnie. Thank you so much, Minnie. Dude, Minnie stayed up late, dude. Minnie's out here watching all the games. Okay, appreciate you all, guys. Chat, give me a streamer. Give me who we raiding. Wait, is FNS still on? Surely we raid FNS. He's back to streaming. Raid Mini? There's no way Mini's streaming. He's finished? He's finished? Oh, dude, he's actually still playing for stage 2. That's a part-time stream right there. The big stage 2 coming up for him. Anders? Yeah, let's raid Anders. Let's do that. Is he gonna? Will he stay on? I mean, it's a big win for him. Let's raid Anders. Chat, give me Anders ended as well. Chat, give me someone that's playing the game. Find me anyone that's in game right now. First person you see in game, let's raid him. Extra, perfect. Okay.
At some point here, somebody on G2 was going to pull out the
Has Extra got anything crazy in his name?
They want to take this fight all the way to them. It's going to take a lot though to dislodge Trent from that spot. In that carnage once more, chaos. Trent contains.
Let's find out.
What is this?
That ain't the right one. Double R, okay. God's sake. Alright, thank you so much, guys. Thank you. I appreciate it. Really long stream, guys. Thank you for being here. Really fun, though. Dude, what a game this was. And again, if Pacific's not your time zone and you're going to bed or something in about 4 hours, then we got Americas tomorrow also, so be watching every single game. Thank you for being here, guys. I appreciate you all. Bye-bye. Have a good rest of your day. Bye, everyone. You hit me with the weight? You better be a fast typer, dude. What you got for me? That's it. You wanted to give me... You told me to wait so you could do 07? Honestly, mad respect. Alright, bye, everyone. Bye. YouTube chat, thank you so much, guys. Appreciate you. If you could subscribe, that would help me out. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Bye, everyone.